What is it like to have an exceptional older brother who is a decade your senior? 17-year-old he expresses that there is scarcely a situation more lamentable than this. The children of others, yet still one's own flesh and blood, a brother. She finds herself incessantly subjected to comparisons. Unable to compete, she resigned herself, thus becoming the rebellious child in her parents' eyes. The rebellious child retreats into her own little world, engaging in the simulation of life through a video game. She aspires to become a wizard akin to those in the HP world she adores. Little did she know that upon completing her character creation, she was poised to embark on the randomly generated life of a wizard. Wait, why has the power gone out? Upon awakening once more, Hedi finds herself transformed into the orphan Hetty of Hogsmeade village. It would suffice to be a pitiful little girl at the outset, but why is it not set in her beloved era? Not only is it not her favorite era, but why is their future also utterly dissimilar? Initially intending to exit this peculiar game set in the HP universe, she finds herself unable to do so. Very well, perhaps it is best to resign herself to the situation. Chapter 1. The Orphan of Hogsmeade Village. The morning sun, filtering through the dusty glass window, mischievously illuminates a sparsely furnished bedroom. Within, there lies a simple wooden bed, accompanied by an equally unadorned wooden nightstand. Notably, the edges are polished to a pleasing roundness, indicating a certain care in craftsmanship. A simple chandelier hangs high from the ceiling, adorned with but a single bulb, for illumination must be provided during the night. The bedroom's functionality is thus epitomizing simplicity to its utmost. However, the room is quite spacious, rendering it starkly empty, evoking a peculiar sense of discord. On the bed rests a little girl of approximately 10 years, her chestnut-hued, slightly curled hair strewn across the pillow. With long, fluttering eyelashes, a dainty nose, and a heart-shaped mouth, even in slumber, her charm is undeniable. It is a pity that her face appears somewhat gaunt. Otherwise, she would be quite suitable to pinch. Ahem. In summary, she is rather adorable. Flustered, earnest, followed by a smile reminiscent of an indulgent ant. It seems she has felt the gentle caress of sunlight as the little girl's eyelids begin to flutter, struggling a bit before finally parting. After casting a glance at the rooftop, she surveyed her surroundings, her deep blue eyes, set within large almond-shaped orbs, danced with vivacity. However, before anyone had the opportunity to express astonishment, she emitted a playful awoo and startled them with her antics, rolling about on the bed while clutching a pillow. Why am I still here? Am I truly unable to return? The events leading up to this moment began 2 days prior. This girl is named Hetty Welford. To be precise, 3 days ago, she was known as Ed. She is an epitome of purity, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, age 17, and a hapless student on the brink of entering her senior year of high school. Perhaps, it would be more accurate to say her situation is not entirely lamentable. At least, those outside her family would undoubtedly regard her as a little princess born into a life of privilege. If one were to insist on a prefix, it would be that of a princess from a musical lineage. Her grandfather, grandmother, maternal grandfather, and maternal grandmother are all notable figures in the realm of music, and perhaps their illustrious ancestry could be traced even further back. But that is a tale for another time. Her father, mother, and an elder brother, 10 years her senior, are all world-renowned musicians, the kind who could author textbooks or be featured in them. In the late 21st century on the deep blue planet, technology has advanced to such heights that many professions have been supplanted by robots. People enjoy abundant resources and material wealth, prompting a greater emphasis on spiritual fulfillment. The status of artists has not only remained intact, but has grown in significance. After all, only those artists capable of infusing their creations with genuine spirit and soul can produce works that resonate with the human experience. Fortuitously, Hedi and her entire family possess such innate talent. Regrettably, Hedi does not share in this gift. Her brother, Hisheng, was invited to join one of the world's foremost music academies at a younger age due to his exceptional musical prowess. In contrast, her parents worry not about invitations, but rather whether she can even secure a place through standard examinations. What a lamentable predicament. While she certainly has access to ample resources for studying music, as her home is stocked with the finest, The singular issue of lacking talent proves insurmountable. She is not tone-deaf, but rather devoid of the ability to infuse her performances with spirit and soul, rendering her indistinguishable from the masses. In a typical household, this might not pose a significant problem, yet, when compared to an exceedingly accomplished brother, those who understand her plight likely begin to feel sympathy. She resembles a small creature ensnared in a dead end, battered and bruised, who, after countless futile attempts, has finally begun to resign herself to despair. Thus, she became the rebellious child in her family's eyes. No longer dedicating herself to rigorous practice of her instruments, she instead succumbed to the allure of video games. This era coincided with the launch of a highly immersive holographic game that allows players to simulate various lifetimes across a multitude of sentient species, not limited to humans. In her flight from her own existence, she eagerly joined this virtual realm. Among the conventional options available to humans, she was pleasantly surprised to discover legendary races included as well. These included werewolves, vampires, mermaids, elves, dwarves, and more, but what captivated her most was the prospect of becoming a wizard, a faction she adored from an old movie. Each time she watched young Harry being transported to that enchanting world, her excitement soared. Whether it was a longing for a reversal of fate or a yearning for a life that pierces through the clouds, she could not say. She transformed her name into a phonetic ID, adopting the moniker Hetty. With that, she prepared to immerse herself in the narrative, embarking on her journey as a randomly generated wizard. Unexpectedly, a sudden power outage plunged her into darkness. When she awoke again, she found herself as the proprietor of that spacious abode, Hetty Welford. Initially, she was merely intrigued. Not caring for the simplicity of the dwelling, she rushed outside to begin exploring this new world. Upon encountering the names of familiar shops one after another, can you imagine the exhilaration and thrill of witnessing a longed-for world manifest before your eyes? She was utterly ecstatic. After a jubilant sprint, she returned to her point of origin and bounced up and down several times before commencing her official journey through Hogsmeade Village, a quaint English magical settlement she had envisioned. Her first stop was the nearest shop to her birthplace, the Davies Band Store. Upon seeing the array of magical trinkets, her surprise and excitement were palpable. Instinctively, she reached for her money, eager to indulge in a shopping spree. However, upon searching her entire being, she discovered a mere 2 gold galleons, 20 silver sickles, and 8 bronze nuts, roughly equivalent to over 140 of the Dragon Kingdom's currency. A casual glance at the memory orb's label indicated 5 galleons and 2 sickles. With a sense of unease, she exchanged a fleeting glance with the somewhat expressionless middle-aged shopkeeper. Pardon me. I shall take my leave," she said, feeling for the first time in her life the bitter taste of poverty, a sensation entirely foreign to the ever-prosperous Hedi. She contemplated summoning the interface to purchase some gold, yet found it unresponsive for an extended period. At this moment, she believed that the game had intentionally disabled the microtransaction system to enhance players' immersion in the realities of life. She pondered that even if she were to adopt a different identity, it might not guarantee a fitting match within the world of Harry Potter, thus reluctantly relinquishing her aspirations of microtransactions for the time being. Regretfully, she exited the shops of Davies and Bands. Lost in her own thoughts, she failed to notice the shopkeeper extending a hesitant hand towards her. Following this, she ambled past the Pig's Head pub and the Owl post office, merely observing their facades from a distance. Not having ventured inside either establishment, she merely stood at the entrances and then resumed her stride. One appeared somewhat intimidating, unsuitable for entry, while the other offered no utility, as she had no recipient to engage in the Owl delivery service. As she continued forward, she arrived at the 3 broomsticks, finally finding an establishment within her financial reach. In her state of discontent, she resolved to order a delightful beverage to lift her spirits. She opted for a mug of butterbeer, yet was served lemon soda instead. Well, having never tasted butterbeer, she inwardly mused, "Butterbeer, why does it taste like lemon?" She remained blissfully unaware of the peculiar gaze the proprietor cast upon her as he handed her the drink. After finishing her drink, she intended to pay and depart, only to discover she had not spent a single canute. Despite the numerous wrinkles adorning her face, the owner, with a mysterious smile, insisted on treating her. Are the people of Hogsmeade truly this amiable? Would there still be time for another visit to Davies and Bands? Well, that was a jest. After expressing her gratitude repeatedly, she stepped outside and continued onward, gradually catching sight of Hogsmeade Station in the distance. The village was nearing its end, yet the splendor of Hogsmeade remained largely unexplored. Soon, Hedi cheerfully crossed to the other side of the road. Adjacent to her path was a fork she had previously encountered during her aimless wandering, revealing a dilapidated, abandoned shack. It was the most run-down structure in the village, surpassing even her own birthplace. In hindsight, the screaming shack was a lost cause. Hedi knew there were no ghosts within, yet she had contemplated sneaking down the passage to explore Hogwarts. However, her courage faltered. Lacking magic and unable to cast even the Lumos spell, she deemed it wise to refrain from such adventures. She turned and entered the Honeyduke's sweet shop at the corner, adorned with a myriad of colors and flavors, including those with special effects. Who could resist such delights? Hedi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet before she could express her desire to purchase, the grandfatherly shopkeeper casually handed her a handful of chocolate frogs. With a gentle pat on her head, he bewilderingly ushered her out the door. So what on earth is happening? For the first time, Hedi sensed that her identity might be somewhat peculiar. It seemed she had overlooked some significant issues. Never mind, she decided, primarily feeling that even in a game world, the narrative could not possibly be this absurd. One person treats her to drinks, while another offers her sweets. Surely, it is not merely for her cuteness. Undeterred, she turned and entered the nearby joke shop. The elderly proprietor there was even bolder. After briefly glancing at her, he returned to his tasks, leaving her with the remark, "Take whatever you fancy." Now Hedi was genuinely alarmed. Playful banter was one thing, but receiving gifts without reason unsettled her. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If it is free, it likely entails a greater loss. While goodwill deserves gratitude, it is prudent to receive unexplainable kindness with caution. Flustered, Hedi exited the joke shop and, in her haste, stumbled into the adjacent side path. Burdened with uncertainty, she reached the end of the path and looked up to see a sign hanging from a shop, Madame Putafoot's Tea House. Below, a kindly, slightly plump elderly woman with a glossy hairstyle and hints of silver among her dark locks greeted Hedi at the door. It was from her words that Hedi finally learned of her identity, a lonely orphan of Hogsmeade. Chapter 2. Hedi's Heritage. Hedi, are you finally willing to step outside for a stroll? How wonderful. A few days ago, you seemed so withdrawn, refusing to eat or drink. It was truly alarming. I understand the profound bond you shared with old Wulfric, but no one anticipated such a tragic turn of events. After all, you are the only one he cared for in this world, and he surely wishes for your well-being. Rest assured, we will all take care of you from now on. We are your family. Mrs. Patifer, though adorned with a few strands of silver, possessed a remarkably youthful visage that belied her age, presenting more as a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s than an elderly matron. Her gaze upon Hedi radiated sincere concern. In the midst of her heartfelt words, Hedi became acutely aware of a critical oversight she had previously neglected. Wait, what is going on? Why have I not received any information regarding this body's identity? She pondered. Is this simulation game now incorporating a puzzle-solving element, compelling me to investigate my origins? It has only just launched, and it seems so intricate already. Hey, game assistant, come out and explain this to me. As her mind raced with queries, she summoned the game assistant. Yet, peculiar as it was, the usually prompt assistant did not materialize. An unsettling premonition washed over Hedi, prompting her to activate the game panel. Fortunately, the ethereal blue-glowing interface appeared before her. Character, Hedi Wulfric. Age, 10 years. Magical power level, 0, 91, 100. Title, Awakener of Magic, has experienced a magical surge. Spells, none. Second form, none. Guardian Beast, none. Honors, none. Personal space, unlocked. Hedi gazed at the content of the panel, her expression a tapestry of bewilderment. Internally, a fiery figure erupted above her head, exclaiming, I demand a refund. This is false advertisement for a game. What thrilling life experience. Where's the excitement? The game panel is so rudimentary, and I can't even unlock a personal space. What use is this panel to me? After a prolonged moment of indignation, Hedi managed to calm herself. Anger aside, once her rationality returned, she found it somewhat acceptable to be without any game-enhancing perks. It could only be said that this game had indeed executed the essence of a genuine experience to remarkable lengths. Hetty, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Please don't frighten me, dear. Perhaps it was Hetty's prolonged silence and the unsettling expression on her face that prompted Mrs. Patifer to hasten over, gently shaking her shoulders. Hetty snapped back to reality, and as a seasoned gamer, she quickly grasped the situation and replied with a wry smile, Grandma Patifer. It seems I have just awoken from a long dream. I dreamed of my grandparents and parents, who encouraged me to explore. Elated, I wandered through various shops. Yet, strangely, the shopkeepers refused my money, which I found quite odd. Then I met you, and you told me that grandfather has passed away, and that I have no family left. What is real? Am I still dreaming? At those words, Mrs. Patifer's eyes glistened with tears as she embraced Hetty tenderly. Oh, my poor child. Hetty spoke thus to rationalize her earlier erratic behavior. After all, the village was small, and news travels swiftly. If she wished to continue her charade, she needed to justify her actions. Moreover, she sought to extract more information about her lineage. It would be unwise to admit to amnesia, especially in a world of wizards, where peculiar tests and potions abound. Grandma Patifer, please tell me, are my grandparents and parents truly gone? I refuse to believe they have departed. If that is the case, please explain how they are no longer here. At merely 10 years of age, the weight of such revelations was nearly unbearable, causing her thoughts to spiral into confusion, a perfectly natural response. Thus, Mrs. Patifer, without suspicion, began to elucidate the truth to her. My dear child, your grandmother passed away during childbirth, leaving you and your father to be raised by your grandfather. Your parents suffered an unfortunate accident at work 10 years ago, on January 14th. A week ago was the anniversary of their passing, and your grandfather, overwhelmed with grief, secretly drank too much that night, leading to a heart problem that went unnoticed. Upon hearing this, Hetty felt an overwhelming surge of sorrow for the grandfather who had been her sole companion. Her features contorted with palpable sadness. Have they truly all left me? Am I utterly alone? She murmured in anguish. Your grandfather had only one son, your father, who was merely an adopted child of the Wulfric family. When your grandfather learned of his own origins, he severed ties with that lineage. However, Hetty, Grandma has assured you that the villagers of Hogsmeade will be your kin, so you are not alone. My word, Hetty thought, her mind racing with the tragic narrative of her grandfather's life. The old man's lineage was steeped in sorrow, evoking tears from all who heard it. When she realized her connection as the granddaughter of such a tragic figure, she felt the urge to weep in Mrs. Patifer's embrace. Indeed, Hetty was undeniably a true orphan, devoid of familial ties to the illustrious 28 families. Ah, let me shed a tear for myself, she mused, allowing the weight of her grandfather and Hetty's tragic existence to overwhelm her. After a prolonged bout of sorrow, she finally emerged from that veil of sadness. Her tear-streaked face only enhanced her innocence and vulnerability. Upon discovering she had soaked Mrs. Patifer's garments with her tears, Hetty felt a wave of embarrassment. Mrs. Patifer gazed at her with even greater affection. Though they had watched Hetty grow, her upbringing in the Wulfric household had rendered her unusually mature and reticent, resembling a lifeless doll. Yet, after this surreal dreamlike experience, Hetty appeared more animated, evoking a deeper sense of empathy from those around her. Dear little one, do not fear. We are all your family, Mrs. Patifer comforted gently. Let me share a secret with you. Your birthday is just a few days away, and everyone is planning a party for you. You will receive countless gifts. In a tone reminiscent of a childess, Mrs. Patifer sought to cheer Hetty, who took in the news with wide-eyed wonder. Chapter 3. The HP world 20 years later? Just a few days until my birthday? Hetty never anticipated that her arrival would be so delicately timed. In reality, she had only recently celebrated her birthday, albeit an unhappy one. The familiar refrain of Xiao Di, you've turned another year older, you must act more responsibly echoed in her mind. With the looming pressure of the college entrance examination next year, she must not allow herself to become complacent. What about your choice of instrument? Have you decided which piece you will perform for the arts examination? Xiao Di, I advise you not to overthink it. Simply express your emotions freely. Yet, Xiao Di found no joy in her heart, only a profound sense of pain and repression. Though the winter break had just begun, she felt that her situation was even worse than when she was at school. In her anguish, she yearned for a life that deviated from her current path. Reflecting on these thoughts left Hetty feeling somewhat dazed, yet she did not forget that Madame Padfoot was still conversing with her. Thus, she quickly mustered a smile and responded politely, Really? I sincerely thank you all. However, she wondered if it might be too extravagant. Not at all. It has been quite some time since we last gathered like this. The old fellows earn their galleons, but have nowhere to spend them. Now that there is an occasion to spend, they are delighted. You have no idea how much everyone cherishes you. In the past, every time your birthday month arrived, you know how old welfare's mood would sour. You looked quite dispirited. Hence, no one dared to speak up. But after all you've been through this year, We feel you should not remain trapped in the pain influenced by adults. Thus, we wish to celebrate your birthday as your future family, to give you a normal birthday. Of course, you needn't feel any psychological burden. Times have changed. The youth now yearn for the novelty and excitement of the Muggle world, and many have moved away. The current Hogsmeade is nothing like it used to be. During Hogwarts holidays, it becomes eerily quiet. Hosting a birthday party for you to liven things up brings everyone immense joy. Madame Padfoot spoke lightly, yet he understood that the galleons were hard-earned by everyone. There was no reason to spend them frivolously. It was merely a desire to alleviate her psychological burden and allow her to graciously accept their goodwill. For the first time, he directly felt a kind of care devoid of any strings attached, and her emotions became quite complex. The birthday she had once found somewhat distasteful now began to evoke a strange sense of anticipation. It was amusing to think that in reality, she wished to distance herself from such celebrations, yet among a group of NPCs, she found herself harboring a flicker of excitement. However, upon remembering that they were merely NPCs, a wave of disappointment washed over her. The alternating warmth and coldness of her emotions rendered her expression quite vivid. But in the next moment, a sudden thought struck her. Wait, times have indeed changed. This phrase sounded somewhat peculiar. Madame Padfoot, have you ever met Harry Potter? You mean Potter? It seems your grandfather has regaled you with his tales. He was once a shy little boy who would blush at the sight of couples in my shop. But now, he is a renowned Quidditch star and the head of the Eagle Country and Ireland Quidditch Alliance. Speaking of which, he graduated nearly 20 years ago. His younger brother will likely be joining you in school later this year. Time truly flies. Madame Padfoot seemed lost in reminiscence, while Hedy found herself engulfed in confusion and shock. She realized that her excitement about Hogsmeade stemmed from her impending participation in the narrative she had longed for, Harry Potter's story. Yet, what was about to unfold was not merely Harry Potter's tale, but rather the story of his son. Even more astonishing was the revelation that he was a Quidditch star and the head of the Eagle Country and Ireland Quidditch Alliance. What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to be the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? Unable to suppress her curiosity, he pressed on with another question. What about Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley? Upon hearing her inquiry, Madame Padfoot snapped back to reality, smiling as she continued. Oh, it seems little Hetty truly admires them. Indeed, if it weren't for their timely intervention in thwarting the Dark Lord's resurrection, who knows what the magical world would be like now? That clever little witch is now the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. If you meet her, addressing her as Director Granger or Mrs. Weasley would surely delight her. As for her husband, Ron Weasley, he is naturally the head of the Aura Department. Game assistant, please come forth. Let us strike a deal. I don't need a golden finger, nor do I require a pay-to-win pathway. Starting as a little orphan is fine, but can we perhaps push the timeline forward? No. It's not just about the timeline. This entire world feels bizarre. Is this truly the HP universe? Quickly, return me to the normal little Harry and little Hermione. I would even be content to be merely an observer and watch the commotion. Hedy felt as though a dark cloud of confusion was swirling above her head, adequately reflecting her current turmoil and frustration. Were it not for the ability to summon the game panel, she would genuinely suspect she had traversed into an alternate world crafted by an unknown author rather than being within a game. Yet, if she were in a game, why was there no trace of the game assistant, which was ubiquitous in holographic games? Even if the intent was to enhance realism, it shouldn't be entirely absent. It was infuriating. Gurgle. Her stomach emitted a timely protest. Your stomach isn't aching, but perhaps it is hungry. Hedy snapped back to reality from her anger, her embarrassment swiftly following. This sound not only roused her, but also awakened Madame Padfoot from her reverie. It seems our little Hetty is hungry. Come, let us go inside and have something to eat. Grandma has prepared something delicious for you. Madame Padfoot's light-hearted laughter echoed as she pulled Hedy into the tea house. Initially reluctant to go, Hedy found herself unable to resist the gentle tug of Madame Padfoot. Fearing that pulling away might hurt this kind-hearted lady who had always radiated goodwill towards her. Thus, she obediently followed. The tea house's decor closely resembled the descriptions she had read in the original works later on. According to Madame Padfoot, they were now in a world more than 20 years beyond the events of HP. However, time had not brought about many changes. It felt as though it remained suspended in a moment that belonged solely to wizards. Hedy, somewhat distracted, allowed such sentiments to flicker briefly before sinking back into her low spirits. She ate her first meal in this place with little enthusiasm. Soon after, she quickly concocted an excuse to take her leave, intending to return to her point of origin. She was solely focused on exiting the game to check the forum for updates on other situations. After exploring a significant portion of Hogsmeade Village, she discerned that this world was not the one she truly longed for. Hence, it no longer held much allure for her. If all else failed, She would simply have to create a new character and attempt to match into a more favorable starting scenario. However, when she returned to her point of origin, she found herself pausing momentarily. After all, Madame Patifu shared in a strained voice that everyone was preparing a birthday party for her. A conversation that had indeed once stirred her heart deeply. Yet, how could one take the affairs of the game seriously? Hidi shook her head bitterly, casting aside her lingering attachment. Log out. Upon mentally issuing this command, she had resolved to relinquish everything in this realm. Whether it be the pitiful little orphan or the grotesque world of HP wizards, it was all a farewell. However, 3 seconds passed, then 30 seconds, then 3 minutes. What is happening? Why am I still here? Chapter 4. The game from which she cannot exit? After an interminable wait, Hidi's patience frayed as she could not log out of the game. This exclamation nearly erupted from her lips. Fortunately, the Hetty family resided at the innermost part of the village, and the old gentleman had arranged various soundproofing magical arrays around their home, preventing any curious onlookers from witnessing her madness. However, Hidi was far beyond caring about such matters, for she was truly on the verge of insanity. Doubting her method of calling for logout, Hidi experimented with various approaches. She lay on her bed in a sleeping posture, mentally repeating logout. This was her initial attempt, the most conventional one. Then she speculated that perhaps in the wizarding world, one could not vanish in an open space using technological means to avoid bugs, so she hid inside a storage cabinet. At this point, she was clearly not in her right mind. Subsequently, she plunged her head into a basin of water, attempting to forcefully awaken her real self through the sensation of suffocation. She even knocked around the house, trying to locate the portal back to reality. She rummaged through every trinket in the house, seeking the key item to control the game. Mimicking a meditative posture, she endeavored to connect with the game using her meager 91 points of magical power. Consider her current mental state. After a whole afternoon of turmoil, she began to greet the ceiling. Hello, dear game assistant, please help me log out. I would be ever so grateful. The sweetest of voices, yet still, there was no response from the game assistant. Hidi's small face fell despondently as she threw herself onto the polished wooden bed with a thud. Ignoring the pain, she began to roll back and forth, wailing. I want to go out. Let me out, please. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, I'm trapped in this dark game. Come save me. Can't I even practice the piano? I can practice the flute or whistle. Thanks to the old gentleman's adeptness at arranging magical arrays. Even after Hidi wailed for quite some time, she was spared the humiliation of being overheard. Eventually, after crying herself to exhaustion, she fell into a deep slumber. The next day dawned anew. Hidi sprang from her bed, and the first thing she did was attempt to log out once again. Log out, log out, log out, log out. From her initial hopeful yearning to her subsequent gritted teeth, Hidi had lost count of how many times she had mentally uttered those words. Ultimately, in a fit of madness, with sleep crusted in her eyes and her hair resembling a bird's nest, she scurried around Hogsmeade, replaying her previous antics on a grander scale. Fortunately, she had not completely lost her wits and managed to avoid the gaze of others. Hogsmeade during the holidays, as Madame Patifu had described, was indeed desolate, which provided her with considerable convenience. She checked off each renowned shop one by one, though not with the same light-hearted spirit as the day before. Instead, she bore an air of furtiveness and obsession, appearing somewhat unhinged and adorably pitiful. After a day of relentless endeavor, as night fell, she found herself wandering Hogsmeade, her spirit adrift, unaware of how she returned home. There was a plate of food left at her doorstep by an unknown kind-hearted soul, but she paid it no mind. Once more, she threw herself onto her bed, and upon opening her eyes, it was the third day. Thus, the scene at the beginning of this tale unfolded. Why am I still here? Could it be that I truly cannot return? A question that arose from the depths of her soul, yet no one was there to provide a reply. She sat vacantly on her bed, and before long, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Unlike the previous days of hysterics, the despair radiating from her now was far more poignant and sorrowful. Knock, knock, knock. It was a rapid, insistent knocking at the door. Initially, Hidi was lost in her despair, unwilling to respond. Yet the knocker was relentless, as though they would continue until she opened the door. Reluctantly, like a mere shell of a person, she descended the stairs to answer the door. Hetty, my dear, what has happened to you? Oh, Merlin, I sensed something was amiss. You did not touch the food I left at your door yesterday. It's my fault. I should have checked on you. Upon seeing Hidi's condition, Madame Patifu's heart ached with profound concern and guilt for not having visited her the previous day. Faced with such unreserved affection, Hidi's emotional walls crumbled, and she clung to Madame Patifu, weeping uncontrollably. Madame Patifu, what should I do? I can't go back. I will never see my brother, my mom and dad. My grandparents again, sob sob. Madame Patafu, mistaking Hede's reluctance to awaken from the blissful dream, offered heartfelt consolation. "It's all right, my dear, Madame Patafu is here. Your grandparents are here too, do not be afraid." Though her words seemed disconnected from the context, Hede felt a flicker of comfort. It was as though her heart, once hollow, was now infused with love and vitality. After a lengthy outpouring of tears, as if she had released all her grievances and fears, Hede's demeanor improved significantly. Although her eyes were still puffy and red, she no longer appeared as the lifeless doll described by Madame Patafu earlier. Now, she looked pitifully alive, radiating a sense of vulnerability. Just then, her stomach growled, an opportune reminder. Having gone an entire day without food, Hede emerged from her abnormal state, and her body began to protest with dizziness and fatigue. Her stomach felt as if it were twisted into knots, and her hunger gnawed at her insides. Instinctively, she cradled her belly and crouched on the floor, seeking relief from her discomfort. Madame Patafu, immediately discerning the cause, swiftly helped her to the dining table. With a flick of her wand, she summoned the basket she had brought earlier, quickly presenting a bowl of pumpkin porridge before Hede. "Eat something quickly. You've gone too long without food." Hede gazed at the sweet, thick porridge, utterly defenseless against its allure. Grabbing a spoon, she devoured it with fervor, heedless of Madame Patafu's gentle reminders to eat slowly. One bowl of porridge, of course, was not enough to satiate her hunger, but it effectively alleviated the worst of her cravings. It must be said that when one finds themselves in such a state, they remain unaware of it. However, after experiencing such intense hunger, one can profoundly appreciate the distinction between merely existing and truly living. This awareness also heightens the appreciation for the beauty of life. Therefore, even though Hede still occasionally loses focus, she no longer contemplates returning to a state of aimlessness. Madame Patafu gazed at Hede, letting out a sigh. "My dear," she said, "regardless of the dreadful news that may befall us, as long as one lives another day, one must strive to seek hope for survival. Whether or not one finds it, at least in the process, the pain will not be so unbearable, will it?" Hede's gaze flickered as she met Madame Patafu's kind eyes, offering a bittersweet smile. "Yes, I understand, Grandma Patafu. Thank you." Chapter 5. Though no longer mad, she had adopted a philosophy of resigned indifference. In truth, the words spoken by Hede were born from the wisdom imparted by Madame Patafu, awakening something within her. However, the extent of this enlightenment remained uncertain. Regardless, in her current predicament, while she had no intention of continuing down a path of madness, she remained at a loss for what to do next. Had it been during young Harry's time, she might have eagerly joined the fray, reveling in adventure. Yet now, in this transformed world, she felt disinterested in any pursuits, uncertain of what the future might hold. After finishing her porridge, she expressed a desire to rest, which was merely a pretext to dismiss Madame Patafu's concern and contemplate her next steps. She understood the philosophy of accepting what comes, yet translating that understanding into action was a long and arduous journey. Lying in bed, she stared at the ceiling for over an hour without reaching a conclusion. Ultimately, in a fit of frustration and a hint of stubbornness, she glanced once more at the rudimentary game interface, hoping for some new feedback. Unfortunately, not a single number had changed. With a sigh, the 34th since realizing she could not exit the game, she tossed aside her blanket and surrendered to sleep. In the grand scheme of things, one must not neglect oneself. This was a lesson learned from 3 days of digestive unrest. One must admit, the experience was strikingly vivid and exasperating. Hede grumbled as she fell into slumber. Upon awakening, it was once again the urgent knocking at the door that roused her. This time, however, she quickly descended to open the door, knowing that a delayed response would only incite concern. As expected, it was the familiar figure of Madame Patafu, who arrived carrying a basket. It was not difficult to guess its contents. Since she was unable to leave, perhaps it was time to consider her own survival. Hede pondered as she regarded the basket. She could not rely on Madame Patafu's generosity indefinitely. That would be rather unreasonable. Yet, given her meager fortune, equivalent to a little over 140 dragon coins, proposing a partnership felt rather shameless. Living is truly difficult. Being without funds is a daunting challenge. Madame Patafu, pleased by Hede's promptness in answering the door, smiled brightly as she arranged the lunch she had prepared for her. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the myriad expressions flitting across Hede's face. Concerned that she might be overthinking, she quickly beckoned her to join for a meal, interrupting her thoughts. Hede graciously accepted Madame Patafu's kindness with a polite thank you. However, as she savored the delicious porridge, her mind remained occupied with thoughts of survival. After a moment of hesitation, she voiced her contemplation. "Grandma Patafu, could you teach me how to cook? I will heed your advice and strive to live well. But I cannot always impose on you. I must learn to fend for myself. I may not be adept at it. So I hope you could kindly instruct me in the art of cooking." Truth be told, 17-year-old Hedi, a princess accustomed to a life of ease, was entirely unversed in the culinary arts. Yet, she harbored serious doubts that 10-year-old Hedi possessed any culinary skills. Thus, she resorted to the excuse of being inept to seek a mentor. This comparison left her with a peculiar sense of shame. In fact, she was entirely clueless about where to procure ingredients, and her intent to explore the source of sustenance remained undisguised. Hence, seeking tutelage was indeed imperative, which is why, despite her embarrassment, she felt compelled to voice her request. Madame Patifu, upon hearing this, felt a swell of pride and affection for her understanding nature. Though I find no trouble in caring for you, you speak wisely. Being able to live independently is the foundation of one's existence. So, if you genuinely wish to learn, I can begin teaching you tonight. It seems you lived rather roughly during your time with your grandfather. To enhance the flavors of your meals will surely elevate your happiness. My dear, it is splendid that you recognize this. It appeared that her initial assumption had been correct. Hedi was indeed capable of cooking, albeit as a mere child. The quality of her dishes could only be imagined. It was no wonder that Madame Patifu was not surprised by Hedi's remarks. Well then, this could serve as a short-term goal. Although a life of ease was delightful, she was, after all, a destitute orphan without the means to indulge in such luxury. Wait, indulgence? The moment the term surfaced in her mind, she felt a thrill of excitement. It was decided. Her goal would be to embrace a life of carefree indulgence. Whether reality could be altered remained to be seen. But at the very least, within the confines of the game, she aspired to lead a life unburdened by expectations, one devoid of competition and obligation. A life of true freedom. What a lofty ideal. Just thinking about it filled her with exhilaration. Yet, it was not without its possibilities. Though she was an orphan, somewhat impoverished, and devoid of anyone obligated to care for her, from another perspective, her freedom was quite expansive. No one pressured her to accomplish anything, and she bore no burdens. As long as she managed her own survival, she could live according to her desires. Considering she possessed such a magnificent house, entirely at her disposal, it seemed not impossible to make some efforts and devise a plan. Suddenly, Madame Patifu noticed that as Hedi continued to eat, a dreamy smile spread across her face. Were it not for her adorable visage, one might mistake her for a simpleton. Madame Patifu was unaware of the delightful thoughts occupying Hedi's mind, but she found her demeanor utterly charming. With affectionate eyes, she smiled and began to tidy up the long-neglected home, restoring it to freshness. Hedi felt a shiver, as though something had brushed past her hand while she held her bowl close to the table. Coming to her senses, she looked toward the dining table. What on earth? What happened? She jumped up in shock as she noticed that the table had changed color. Hedi's astonishment was akin to her earlier revelation about the table's transformation. A cleaning spell. Indeed, this is a world imbued with magic. Does that imply that I need not tidy my abode? How utterly magnificent. Hedi once again broke into a foolish grin. Just as she wished to experience the allure of wizardry, her gaze fell upon the spoon in her hand, and her smile faded, leaving her in a state of daze. She glanced at Madame Patifu's wand, and then back at her spoon, her eyes darting back and forth. Forget it. Perhaps it's best to embrace mediocrity. Chapter 6. The initial experience of life in Hogsmeade. It seems her subconscious still harbored the belief that the realms of games and reality are distinct, understanding that the abilities from the game could not be transported into the real world. Thus, upon realizing that the cost of casting spells was exceedingly high, Hedi's first instinct was to abandon the notion. After all, with her meager fortune of 2 galleons, wishing for a wand seemed an extravagant dream in the short term. Furthermore, her experiences in the real world, having been compelled to learn various musical instruments since childhood, yet constantly facing criticism, fostered a profound aversion towards endeavors that required significant effort. Whether it was a manifestation of insecurity or a rebellious mindset, she found herself lacking the confidence to excel in such pursuits. Consequently, Hedi chose to relinquish her curiosity about magic for the time being. In the following days, Hedi transformed into Madame Patifu's devoted apprentice, learning to cook, cultivate, and harvest vegetables. Indeed, she was engaged in the art of gardening. At the edge of the village, not far from the Hedi residence, there lay a small hillside. The lower half of this slope served as the vegetable garden for the current residents of Hogsmeade, including the Hedi family. Yet, even with Madame Patifu's assistance, it was evident, given the lifestyle of the elderly gentleman and Hedi, that the state of the garden was rather lackluster. There was no pursuit of culinary excellence. They grew only crops that yielded ample quantity, predominantly potatoes and corn, with a smattering of tomatoes and onions. Although it was the snowy season, the garden was enchanted with protective spells against the cold. As snowflakes fell, they dissipated before touching the ground, resulting in a commendable variety and yield of vegetables. It was during this time that Hedi gleaned a somewhat nebulous piece of information. Old Wooly, the patriarch of the Hede family, was a wizard skilled in the art of magical arrays. It was said that the various enchantments in the garden had been generously arranged by him. Hede began to understand the source of the Hogsmeade residents' kindness towards her. Though the old gentleman had departed, the seeds of goodwill he had sown continued to bear fruit, benefiting his granddaughter. Hede reflected with a sense of reverence, perhaps not quite admiration, yet her heart brimmed with respect. After harvesting a bountiful yield of tomatoes, onions, and an abundance of potatoes, Hede eagerly requested a plethora of delectable vegetable seeds from Madame Padfoot, including spinach, eggplant, carrots, celery, cucumbers, lettuce, bell peppers, and asparagus, to replenish the garden. Though the plot was merely an acre in size, it seemed modest in scale, yet under Madame Padfoot's guidance, Hede managed to plant a variety of vegetables, creating a most pleasing sight. Despite their ages being akin to that of two elderly souls, one of them was indeed a bona fide wizard. Casting spells in Hogsmeade was an unrestrained affair, and thus, in the span of a morning and afternoon, they accomplished their tasks. Of course, had it not been for Hede's assistance, they might have finished even earlier. However, unbeknownst to Hede, Madame Padfoot relished these delightful moments, and instead of feeling any guilt, she experienced a profound sense of achievement, a feeling she had not encountered in quite some time. With thoughts of soon savoring the fruits of her labor, Hede's heart swelled with joy. Yet she remained cognizant of the fact that, while she would not deny her contributions, she was acutely aware of Madame Padfoot's significant support. Therefore, upon returning home, she dutifully attended to Madame Padfoot, offering massages and pampering her, which elicited delighted laughter from the older woman. That evening, Hede was blissfully unaware that during a gathering of Hogsmeade's esteemed shopkeepers, Madame Padfoot had boasted about her exploits, prompting envy and admiration from several of her peers, leading her to enhance the birthday gift prepared for Hede. "Marvelous! My little darling has done splendidly. Look at this toast, perfectly browned. The timing is impeccable." Setting aside the matter of gifts, Hede's attention was solely captivated by the golden toast before her. Madame Padfoot showered her with praise, causing Hede to bloom with delight. Despite having never set foot in a kitchen, she appeared to possess an innate culinary talent. After watching Madame Padfoot for 2 days, Hede took her first attempt at frying toast, managing to burn only one piece before finding her rhythm. Her movements, though somewhat clumsy, allowed her to deftly remove the pan from the heat at just the right moment, thus successfully completing her culinary debut. Her large, glistening eyes sparkled with joy as she gazed at Madame Padfoot, who was showering her with compliments, reminiscent of a child seeking approval. Madame Padfoot felt her heart melting at the sight. Thus, the two of them, one elderly and one youthful, engaged in a delightful cycle of culinary displays and exuberant praise. As for the surplus creations, Madame Padfoot, with a mysterious smile, assured Hede that there was no need to worry about waste. Unsurprisingly, that afternoon, all the shopkeepers in Hogsmeade savored Hede's rendition of egg and bell pepper sandwiches. The taste may have been agreeable, yet in the mouths of the patrons, it transformed into a delicacy of the highest order. Consequently, on her way home that evening, Hede received numerous exaggerated compliments about her culinary skills. Although she was still somewhat unfamiliar with them, she felt the embarrassment of their overzealous praise. Yet, her bashful smile could not conceal the joy blooming within her heart. The adults, witnessing Hede's shy demeanor, silently exclaimed their affection for her. The most direct expression of this sentiment was the several packages of ham and frozen meat that found their way into Hede's arms. Having grown up in a technologically advanced and somewhat indifferent world, the warmth of community she experienced was profoundly impactful. Thus, when faced with such enthusiasm for the first time, she was taken aback, lingering in a state of astonishment as she returned home, cradling her bounty. It is worth noting that while Hogsmeade's vegetable supply could generally sustain itself, meat, oil, rice, and flour were still procured from outside sources. Typically, this was facilitated through the ever-reliable Owl Postal Service, with orders placed by specialized procurement personnel from Diagon Alley. A small portion was also brought in by shopkeepers who did not reside in Hogsmeade. As far as Hede was aware, the proprietor of the literary residence and the elegant apparel shop were not local denizens. They often returned to their homes elsewhere through the fireplace after closing their shops. This information was inadvertently revealed by Madame Padfoot, supplemented by Hede's skillful inquiries. However, while she had gleaned a general understanding of the food sources, it did not bode well for her, as she lacked sufficient galleons to regularly order meat and such. Thus, upon arriving home and unloading her bounty onto the table, Hede gazed at the assortment of meats with a heart both elated and moved. Unbeknownst to her, her affection for her identity as a resident of Hogsmeade had grown even stronger. Perhaps such a life, or rather, having a group of neighbors like these, is indeed quite delightful. Chapter 7. The Neighbors of Hogsmeade. January 28th marked precisely 1 week since Hetty transformed into Hetty. Setting aside the tumultuous highs and lows of the previous days filled with euphoria and confusion, the subsequent days have been remarkably fulfilling for Hetty. From cultivating vegetables to harvesting them, and then transforming them into delectable dishes, she has personally experienced the entire process. For someone who previously couldn't even discern whether to consume the top or bottom of an onion, this is a considerable advancement. In other words, should she return to the real world with vegetables in the fridge, she would no longer be utterly dependent on takeout and chefs for sustenance. The ability to care for oneself and sustain her existence is, for a young princess of a musical family, undeniably a significant achievement. Of course, her gains extend far beyond this. Through several encounters and interactions over the past few days, Hetty has begun to develop a certain familiarity with her neighbors. For instance, the most acquainted among them is Mrs. Pootafoot. She appears quite benevolent, yet upon getting to know her better, Hetty discovers that she is a charming little old lady with a youthful heart. Aside from the wrinkles on her face and a few strands of silver in her hair, in terms of mindset and agility, she embodies a girl who delights in romance and adorable things. Consequently, as Hetty grew more familiar with her, their interactions became effortlessly smooth. It even led to amusing moments where Hetty, with an air of maturity, gazed at Mrs. Pootafoot, finding her both endearing and exasperating. Next among those she frequently encounters is Madame Rosmerta, the owner of the 3 broomsticks. This lady possesses an astonishing charm. Despite being of a certain age, she invariably evokes a sense of shyness in Hetty, akin to that felt in the presence of a captivating beauty. However, she thoroughly enjoys teasing Hetty and often appears unexpectedly before her. Each time she witnesses Hetty's blush or flustered reaction, her delight is palpable. To be honest, although Hetty does not consider herself timid, she does feel somewhat intimidated by her. Following her is Old Man Zoko from Zoko's Joke Shop. Since Mrs. Pootafoot's tea shop is just down the alley from his store, Hetty occasionally finds herself passing by. He may seem somewhat taciturn, but ever since Hetty hastily fled from his shop, he has greeted her with an awkward smile whenever their paths cross. It's as if he has forgotten how to smile after a long absence from doing so. Initially, it startled Hetty, but after a few encounters, she realized he was merely attempting to greet her. Thus, she began to respond politely, which in turn seemed to uplift his spirits considerably. Just last night, Hetty received candies from Old Man Zoko, likely procured from the nearby Honeydukes, which he kept ready to bestow upon her at any moment. It truly is quite amusing to think about. Lastly, there is the somewhat familiar Ambrosius Flume, the owner of Honeydukes, who presented Hetty with a chocolate frog. He is not particularly loquacious, and his tall stature does not suggest that he would be inclined to create such delightful confections for children. Yet, the gentle aura he exudes belies this expectation. During their second meeting, he gifted Hetty some super bubblegum, but before she could express her gratitude, he retreated into his shop without a backward glance. It is said that he and his wife reside on the 2nd floor of Honeydukes, though Hetty has not yet had the fortune of meeting the lady. On the same side, the writer's retreat and the elegant attire shop, both renowned for their opulent offerings, remain places Hetty dares not to glance at yet. Initially, she was disheartened by shattered dreams, leaving her uninterested in browsing. Later, as she resolved to embrace a more fulfilling life, a sense of trepidation kept her from exploring. The inherent shopping tendencies of a princess were deeply ingrained within her. Yet she is no longer that princess, devoid of wealth to squander. Moreover, since both proprietors do not reside in Hogsmeade, she has yet to encounter them. Davies and Ban's magical equipment shop is the closest to Hetty's home. Currently, the shop is run by Ban's son, who is also Davies' nephew, a somewhat reticent middle-aged man. Hetty had seen him on her first day, but he was preoccupied with repairing an item and did not greet her immediately. After Hetty was dissuaded by the prices of the goods inside, he seemed to want to retain her as a customer, yet Hetty did not notice. Consequently, her impression of him remained superficial. As for the Hogshead Inn, Hetty's decision to refrain from entering on her first visit proved wise, for it was deserted. Following the demise of its previous owner, Aberforth Dumbledore, the establishment ceased operations. Now, Hogsmeade boasts only the 3 broomsticks as a tavern, devoid of lodging services. The desolation of Hogsmeade could very well be attributed to the closure of the Hogshead Inn and the resultant lack of accommodation. To speak candidly, wizards do not possess a strong entrepreneurial spirit. Those who persist in operating shops here do so not merely for profit. Their working hours are exceedingly flexible, dictated by their whims. Hetty, in the company of Mrs. Pootafoot, has come to deeply appreciate this reality. While it is true that a significant portion of the consumer base has returned home, Hetty still perceives the prevailing attitude. She nearly missed her appointment. Hetty must hurry to Mrs. Pootafoot's tea shop daily, as she continues her culinary studies. Just the day before, she learned to make toast and sandwiches. And yesterday, she delved into the art of stews. What new culinary adventure awaits her today? Hetty feels a twinge of excitement. Although her clothes bore some soup stains from yesterday's endeavors, Mrs. Putafoot had kindly used a cleaning charm to tidy them up. Nonetheless, Hetty still felt as if she were sullied by the remnants of broth, prompting her to seize the opportunity for her second bath since arriving. Fortunately, the firewood prepared by the old man was sufficient for her solitary use. It posed no issue. Yet, the matter of laundry vexed her. While she could forego changing her sweater, she still wished to wash her undergarments. Despite her efforts, the results were far from pristine, as she imitated the hand-washing techniques of her caretaker, who expertly tended to high-end garments. Ultimately, it was more of a psychological comfort than anything else. However, on a winter's night, having just enjoyed a refreshing bath, she lacked the resolve to tackle laundry as well, so she postponed it. Well, boiling water for washing was out of the question now. She decided it would be best to return later to tackle that task. This decision came easily to Hetty as she donned her well-worn black coat and hurried towards Mrs. Putafoot's tea shop. Perhaps due to her haste, she failed to notice that the shops along her route appeared unusually quiet. Yet, upon entering Mrs. Putafoot's tea shop, she was greeted with a delightful surprise. Happy birthday! Chapter 8. The Guests of the Birthday Party. Accompanied by the sound of poppers and the chorus of congratulations, a cascade of streamers and confetti enveloped Hetty, swirling gracefully in the air before her. Such sights were not uncommon. However, she was momentarily startled by the abruptness of the noise. It didn't take long for her to regain her composure and grasp the situation at hand. It is said that Madame Patafu had mentioned that Hetty's birthday was approaching, and it turns out that day is today. However, this thought merely flickered through her mind before she was captivated by other enchanting sights. Old Zako, and an unfamiliar gentleman, exuding an aura of elegance with his white hair and beard, stood at either end of the bar, deftly waving their wands. Within the dimly lit shop, devoid of illumination, they conjured various shapes of shimmering light, reminiscent of tiny sprites flitting through the air, leaving behind whimsical images. It was utterly dreamlike. Coupled with the strings of colorful lights adorning the ceiling and walls, which glimmered in a gentle yet vibrant display, and the swirling ribbons and confetti, such a scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Hetty involuntarily let out a soft exclamation of awe, although, in reality, her birthday party was far more exquisitely arranged, with laser lights capable of producing effects akin to those created by the two gentlemen's magic. It was akin to comparing the view through a kaleidoscope to experiencing the night sky from an exquisite stargazing location. In her father's words, it was the distinction between the mechanical striking of a wooden fish and the artistry of a musician's performance. Observing Hetty's evident delight, old Zako eagerly waved his wand again, conjuring adorable little animal-shaped orbs of light that began to dance around her with vivacity, as if truly alive, playfully engaging with her. Some splashed water onto her face with their tails, while others darted about, playing hide and seek. One fluttered to the tip of her hair, seemingly tugging at it, while another settled atop her head like a glowing, exquisite hairpin. Hetty felt overwhelmed with joy, her eyes darting about as she laughed gaily, engaging in delightful interactions with the little sprites. When the water splashed on her face, she couldn't help but touch her cheek. With the fawn that was playing hide and seek, she instinctively wanted to catch it, while she playfully swatted at the bird tugging her hair. As for the butterfly resting on her head, she couldn't resist preening before a distant mirror. Although she couldn't grasp anything tangible, the amusement she felt was undeniably profound. Unbeknownst to her, those around her perceived her pure and beautiful smile as an enchanting sight in itself. Madame Patafu, Madame Rosmorda, and several others exchanged knowing glances, their eyes crinkling in delight, clearly in high spirits. After a considerable time, Madame Rosmorda cleared her throat and stated with utmost seriousness, "All right, that's enough. Although today is our Hogsmeade party day, there are still many events left. It is time to proceed to the next segment." The elegant old gentleman promptly ceased his spell upon hearing her words, while old Zako, enchanted by Hetty's melodious laughter, appeared somewhat reluctant to stop. It was only after several pointed glares from Madame Rosmorda that he sheepishly halted his magic. Thus, Hetty emerged from her dreamlike experience, slightly embarrassed, and hurriedly approached to greet everyone. Madame Patafu, Grandpa Zako, Grandpa Flume, and Madame Flume, and Madame Rosmorda. Just call me Grandma. I am considerably older than your father. And besides, I certainly don't wish to be regarded as a generation above her, said Madame Patafu, easing Hetty's uncertainty regarding how to address Madame Rosmorda. Although Madame Rosmorda shot a disapproving glance at Madame Patafu, she did not voice her objections, allowing Hetty to graciously adopt the term Grandma. Hetty then turned her gaze to the other side. Upon doing so, she was astonished to discover that nearly everyone who frequented Hogsmeade was gathered here. To be precise, those were merely the shopkeepers. After all, aside from Hetty, The other residents of Hogsmeade who did not own shops were predominantly of advanced age, and many among the wizards rarely ventured out, making it difficult to encounter them. The young and vibrant populace, as Madame Patafu had previously lamented, had largely moved away. Thus, it was indeed accurate to say that nearly all the regulars of Hogsmeade were present here. Noticing the direction of Hetty's gaze, Madame Rosmorda swiftly comprehended the situation and seamlessly continued the conversation. These individuals are all quite busy, and I doubt the little girl has had the chance to meet them. It's all old Fleury's fault, keeping everyone cooped up at home out of fear. So, allow me to formally introduce them. This distinguished-looking gentleman, quite serious in demeanor, is Mr. Johnson, the proprietor of the literary residence. She gestured toward the elegant old gentleman who had been casting spells alongside old Zocco. Mr. Johnson appeared somewhat exasperated by Madame Rosmorda's informal introduction, yet he merely smiled and shook his head. Delighted to meet you, young Hetty, he said, extending his hand in what seemed to be the gesture of a hand kiss. Hetty was still lost in the moment when Madame Rosmorda had paused, and it dawned on her why she had inadvertently displayed so many unfamiliarities, yet no one seemed to question it. It was evidently a consequence of the old gentleman's trauma, fearing for his only relative's safety, which had rendered her estrangement appear normal. Of course, this conclusion was easily drawn, so Hetty did not linger in her thoughts for long before noticing the hand extended toward her. In response to such a formal greeting, she instinctively returned the gesture with equal seriousness. Fortunately, these were manners she had learned in reality, allowing her to respond without feeling awkward. Good day, Mr. Johnson. Thank you for your presence. It is an honor. Mr. Johnson's eyes widened in surprise momentarily, but recalling old Fleury's original status, he gained some understanding. Proceeding with the customary hand kiss, Madame Patafu, Madame Rosmorda, and the others likely shared similar thoughts, finding no issue with the interaction. Simply proud of the child they had watched grow. Ahem, that dapper gentleman beside him, flamboyantly dressed, is Mr. Jones, the manager of the elegant apparel store. Just look at you. What are you wearing? It is a veritable affront to Mr. Jones's discerning eyes. Surely, he cannot abide the presence of someone with such poor taste in Hogsmeade, can he? Madame Rosmorda's sharp wit was evident, as the others stifled laughter, both at her initial characterization of Mr. Jones and her subsequent humorous remarks. Although Hetty appreciated Madame Rosmorda's good intentions, she was also conscious of her own dignity, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. However, Mr. Jones remained composed, exhibiting not even a hint of excess emotion, and graciously extended a hand to Hetty, performing the hand kiss with gentlemanly poise. Hello, Miss Fleury. It is a pleasure to formally meet you. I have prepared a gift, which you may unwrap during the gift-giving segment. I hope you will enjoy it. Hetty smiled awkwardly, but sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa Jones, for your generosity. He was aware that the elegant apparel shop in Hogsmeade was merely a branch, and thus the manager did not equate to the owner. If the clothing was indeed a gift, it was likely purchased out of his own pocket, which explained the additional remark. Mr. Jones seemed to grasp Hed's sentiment, and his gaze softened considerably. In truth, it was not only Mr. Jones. Others also felt a deep warmth from Hed's grateful demeanor. After all, while they never expected anything in return from an orphan, a thoughtful and appreciative child correspondingly made them feel that their kindness was well worth it. Chapter 9. The Legacy of Old Welfare. Before Mrs. Rosmorda could introduce the last individual, the somewhat dull Davies, the proprietor of Band's equipment store, lumbered forward and thrust a heavy bag into Hed's arms. Everyone calls me Little Bands. You met me a few days ago. I wasn't sure what a little girl would like, so I didn't prepare a gift. This is your grandfather's technical dividend for this month. Since there are only a few days left, I brought it for you. For future dividends, will they be given directly to you at the end of the month? Or should I entrust them to Old Man Zocco for delivery? Oh, and the extra bit is a little birthday gift from me. This old uncle typically remained silent, but when he spoke, it was quite striking. Hed felt overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information and needed to process it. Technical dividend? Was it the meaning she understood? What exactly did her grandfather do? And why was it that the delivery was to be entrusted to Old Man Zocco? It sounded as though her family had an unusual connection with him. To the adults, Hed's thoughtful expression appeared as if she were momentarily stunned by the substantial sum, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Thus, Zocco kindly intervened, helping her make sense of the situation. He effortlessly lifted the bag that Hed was awkwardly holding, loosened the drawstring to peek inside, and with a slight smirk, his voice, though not melodious, was imbued with a buoyant tone. 50 galleons? Not bad. You've upheld your father's honor. Your family's magical equipment store is thriving under your management. Maintaining such an income at this time is commendable. And you've generously given at least 20 galleons as a gift. Let little Hed call you uncle. That's a fair trade. After sharing these thoughts, he glanced at Hed, as if to assure her that there was no deception involved. Little Bands, somewhat bashful, scratched the back of his head and smiled. It's not as grand as you say. The dividend this month is only about 27 galleons. Business has significantly declined. However, you all know that with that renowned alchemist lady around, it's difficult to use her husband's surname given the open-ended nature of their relationship. So I'll refer to her as such. Many alchemical items have circulated in the magical realm, so the repair business has continued to thrive. Oh, it's my first time throwing a party for little Hetty, so I rounded up the total. The onlookers chuckled warmly, seemingly understanding his actions. Yet, Hetty's eyes widened in astonishment. It was no wonder. The demeanor of these two had shattered her previous impressions. The seemingly dull little Bands was not dull at all. He was merely shy and quite refined. The taciturn and unpredictable old man Zoko was entirely different from her assumptions. He was cold on the outside but warm within, albeit somewhat awkward in his expressions. More importantly, Zoko's goodwill seemed to rival that of Mrs. Patiff. As for the aforementioned alchemist lady, He had no recollection of her. Thus, her fleeting confusion was swiftly overshadowed by the remarkable transformations of her uncles and grandfather, filling her with curiosity. Zoko appeared to misinterpret He's surprise. The peculiar curve of his smile suggested amusement. Do not fret over financial matters. Your grandfather may be somewhat muddled in his methods of care. However, he is indeed exceptional, and the wealth he left you is sufficient for your needs. Beyond little Bands, he holds technical patents for equipment testing and repair. He also possesses a 20% stake in my joke shop. So, you needn't worry about your livelihood. Simply focus on growing up joyfully. Although his voice remained unmelodic, his tone was remarkably gentle. The once strange smile that he perceived now appeared far less intimidating, radiating a comforting warmth. Her heart settled due to his words, not only because her living conditions were secured, but also because her very life held promise. After all, while the game interface appeared trivial, it starkly indicated that she had already experienced a surge of magic, even if her enthusiasm for magical studies was not fervent. Attending Hogwarts to learn magic control was imperative. Otherwise, she would become a monstrous entity of uncontrolled magic, potentially facing an untimely demise, which she wished to avoid. She had initially contemplated shamelessly borrowing money from Mrs. Patiff to purchase a wand, intending to repay through work. Prepared for hardship, she hadn't anticipated such a fortunate twist. It was akin to receiving unexpected wealth, simultaneously igniting her curiosity regarding the old gentleman from the welfare family. All right, concerning financial matters, you can discuss the specifics with little sweetheart later. Today is a party day, we ought to revel in joy. Let us proceed with the next segment. Perceiving He's contemplative expression, Mrs. Patiff seemed concerned that she might reminisce about old welfare and feel melancholic, so she promptly signaled for the next activity. Mrs. Rosmerta appeared to have the same thought, quickly responding, Indeed, since Little Bands has deviated from the usual order by presenting gifts first, let us advance the gift-giving segment. Let us bring joy to little Hetty. No one voiced any objections, and one by one, they turned towards a corner of the tea house to retrieve their gifts, or discreetly procured them from the expanded personal space. In no time, Hetty found herself encircled by adults bearing gifts. Each of them smiled sincerely, exclaiming, Happy birthday. Little Hetty, our sweet darling. Hetty felt a moment of disorientation. Such a scene was one she had only envisioned in her fantasies, leaving her momentarily unsure of how to respond. After all, in reality, while she received numerous valuable gifts each year, she had never experienced such a unified gesture. Moreover, during the gift-giving, she was often compelled to hear words she did not wish to, significantly dampening the uplifting atmosphere. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears as she struggled to maintain her composure through speech and smiles. Thank you, Mrs. Patiff, Mrs. Rosmerta, Grandpa Zoko, Grandpa Flume, and Uncle Bands. I truly appreciate it. Hetty expressed her gratitude to each person individually, even acknowledging Little Bands, who had presented her with an early gift. Her heartfelt appreciation resonated with each of them. The recipients of her thanks exchanged satisfied glances, their hearts filled with contentment. Unwrap your gifts, dear one. I hope you find joy in them, Mrs. Patifoot said with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with delight as she presented a complete set of soft pink bedding, complemented by an array of adorable trinkets. Although your Grandpa Jones may have chosen gifts of greater refinement, I believe my selections are far more heartfelt. With unwavering confidence, Mrs. Rosmerta declared, I have gifted you 10 sets of luxuriously soft and comfortable loungewear for spring and autumn, which can also serve as base layers for winter. They have considered your needs in terms of clothing and utility, so we shall bestow upon you some delectable treats, hoping you will wear a sweet smile every day. The From couple contributed a colossal box filled with an assortment of candies, their sweetest wishes accompanying the gift. The others simply smiled and handed over their presents, eagerly awaiting Hetty's reactions to the gifts. Chapter 10, Thoughtful Birthday Gifts. To be honest, Hidi felt little difference regarding the value of the gifts. However, the rarity of each present resonated with her heart, allowing her to appreciate the thoughtfulness of the givers. Wow, this stationery set prepared by Old Johnson is remarkably comprehensive. It seems young Hetty will not need to acquire additional supplies for her entire first grade, Mrs. Rosmorda observed, noticing Hidi's enthusiastic engagement as she unwrapped her gifts, punctuated by her occasional exclamations of wonder. Despite the exquisite quality of the feather quill, certainly a fine piece that could endure 3 or 4 years of use, her comments seemed to imply that next year would require another gift. Even the composed Mr. Johnson found himself bemused by the situation. Given their long-standing friendship, the assembled guests were unconcerned about any potential awkwardness between the two. They simply relished in the amusement, laughter echoing throughout the room. When Mr. Jones's gift was unveiled, it similarly elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Although everyone had a general idea of the gifts others had prepared, the actual presentation always held the power to surprise. 2 sets of elegantly coordinated women's winter outfits in a bold eagle style, albeit a size smaller, still provoked delightful reactions from several older ladies, their youthful spirits ignited. While he perceived the ensembles as somewhat vintage, their exquisite craftsmanship could not be overshadowed. The fluffy pom-poms and fur collar elements struck a chord with her, causing her to adore them even more. Mr. Jones remained remarkably composed throughout, appearing entirely unperturbed by the opinions on his taste. Uncharacteristically, Mrs. Rosmorda refrained from making any comments to further Hidi's benefit, instead encouraging her to try the outfits on without delay. Both Mrs. Patafoot and Mrs. From were equally eager to witness the live fashion show. Thus, Hidi, feeling unable to decline their enthusiasm, changed outfits twice, much to the grandmother's delight as they indulged in their dress-up game. Naturally, the grandmother's gasps of admiration were abundant, and even the older gentleman couldn't help but smile more broadly. Seeing everyone's reactions, Hidi, despite being too fatigued to revel in the joy of receiving beautiful clothing, felt that the moment was worth it. Finally, it was time for old Zoko's gift. Hidi did not deliberately save it for last, due to any special connection he might have with the From family. Rather, it was simply because the size of the package was so grand that no one could predict whether it would overshadow the others once unwrapped. Therefore, they unanimously agreed to keep it for the grand finale. Zoko, have you packed up your entire house to send to little Hetty? What could possibly be inside? This is quite extravagant. Zoko replied nonchalantly, you will know once you unwrap it. However, the pride flickering in his eyes was evident to all, prompting several stifled laughs. Hidi, her curiosity piqued, stared intently at the package. Zoko, feeling a surge of affection, noticed her lack of initiative to begin unwrapping, so he directly encouraged her. Go ahead. With a polite nod, Hidi commenced her task. After a flurry of lifting and shifting, all the items were neatly arranged before the guests. Mrs. Patafoot and the others were left speechless, while Hidi looked on in confusion. A balance scale, a crucible, various crystal vials, along with wooden bowls and carvings. Was this merely decorative? It certainly seemed so, but could it be a tad excessive? Say, Zoko, did you purchase these items according to a freshman's supply list? That seems rather dismissive. Mrs. Rosmorda's expression suggested a complex mix of emotions. Old Zoko grew flustered, unsure how to explain, his face betraying a hint of frustration. At that moment, Little Band spoke up to diffuse the tension. Look at the quality. These are all top-notch items, quite challenging to procure. Old Zoko nodded emphatically at Hidi, hoping to convey that she should not misconstrue his intentions. Hidi, however, felt no sense of dismissal. Rather, she was slightly embarrassed, for only then did she comprehend the purpose of the array of items. It must be said, connecting reality with the aspirational world is no simple task, leading her to overlook the notion of wizardry altogether. Once she realized, her interest was piqued, and she began to explore the items with enthusiasm. The sight of her engagement filled old Zoko with immense satisfaction. The others, too, felt joy on his behalf, recognizing the thoughtful effort that had gone into preparing such quality gifts. Yet, they worried that Hidi might not grasp the depth of Zoko's intentions. Thus, Mrs. Rosmorda directly articulated the need for an explanation. Little did they know that, being a muggle, Hidi was blissfully unaware of the underlying significance. This miscommunication proved to be a delightful misunderstanding. However, Zoko, once you unpack this collection, dear one, it may be quite cumbersome to transport back. Remember to lend a hand later. I certainly want to be assisting you. Noticing Hidi's earnest exploration, old Zoko began to beam with pride, while Mrs. Patafoot playfully doused his exuberance with a splash of cold water. The others watched with anticipation, eager to see his flustered expression. To their surprise, upon hearing her words, old Zoko grew even more self-satisfied. No worries, I have just crafted an expandable handbag that can accommodate everything perfectly. Wow, what a grand gesture. You've managed to create that yourself? Your skills have certainly advanced, exclaimed Mrs. Rosmorda, also considering the crucial matter at hand. The other gentleman, along with little bands, quickly identified the most likely handbag, eager to inspect it. After all, such items are rare and exquisitely priced, particularly little bands, whose interest was notably heightened. In many ways, he and old Zoko could be considered alchemists, albeit without the formal title due to their limited expertise. Stabilizing the undetectable extension charm is already quite an advanced skill, which only deepened his fascination. Of course, it has been registered. The gift for little Hetty was thoughtfully considered in this regard. Given the limited space, registration was not a cumbersome process. Old Zoko initially asserted his reliability with confidence, yet his tone shifted, revealing a hint of embarrassment and despondency as he concluded. Little Bands is arguably the most informed individual here, and thus his spirits began to wane. Was this the result of a collaboration with Old Welfare? Ultimately, you have succeeded. He had once harbored a curiosity about the spatial artifacts of this magical realm, but upon hearing that remark, she suddenly came to a realization and looked towards Old Zoko in astonishment. So, Old Welfare is a partner of Old Zoko, a fellow alchemist capable of researching spatial artifacts? Chapter 11. Is this how a birthday party should be? Hide's confusion went unanswered, as everyone's attention was captivated by Old Zoko's expansion bag. Zoko, your bag's seamless expansion charm has indeed achieved commendable stability. It feels remarkably similar to the one I ordered at great expense from the Ministry of Magic. However, as you mentioned, the space is indeed a tad small. With a capacity of 1 cubic meter, it suffices for little Hetty's school supplies. Mr. Johnson, the owner of the expansion bag, offered a candid appraisal of Old Zoko's creation, which delighted everyone, especially Hede, who was thrilled to witness her old friend's alchemical prowess and receive a gift. As for the last ill-timed remark, the others chose to overlook it, encouraging Hede to make use of the gifts while gathering the assorted items strewn about. Though Hede was eager to inquire about Old Welfare's situation, she refrained from being a party pooper, observing the jubilant atmosphere around her. Perhaps even she was unaware that, gradually, the ingrained perceptions of those around her, mere data beings, were being subtly disregarded. Despite the goodwill exhibited by everyone, which might merely be a scripted narrative, Hede found herself increasingly immersed in the moment, cherishing the experience and reciprocating with equal care and significance. In just a brief morning, she transformed from feeling somewhat awkward around everyone, save for Madame Paidfu, to an inexplicable sense of familiarity, engaging in conversation with ease. Just as little bands excitedly engaged Old Zoko in discussions about alchemical techniques, she too joined in on the amusement with the others, feigning to collect gifts while discreetly observing Old Zoko's beard quiver in exasperation. She exchanged knowing glances with several grandmothers partaking in the same antics. Apart from their height and age, there was no sense of incongruity in her integration. Old Zoko, witnessing this scene, felt a mix of irritation and amusement. Once the expansion bag was filled to capacity, he hurriedly initiated the next phase to prevent little bands from continuing his inquiries. It must be said, the limited space of the expansion bag became evident at that moment. Even when stuffed to the brim, it still couldn't accommodate all the gifts. Thus, 2 sizable yet lightweight boxes of clothing had to be left outside, requiring them to be carried by hand. This prompted a few jests from both Mrs. Rosmoda and Madame Paidfu. Old Zoko, puffing in irritation, wore an expression that conveyed a sense of pitiful grievance, reminiscent of someone being bullied by an old companion. Hede found this amusing, her melodious laughter resonating throughout the small tea house occupied by only 9 individuals. Outside, snowflakes danced in the cold air, while inside, warmth and laughter filled the space, creating a delightful contrast between 2 worlds separated by a mere window. As laughter and chatter flowed, noon arrived, seamlessly ushering in the next segment of the day's festivities. It all stemmed from that day's egg and pepper sandwich, which had inspired this delightful interaction. Everyone was eager to engage in the interesting parent-child activity that Madame Paidfu had mentioned, transforming lunch into a collective culinary lesson. In truth, the most enthusiastic participants were the several grandfathers and grandmothers who remained single for various reasons, namely Madame Paidfu, Mrs. Rosmoda, and Old Zoko. Madame Paidfu, devoted since the untimely demise of her fiancé, had never remarried, proudly claiming her identity as his wife without the formal title. Ultimately, she never entered into wedlock. Hence the community referred to her as Madame Paidfu. She was a romantic and kind-hearted woman whose initial care for Hede stemmed from sympathy and affection for children. However, as they spent time together, her fondness for Hede deepened, leading her to view the girl as the granddaughter she had longed for, making her particularly fond of such family-oriented activities. Mrs. Rosmoda, a savvy individual, navigated through various circles of wizards as a clear-minded advocate of singleness. Yet at her age, she still delighted in the company of adorable and considerate children. Initially, she merely teased Hide, but soon discovered more of her intriguing qualities, becoming increasingly curious and eager to participate. Old Zoko, while having a family, had long been consumed by the creation of humorous props, neglecting domestic life. His wife had left in disappointment, resulting in his desolation, and he remained solitary, accompanied only by his passions. His bond with Old Welfare ran deep. Initially motivated to care for a departed friend, he gradually developed a sense of affection, embracing the role of a grandparent, hoping for more opportunities to foster connections. The familiar old friends understood their sentiments, and since such activities seemed to have been absent from their lives for quite some time, they were more than willing to oblige. Thus, within Madame Paidefou's tea house, a variety of copper basins were set up to prepare today's lunch, pork pies and beef bagels. As wizards, magic was an essential element in their village. Short on copper basins, a duplication spell was at their disposal. Honestly, witnessing this scene left Hide at a loss for words. It was akin to being presented with her favorite delicacy, yet it felt like a prize for running a marathon. The longing was undeniable, yet she lacked the confidence to see it through, fearing wasted effort, leading to a profound internal conflict. Nevertheless, she resolved not to dwell on it. Lately, Hide had grown increasingly disinclined to impose difficulties upon herself. Thus, she set aside her conflicting emotions and began to learn alongside everyone under Madame Paidefou's guidance. With such an encouraging instructor, Hide found immense satisfaction in her culinary endeavors, leading to a spirited engagement. Even the teasing inquiries from the grandmothers went unnoticed as she earnestly shared her newfound knowledge. The others were thoroughly entertained by her mature demeanor. As laughter and chatter filled the air, the group savored their time together. Even as lunch approached the time for afternoon tea, their spirits remained undiminished, and they were thoroughly content. After a brief respite, preparations began for the true centerpiece of the celebration, the birthday cake. This time, there was no need for meddling hands, so everyone was unceremoniously ushered out of the kitchen, leaving only the truly skilled, Madame Paidefou and Mrs. Flume. The remaining trio of old, middle-aged, and young exchanged awkward smiles. And then they dashed outside to the entrance of the shop. Beneath the dimming sky, they built snowmen and set off fireworks. With the aid of magic, the efficiency of their snowman construction was remarkable. In no time at all, they assembled 9 snowmen, 8 large and 1 small. Hide took charge of outlining the snowmen's forms and adding decorative details. Once completed, the final results elicited admiration from all. Hide has an exceptional ability to capture the essence of character. Although the snowman lacks intricate details, one can still discern which person it represents. The group gathered around the snowman, engaging in lively discussion, felt as if they had been transported back to their youthful days. When Madame Paidefou and Madame Flume brought out the cake, they were bemused by the absence of patrons in the shop, only to be met with the amusing sight outside. As they called everyone inside, Hide held a lit sparkler, intending to place it in the snowman's hand. Upon hearing the call, she instinctively hid it behind herself, inadvertently creating another source of laughter. Seeing the others laugh, she too joined in, her smile filled with a shy delight, reminiscent of a child who, after a bout of wild play, returns to a state of reason. Speaking of a return to reason, Hide's expression became momentarily complex. After all, this was the kind of joy she had not experienced in the 17 years of her life in the real world. Is this what a birthday party is meant to be? Pure joy and affection, filled with smiles and laughter that warm the heart. With such reflections in mind, Hide, surrounded by friends, quietly expressed her gratitude to the unknown presence in the flickering candlelight. Regardless of whether it is real or illusory, I am thankful for this day. Chapter 12. The panel space opens. After the revelry, a profound sense of solitude emerged. Returning home with a face smeared with cream and hands filled with gifts, Hide leaned against the door, momentarily unable to discern whether the party had been a figment of her imagination or if it was the loneliness that felt unreal. Or perhaps if all of it was merely an illusion. Game assistant, can you log out now? Hide asked the ceiling, her tone devoid of any emotion. Yet, the empty house remained serenely quiet, allowing only her own breath to be heard. A bitter smile crossed her lips. It seemed she had little disappointment left. It was said that this was neither a good nor a bad thing. Hide sighed heavily, her feelings a convoluted web. Her gaze fell upon the clothing gift box in her hands. In the absence of surrounding laughter, memories began to stir. Her 17th birthday gift. A set of clothes from her mother. Yet, at that time, she had been utterly indifferent to opening it. In hindsight, her mother must have anticipated her surprise when she unwrapped the gift. After all, she had mentioned that the clothes were only available locally. However, the young Hide had merely thought it was something her mother had hastily purchased near the performance venue. So, did her mother truly wish to convey that the clothes had been personally chosen for her? Hide smiled wistfully, tinged with a hint of melancholy and sarcasm. Murmuring to herself, "Too bad I can't go back. Otherwise, I would truly like to ask her." But what if her answer was affirmative? The thought struck Hida, rendering her momentarily speechless. It seemed she could not even fathom how she would react, or how such a revelation might alter their relationship. Well, perhaps this was for the best. They need not concern themselves with her blemish, and she need not live in their shadow. Thus, it would be. Hida endeavored to appear unperturbed, yet her slightly reddened eyes betrayed her true feelings. "Hey, little assistant. What do you think it would take for you to return to normal?" She pondered aloud. "Forget it. It's better to speak to the game panel. At least it has a semblance." Suddenly, she exclaimed, "What is this?" Character, Hetty Wolf. Age, 10 years. Magic level, 0, 92, 100. Title, Awakener of Magic, has experienced a magical disturbance. Spell, none. Second form, none. Guardian Beast, none. Honors, none. Personal space, 1M. The personal space has been unlocked. She hadn't checked in a few days, and the golden finger had arrived? She jumped in place, expressing her delight. However, something felt amiss. The timing was rather peculiar. Glancing at her expanding handbag, Hida narrowed her eyes, sensing she had uncovered the truth. So, was the game designer meticulous enough to require a physical space as a cover for unlocking? How intriguing. Hida let out a sardonic chuckle, yet excitement bubbled within her. After all, change is always delightful. Moreover, this was a genuine personal space, accessible only to her, rather than a handbag that anyone could rummage through. Clearing her throat, she chuckled at herself for having clung to the handbag so tightly, as if it were a precious flower. Realizing this, she promptly dusted off the expanding handbag. "Little Black, I'm not rejecting you. You are quite remarkable." Unfortunately, Little Black lacked a mouth, or it would have surely scolded her for being such a fickle girl. Engaged in her own musings, Hida soon set aside the grandfather's rather masculine black handbag and began testing the spatial features of the game panel. She neatly placed her 2 golden galleons, 20 silver sickles, and 8 bronze nuts into the pouch provided by the game. In an instant, her financial status transformed from poverty to a modest surplus, filling her with delight. Now she could afford a wand. How splendid! With a mixture of nerves, she accessed the panel and deposited her 52 galleons, 20 sickles, and 8 nuts. Then, a page-turning icon appeared on the game panel. As she opened it, a 3-dimensional space illuminated before her. Hida gently touched it, causing the space to rotate slightly. She instantly grasped how to navigate it, delicately manipulating the 3-dimensional space. In a corner lay the money pouch she had just stored, appearing as if it had been proportionately shrunk. Gazing at the pouch, Hida thought of retrieving it, and in the next moment, it materialized in her hand. She repeated the process several times, thoroughly enjoying herself. When she attempted to store Little Black, she quickly realized it was not possible. It dawned on her that using the handbag as a cover would be unreasonable if she were to stow it away. Observing the panel indicating a personal space of 1 cubic meter, she comprehended its implications. For the time being, upgrading was out of the question. From Mr. Johnson's remarks today, it was clear that expansion items were far from inexpensive. Storing an entire Forbidden Forest's worth of materials was utterly impossible. Ahem, lacking such ambition, she merely made a figurative comparison, smirking nervously. It seemed more prudent to use the space as a safe, ideal for storing valuable items that do not occupy much space. Hida felt little disappointment and quickly began to enthusiastically organize her belongings. The hour was still early, and she had plenty of time. After all, most of the attendees at the party were older and had no intention of staying out late. Thus, after enjoying the cake and playfully smearing Hida's face with cream, they departed, satisfied with the evening. Hida returned home, feeling a pang of solitude, while the older folks likely felt a bit weary. Fortunately, they could rest, while Hida could indulge in her own whims, feeling melancholic, and then cheer herself up again. Wait, damn it, there are clothes that need washing. Gazing at the 10 sets of new loungewear she had just received, Hida momentarily contemplated tossing the old clothes directly into the bin. However, now that she is in charge of her own household and faced with the pressing issue of survival, Hida swiftly relinquished her extravagant notions. Alas, it seems she must resolutely return to the humble task of washing clothes. Oh, how I yearn for the day when I can devise a method to earn money and finally purchase a washing machine. With a reluctant cry of despair, Hida dashed into the bathroom, transforming into a valiant warrior of laundry. What a splendid day it is. Chapter 13. Hida's Cognitive Missteps. Good morning, Uncle Bans. She greeted cheerily. Good morning, little Hetty. You appear rather lackluster today. Wasn't the party over quite early yesterday? Is there trouble at home? Do you require assistance? Bearing a pair of lifeless eyes and walking somewhat groggily toward Madame Patif's tea house, Hida encountered the jovial Uncle Bans as he opened his shop. Upon hearing his deep, concerned voice, a flicker of warmth surged within her, prompting a sheepish smile as she explained, Oh no, no. It's just that I have a mountain of clothes left unwashed at home, so I returned to tackle that task. Uncle Bands chuckled heartily, the teasing evident in his tone. Ah, well, without magic, it certainly can be a hassle. Once you learn some spells, household chores will become exceedingly simple. The spell for tidying up is quite practical. You must learn it swiftly, lest you endure such labor. Indeed, the previous day's gathering had significantly fostered neighborly relations. Uncle Bands, now able to pause his busy routine, exchanged playful banter with Hd. Naturally, she did not take offense at his light-hearted jest. However, she couldn't help but mentally scoff. Even if she mastered the spell for tidying, laundry would remain her burden. Removing stains is useful, yet you simply do not understand the mindset of a muggle. For intimate garments, not washing them feels profoundly uncomfortable. Sigh. Yet, the tidying spell is genuinely a boon for the lazy, but it is not as though one can simply learn it at will. Having never been exposed to magic and harboring certain insecurities, Hd found herself lacking confidence. However, her pride prevented her from revealing such vulnerability, and she could only sigh helplessly. Yet, with more than half a year until school begins, it seems she will have to endure washing clothes for quite some time. Actually, you'll be attending Hogwarts in the latter half of the year, so beginning to learn magic now wouldn't pose any issues, Uncle Bands mused thoughtfully. Just as Hd prepared to remind him of her lack of a wand, he added, Old Man Welfare's wand should be at home. You can practice with it for now. However, I have numerous repair orders to complete, so I may be quite busy and unable to teach you. You should inquire with Old Man Zoko and see if he has the time. Hd paused, not out of surprise at the proposed solution, but because she suddenly realized that her perceptions regarding her origin point were fundamentally flawed. If she were to confess that, thus far, in the Welfare household, she had only ventured into her own bedroom and the shared areas like the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, never having entered other rooms, would anyone believe her? It's akin to gaming. Many locations remain inaccessible to players. In a house, perhaps only the commonly frequented areas contain any content, while others are merely air walls or require permission to enter, making them either off-limits or not easily accessible. This understanding seems deeply ingrained. Thus, despite her time here, Hd had never considered exploring other rooms, let alone seeing Old Man Welfare's wand. Of course, she could not articulate this to Uncle Bands. So upon regaining her composure, she awkwardly nodded, expressing her intention to inquire with others later. Uncle Bands, trusting her, soon concluded their morning exchange, and they went about their respective tasks. With a newfound curiosity about exploring her origin point, Hd continued on her way to Madame Patif's tea house. Her mind adrift. Along the path, she encountered Mr. Jones, also preparing to open his shop, and they exchanged warm greetings as was customary. Clad in a gift from Mr. Jones, Hd took the opportunity to express her gratitude once more, bringing a delightful smile to the gentleman's face. It seemed that overnight, the streets of Hogsmeade had transformed from being just another ordinary place into a warm and welcoming home. Reflecting on this, Hd felt a sense of tranquility wash over her, rendering her earlier preoccupations trivial. Tidying her own space and searching for her grandfather's wand seemed like a perfectly natural endeavor. Oh, my dear, I truly apologize. I forgot to mention yesterday that the tea house has been booked for a tea party today, so I'm afraid I won't be able to teach you cooking. As she entered the pathway to Madame Patif's tea house, Hd spotted Madame Patif anxiously waiting at the door. Concerned that something might have happened, she hurried over, only to exhale in relief upon discovering the situation was less dire than she feared. It's quite all right, Madame Patif. You needn't worry. Your assistance to me has already been more than sufficient, and I am immensely grateful. As long as you are well, I feel reassured. Honestly, I believe I have learned enough recipes from you to sustain myself, so there is no need for me to trouble you daily. In the future, if you ever feel inclined to try new dishes, do invite me to lend a hand. It would be mutually beneficial. Hid's thoughtful yet playful words brought warmth to Madame Patif's heart, and she understood the reason behind Hid's earlier rush. Her affection and gratitude unmistakable in her gaze. All right. If I have delicious treats, you will certainly be included. Hd blushed shyly, fully aware of her penchant for mooching food. By the way, Madame Patif, is there anything I can assist you with? While I may not be able to manage anything too complex, I can certainly run errands. Hearing this, Madame Patif replied, Well, I actually do have a favor to ask. It seems I may be a bit short on fruit. Could you please swing by 3 broomsticks and ask Rosmorda for some lemons and cherries? Of course. I'll go right away. As Hd ran errands in Hogsmeade, she felt a delightful sense of contributing to the household, akin to helping adults with chores. It was effortless and fulfilling. By the time she returned with the fruit, Madame Patif had nearly completed her preparations, rendering further assistance unnecessary. With 2 plates of desserts and a well-deserved break notification in hand, she eagerly sought someone to share them with. However, as she made her way back, She discovered that Hogsmeade seemed to be bustling with activity, likely due to the gathering, with various shops welcoming a modest yet precious influx of customers. To avoid impeding anyone's earnings, Hedi decided to indulge in the sweets alone. With a sweet smile, she bounced along, her fluffy attire making her look exceedingly adorable, attracting the attention of many as she made her way home. Recognized or not, anyone who beholds such a splendid scene would inevitably smile. The venerable Zoko from the joke shop felt the same way. He lamented internally that with guests today, he would likely have no time for an earnest conversation with little Hedi. Yet, upon further reflection, he thought that earning a bit more money for Hedi's increased share of the profits was indeed commendable. Thus, the frown that had marred his face gradually dissolved into tranquility. Chapter 14. Exploring the welfare mansion. Having finished her dessert, Hedi found her schedule for the day, at least for the moment, entirely vacant. In high spirits, she surveyed the welfare residence, which, despite its simplistic and arguably austere furnishings, was impeccably tidy and undamaged. Igniting her curiosity for exploration. Seizing the day, she reasoned that even if it was not for the purpose of practicing magic, she ought to have a thorough understanding of her own home. As the sole proprietor of the household, she needed no one's permission to enter any room, allowing her to stride in confidently. Should she encounter an invisible barrier, it would merely signify the discovery of a supposed bug in this immersive game, possibly even garnering the attention of the program. With these thoughts firmly in mind, Hedi hesitated no longer, dried her hands after cleaning the dishes, and ventured into the nearest room adjacent to the kitchen. On the first floor of the welfare residence, the layout adhered to a conventional symmetrical design. The main entrance and staircase were centrally located. Upon entry, one could immediately gaze upon the staircase leading to the second floor. To the left and right were two arched doorways. The left led to a corridor towards the kitchen, while the right opened into a spacious room that combined the living and dining areas. Thus, the kitchen side contained two rooms. Closest to the entrance was the kitchen, and the room nearer to the interior was Hedi's first target for exploration. Approaching the door, Hedi inhaled deeply, feeling an inexplicable surge of nervousness. After preparing herself mentally, she cautiously twisted the slightly loose doorknob. The creaking sound, though anticipated, startled her nonetheless. Such noises were a rarity in real life, more reminiscent of a horror film than everyday existence. However, upon opening the door, there was nothing particularly terrifying within. The room was well lit, with windows both in front and to the right, revealing that it was a storage space filled with wooden shelves lining the walls. Various idle household items, carpentry tools, and gardening implements were stored here. Hedi felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing she was unaware of these items' existence. During her time assisting Madame Patafu with gardening, she had even requested a small hoe from her, which now rested in the corner of the corridor between the kitchen and the main entrance. After exploring the storage room and noting the tools within, Hedi prepared to shut the door and continue her exploration elsewhere. Directly opposite the storage room was a rather spacious bathroom, situated behind the staircase and between the storage room and dining area. The bathroom door faced the back of the staircase, making it easy for Hedi to spot an old-fashioned latch door behind the staircase. If her guess was correct, it would likely be the entrance to the cellar. Fortunately, the cellar's light seemed to be situated right next to the door. Otherwise, Hedi would not have had the courage to venture down alone. It was noteworthy that the elderly Mr. Welfare was not a stubborn traditionalist. After the electrification of Hogsmeade, he had ensured that his home was equipped with electricity. Although the lighting was the oldest style, a single bulb suspended from a wire, it nonetheless provided significant convenience. Otherwise, Hedi would have lacked the audacity to explore with only a kerosene lamp for illumination. She recalled her initial complaints about the dimness of the light when Madame Patafu visited, only to be enlightened by her that many households in Hogsmeade were still without power. Thus, she could only marvel at Mr. Welfare's wise foresight. This realization also prompted Hedi to contemplate the necessity of a washing machine while doing laundry yesterday. After all, it was 1917. While it could not compare to the era she would eventually inhabit, where most household chores were managed by smart appliances or robots, at least a semi-automatic washing machine was feasible with electricity. Drifting from her thoughts, Hedi pressed the old-fashioned light switch, observing a faint glow emanating from the space beneath the stairs. She then unlatched the door, turning the handle to pull it open. Inside, it was indeed dark, but the old pendant light in the cellar still functioned well enough to illuminate her surroundings. Descending the staircase and stepping into the expansive cellar, she beheld a well-preserved bounty of potatoes, corn, onions, and tomatoes, appearing even fresher than those she had harvested a few days prior. There was no need for questions. It was clear that Mr. Welfare had arranged a magical array here. After yesterday's confirmation of his remarkable abilities, Hedi felt a sense of intrigue. The cellar's walls were lined with shelves, bearing several baskets of eggs, though she could not ascertain whether they were chicken or duck eggs. Below them were large burlap sacks filled with rice and flour. Near the staircase hung several hams made from hind legs of meat, and there were also several sealed jars containing marinated beef. Curiosity piqued, Hetty opened one of the jars, and upon discovering it was marinated beef, she finally understood the significance of Madame Patafou's suggestion to make bagels. Clearly, this was the marinated beef she had helped prepare, indicating that her household was well stocked with such provisions. After taking in the scene, Hetty exhaled deeply, a strange sense of unease washing over her. It was evident that these supplies had been prepared for the winter by Mr. Welfare for the two of them. The good news was that she need not worry about food or survival for the upcoming months. However, the bad news was not truly bad. It merely conjured unsettling associations. If this were a game, would the details be this meticulous? The confidence she had initially felt due to the game panel's open space began to waver. Hetty dared not dwell on these thoughts, turning back to the staircase and returning to the first floor. She turned off the light and closed the door, steadying her nerves. Without attending to the leftover ingredients in the kitchen, she resolved to ascend to the second floor for a thorough exploration. The second floor also displayed a symmetrical layout, but above the main entrance, there was an additional room, creating a circular appearance. Hetty's room was located at the right side of the staircase, so she intended to explore clockwise from her room, starting from the right. However, she was taken aback when she opened the door next to her, expecting it to be Mr. Welfare's room, only to find it was her parents' chamber. The room was furnished appropriately, containing all the necessary furniture, a wardrobe, a desk, a vanity, and so forth. Yet, it was precisely this normalcy that rendered it somewhat unsettling. After all, just a wall away, Hetty's own room was starkly devoid of furniture, save for a bed and a bedside table. This stark contrast led her to briefly entertain the notion that perhaps the family was too impoverished to afford more furnishings. It was also the reason she was so astonished to hear of Mr. Welfare's substantial profit shares. However, such matters are of little consequence, for he has already begun to surmise the underlying reasons. What captured her attention was a moving photo frame perched upon the bedside table. Chapter 15, The Treasure of the Welfare Family. Within the frame was an image of a pair of parents tenderly kissing their swaddled child, set against the backdrop of the pyramids. As it was an animated image, one could almost perceive the swirling sands that danced around them. Hedi found herself gaining an inkling of the emotions Harry must have felt upon receiving his own family portrait. Although the circumstances were entirely different, and rationality dictated that the individuals depicted bore no relation to her, she was inexplicably overtaken by a swell of emotion, a bittersweet ache that arose unbidden. This was a sentiment belonging to Hetty. Hedi was unsure if it stemmed from her ability to empathize or was simply an instinctual reaction of her body. Regardless of its origin, it left her feeling somewhat flustered, prompting her to flee the room in a state of disarray. Leaning against the closed door for a considerable time, she managed to momentarily digest the pang of discomfort that had overwhelmed her. Onward she resolved, urging herself to live fully, carrying forth Hetty's legacy. With a fortified mindset, Hedi revitalized her spirits and continued her exploratory journey. Next, she approached the room adjacent to Hetty's parents' chamber. Situated directly above the main entrance and the staircase on the second floor, directly opposite the stairway, Hedi twisted the doorknob, only to discover it would not yield. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind, pondering whether the ancient lock had simply become jammed, leading her to exert more force. Unbeknownst to her, as she pressed harder, the lock emitted a faint, ethereal glow. Suddenly, she felt a sharp prick at her fingertip, akin to a splinter, causing her to instinctively release her grip. In that very moment, the door creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. Hedi barely had time to glimpse the minuscule puncture on her finger before she was entranced by the sight behind the door, a veritable sea of books. Standing at the threshold, Hedi surveyed the room, listening intently for any sounds, her intuition warning her that this space was far from ordinary. What she did not realize was that due to the tiny wound on her fingertip, all the mechanisms within had been disarmed. Thus, despite having waited for what felt like an eternity, even when she pushed the door wide open, the room remained eerily silent. Well, while it is true that books in the wizarding world equate to wealth, it seemed reasonable that the old gentleman would not have taken precautions within his own home. With that rationalization, Hedi stepped cautiously into the room, her demeanor tinged with trepidation. It was evident that this was a study. The space was modest, reminiscent of a storage room, save for a desk positioned beneath the window above the door. The remaining walls were lined with towering bookshelves reaching the ceiling. Unlike the storage room that housed tools and odds and ends, this one was brimming with books. Imagining that the old gentleman had perused all these volumes, Hedi felt a surge of respect for him. Considering her current ignorance of magic and her lack of genius, she resisted the temptation to delve into the tomes, fearing that aimless reading might lead her astray. Thus, after a cursory glance at the titles, she resolutely withdrew, prioritizing the understanding of her own family's situation. Indeed, surprises akin to this study were most welcome. Contemplating the value of the books within, not merely in terms of monetary worth, even Hee, who harbored a slight aversion to study, felt a flutter of excitement in her heart. Onward she ventured, invigorated, arriving at the entrance of the room directly opposite Hetty's parents' chamber. Just as she reached for the doorknob, she hesitated, taking a moment to scan for any hidden traps before finally turning the knob. This room was also a bedroom, albeit larger than the two opposite it, undoubtedly the quarters of the welfare patriarch. As this realization washed over her, Hee's emotions became a delicate tapestry of nostalgia and sorrow. The familiar pang returned, prompting her to take a deep breath and desperately redirect her focus to stave off the intensity of her feelings. Although the room was adequately furnished, it lacked the warmth and intimacy found in Hetty's parents' space, instead exuding a certain chill. Apart from an old portrait of a couple hanging on the wall behind the bed, there was a conspicuous absence of personal artifacts, lending the atmosphere an air of desolation. It felt as though this was merely a place for slumber, clean, empty, and devoid of life. If it were a guest room, such a state would be acceptable. But as the master's quarters, it felt rather forlorn, perhaps a reflection of inner desolation. He sighed inwardly, reluctant to linger. Spotting a wand resting upon a cabinet by the door, she reached for it, intending to leave. But a fleeting glance caught her eye. A section of the ceiling above the bed appeared to be rotting. Thinking it prudent to address any potential repairs, she approached for a closer inspection. Upon examination, however, she noted something peculiar. The edges were unnaturally neat, as if a lid had not been properly secured, creating a gap. Her heart raced with excitement, and upon further scrutiny, she surmised that the size of the opening resembled a deliberately crafted entrance. Scanning the room for any semblance of a ladder, she found none. Just as doubt began to creep in, her gaze was drawn to a section of the bedpost that bore unusual wear. Instinctively, she twisted it, and to her astonishment, it turned with a click. The ensuing sound was a cacophony of shifting mechanisms. For a moment, Hee stood bewildered, but as realization dawned upon her, she listened intently to discern the source of the noise. Before she could fully comprehend, a feather floated down from the opening above. Hee began to understand why the aperture had not been sealed earlier. Now fully ajar, the opening revealed a double ceiling, or rather, the floor of the room above. Curiosity piqued at the hollow appearance of the floorboards. She watched as a wooden ladder emerged from the void, perfectly angled to rest against the wall to her left. Cool. At that moment, Hee could only describe her reaction as one of stunned amazement. Once she acclimated to this wondrous sight, exhilaration surged within her. Testing the stability of the ladder and confirming its safety, she hastily climbed upward. The space within was far more expansive than she had anticipated, resembling the interior of a grand tent. Technically, much of it was part of the roof. The height was uneven, and at its apex, a large furnace was situated. 3 windows adorned the front and back, arranged in a triangular pattern. Though not particularly large, they allowed ample light to pour in. Peering through the window, Hee's mind raced as she connected this room to the position of the windows she had always assumed were mere decorations in the center of the house. Chapter 16. Embracing life after letting go. Hee had always believed there were only 2 floors, but was now astonished to discover there were 3. The sensation was indescribable, a delightful surprise, perhaps even more profound than that of the study. There exists a peculiar and intriguing allure to having a hidden chamber within one's home. Observing the items and decor within the room, one can reasonably deduce that this is indeed the workshop of the venerable benefactor. The ever-present wooden shelves make their appearance here as well. However, rather than housing books and tools, they are filled with an assortment of bizarre materials, stones, feathers, desiccated plants, and even hair and liquids. It can truly be said that this is the realm of a wizard. Hee scrutinized the labels above, her facial features contorted with distaste. Her disdain was palpable. At least at this moment, she felt utterly incapable of inheriting the old gentleman's legacy. Devoid of any aspirations to discover his alchemical notes and realize her fanciful dreams of surpassing him. After a cursory glance at the contents and arrangement of the items, she swiftly descended from the attic chamber. Upon returning to the benefactor's room, she twisted the bedpost in the opposite direction. Indeed, the wooden ladder returned to its original position. The gap seamlessly sealed. This time, there were no feathers obstructing her. The closure was so precise that, were it not for prior knowledge of its existence, one would never suspect a thing. Hee even took a moment to inspect closely, noticing that all 4 bedposts bore similar wear marks. It appeared that the benefactor's oversight was merely a result of an unfortunate mishap. Picking up a feather from the ground, she hastily exited. At this point, her urge to explore had been sufficiently satiated. Yet, there remained one final room. It seemed remiss not to investigate it thoroughly. Thus, she decisively turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Upon witnessing the interior, Hidee's expression grew somewhat complicated. Indeed, it was a restroom. All her recent treks up and down had merely been a roundabout way to reach it. The restroom was conveniently located directly opposite her. One could only feel exasperated. Dashing into the restroom, she splashed cold water on her face, suppressing the agitation within her, and gazed at her reflection in the mirror, revealing a bittersweet smile. A soft sigh escaped her lips. Of course, this had little to do with the detour. She rationalized it as a means of physical exercise. Her irritability stemmed more from the absence of any invisible barriers or game prompts requiring permission for entry. In summary, aside from the game interface, she could discern no traces of the game itself. Thus, the current situation left her quite bewildered. Well, if I cannot return, then so be it. I shall relinquish all hope, as if I ever cherished the idea of going back. Pretending to be strong, Hidee wiped the tears and water from her face while defiantly addressing her reflection. You think I care about returning? Yet, the moment she turned off the water, her spirit sagged once more. She strode into her own room across the hall, collapsed onto her bed, closed her eyes, and forced herself to sleep. Eventually, after countless tosses and turns, she successfully drifted off. When she awoke again, it was to complete darkness. Turning on the light, she descended the stairs and glanced at the clock. It was already 7 p.m. Fortunately, during winter, dusk arrives early, and this was just the time for dinner. Hidee entered the kitchen and, with an air of nonchalance, prepared herself a simple egg sandwich. Halfway through, she recalled the abundance of ingredients in the cellar, realizing she could have certainly enjoyed a more sumptuous meal. A dinner fit for the Dragon Kingdom was entirely within her capabilities. However, having begun, she deemed it unnecessary to waste her efforts. She gathered the slightly wilted ingredients and stored them in the cellar, then retrieved some marinated meat and fresh corn. After slicing and frying the marinated meat and cooking the corn kernels, she combined them with mayonnaise, creating a gourmet sandwich. This dinner was equally satisfying. Of course, it would have been even better with milk or juice. She resolved to thoroughly explore the cellar the next day to ascertain the variety of available ingredients. Now that she had methods for preservation, if anything was lacking, she could simply request it during the next procurement. After all, since she could not return, living here was still living. What mattered was that she must not deprive herself. With a fortune of 52 golden galleons, Hidee felt quite confident. Aside from setting aside funds for a wand and school robes, she had managed to gather nearly everything else. Her eyes were sharp. The books in the study contained numerous Hogwarts textbooks that she recognized from her memory. It was only natural. There were at least 2 wizards in the family who had studied at Hogwarts, so it was unsurprising that some textbooks remained. Having pondered over these matters, Hidee felt a sense of planning for the future. Her spirits significantly lifted. The thought of future culinary delights brightened her mood further, and she chewed happily. Truth be told, she possessed a certain innate talent for cooking. Although she had only trained under Mrs. Pootafoot for a few days and learned a handful of dishes, culinary skills often translate well if one understands the cooking times for common ingredients and can season properly. While the results may not always be exquisite, they will at least be palatable. Moreover, Hidee's background was not that of an overly sheltered 11-year-old girl merely surviving under the benefactor's protection. Rather, she was a 17-year-old girl raised in a gastronomic haven, having savored delicacies from around the world. Thus, after acquiring the ability to cook, she naturally brimmed with creativity, her mind expanding with new recipes through her own experimentation. Regrettably, the spices here were somewhat lacking. Otherwise, she could conjure a multitude of pork dishes from memory. Oh, with this thought, an idea struck her. Why must she wait for someone else to procure ingredients? Could she not venture to a Muggle supermarket herself? Tomorrow, she would inquire with Mrs. Pootafoot to see if she might be allowed a trip. The mere thought excited her. She longed for dawn to arrive so she could explore what a 2017 British supermarket looked like. However, she quickly reconsidered. Hetty was just a girl who had never ventured beyond her village and would undoubtedly be unfamiliar with the outside world. If she inadvertently revealed her true identity and Mrs. Pootafoot or others recognized her, it would be quite difficult to explain. Furthermore, fabricating a story was exhausting, and she did not wish to deceive those who had shown her kindness. Perhaps it was better to seek another opportunity. After all, once she attended Hogwarts, she could take the Hogwarts Express during a holiday and visit the outside world then. Although her excitement waned, it did not lead to much disappointment. Having devised a plan, she calmly proceeded to wash the dishes. Afterward, she took her toiletries to the second-floor restroom. Once she had completed her evening routine, she returned to the study, selecting a book on the history of magic to read as a bedtime story. Resting her head on the benefactor's wand, enveloped by the captivating tales of the magical realm, she eventually drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 17. That night, the lights of Hogsmeade seemed particularly bright. Perhaps it was the absence of urgency to rise early for her lessons with Mrs. Pootafoot, allowing Hede the rare luxury of a leisurely sleep. Awakening naturally was indeed one of life's great pleasures. Yet, upon rising, she found herself unable to see the time, needing to descend the stairs for that, which felt rather inconvenient. She resolved that she must procure a small alarm clock. While the jarring sound of an alarm could be irritating, the inability to keep track of time was even more distressing. As long as it was only set for when she had no pressing matters, it would be fine. Gazing at the desolate bedroom, Hede experienced a fleeting moment of ambition, yearning to meticulously arrange her surroundings and create a personal haven. However, the thought of the gallant expenses required for such an endeavor swiftly extinguished the fervor in her heart. Very well, no need to rush. One must proceed gradually, acquiring items piece by piece. For a good life requires careful planning. The alarm clock served merely as a starting point. She was resolute that one day she would surely lead the comfortable, carefree existence she longed for. After invigorating herself with this resolve, Hede officially commenced her new day. After freshening up in the adjacent washroom and descending the stairs, she glanced at the antique clock, which read 10:25. Perfect, I can skip breakfast and prepare lunch directly. She steamed some rice and hastily concocted a dish of braised meat with onions and radishes. It would be a misconception to assume her intentions were rooted in convenience. Rather, it was the only feasible solution given her kitchen utensils remained in a semi-automatic state, devoid of even a rice cooker. She had no knowledge of the precise timing or heat required for cooking rice. If she were to rely on boiling alone, the outcome would likely be either undercooked or burnt, neither palatable. She was amenable to using firewood or charcoal for heating, especially since the benevolent elder had ingeniously crafted a functional stove. By simply adding fuel and twisting a switch, she could activate the device, which functioned similarly to a gas stove. Immediate ignition and cessation, quite efficient indeed, leaving Hede little room for complaint. Yet, the absence of a rice cooker truly vexed her. The inhabitants of Eagle Country did not consume rice in abundance, resulting in the household's rice being primarily reserved for porridge. However, she was different. While not particularly picky, she undeniably favored the culinary delights of the Dragon Country. Living alone henceforth, she would inevitably crave Dragon Country cuisine, and without rice to accompany it, how could she possibly manage? At that moment, she longed intensely for a rice cooker. Nothing extravagant, merely a mechanical one capable of automatically switching off. In this era, most ingredients were still relatively natural, their flavors far surpassing the synthesized foods that dominated Hede's previous time. Imagining the vibrant, fresh vegetables from her garden transforming into a delightful stir-fry made her mouth water. Alas, she was merely missing a bowl of perfect rice. Whether this state of affairs was fortunate or unfortunate, she did not dwell on it for long. Acquiring a rice cooker was not suitable for the shopping list, and she would have to devise a solution herself, which would not be feasible in the short term. The current method for cooking rice, though cumbersome, was still passably adequate. Even if it took an inordinate amount of time to produce a bowl of thoroughly cooked soft rice, it was better than nothing. She then prepared a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. With 2 dishes and a bowl of rice, her meal felt satisfactory. In the afternoon, in accordance with the plans laid out the previous day, she meticulously cataloged the ingredients in the cellar. This endeavor not only provided clarity but also offered direction for the upcoming shopping at the beginning of the month. However, after concluding her inventory, Hede let out a deep sigh, once again at a loss for words regarding the elder's parenting style. Upon a cursory glance yesterday, she had not perceived the issue, but upon closer inspection today, she discovered the absence of small-boned poultry such as chickens and ducks, as well as bony fish. Perhaps the newly arrived Hede would have thought this family simply did not enjoy such fare. Yet, as her understanding of the welfare household deepened, she could no longer maintain such naivety. It seemed the elder's reaction to stress was indeed significant. While reflecting on this, she continued to add these items to her shopping list without pause. After completing her list, she felt it necessary to add a somewhat superfluous remark to the ceiling. "Fear not, I shall not choke." With the ingredients and shopping list organized, she retrieved a red apple from an unopened wooden barrel and pondered her dinner menu. She felt a craving for buns, but evidently lacked the means or knowledge to fulfill that desire. The process of dough rising would be a direct failure. How about meat-stuffed flatbread instead? She mused, though the bread itself was no simple task either. Ultimately, she settled on making pastries, taking a basket with a small bag of flour, a large chunk of frozen meat, several onions, and a few fresh corns, and set off with determination. There was still ample time, allowing her to take her time. By the time she had crafted a pastry the size of her palm and cooked them all thoroughly, it was only just past 6. Sampling one, she found it quite delectable. She rummaged through the cabinet for some oil paper, portioning the pastries into 9 pieces, reserving one for herself. After a moment's thought, she packed the remaining 7 as takeout for Mr. and Mrs. Fromm, who comprised a family unit. Just in time for dinner, She set off to deliver the meals to her grandparents. Dressed warmly in her outerwear, boots, gloves, and hat, she excitedly stepped outside. The sound of knocking on doors, along with surprised or delighted voices, soon echoed throughout Hogsmeade. Some, taken aback, watched as the young girl dashed away, helpless yet fondly holding the pastries, warmth blossoming in their hearts. Others, either having anticipated this or prepared in advance, swiftly placed some treats into her basket, perhaps items they had intended for her all along. This caused the young girl to widen her eyes and emit a charming gasp, evoking both affection and laughter. Despite being blanketed in snow and the cold solitude of Hogsmeade, the atmosphere now radiated warmth and tranquility, infused with the essence of human connection. Each recipient of the pastries, savoring the perhaps slightly cooled delicacies, wore a gentle smile. The warmth felt by Johnson and Jones, who needed to finish their accounts before heading home for supper, was perhaps even more profound. As he had hurriedly delivered meals to them first, worried they would be pressed for time. After navigating the streets and delivering all the pastries, Hedy found herself in a light sweat. Exiting the alley where Mrs. Patiff's tea house was located, she approached the main road, preparing to head home when Mr. Zoko, who had been observing her from the window, quickly turned to the door and called out to her. "Little Heidi, come see me tomorrow morning. I have something to discuss with you." "Oh, all right," she replied, almost thinking Mr. Zoko had summoned her for an urgent matter, halting her steps and responding obediently and audibly. Mr. Zoko tugged at the corners of his mouth, gazing at the dim streetlights in the distance, and pointed his wand at them. The lights flickered to life, causing Hedy to pause momentarily before beaming a broad smile back at Mr. Zoko. Without the need for words, she continued on her brisk journey home. That night, the lights of Hogsmeade seemed to shine particularly brightly. Chapter 18, The Merchant Matthew. Today's task is to submit the shopping list for the beginning of the month to Mrs. Romesta. Milk, poultry, fish, and meats have all been accounted for, as well as seasonings. Oranges and bananas are included, which will surely create a delightful juice when combined with apples. Perhaps I should add 10 pounds of grapes as well. After all, with the magical cellar, they won't spoil easily and can be enjoyed over time. I almost forgot the alarm clock. Let us see. It should not exceed 20 gallows, around 8 or 900 dragon coins. I'll reserve about 10 gallows for emergencies, leaving the rest untouched for purchasing a wand and school uniform. Perfect. Oh, and after this, I must pay a visit to Mr. Zoko. I suspect it concerns grandfather. I wonder how long it will take, but I must check the garden if I have time in the afternoon. Though Granny Patifu mentioned that this weather could sustain the land for several days with just a single care. As the melting snow water flows through the magical array to slightly warm up and replenish the earth, my entire vegetable supply depends on it. So I cannot afford to be careless. As for the consumption of the magical array, I am not well versed in it, and do not know who is currently maintaining it, nor to whom I should direct my payments. Perhaps I should ask Grandpa Zoko later. With my mind occupied, Hedy, who has resumed a normal routine, got up in the morning, tidied herself, and heated the leftover pie from yesterday in a frying pan. She then prepared a bowl of light tomato and egg soup, savoring her breakfast with delight. While enjoying her meal, her mind remained active, planning her itinerary for the day. Although these were trivial matters, it was evident from Hedy's relaxed expression that she relished this leisurely fulfillment. When comparing this life, where she must meticulously budget yet still does not deprive herself, to a previous existence overshadowed by immense pressure despite having unlimited pocket money, the current state feels akin to living in paradise. Being not an orphan without any financial source has undoubtedly alleviated her sense of urgency and anxiety. She reflected once more on the blessings bestowed by the benevolent old man. What she initially perceived as a dreadful beginning has turned into a source of joy. One might say she is easily content, adaptable. Or perhaps it is true that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. In any case, whether in a game or in a different world, since she has assumed the identity of someone else's granddaughter and benefited from their kindness, she ought to fulfill her obligations. With this thought in mind, Hedy hastily finished her remaining breakfast, scarcely having time to tidy up the plates, before stepping out with a shopping list in hand. She wished to complete her tasks promptly so she could inquire about the specific situation of the benevolent old man and see how she could assist him. As it was the end of the month, the foot traffic in Hogsmeade seemed significantly busier today. There were wizards rewarding themselves for a month of hard work, families of wizards enjoying a day out, merchants settling their monthly supplies, and suppliers arranging services for the upcoming month. The merchants Hedy sought were precisely the latter. Compared to those who ordered through the owl post at any time, these monthly merchants offered better deals. Hedy was previously unaware of this distinction, and Madame Patifu had not specifically mentioned it to her. After all, from Madame Patifu's perspective, if Hedy needed something, she would directly take care of it without requiring the child to worry. However, Hedy was not merely an 11-year-old child. She was 17 and on the brink of adulthood. Naturally, she would not solely focus on receiving but would earnestly learn the intricacies involved. Recently, she had gleaned some insights from conversations at a party. "Grandma Rosmorda, are you busy right now?" "Ah, little Hedi, what brings you here?" "Oh, I see you're here to place an order. Hand me the list, I'll help you with it." Initially, Mrs. Rosmorda was curious about why Hedi had come at this time, as she was somewhat occupied. However, upon seeing the list in Hedi's hands, she quickly understood the reason and naturally offered to assist her with the matter. "Mrs. Rosmorda, there's no need. You must be quite busy today. I can manage it myself. I just don't know the person in charge of the orders, so I was hoping you could guide me." Mrs. Rosmorda paused, seemingly taken aback that Hedi sought her assistance for only this reason. The child's maturity was astonishing and heartwarming. After all, it is entirely normal to entrust matters to a familiar adult in such circumstances, and it is also quite customary for adults to lend their support. Hedi clearly understood this distinction but chose to decline. One could say that this child possesses a worldly wisdom while still retaining a pure heart. Mrs. Rosmorda regarded her with a blend of admiration and a hint of helplessness before smiling and calling out to someone nearby, "Hey, Matthew, there's an order here." A small, dark-skinned young man jogged over. "Who is this?" "This is the little granddaughter of the benevolent family, Hedi. Make sure to assist her with her purchases from now on. Remember, she has the entire old guard of Hogsmeade backing her. Watch your step. Who would dare? I fear not the wrath of Grandpa Zoko. But I certainly wouldn't want to be kicked out of the 3 broomsticks. Rest assured, the prices I quote and the items I procure will be fair and honest." Mrs. Rosmorda and Matthew exchanged a few jovial words. Although Hedi maintained a smile throughout without interjecting, this connection had been established in a light-hearted manner. Hedi looked up, observing and listening to this interaction, feeling a swell of respect for Mrs. Rosmorda. Before long, she confidently left to attend to her own matters, leaving Matthew and Hedi to converse privately. Judging by Mrs. Rosmorda's subtle nod before departing, Hedi felt assured that this individual was trustworthy, so she had nothing to fear. Naturally, she greeted Matthew as brother and handed him the shopping list, briefly outlining her requirements for the alarm clock. Matthew, surprised by the poised demeanor of this orphan girl, momentarily paused. Having grown up as an orphan himself in the magical world, he knew all too well what orphans typically displayed. Without any support, they either appeared timid and pitiful to elicit sympathy, or they adopted a prickly demeanor to appear fierce, or they feigned calmness to mask their anxiety. In short, they would not exude the self-assurance she displayed, seemingly untroubled by survival concerns or any hint of nervousness. Yet, the moment passed, and he recalled Mrs. Rosmorda's words about her having the entire old guard of Hogsmeade behind her. And suddenly the source of this young girl, as confidence became clear. While feeling envious, he also felt a protective instinct arise within him. After all, this delightful little girl had faced great upheaval, yet remained untainted by darkness. Thus, whether out of a desire to compensate for his own unfortunate childhood, admiration for her strength and courtesy, or simply because of her connections, his heart softened a little. Chapter 19. The plans of Hogsmeade's residence for Hedi's magical studies. "Brother Matthew, that should be about it. The rest I'll leave to you. How much do I owe in total?" After Hedi described her requirements for the alarm clock, she straightforwardly inquired about the price. The cost of the ingredients was straightforward. Given the current market conditions, Mrs. Rosmorda and the others were well aware, amounting to 16 galleons and 15 sickles, approximately 750 dragon coins. Of course, this includes my service fee. However, this alarm clock is a bit more complicated. Nevertheless, your request is quite simple, just an ordinary alarm clock. For now, you can pay 1 galleon. And I'll procure some batteries for you as well. Matthew's surprise and thoughts were fleeting. Although he felt a sense of pity for Hedi, he did not wish to show it too overtly. He diligently completed the quotation in no time. Yet, his final words did reveal a sense of care. After all, the wizarding community is often prone to ignorance, leading to many amusing blunders. It is not uncommon to overlook the need to replace the batteries in an alarm clock. However, under normal circumstances, a procurement officer of his caliber would certainly refrain from offering such reminders, let alone assist in providing batteries, lest he inadvertently offend someone's pride or be misinterpreted as financially motivated. Thus, his explicit mention of the matter here is quite remarkable. Hedi, naturally aware that electronic devices require power, was nonetheless unfamiliar with the terminology for such items in this era, hence her silence. Upon hearing his words, she expressed her gratitude profusely, unwittingly receiving his kind gesture. She assumed his consideration stemmed from the presence of Lady Rosmorda and the other elderly patrons, thereby not questioning the origins of his kindness. Consequently, she did not exhibit the vigilance one might expect from an orphan. In her view, it was simply the customary caution ingrained in their era. Hedi tendered 17 galleons and 15 sickles, reiterating her thanks to Matthew before hastily taking her leave. Agreeing to discuss further at the time of delivery, Matthew, unaware of her pressing appointment, regarded the young girl as poised and perceptive, thus elevating his opinion of her. These subtle misunderstandings fostered a favorable initial impression on both sides, paving the way for more substantial and stable collaborations in the future. Of course, that is a tale for another time. He exchanged pleasantries with Lady Rosmerta before departing from the Three Broomsticks, making her way to the nearby Zonko's joke shop. However, as she walked, it suddenly dawned on her that given the bustling activity at the Three Broomsticks, venturing to the joke shop at this moment might not be prudent. To avoid putting old man Zonko in a position where he might neglect his customers for her sake, she hesitated to make her presence known. After observing for a while to ensure the shop was empty, she finally pushed open the door and entered. Yet, her cautious demeanor did not escape Zonko's notice. With a mere glance through the window, he immediately grasped the situation. His heart swelled with both warmth and a touch of helplessness, tinged with concern. Had she stood outside for so long? Was she not cold? His tone, though somewhat gruff, carried a hint of affection, which could indeed be intimidating. However, Hidi was not easily intimidated. She merely offered a sheepish smile. Old man Zonko, not genuinely upset with her, chose to refrain from further admonishments. Instead, he waved his wand at the store's heater, coaxing the flames to burn brighter. Hidi's expression transformed into one of surprise and envy, prompting a slight chuckle from Zonko. "What? Are you interested in learning magic?" Hidi eagerly nodded, then quickly shook her head. What did that mean? Did she wish to learn or not? Zonko had a tendency to speak in a manner that could genuinely frighten those unfamiliar with him. Upon recognizing this, Hidi wore a faint smile of resignation before candidly explaining her feelings. She desired to learn, but feared her own ineptitude would lead to disappointment. Who is it? Who has been speaking ill of me? You must tell me. I shall confront that fool. I mean, the one who spoke inappropriately. Upon hearing Hidi's words, Zonko's first instinct was to assume someone had belittled her in his presence, igniting a fierce desire to defend her honor. Naturally, his description of the miscreant was unflattering. However, upon realizing that Hidi was but a child, he swiftly corrected himself, his tone taking on a humorous edge. Hidi found the situation amusing, but more than that, she felt a swell of emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. No one speaks ill of me. It's just that I wish to learn something, but feel I cannot achieve it to the best of my abilities. I fear my mentors are disappointed in me, and I wonder if I am simply too foolish. Zonko's protective sentiments were profoundly warming to Hidi's heart. She dispelled her doubts about the potential indifference of those around her, unconsciously voicing her deepest insecurities. Her eyes, red with emotion yet adorned with a brave smile, conveyed a poignant vulnerability. Is it Padfoot? That cannot be. She has spoken highly of you in our presence, quite fondly, in fact. Could it be that insufferable senior? No. Impossible. He would do anything to shield you from harm. Zonko furrowed his brow, reflecting on potential instructors for Hidi, dismissing each one in turn. Witnessing her distress stirred his heart, yet the lack of a suspect left him feeling somewhat vexed. Realizing her words had caused a misunderstanding, Hidi hurriedly clarified, "No. Both Grandpa and Grandma Padfoot have been exceedingly kind to me. What I meant to convey is that I feel inadequate and worry about disappointing them, which has eroded my confidence." As she spoke, her voice trailed off, becoming increasingly faint. Observing her demeanor, Zonko relinquished his pursuit of suspects and gently offered words of comfort. Why would you undermine yourself? Perhaps you simply lack proficiency in that particular skill. Consider cooking. You have only studied under Padfoot for a few days, yet have already shown great promise. No one has failed to commend you. Thus, dear Hidi, you should cultivate a greater belief in yourself. Regarding your desire to learn magic, we have already discussed it as a group. Padfoot, Rosmerta, Johnson, Jones, and I are all eager to teach you. If it weren't for Johnson being the most knowledgeable and patient among us, he might not even have been considered for this opportunity. Would you be amenable to spending 2 hours every morning with him at the Scholar's Lodge? Perhaps it was the sight of Hidi's downcast expression that compelled Zonko to present the enticing prospect of collective mentorship, his urgency evident. As for his own wish to teach her, which he felt he had lost out on, a hint of embarrassment and disappointment colored his tone. Chapter 20. The connection between Zonko and welfare. Thank you, Grandpa Zonko. Hidi chuckled at the old man's playful demeanor, her heart swelling with gratitude. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words to adequately express her feelings. While it may not be plausible that his words would instantly restore her confidence, she felt the warmth of their goodwill. For that reason alone, she was willing to muster the courage to embark on this journey, especially since it was the magic she had always yearned for. Seeing Hidi's smile return, Zonko quietly exhaled in relief, suppressing his own disappointment and speaking in a slightly stiffer tone. Well, it is settled then. However, if that old Johnson fails to teach you adequately, do not hesitate to let me know. We shall replace him. Clearing his throat, He shifted the subject. Now, onto another matter concerning the profit distribution from your grandfather's ventures at the joke shop. I suspect he has yet to discuss this with you, so allow me to elucidate. He couldn't help but chuckle in resignation, realizing that old Zako's obsession with teaching her magic was indeed rather profound. Fortunately, he soon recognized this and awkwardly shifted the topic to one that intrigued Hd, prompting her to become earnest and attentive to his ensuing words. Back when I was a student at Hogwarts, I harbored a significant interest in these little trinkets. Senior Wooly had already joined Professor Dumbledore's alchemy class by then and was performing admirably. One day, he came across my creations and found them to be quite inventive, which led to a conversation between us. Gradually, we became friends. With his assistance, I transformed many ideas from my mind into tangible reality, garnering considerable admiration from the school community. Later on, I inadvertently revealed my dream of establishing a shop dedicated to my whimsical gadgets. To my surprise, Senior Wooly expressed great interest and offered to be involved at that very moment. As you might expect, this was the genesis of Zako's joke shop. Hd remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement, beginning to comprehend the depth of old Zako's feelings towards Senior Wooly. To him, Senior Wooly was not only a mentor but also a benefactor. After my graduation, Senior Wooly approached me. By then, he had amassed a substantial amount of galleons through his alchemical prowess. He casually tossed a bag of galleons my way, smiling as he said it was time for me to pursue my dream. You cannot imagine the gratitude I felt at that moment. At this point, old Zako's voice trembled slightly, but he quickly composed himself, not wishing to lose any semblance of dignity in front of Hd. Initially, I intended to name the shop similarly to Davies and Bands, but Senior Wooly refused. He believed it was my dream and should not be muddied by others' influences. Even when I later proposed a 50-50 profit share, he declined, opting for a mere 20%. He asserted that, rather than short-lived benefits, he desired Zako's joke shop to thrive for generations, providing endless benefits to his descendants. At first, I did not grasp his intentions, assuming that Senior Wooly was merely concerned that the shop's profits might be insufficient to sustain his share, thereby jeopardizing its viability. Thus, I was fueled by determination to enhance the shop's business and generate greater profits. Yet, even at the height of the shop's success, when it became the most lucrative establishment in Hogsmeade, he still refused my offers to increase his share. I could only conclude that he genuinely wished for the shop to endure. Therefore, even during the second resurrection of the Dark Lord, I merely closed the shop without ever selling it to the Weasley twins. It was only when I began contemplating a successor that I realized the depth of his foresight. One must say, Senior Wooly truly exemplified the cunning of Slytherin. He understood human nature remarkably well. Old Zako shook his head in a mix of resignation and mirth, devoid of any mockery, simply reflecting on the circumstances. Hd, however, was taken aback by the implication that Senior Wooly belonged to Slytherin. After all, in the Harry Potter films, Slytherin seemed to be a house that championed pureblood supremacy. Unbeknownst to old Zako, her astonishment lingered while he continued to reminisce. Alas, fate intervened, and I ultimately did not witness the birth of Zako's heir, thereby failing to fulfill Senior Wooly's goodwill and vision. Nevertheless, I now harbor an idea. While I am still able, I intend to take on a few apprentices. I shall select the most promising among them, and in the presence of us all, have you represent the Wooly family, while he represents Zako's joke shop, to sign a perpetual profit-sharing contract. In doing so, even after my departure, our little Hetty will no longer need to worry about galleons. What do you think of this notion? Old Zako likely found this idea splendid, as he gazed at Hd with a look of eager anticipation for her approval. Yet, Hd felt overwhelmed. Wishing to avoid the notion of old Zako discussing matters of succession, and reluctant to accept such a glaringly flawed, yet deeply meaningful gesture. Grandfather Zako, if I must express my preference, I would rather you accompany me for a longer while. I have already lost my own grandfather, and I do not wish to lose you as well. Please refrain from speaking in such a manner. I will grow up soon. I can earn my own galleons. The joke shop represents the combined efforts of you and my grandfather. Rather than hastily finding someone to uphold our agreement, I believe you should take your time to find someone whose passions align with yours, someone better suited to carry on the legacy of Zako's joke shop. Hd gazed earnestly at old Zako as she spoke. It was only then that he realized the weight and anxiety his words had placed upon her. After a moment of pause, warmth enveloped him, and though his smile remained somewhat awkward, it softened considerably. Very well, I shall refrain from such talk, old Zako acquiesced. I will heed your wishes, striving to live longer, watching our little Hetty grow up, and leading a life of happiness and freedom. Of course, what he truly thought remained a mystery. Hd, wishing to shift the conversation away from this topic, seized the opportunity to inquire about Senior Wooly's past. Grandfather Zako, could you share with me some stories about my grandfather? He never speaks of his own past. Was he from Slytherin? But isn't Slytherin known for valuing pure blood above all? Hearing Hede's words, Zako erupted into an unusual fit of laughter. Where did you hear such things? That rhetoric resembles the kind of propaganda the Dark Lord used to deceive his Death Eaters. I don't recall, she stammered. But isn't it said that Slytherin favored those of pure blood and ambition? Hede felt a twinge of guilt, pondering how to explain that her knowledge stemmed from watching films. Remembering the Sorting Hat's song about Slytherin, she quickly adjusted her statement. It was actually the opening lyrics of the Sorting Hat. That's partially true, yet also misleading, old Zako replied, recognizing the source but opting for an ambiguous assessment. Relishing the sight of Hede's perplexed expression, he continued with a smile. The Sorting Hat embodies the philosophies of Hogwarts' four founders. Thus, to some extent, it indeed reflects their thoughts. The lyrics articulate some of their ideas. If you delve into the history of the founders' era, you would understand that the Slytherin founder's perspective is not surprising. However, all the founders were truly wise. Even if they exhibited some biases, they would never be so one-dimensional or simplistic. In reality, Slytherin has never lacked for half-blood wizards. Take, for instance, the previous Dark Lord or the current Headmaster Snape. Regardless of their ideologies and allegiances, neither of them can be classified as pure blood. So what does this imply? It suggests that while the founders of Slytherin may have valued pure blood, they certainly did not elevate it to the status of supremacy. That notion was merely a declaration made by ambitious individuals seeking to consolidate power. Slytherin equally values students who possess shrewdness, self-preservation, and ambitious aspirations. Following the guidance of Old Man Zako, Hede found herself enlightened, experiencing a tinge of introspection. Even though the rhetoric of pure blood supremacy was overly pronounced, it should not lead to rigid stereotypes. Just as one should not judge a person solely based on partial evidence or mere words without observing their actions. As for the news of Snape's continued existence, she had grown remarkably composed upon hearing such tidings. After all, she had come to accept the reality of a transformed HP universe. Observing Hede's contemplative expression, Old Man Zako could surmise her thoughts and felt both proud and gratified. It is indeed a rare gift to unravel complexities and discern the essence of matters. However, to reflect upon oneself and identify personal shortcomings is even more commendable. Truly, she is the granddaughter of the esteemed scholar Woolife, displaying remarkable intelligence. Yet before Hede could fully savor this thought, she hesitantly remarked, however, from your descriptions of my grandfather, he seems rather distant from ambition. Old Man Zako, taken aback, soon shook his head with a wry smile. You have yet to witness the young Woolife. Even when it was revealed that he was not the biological heir of the Woolife family, but merely an adopted son, he never relinquished his pride nor bowed his head, believing himself inferior to the heirs of those illustrious families. Through his extraordinary talent in alchemy, he amassed considerable wealth during his studies, even after parting ways with the Woolife family, establishing himself in Hogsmeade. After graduation, he entered the Ministry of Magic, securing a position in the Office of Magical Patents. By the time he met your grandmother, he had ascended to the role of manager in the same office. Had it not been for your grandmother's tragic accident, he would have surely aspired to the position of director of the Department of Magical Sports by the age of 35. This impressive resume left Hede with a sense of admiration for her grandfather's tenacity. However, upon hearing of the tragic circumstances surrounding her grandmother's death during childbirth, a heavy weight settled within her heart as she realized the impending sorrow that lay ahead. Old Man Zako, evidently lost in reminiscence, continued his narrative. Perhaps it was the revelation of his orphan status that made Woolife cherish family so deeply. He resigned from his position to care for Felix, little Woolife, primarily crafting magical trinkets at home to sell at the joke shop or equipment store. It was during this time that he assisted Davies and Bands with the development of the device for prop maintenance and repairs, applying for a patent and granting them exclusive rights. At that stage, while he may not have been ambitious in the conventional sense, he was certainly proactive. As Felix grew older, he proved to be intelligent and dutiful, eventually securing a position as a cursebreaker at Gringotts. Each day, Woolife wore a satisfied smile. Even when Felix was assigned to Hadji, their bond remained unbroken. Everything progressed smoothly until Felix met your mother, fell in love, and married. Although they struggled with conception for a long period, Woolife displayed no impatience over wanting grandchildren. Rather, it was Felix and his wife who eagerly anticipated the arrival of their child. However, when Felix turned 35, they finally welcomed you into the world, planning to bring you home once you reached your first birthday. Just as that milestone approached, a fierce sandstorm struck, and you were the only one they managed to bring back. Sigh, from that day forward, Woolife transformed into the man you later came to know, overprotective, fearful of losing you, while he himself began to fade into melancholy. Such is the cruelty of fate. Even though Hede had mentally prepared herself for this, The recounting left her unsettled, tears welling in her eyes. Old man Zako, after his poignant reflection, fell into a contemplative silence. Both were engulfed in their respective sorrows, lamenting the capriciousness of fate and remembering the man who had been crushed by its weight. Old man Zako, what can I do for my grandfather? After an indeterminate period, Hide's voice emerged hoarsely, breaking the silence. Initially, old man Zako remained immersed in his grief, but upon regaining his senses, he gazed out through the window with a sense of comfort and said, "Live well, find happiness and ease, and visit him often. Knowing that you are thriving will surely bring him peace." Hide was momentarily taken aback, and then, unable to contain her tears, she nodded with a hint of choked emotion. "Yes, I will." Though it was a rare, busy moment at the end of the off-season, the Zako joke shop remained closed for the afternoon. Meanwhile, across the nearby hillside, an elderly figure accompanied by a young one appeared at a cemetery. Hide finally encountered the Wu Life family, albeit in this poignant manner. "Hedi will carry your love and live on well, rest assured." Chapter 22. Hedi are both me. Hide silently made a heartfelt promise, unsure whether it was directed towards the Wu Life family or herself. Yet, upon voicing this, the burdens weighing on her heart felt as though they had been lifted. Her thoughts became clearer, and this time, it was not only Hide who would strive to live well, but also Hedi who would embrace life fully. The distinction between the two was something others might not grasp, but Hide understood it deeply. The internal conflict of being called Hedi while grappling with her identity as Hide began to dissipate. In this moment and place, there existed only one self. Hedi are both me. Exhaling slowly, she allowed a radiant smile to emerge, her eyes shining with clarity and devoid of hesitation. Unbeknownst to her, old man Zako, witnessing her renewed spirit, found his own smile widening. "Wu Life, Hedi has truly matured. You can rest easy." On her way back to the village, passing through the vegetable patch, Hide decided to embrace local customs and continued to refer to herself as Hedi, seizing the opportunity to voice her questions. "Old man Zako, Grandma Patif has mentioned the condition of the vegetable patch. However, I was wondering, the magical array likely requires energy or maintenance, right? Who typically assists with that? Or to whom should I pay for materials?" Old man Zako displayed surprise, never expecting Hedi to notice such details. Though it was a simple task, unnecessary to mention, Hedi's meticulousness and straightforwardness brought him great joy. "Well, it is usually Bans and I who tend to the vegetable patch, and we help maintain it for everyone as well. Everyone is aware of the situation, so there is typically no special payment for materials. Whenever we receive good produce or prepare something delicious, or if a newly planted crop yields a bountiful harvest, a share is offered to us." Hedi found the ambiguity of this arrangement somewhat troublesome, uncertain of what would be considered appropriate in such exchanges. Old man Zako chuckled at the sight of the adorably bewildered girl, her brow furrowed in concern. "It is not as complicated as you think. Just like the pies you gifted us yesterday. Aren't they a form of compensation?" But I intended to share them with everyone, never considering them as a reward." "You are right. It resembles the time when your grandfather assisted in setting up the magic array while we contributed to its maintenance. Both stem from the same sentiment. Do you understand now?" Observing Hedi's look of astonishment, old man Zoko raised an eyebrow, a half-smile gracing his lips. Hedi hesitated for a moment, then bashfully scratched her head. "Well, I seem to have grasped a bit of it. I shall prepare more delicious treats to share with Grandpa and Grandma in the future. That would be splendid. Everyone would surely be delighted to receive them." Sharing laughter, they entered the village, gradually approaching the welfare residence. Hedi was uncertain whether to head home directly or if old man Zoko had other matters to discuss, perhaps diverting towards the joke shop. Just then, she heard old man Zoko striding forward with his hands behind his back, declaring, "Let us go, I'll escort you home." Hedi hurriedly followed, taking a keen interest in the nearby vacant houses. To be honest, at first glance, the welfare residence appeared unremarkable, its style harmonizing with the neighboring homes. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that its size surpassed that of the surrounding houses considerably. It merely seemed similar from the side due to its slight distance from the main thoroughfare and differing orientation. Reflecting on the fact that this was the estate built by Old Man Welfare during his school years, Hedi felt immense admiration. Although it paled in comparison to the grand mansion her family possessed in reality, the distinction between first-generation wealth and generational affluence was unmistakable. The challenges of building oneself from nothing are well understood by all. "What are you looking at?" Old man Zoko's inquiry suddenly broke the silence, startling Hedi. Turning her head, she realized they had arrived at the welfare residence. "I was just thinking about the stories you shared today, Grandpa Zoko, and looking at our home. I truly believe my grandfather is remarkable." The corners of old man Zoko's mouth curled slightly. Perhaps even he was unaware of how long it had been since he had smiled so frequently since his wife's passing. "Indeed, your grandfather is quite extraordinary. As his granddaughter, you ought to lead a life that reflects his achievements. Hetty was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a response from Old Man Zoko. Based on her previous experiences, remarks concerning her status as the daughter, granddaughter, or sister of someone often followed with admonitions to strive harder and attain better results to avoid bringing shame. Yet, these sentiments were merely those of outsiders. She had never deeply considered whether they mirrored the thoughts of her brother, parents, or grandparents. It seemed as though everyone defaulted to such beliefs, which only compounded her feelings of pressure and distress. But at this moment, she found herself curiously pondering which perspective her brother and parents would support upon hearing these two statements. Was it truly necessary for her to bear such heavy expectations? Although she still believed they were perhaps more concerned about her not embarrassing them, she could not help but reflect that their communication seemed lacking. "Little Hetty, what troubles you?" Old Man Zoko's anxious voice snapped Hetty back to reality from her introspection. "It's nothing. I just thought that Grandpa and my parents would prefer for me to become more accomplished, to earn them glory." Thus, hearing Old Man Zoko's words left her somewhat astonished, as she had never contemplated this angle before. Lacking experience in caring for children, Old Man Zoko sighed, beginning to understand why senior welfare had adopted such an extreme approach to caring. Children grow up, their thoughts multiply, and they are easily influenced by others or circumstances, often becoming ensnared in narrow-mindedness. Perhaps there are many types of parents in this world, yet under normal circumstances, most genuinely desire the best for their children. Even those who hope their children achieve excellence and earn great glory fundamentally wish for a smoother future for them. Hence, this does not conflict. It ultimately depends on how you reconcile it within yourself. As long as you can demonstrate that you do not need to pursue such so-called glory, you can still lead a fulfilling life through legitimate means. I believe that truly loving parents do not care about such accolades. Is that so? Hetty murmured thoughtfully, yet internally sighed, lamenting that she could not verify it now. Unable to restrain himself, Old Man Zoko gently ruffled Hetty's somewhat dazed little head. "Do not overthink it. Trust Grandpa Zoko. Your grandfather surely thinks this way. By the way, here is the dividend from the joke shop for January. It's a bit meager due to the off-season. If you find yourself in need of anything, feel free to purchase it. If it falls short, Grandpa Zoko will make up the difference. Of course, you may also consider it in advance on your dividend." Chapter 23. Old Man Zoko's first lesson in magic for Hetty. Hetty appreciated Old Man Zoko's kindness. Although she enjoyed shopping, she was not one to indulge excessively. Whether it was a matter of being easily satisfied or having strong financial control, she only spent what she was confident she could afford. Moreover, still somewhat immersed in a reflective yet impractical melancholy, she accepted the purse with a faint smile, replying, "Thank you, Grandpa Zoko. Rest assured, the money is sufficient. The gifts from Grandpa and Grandma are all very practical. Our home lacks nothing at present." Regarding Hetty's maturity, Old Man Zoko chose not to elaborate further, his affection intensifying. Yet he resolved to keep a closer watch over her. "Very well, remember to inform me if anything arises. Naturally, if it concerns matters of a personal nature that you find uncomfortable discussing with me, ensure you confide in Padif as well, all right? Remember, you have us." Hetty beamed brightly, feeling warmth swell within her heart. If being trapped here, unable to return, was her misfortune, then encountering such a warm group of people was undoubtedly her greatest blessing. "All right, I'll remember, Grandpa Zoko. You can rest easy." Old Man Zoko finally displayed a relaxed smile, and as he turned his gaze, he caught sight of Hetty's clothes, frozen like ice sculptures, drying in the open space beside the house. "I suggest you head to Johnson's for lessons tomorrow, to quickly learn some practical magic. Otherwise, this is truly dreadful." As he spoke, he retrieved his wand and waved it towards the clothes, softly muttering an incantation. A serpent of fire erupted from the tip of the wand, swirling around Hetty's drying rack. The garments first dripped as they thawed, transforming into water, followed by rising steam that released billowing clouds of mist. Eventually, as the mist dissipated, Old Man Zoko ceased his spell after a while. "All right, hurry and bring them back inside." Hetty remained still, utterly astonished. Old Man Zoko found her reaction amusing. "Thus, hasten to learn magic. You need not aspire to become a formidable mage, but at the very least, you can make your life considerably more convenient, can you not?" Hetty nodded vigorously, curiosity piquing as she inquired, "Grandpa Zoko, what kind of magic is this?" Old Man Zoko was momentarily taken aback by the question, but then a spark of enthusiasm for teaching ignited within him. "This is known as the flame spell." "But isn't the flame spell an offensive magic?" Hetty furrowed her brow, questioning in confusion. However, her inquiry seemed to resonate perfectly with the Old Man Zoko's sentiments, prompting him to curl his lips in a subtle smile. With a gaze that appeared both profound and inscrutable, he responded, "Under normal circumstances, that is indeed the case, for flames possess a formidable capacity for harm. Yet, let us not forget, while fire may inflict injury, it is equally employed for cooking and boiling water. Thus, it is not the spell that wields the power of attack, but rather the individual. When applied judiciously, offensive magic can transform into practical magic, and conversely, utility spells can also be wielded against others. It all depends on how one chooses to utilize them, would you not agree? Hetty was genuinely taken aback by this revelation. In the past, she had collected spells from the HP series out of curiosity, finding them both fascinating and somewhat limited in variety. However, Zoko's words opened a new vista of thought for her. Perhaps the constraints of magic were not as rigid as she had perceived. It was simply that wizards possessed a more innovative approach to its application. Who could say that a fire spell could not be used to dry clothes? That a shattering charm could not clear obstacles? Or that a barrier spell could not save someone from falling? It was all a matter of perspective. Reflecting on this, Hetty's interest in magic rekindled, her face alight with eager anticipation. Satisfied, old man Zoko nodded, contemplating how he would boast to his old companions upon returning. Even if the opportunity to enlighten Hetty in the ways of magic had slipped through his fingers, he was determined to prove to those old fellows that he still had valuable knowledge to impart. Very well, I shall take my leave now. You should head back inside as well, he said. Hetty snapped back to reality and called out to the departing Zoko. Take care, Grandpa Zoko, and watch your step. With a casual wave of his hand, Zoko continued his stride towards the village. As she watched his figure fade away, Hetty turned and headed back home, shedding her coat and boots before hurrying to the warmth of the fireplace in the living room. She glanced at the clock, only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Having already checked the vegetable patch on her way back, everything appeared to be in order, requiring no further attention. The seedlings thrived, presenting a delightful sight amidst the wintry landscape. Thus, the itinerary she had set for herself that morning was now complete. As for dinner, it was still rather early. She had shared lunch with old man Zoko at the joke shop, indulging in the pizza he had specially ordered. Though she had been somewhat oblivious to the flavors at the time, she had unwittingly consumed a significant amount, leaving her not particularly hungry. Once warmed by the fire, she settled onto the nearby sofa to inspect the contents of her purse. To her delight, she discovered a rather substantial sum, 12 galleons, approximately 530 dragon coins. Hetty felt a sense of satisfaction. A considerable portion of her expenditures for the day's supplies had been recouped, bringing her joy. However, the purse itself was somewhat frustrating. Resembling a wholesale item, indistinguishable from the expandable bag gifted by old man Zoko. Resolved to make the most of her time, Hetty decided to craft an outer cover for the expandable bag. Now that it had essentially become her everyday accessory, the plain black bag appeared rather unrefined. For the past few days, she had been stowing it in the pocket of her outerwear, finding it awkward to carry openly. Thus, transforming it into an inner bag, adorned with a more presentable exterior, seemed a splendid idea. With that determination, Hetty began rummaging through her home. Of course, she left her parents' and grandfather's rooms undisturbed. Ultimately, she unearthed some tattered burlap sacks, a weathered leather apron, and scraps of twine from the storage room. A spark of inspiration ignited within her. After all, as someone adept at crafting clothing for her dolls, this task was well within her capabilities. Previously, she had to work in secrecy, but now, there was no need for such caution. No one would object. She retrieved a sewing kit from her grandfather's room, albeit a rather rudimentary one with limited tools. Nevertheless, it contained needles, thread, and scissors, sufficient for Hetty. After several hours of diligent sewing, she had fashioned a burlap bag in the shape of an ingot. The handles, reinforced with thicker twine, and a supportive interior crafted from scraps of leather lent the bag a sturdy appearance, preventing it from collapsing. Moreover, Hetty had sewn on a whimsical floral pattern with fine twine, adding a playful touch. Even when she donned her fluffy attire while carrying this bag, it looked perfectly charming. Stretching contentedly, Hetty suddenly realized that night had fallen outside. She had been working by the light of the fireplace. Oh well, it's just once. My eyes won't suffer too much. I'll be more cautious next time, she reassured herself, flipping on the lights as she moved through her home. She descended to the cellar to gather ingredients for dinner while also preparing for breakfast the following day. After all, it was her first day at the private school, and surely, she ought to bring something to curry favor with her teachers. Chapter 24. The Hidden Dangers Before Becoming a Wizard. Perhaps due to early rising anxiety or a mind preoccupied with thoughts, Hetty awoke remarkably early, even without an alarm clock. As she set a pot on the stove to boil eggs and lean meat porridge, she prepared a frying pan to make potato and meat-filled pastries. It may sound odd, but given the incomplete array of ingredients, Hetty felt she was doing her utmost. With no preserved eggs available, she replaced them with regular boiled eggs. And in the absence of chives, she improvised with her own filling. She had hoped to make dumplings. The thought of enjoying steaming delicious dumplings for breakfast on a cold winter morning was delightful. However, Having never visited the Dragon Kingdom or tasted its cuisine, Hetty hesitated to prepare them too boldly. Thus, she settled for chive pastries, which bore some resemblance to bagels and had a dough similar to that of dumplings. Alas, the chive pastries contained no chives. Currently, Hetty's vegetable supplies were somewhat lacking, and she had grown weary of onions and tomatoes, so potatoes caught her eye. Shredding the potatoes proved to be a test of her knife skills, and it was evident that her skills were lacking, resulting in a pile of potato mush. Yet, it took considerable effort to finish cutting them all. What a challenge. Thankfully, she had prepared the meat filling the night before. Otherwise, she might not have managed to complete breakfast in time. She was fortunate that her morning classes were not scheduled too early, allowing her some leeway. Otherwise, she would have had to abandon her efforts after slicing the first potato. With pieces of dough the size of dumplings, she placed the meat filling on one side and the seasoned potato mush on the other, folding the dough over and pinching the edges tightly to create her version of potato and meat pastries. While they may not have been the most aesthetically pleasing, and the scraps were plentiful, she had managed to produce a sufficient quantity. Once fried, the porridge was also ready. It looked quite appetizing, though it lacked a sprinkle of scallions for garnish. I wonder when I'll ever achieve culinary freedom, Hetty sighed wistfully. Despite her musings, she worked quickly. After hastily consuming a couple of bites, she ladled the porridge into a covered bowl and placed the oil paper-wrapped pastries into a basket. Without further ado, she hurriedly made her way to the scholar's residence. Grandfather Johnson, I have arrived. After peering through the glass at the entrance to ascertain that there were no guests within the writer's abode, Hetty placed her basket down in a clean spot, reached out, knocked on the door, and stepped inside. Upon entering the village center, Hetty immediately noticed a stark contrast to the previous day. The village seemed infinitely more desolate. Aside from a few delivery personnel, scarcely a soul could be seen. She pondered whether to lament the melancholic sight or to critique the market that had sprung up alongside Hogwarts. Little Hetty has come. Quickly come in and warm up. Mr. Johnson greeted her with a polite, gentle smile, setting aside his book as he stood up from behind the counter. Upon noticing Hetty's struggle with the basket, he offered a resigned smile, drew his wand from the inside of his woolen jacket, and with a summoning charm, moved the basket closer to the fireplace. He then expertly performed another spell on the basket. Hetty felt her grip loosen, and the next moment, as she lifted her gaze, she witnessed the scene unfolding before her. She could only marvel at the wonders of magic, accompanied by a deep-seated yearning in her heart. Mr. Johnson noticed the expression on Hetty's face, and a glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes, his smile tinged with a hint of satisfaction. Come, have a seat. Today, we shall not teach magic. Rather, let us first explore what magic truly is. Hetty, regaining her composure, nodded in agreement, seemingly having anticipated such an arrangement. She tightened her half-open palm, securing the burlap bag that had nearly slipped from her grasp, and promptly sat down beside Mr. Johnson, ready to engage. Neither of them paid any further heed to the basket, as if an unspoken understanding lingered between them. Subsequently, Mr. Johnson began to elucidate the essence of magic and its developmental history in a manner both profound and accessible. What might have seemed a tedious lesson transformed in Mr. Johnson's articulate delivery into a concise, yet vivid narrative. Hetty, prepared and determined to absorb the knowledge, found herself entranced, losing track of time as she followed the rhythm of his discourse. When Mr. Johnson finally paused, Hetty felt a pang of dissatisfaction, her mind now bearing a much clearer understanding of magic, transcending mere superficial impressions. The most apparent manifestation of her newfound knowledge lay in her comprehension of the game interface, which, combined with Mr. Johnson's insights, made the data comprehensible. For instance, Hetty's magical power level read 0, 92, 100. Previously, she had presumed that a larger number before the 100 was inherently better. However, after the lesson, she grasped the peril of such a notion. In the era preceding the establishment of magic schools, wizards, more accurately, those with innate magical potential, were largely left to navigate their paths through personal exploration or the wisdom of predecessors, such as texts and teachings, to develop their magical abilities. Many aspiring wizards failed to harness their powers, leading to obscurity or catastrophic magical surges, ultimately facing a tragic demise. The 100 on Hetty's panel likely represented the maximum threshold of magical capacity for a typical aspiring wizard. Thus, surpassing this value without proper development posed significant danger. It was akin to an ever-inflating balloon. If it could not release some air, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, one must never underestimate both the risks involved and the challenges of developing magical abilities. After all, knowledge and experience have long been treasures not easily acquired by the average individual. It is only due to the existence of magic schools, or more specifically, the dissemination of educational materials and knowledge, that the development of magical powers has become more accessible. Much like Hermione, who could cast spells through self-study, She embodies a wizard who has achieved magical development through literature. While this may seem commonplace in the current magical community, where even those with modest talent can accomplish such feats, it was once a path fraught with obstacles for many. Hetty felt a twinge of empathy at Mr. Johnson's reflective tone. Looking at her own value, which had risen from 91 to 92, she experienced a newfound apprehension. It was expected that one would complete their magical development before exceeding the threshold, meaning mastering the art of spellcasting. Yet, who could have anticipated that before fully grasping the situation, she had desired for her power to reach its maximum capacity swiftly? A rather reckless wish, indeed. Dingling. The sound of the bell signaled someone entering. As individuals began to stream in, Hetty quickly cast aside her apprehension, joyfully rushing to embrace the first person to arrive. Mr. Johnson chuckled. I knew you lot would be concerned and come by. Chapter 25, The Grandparents' Visit. You old fellow. Getting lost in your books and losing track of time is quite the habit of yours. Who knows if your lectures ever have a conclusion? Of course, we had to come keep an eye on you. If you go hungry, that's one thing, but what about our little darling? Mrs. Patifer, enveloped in Hetty's embrace, lovingly ruffled her hair with one hand while jesting with a smile. The other hand, predictably, held a basket similar to Hetty's, its contents easily surmised. Mr. Johnson shook his head in amused resignation. Yet, before he could muster a defense, Mrs. Hogsmeade, following suit, playfully began to dismantle his authority. Indeed, little Hetty, learning from him might leave you without a meal. Why not learn from me instead? I prepare delicious food for you every day. Mr. Johnson swallowed the words that nearly escaped his lips, his expression a mix of bemusement and incredulity. He was not angered, merely curious about Hetty's response, much like the others. Grandma Patifer, Grandma Hogsmeade, rest assured that Grandfather Johnson's lesson recently concluded, and he hasn't forgotten lunchtime. I merely sat there organizing my thoughts about what I learned in class. Furthermore, Grandfather Johnson's lessons are genuinely fascinating and immensely beneficial. I have gained so much from them. Thank you all for your thoughtful arrangements. Now well acquainted with everyone, Hetty understood Mrs. Hogsmeade's jest and responded with a beaming smile, revealing precisely what they were eager to know. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of Mr. Johnson, Mrs. Patifer, Mrs. Hogsmeade, as well as those of Mrs. Frum, Mr. Jones, and Old Man Zoko, who had just entered, transformed into warm smiles of appreciation and affection. A child who understands gratitude and possesses intelligence is always difficult to resist spoiling further. They exchanged knowing glances. Recognizing the shared sentiment, Hetty remained oblivious to this silent communication, her heart swelling with emotion as she regarded the elders who had made a special effort to visit her. Though she had anticipated their arrival, their actual presence filled her with profound gratitude, which did not diminish in the slightest. What are we standing around for? Aren't you all hungry? Old Man Zoko's voice remained gruff, yet those who truly understood him would never misinterpret it, and they all laughed as they moved further inside. Though Mr. Johnson does not reside here, a lounge has been thoughtfully reserved at the back, ensuring that there is ample space to accommodate such a gathering. The guests, familiar with the surroundings, cheerfully carried their baskets or takeaway boxes toward the lounge. However, Hetty paused momentarily, only to realize the situation. With the elder Zoko lightly resting his hand on her head, he guided her along. The original owner of the house, unfazed, followed behind with a relaxed smile. To be frank, as one ages, the rarity of such gatherings becomes increasingly apparent. Clearly, others shared this sentiment. Thus, apart from the preoccupied Bands, who was unable to break away, and the elderly Flume, who was recuperating from a cold and had just ceased smoking, everyone else was present. The atmosphere was lively with laughter and reminiscing about previous similar luncheon exchanges. When Mr. Johnson appeared bearing 2 portions of food, there was a brief moment of surprise. Yet, they quickly regained their composure, instinctively reaching to pat Hetty's small head, their affection for her growing ever more palpable. They eagerly volunteered to be the first to sample the dishes she had prepared, with spells of duplication, transfiguration, and conjuration flying about. Everyone soon found themselves holding steaming plates of food, indulging heartily. Hetty's pies, crisp on the outside and filled with a savory, tender filling, received unanimous acclaim. Hetty remarked, well, a pie is simply a pie. After all, the Chive Pockets will never acknowledge any connection to it. Aside from this minor episode, which caused Hetty to feel a bit out of place, she thoroughly enjoyed listening to the others discuss their mundane lives as young wizards at school. She found herself wishing to wield a wand and partake in their youthful magical duels. Naturally, speaking of past school days led to discussions about the current academic environment. It was then that Hetty realized that the commencement of the school year, which she had assumed to be in September, had already transpired. The young witches and wizards attending Hogwarts had just returned from their Christmas break and resumed their studies. Next weekend, the students in their 3rd year and above would be celebrating their Hogsmeade weekend. This revelation stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. It wasn't so much that she believed the world should revolve around her, but rather that she had thought she had matured, only to realize she was still playing in the mud. The elders, of course, were oblivious to Hetty's inner turmoil. Noticing her conflicted expression, they presumed she was worried that her magic classes would interfere with the business of the literary establishment. After a quiet discussion, they proposed that she treat Hogsmeade weekend as a day off, allowing her to relax as well. Upon realizing the misunderstanding, Hetty quickly composed herself, feigning relief. This was not entirely disingenuous. She simply had not considered that aspect, though it was indeed something that weighed on her mind. Had her grandparents not mentioned it, she would likely have brought it up herself. The conversation soon returned to its previous lightheartedness. During this time, several grandmothers noticed the jacket Hetty had crafted for her expanding handbag. They lavished praise upon her creativity and skill, while also teasingly critiquing Zoko's taste, leaving Hetty feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, this sparked a lively discussion among them as they excitedly brainstormed ideas for the handbag's jacket. The three elderly gentlemen found it amusing to observe Hetty's apologetic gestures toward Zoko, who would never take offense over such trivial matters. He might have felt that the expanding vessel he chose was a tad coarse, yet he secretly felt a swell of pride for Hetty's ingenuity. Mr. Jones's eyes sparkled with an idea that seemed to be brewing, though he held it back for the moment. Thus, the group continued their animated conversation, oblivious to the passage of time and the matters of business. It wasn't until 3 brooms arrived with regular patrons seeking a drink and found Mrs. Rosmore to hear that the gathering came to a close. The other grandparents found this quite normal, while Hetty began to feel a twinge of envy for such a lifestyle. She couldn't help but contemplate the idea of returning to Hogsmeade to open a shop after graduation. Such carefree living was undeniably enviable. There was nothing wrong with life being lived in such a manner. Chapter 26. The worth of this private school. The first day of private lessons left Hetty feeling both at ease and enriched. Thus, on the second day of classes, she was particularly enthusiastic. Of course, it might also stem from her desire to unlock her magical potential sooner rather than later. After all, knowing the ominous sword hanging over her head, she was eager to break free from its shadow. To be indifferent would be to court danger, and Hetty certainly did not belong to such a category. Coupled with her innate yearning for magic, she was naturally inclined to pursue her studies with vigor. She hastily placed Mr. Flume's wand and the books required by Mr. Johnson, magical symbols and magical phonetics, along with her prepared notebook into her expanding handbag, or rather, it should now be termed an expanding satchel, and rushed toward the literary establishment. The village remained relatively quiet, with few souls wandering about. However, there were more owls flitting about, transporting goods, creating a unique sort of bustle. At this moment, Hetty truly felt the essence of Hogwarts commencement. In reality, the scenario of owls being replaced by delivery robots was quite common at her school. Stocking up on snacks and replenishing supplies was simply the student's way of life, an understood norm. Good morning, Mr. Johnson. Is there anything I can assist you with? Though Hetty was confident Mr. Johnson would not send her away, she still felt a twinge of embarrassment for arriving so early. Thus, she framed her presence as an offer to help. Mr. Johnson, already busy with packing and shipping orders, seemed unfazed by Hetty's early arrival. With a knowing smile, he gestured toward a stack of order forms on the table. Perfect timing. Please help me pack a few orders so we can send them out with the owls shortly. Hetty gladly accepted the task. Without further ado, the two of them silently reached a mutual understanding. After they had packed the items from the order forms and called over the postal owls to deliver the goods, Mr. Johnson and Hetty seamlessly transitioned into teaching mode. Disregarding the planned 2-hour lesson, just before returning to the shop for class, a small incident occurred at the entrance. Mr. Johnson, don't the owls charge for delivery? Unable to contain her curiosity upon seeing Mr. Johnson paying, Hetty inquired. Mr. Johnson's expression turned somewhat peculiar, his lips twitching as if stifling a laugh. Is it possible that I am on a monthly billing cycle? Hetty's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato against her fluffy white collar, as she realized the absurdity of her question. At this point, Mr. Johnson could no longer hold back, bursting into hearty laughter. Startled by the unexpected commotion, Mr. Jones, the elegant proprietor of the boutique 2 houses down, stepped outside to ascertain the situation. Mr. Johnson could only offer an explanation, attributing the laughter to a humorous anecdote shared by Hetty. Of course, Mr. Jones took the liberty of confirming with Hetty, not out of disbelief in Mr. Johnson's words, but rather due to the rarity of Mr. Johnson's joviality. It piqued his curiosity about the nature of the joke that could elicit such mirth. However, the bashful Hetty was unable to divulge her own embarrassing story, pretending not to understand and nodding in affirmation. Fearing further inquiries, she darted into the literary residence to hide away. Well, little Hetty was simply shy. Acknowledging this, Mr. Johnson refrained from any further actions that might embarrass the young lady. Suppressing his amusement, he exchanged pleasantries with Mr. Jones before returning to the literary residence, as if nothing had transpired, and commenced the day's lessons. While I could empathize with the eagerness of a budding young wizard permitted to study magic, I firmly believe that the focus should not solely rest upon the outcome of casting spells, but rather on the intricate process of how to cast them. Truthfully, upon hearing this notion, Hetty's initial irritation overshadowed her earlier embarrassment. After all, who among the ordinary folk relishes theoretical lessons? Much like in a fighting game, the majority simply wish to master the controls and dive straight into gameplay. As for skill, it is often honed through personal experience and instinct, emphasizing a form of unrefined growth. Those who meticulously study combos and the timing of special moves are either professional players or determined individuals aspiring to reach such heights. At this juncture, Hetty managed to regain her composure. Given her current circumstances, it was no longer merely a game. She could be considered a professional player aspiring to be a wizard. Thus, with a hint of disappointment gracing her features, she responded earnestly, "I understand, Mr. Johnson. I shall diligently study the fundamentals of magic." Mr. Johnson's face brightened with a reassuring smile, pleased to have a promising student. Yet, the next moment, a subtle glimmer of mischief appeared in his expression. "Well, we have unanimously decided that our daily lessons will be divided into two segments. One will focus on laying the foundational knowledge, studying the phonetic intricacies of various incantations and the nuanced differences in gestural casting. The other will introduce you to practical magic for everyday tasks, enabling you to swiftly manage your own affairs." Hetty, having mentally prepared herself for the drudgery of theoretical study, was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected twist, blinking in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Mr. Johnson seemed delighted by her reaction, his smile widening considerably. However, he soon resumed his serious demeanor and commenced the lesson, leaving Hetty oblivious to the old gentleman's playful nature. After completing the day's lesson, as Hetty walked home, she felt an exhilarating sense of value in her private education. After all, the meticulous nature of these foundational courses was not part of Hogwarts' standard curriculum. In essence, while it may seem inconsequential to the act of spellcasting, she was undoubtedly solidifying her foundational knowledge far beyond that of her peers. Reflecting on the newly learned cleansing charm and its accompanying gestures, Hetty felt an exhilarating thrill. Although she was not yet permitted to practice with her wand, it did not hinder her from articulating the correct incantations and gestures into thin air once she returned home. Her buoyant and lively demeanor made her joy unmistakable. Through the window, Mr. Zoko and Mr. Jones exchanged knowing smiles, their appetites for lunch significantly heightened. Meanwhile, Hetty, who still needed to prepare lunch, was already contemplating, once she mastered the cleansing charm, what to learn next, perhaps the whirlwind sweep, or even a spell to transform food. Chapter 27, Threat Averted, Apprentice Wizard Achieved. In the following week or so, Hetty's life settled into a commendably structured routine. Mornings were devoted to lessons at the literary residence, afternoons to self-directed practice of spells, and evenings to reviewing and consolidating her foundational magical knowledge, alongside exploring the history of magic for broader insights. Matthew, 3 days after placing his order, arrived in Hogsmeade to deliver supplies. This shipment not only significantly improved Hetty's dietary quality, but also the unassuming alarm clock proved invaluable in helping her manage her time efficiently. Confirming her foresight, perhaps Mr. Johnson intentionally slowed the pace to solidify Hetty's foundation as the spell instruction progressed at a leisurely rate. After Hetty practiced the cleansing charm and its gestures in the air for 3 days until she mastered them with precision, she was finally permitted to practice with her wand. This led her to effortlessly, without any pressure, unknowingly complete her magical development. There was no one to hasten her progress, nor to compare her with. All she needed was to follow Mr. Johnson's lesson pace while considering her daily meals. It was a harmonious balance of ease and fulfillment, leaving no room for frivolous thoughts. When Hetty joyfully discovered that the filthy windows she had habitually practiced on had transformed into a pristine state, she could no longer use them for practice. She realized she had become a genuine apprentice wizard. The data displayed on her panel undoubtedly corroborated this achievement. Character, Hetty Welfare. Age, 11. Magical level, 0, 93, 100. Title, Wizard Apprentice. Spell, Cleansing Charm, Freshen Up. Second form, none. Patronus, none. Honors, none. Personal space, 1M. Her elation was palpable throughout the day, visibly uplifting the spirits of the elders in Hogsmeade, who basked in her joy. Nonetheless, that evening, the elders convened briefly for a small meeting. The theme, naturally, centered on how to gently remind Hetty to maintain a humble and low-key approach to her studies, a testament to their heartfelt concern. However, before they could implement their plan, Hetty returned to her usual self. Unbeknownst to them, the absence of comparisons had alleviated Hetty's pressure. Yet, It also made it difficult for her to harbor any feelings of pride. After all, she was unaware of the progress of her peers. Additionally, Hetty had been subjected to discouragement from a young age, ingraining in her the belief that she was no more intelligent than others. Her excitement stemmed purely from the novelty of magic and her joy in mastering it, as well as the exhilaration of dispelling the looming threat above her. Thus, upon awakening, she opened her panel, acknowledged and accepted this new reality, and resumed her life with a cheerful disposition, continuing her pleasantly fulfilling days. Of course, she was not without her own aspirations. While adhering to her structured lifestyle, she was diligently striving to comprehend the patterns of her burgeoning magical abilities. Now, having liberated herself from the tumult of her magical surges, she may become a silent threat, and thus, there is no longer any need to fear the increase of her magical power. Up to this point, her magical energy has risen by a total of 2 points. Initially, she believed this was a natural progression with the passage of time. At least during the first point of increase, she was entirely oblivious to the nature of magic, even struggling to comprehend the data displayed on her panel. It was merely by chance that she noticed the unlocking of space. The second increment occurred a week later, coinciding with her frequent practice of the cleansing spell. Surely, it could not be that a single point increases weekly. If that were the case, it would amount to approximately 52 points in a year. By that logic, those children who experienced earlier magical outbursts would have likely perished from an overload of magic. Therefore, it is essential to uncover the reason behind this phenomenon. She harbored a faint suspicion and refrained from directly inquiring with Mr. Johnson, intending to verify it herself. The practice of the cleansing spell, Whirlwind Clean, she was currently engaged in was her opportunity for this verification. She first familiarized herself with the incantation and gestures by hand, and only after achieving precision would she proceed to practice with her wand. This habit had developed in a methodical manner, so Hetty was not in a hurry. That morning, as usual, she recited the incantation for the cleansing spell, preparing to set off to the writer's residence. However, shortly after stepping outside, she sensed something amiss. Although the number of villagers appeared unchanged, there was an inexplicable undercurrent of agitation in the air. Hetty paused, pondering what holiday it might be. Yet, no matter how she calculated, today was merely an unremarkable weekend. Ah, the weekend. Now she began to grasp the situation. Originally, according to what everyone had agreed upon, she was to have a day of rest today, and she was prepared to turn back home. However, upon considering that her grandparents might be quite busy today, she halted her steps. Perhaps it would be best to see if there was anything she could assist with. Uncle Bands, Grandpa Jones, Grandpa Johnson, if you need any help, just shout at the door. I'll be playing on this street. Grandma Patiff, Grandpa Zoko, Ms. Rosmoda. Hetty called out with her clear, melodious voice, expressing her intentions as she walked along. The elders who heard her call smiled warmly. Just as they were about to remind her to keep warm and not play outside for too long, Old Man Zoko, feigning toughness, shouted somewhat harshly, "Go play wherever you want. We've been running this shop for years. We don't need a little girl like you to help. It's the middle of winter. Do you want to freeze to death? Play for a while, then come home, understood?" Everyone shared a knowing smile, and even Hetty took it lightly, sticking out her tongue playfully in response. "I understand, Grandpa Zoko. I'll come home if I get cold. I want to freeze myself." Humph. Old Man Zoko huffed in a proud manner and turned to enter the shop, satisfied. The others smiled and waved to Hetty from a distance before returning to their preparations inside. Ms. Rosmoda, who was closer, waved for Hetty to come over, then entered the shop. Hetty thought she might need her assistance and hurried to the 3 broomsticks. Upon entering, before Hetty could even ask, she was presented with a cup of golden beverage, bubbling with frothy foam. "Here, go sit over there and enjoy it." The playful tone was unmistakably Rosmoda's. Hetty blinked in surprise, inhaling the rich aroma of butter, and impulsively asked, "Is this butterbeer?" "Yes, obviously. Though it contains no alcohol," Ms. Rosmoda replied, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Hetty took a deep breath, gritting her teeth, and with a strained smile, pressed on. "Then why was the butterbeer I ordered that day different?" "Because I didn't accept your order. What I gave you was my complimentary lemonade." Hetty paused, inhaled deeply once more, and then took a hearty sip from the cup she held, foam adorning her mouth, as she made her way to a corner of the bar, feeling a mix of indignation and restraint. Ms. Rosmoda was right. That cup of butterbeer. Oh no, lemonade. She didn't pay for, so it couldn't be considered a counterfeit. Meanwhile, a hearty laugh erupted from within the 3 broomsticks, as Mrs. Flume, who witnessed Hetty entering, shook her head in amused disbelief. Ms. Rosmoda was at it again, teasing little Hetty. Chapter 28. Merlin, you actually live in Hogsmeade. Ignoring Ms. Rosmoda's mischievous laughter, Hetty sat alone in the corner, finishing the entire cup of butterbeer. Initially, she was quite indignant, but as she drank, she could only marvel at the well-deserved reputation of the butterbeer. It was a uniquely flavored hot beverage that brought great satisfaction on this cold winter day. Yet, she truly did not detect any hint of alcohol. Was it akin to a wife cake without a wife? Hetty tilted her head in confusion. This scene did not escape Ms. Rosmodo's notice, who smirked with a hint of cunning. Fortunately, Hetty did not see this. Otherwise, she might not have been so easily convinced. She did not suspect that this butterbeer posed any issues, so she merely expressed her thoughts before becoming curious about another matter. When would the Hogwarts students arrive? Almost as if in response to her inquiry, a distant sound of laughter and chatter from youths began to grow closer. Hetty almost instantly sprang to her feet, eager to peek through the window and catch a glimpse of the Hogwarts students. When she finally spotted the small wizards, clad in black robes and adorned with scarves of 4 colors, approaching in groups, an inexplicable nervousness washed over her. Her small fists clenched in front of her, unsure of where to place them. She smiled widely, yet it felt forced, appearing somewhat stiff. Finally, she turned away, taking several deep breaths as if to calm her racing heart. Gathering the empty cup, she hurried to the back to clean it, adopting a tense posture as if preparing for battle. Ms. Rosmodo watched, bewildered, though she couldn't quite comprehend. She assumed Hetty was merely overly excited and nervous at the sight of peers. Remembering her previous situation, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Little Hetty, there's nothing you need to help with inside. Once you're done, come out and greet our little guests outside. The youngest among them is only a couple of years older than you. I believe you will find common ground. Relax. You can have a lovely chat with your seniors about life at Hogwarts. Upon hearing Ms. Rosmodo's words, Hetty paused. Glancing at the clean interior where no cups had yet piled up, she could only place the washed cup on the drying rack and sheepishly stepped back outside. Standing by a nearby table, her eyes darted around as if brainstorming or organizing conversation starters. One could only say that Ms. Rosmerda's remarks, albeit a misinterpretation of Hetty's situation, serendipitously resonated with her mood and intentions. The chime of the doorbell heralded the arrival of guests. Hetty's carefully constructed words were swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of her senior colleagues' chatter, which was rather down to earth. Suddenly, Hetty broke into a radiant smile, her earlier excitement and anxiety dissipating in an instant. After all, she was not so different from an ordinary child. What was she so nervous about? She understood that Ms. Rosmerda merely wished for her to socialize and make friends outside, not truly expecting her to assist in entertaining the guests. Thus, she comfortably settled aside, listening to their conversation as if she were a regular patron in a tavern. Ms. Rosmerda, having observed Hetty's transformation into a composed demeanor, felt reassured and began attending to the group of young patrons indulging in butterbeer. Oh, Merlin, how I miss the butterbeer here. Curiously, during the Christmas holiday at home, she had felt little nostalgia. Yet, upon returning to Hogwarts, her thoughts were consumed with the anticipation of visiting Hogsmeade to enjoy a drink. I see you miss not the butterbeer, but rather the holiday itself. Haha, quite right. Not far away. 2 boys adorned in black and yellow striped scarves were engaged in cheerful conversation, the topic of which resonated warmly with Hetty, who had yet to leave the campus. Hey, hello, may we sit here? While Hetty was absorbed in the lively atmosphere, a lively male voice called out to her. Upon looking up, she was greeted by 3 beaming faces wrapped in red and yellow scarves. A glance around made it clear why they had chosen this spot. Of course. Please have a seat. Hetty mused about the popularity of butterbeer and the efficiency of Hogwarts students in finding a place to sit, hastily inviting the trio to join her. After all, they were genuine patrons of the 3 broomsticks. Before she could survey the area for any other small wizards in need of seats, she noticed a boy who had just sat beside her curiously glancing around. Their eyes met, leading to an awkward silence, punctuated by the snickers of the boy's 2 companions. I was just curious, where did your school uniform go? Hetty was momentarily taken aback, then realized what he meant. With a hint of embarrassment, she chuckled softly. I don't have my uniform yet. I hadn't heard about any transfer students coming in. No, perhaps some prankster ruined the uniform. Hence you were allowed to wear casual clothes. Is that useful? If so, I'd like to try it too. Then I could wear the superhero outfit my mother just bought me. Indeed, if given the chance, she would love to don her signed sweatshirt from her idol. Knowing James would surely be envious. But that robe has a self-repair enchantment inscribed on it. It's unlikely to be easily damaged, right? If I used a fire spell, Professor McGonagall would definitely notice. Perhaps we could ignite some fireworks from Weasley's wizard wheezes and claim we forgot to take them out of our pockets. Yet, those fireworks were also prohibited items according to school rules. It would be hard to explain. Hetty never imagined that her simple explanation would spiral into such a tangent. 3 exuberant boys were now preoccupied with devising outrageous ways to destroy a school uniform. Hetty's expression transitioned from confusion to astonishment, eventually settling into an exasperated sigh. She genuinely feared being summoned to the headmaster's office before even starting school, prompting her to interject. "Excuse me. While I admire your audacity, is there a possibility that I haven't started school yet, hence I don't need a uniform, and I haven't purchased one?" A brief silence enveloped the group. "That's impossible. If you haven't enrolled, how could you possibly be here?" "Exactly. If you were out shopping, you'd undoubtedly be at Diagon Alley before school starts, not here." "Haha, little sister. You're quite amusing. You nearly had us fooled. I declare you a qualified Gryffindor." "Wait, little sister? We're only in 3rd year. I'm certain she is not from our year, so could it be? Do you know of some secret passage? We'll buy you a butterbeer if you tell us. We promise not to tell anyone else." As the conversation veered once more and the boys leaned in with hushed enthusiasm, Hetty found herself at a loss for words. Although she was aware of a few secret passages, she couldn't ascertain their current accessibility. Ahem, that is not the point. Hetty regained her composure and offered a resigned clarification. "Is it possible that I actually live here?" "Oh, Merlin, did I hear correctly? You live in Hogsmeade." Chapter 29. Children live in fairy tales, adults live in reality. A loud exclamation of surprise instantly silenced the raucous atmosphere of the 3 broomsticks. The gazes of all present converged astonishingly in unison. First, they collectively turned to the boy who had jumped up in shock, exclaiming in awe, followed by their attention shifting to a table where 3 individuals were intently observing a little girl trying to hide her face in her hands. Ms. Rosmerta, who was preparing butterbeer, merely cast a glance and immediately comprehended the situation. With a twinkle in her eye, she smiled and said, "What? Do you all think that Hogsmeade only has a few shops? This is a legitimate wizarding village. Is it so strange that we have residents? Our little Hetty here is the youngest witch in Hogsmeade, and she'll be starting at Hogwarts later this year. Now that you've all met her, be sure to look out for her at school, or else be wary of not receiving a warm welcome when you visit Hogsmeade." Her words undeniably validated the earlier astonishment, and the tavern erupted once more into fervent discussion. Yet, their attention remained fixated on Hetty, indicating she was the focal point of their conversation. Realizing that even if she buried herself in the ground, it would do little to alleviate her predicament, Hetty reluctantly lowered her hands from her face, offering an awkward smile. Accepting Ms. Rosmerta's good intentions and attempting to familiarize herself with the crowd. Some of the seemingly older young witches and wizards simply smiled warmly and nodded in greeting to Hetty, while others, still bearing the innocence of youth, looked on with envy. Eager to approach her, Hetty sensed a subtle difference in their demeanor but failed to grasp the underlying truth, leaving her with a flicker of doubt. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make such a scene. I was just too surprised, and my voice got a bit loud." Perhaps noticing her embarrassment, the boy who had initially exclaimed offered an apologetic smile. "Indeed, it has been a while since we've heard of a wizard attending school in Hogsmeade. So we nearly forgot this is a wizarding village with residents living here. We can only visit in 3rd year, while you grew up here. It's no wonder we didn't think of it." The other 2 boys chimed in with supportive camaraderie, while Hetty could empathize with their sentiments. The moment of being the center of attention had been overwhelmingly mortifying. Just as she was about to move past this section of thoughts, she overheard the 2 lively characters from earlier exchanging glances and exclaiming in unison, "This is truly magnificent." The exuberance of their remarks seemed to resonate with the crowd, causing not only the conspicuous figure to forget their earlier apologies, but also to eagerly partake in the delightful imaginings of life in Hogsmeade. Even the nearby group of young boys and girls huddled together, animatedly sharing their life plans should they have grown up in Hogsmeade. Hetty blinked in bemusement, uncertain whether to marvel at Hogsmeade's undeniable allure for young wizards or to ponder the notion that the apologies of social butterflies require no resolution, merely a display of courtesy and demeanor. Wait a moment, the allure for young wizards? Hetty finally seized upon this spark of inspiration and turned to glance at the group of youthful wizards from before. Indeed, they had returned to their usual selves, laughing and recounting amusing anecdotes from their lives. Evidently, their longing for life in Hogsmeade was rather meager. In stark contrast, the youthful wizards, regardless of how far they sat from Hetty, would occasionally cast glances in her direction. It was abundantly clear that their enthusiasm for Hogsmeade had not waned. Connecting this to the tales told by Madame Poudafoutte regarding the influx of young wizards moving away from Hogsmeade, Hetty suddenly comprehended the truth. Thus, it was a vivid depiction of children living in a fairy tale while adults navigated the harshness of reality. In this reimagined world of Harry Potter, wizards appeared to have embraced muggles and muggle technology with increasing acceptance. Consequently, many had ventured into the realm of technology and reveled in its conveniences. Matthew, for instance, exhibited a clear understanding of the technological world, and he showed no intention of concealing it. This indicated that such circumstances had become the norm. However, on the other hand, perhaps due to the secrecy laws, even within wizarding families, those residing in areas with significant intersections between the magical and technological worlds had limited opportunities to engage with magic. At least in terms of spellcasting, they were certainly constrained. Moreover, when befriending individuals from the technological realm, discussing the magical world was strictly prohibited. This led to a profound yearning among the majority of young wizards for the enchanting, whimsical, and fairy tale-like wizarding villages. Yet, this seemed to create a cyclical pattern. As they matured, their emotional fervor would diminish, and rationality would prevail, making them acutely aware of the conveniences brought forth by technology. In choosing their residences, the majority of wizards would ultimately mirror the decisions made by their predecessors, much like those young wizards already contemplating their futures. As Hetty pondered these thoughts, her demeanor softened significantly upon encountering the envious gazes directed her way. There was no need for her to feel prideful, nor to be disheartened by the eventual outcomes. After all, her affection for Hogsmeade had evolved beyond mere admiration. "You are Hetty, aren't you? I wonder if we have the honor of," before the boy across from her could finish. His words were interrupted by the animated conversation of two young wizards who had just entered the shop. How overwhelming. Returning from holiday, and everyone is so eager for sweets. The proprietor of the candy shop must have replenished stock countless times. I heard that he even strained his back from hauling too many boxes at once. Exactly. Right now, it's just that old lady restocking, making me feel embarrassed to buy bubblegum. Hetty, who had been attentively listening to the shy boy speak, was immediately captivated by this exchange. To be precise, this conversation drew the attention of everyone nearby, sparking a lively discussion about the incident. Mrs. Rosmerta also overheard and instinctively furrowed her brow. However, upon recalling that the Flume couple had not sent out any distress signals, she assumed the matter was not grave, just a minor inconvenience, and soon relaxed. Hetty had considered this as well, but still felt a twinge of worry. She glanced at Mrs. Rosmerta, who, sensing her concern, nodded reassuringly. The two seemed to share a silent understanding, prompting Hetty to rise and swiftly head towards the Honeyduke's shop, leaving behind a group of young wizards who regrettably had not yet articulated their intentions to visit. Chapter 30. Famous before enrollment are Grandma and Grandpa Flume alright. Upon entering Honeyduke's, Hetty discovered the atmosphere to be rather normal. The young wizards were still bustling about, selecting their candies, while Mrs. Flume appeared unfazed as she replenished the stock. "Ah, it's little Hetty. Have you heard the rumors circulating among those children? Worry not, it's not as exaggerated as it seems. Your Grandpa Flume is simply getting on in years, and with all the activity, he tires more easily. His back can be a bit troublesome. It's nothing serious. Just requires a little rest. You know how it is. Every holiday, everyone craves our sweets, so restocking can indeed be a bit hectic. But see, I can manage quite well on my own, can't I?" Mrs. Flume remarked, her gaze shifting to the beaming young wizards eagerly choosing their confections. Her face adorned with a gentle smile that exuded warmth. Hetty's initial concerns and anxieties began to dissipate upon witnessing such a delightful scene, replaced by a burgeoning admiration. "And what about Uncle Flume?" Mrs. Flume seemed to comprehend Hetty's unspoken question, regarding her with a knowing smile, before responding meaningfully. "They have their own pursuits, and we shall not interfere. We too have our ambitions, and they would not hinder us. Of course, as long as these minor matters remain unknown to them, all shall be well." Hetty was taken aback. Indeed, whether it was the parents' insistence that their children forsake their dreams, or the children's desire for their parents to relinquish theirs, such scenarios are undeniably harsh. Regardless of external perceptions, the rare treasure lies in a family's mutual understanding and support. Yet, the final quip did evoke a sense of helplessness. "Mrs. Flume, if it truly is a minor matter, that is best. However, if we treat significant issues as trivial, we will inevitably be left with regret and sorrow. Please, do not let that occur." Mrs. Flume grasped Hetty's meaning. Her heart warmed, as she gently patted Hetty's small head, saying with a smile, "Rest assured. It truly is nothing. Otherwise, I would have sought help." With those words, Hetty finally felt at ease, choosing to assist Mrs. Flume in restocking without uttering another word. Mrs. Flume accepted Hetty's kindness without objection, her heart swelling with affection for the young girl. As they lifted and arranged the supplies, they occasionally came across new products, which led to Mrs. Flume's spontaneous generosity. Hetty had long grown accustomed to such gestures, perceiving nothing unusual about it. However, what they failed to notice was the astonishment and envy radiating from the young wizards selecting candies nearby, coupled with the events that transpired at the Three Broomsticks. News of the beloved little witch, soon to enter school, quickly spread throughout Hogsmeade, garnering her a spot on the friendly list of numerous older students eager to befriend her. Yet, these were matters for another time. At this moment, Hetty reveled in Mrs. Flume's generosity while savoring the enchanting effects of the new candies. By a stroke of serendipity, the delightful novelty of the new candies was showcased before the eyes of other young wizards, thereby propelling their sales. Even Mrs. Flume, who had not intentionally orchestrated this outcome, found herself bemused by the unexpected popularity of the new confections. It was not until the closing hour, during the inventory count, that Mr. Flume, as an observant bystander, identified the reason, much to the amusement of the elderly couple. When Hetty returned home, it coincided with the departure of most Hogwarts students. As night fell early, the festivities did not extend late into the evening. The Flume couple had initially hoped to invite Hetty to dinner, but she, with her characteristic modesty, was not inclined to impose upon them once more. Seizing the opportunity, she discreetly slipped away. With dinner still some time away, Hetty decided to practice the cleaning spell, Scourgify, along with its gestures in her room. Given the spaciousness of her quarters, it provided an ideal space for her practice. Yet, perhaps unbeknownst to her, this very suitability for practice had deterred her from committing to adorn her room with decorations. Initially, she had not been so diligent. The lack of entertainment options and the absence of craft materials for DIY decorations left her with little to engage in. Other pursuits either held no interest or proved too cumbersome. Consequently, the most straightforward endeavor remained the practice of spell pronunciation and the nuances of gesture. Moreover, she was eager to validate her hypothesis regarding the growth of her magical power. If her assumptions proved accurate, she might gain an early advantage over her contemporaries. It was this enticing prospect that fueled her motivation to practice diligently. Upon completing her practice for the day, having achieved a precise standard with the cleaning spell and its gestures, she looked forward to the following day when Mr. Johnson would assess her progress, allowing her to officially practice with her wand. In high spirits, she prepared herself a sumptuous bowl of noodle soup. Although the noodles were cut unevenly, the lavish ensemble of meat, egg, and vegetables did not diminish its deliciousness. As she drifted off to sleep, accompanied by tales of the house elf rebellion, Hetty even entertained the whimsical notion of hiring a house elf to assist with household chores. However, upon awakening the next day, she predictably forgot this fleeting thought, bustling through her morning routine, enjoying breakfast, and then hurrying off to the common room. As per usual, her classes and evaluations proceeded, and, as she had hoped, she was granted permission to practice the cleaning spell with her wand. Immediately after class, she hurried home, hastily consuming a simple sandwich for lunch before diving into her practice with the cleaning spell. In stark contrast to her initial struggles with the spell, she soon found herself effortlessly entering the flow of practice. After casting only a few spells with her wand, she managed to eliminate a stubborn soy sauce stain from her cloth. Overwhelmed by excitement, Hetty eagerly opened her status panel. Character, Hetty Flew. Age, 11 years. Magic level, 0, 93, 100. Title, Wizard Apprentice. Spells, Cleaning Spell, Scourgify. Second form, none. Patronus, none. Honors, none. Personal space, 1M. The spells section confirmed her mastery of the cleaning spell. Yet, the magic level section clearly indicated that her assumptions were misguided, or rather, overly simplistic. Chapter 31. The Heartfelt Essence of Hogsmeade. Frequent practice of magic, while beneficial for maintaining the release and recovery of magical power, does not yield the same effectiveness as the initial awakening of one's magical abilities. Although she had only just begun to grasp this concept, it was sufficient to awaken Hetty from her dream of finding a shortcut to surpass her peers. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no disappointment. However, she was not one to crumble under setbacks. After a somber evening, she swiftly regained her composure. Yet, her fervor for diligence waned, replaced by a more laid-back, go-with-the-flow attitude. To Mr. Johnson and the other elderly figures, Hetty's newfound nonchalance appeared as a sign of maturity, which brought them comfort and reassurance. In the days that followed, life seemed to accelerate, settling into a routine of simplicity and ease, planting, harvesting, attending classes, practicing spells, and experimenting with culinary delights. Although it seemed that little had changed, the focus of her time had shifted towards a more enriched existence. When the end of February approached and she submitted her procurement order, Hetty included some small furniture and supplies like glue, wire, and paint. It was clear she had resolved to truly decorate her room. Initially bracing herself for a hefty expenditure, her plans were dashed when Mrs. Rosmerta spotted the order and promptly crossed off the furniture, opting instead to take Hetty to a secluded house almost hidden in the woods. Though it still lay within the bounds of Hogsmeade, the location was decidedly remote. Upon meeting the home's owner, Hetty began to comprehend the rationale behind its placement. The reclusive, taciturn wizard, with a penchant for woodworking, resided amidst a chaotic array of peculiar wooden carvings and wooden parts that cluttered the space, particularly in the dim light. Had Hetty ventured there alone, she would have surely been startled, perhaps conjuring eerie tales in her imagination. However, knowing that Mrs. Rosmerta had specifically brought her there instilled a sense of trust in Hetty that the owner bore no resemblance to her imagined villain. Indeed, in the gaze of the old wizard, whose thick hair and beard obscured his features and whose speech was succinct to the point of being terse, she found only curiosity. There was nothing unsettling in his eyes. He was undoubtedly a kindred spirit. Mrs. Hogsmeade instructed Hetty to refer to him as Grandpa Byron and encouraged her to voice her wishes. Initially hesitant, Hetty gradually relaxed, articulating her desired furniture with words. Remarkably, as soon as she finished speaking, Grandpa Byron waved his wand a few times, conjuring a 3D image of the furniture she needed, created from streams of magical light, even simulating the opening of drawers and closets. Hetty's eyes widened in awe, and she transformed into a clapping machine, expressing her admiration, which elicited a chuckle from Mrs. Hogsmeade and a skeptical twitch from Grandpa Byron's mouth. Once they had confirmed their choices, Mrs. Hogsmeade whisked Hetty away without mentioning compensation. Hetty hesitated, wishing to remind Mrs. Hogsmeade, but she was transported directly to her doorstep via apparition. I know what you were about to say. However, the materials are readily available, and he does not require your modest fee. So, if you feel inclined, remember to save him a portion of whatever delicious meals you prepare in the future, Mrs. Hogsmeade said before departing, leaving Hetty in a state of contemplative silence, her emotions swirling within her. This was not the first time she had heard such sentiments. Previously, when she had listened to old Zoko, she had merely followed along with a sense of vague understanding, her heart untouched. Yet this time, she felt a profound sense of awe and inspiration. It inexplicably reminded her of a term seldom mentioned in today's technologically advanced and convenience-driven world: human warmth. So, this was the essence of Hogsmeade's humanity? A warm current surged within Hetty, mingled with a tinge of regret that she deliberately suppressed, lamenting that her brother and parents never had the chance to experience this. Shaking her head, she regained her composure, adding the venerable Byron to her list of culinary sharing and amicable exchanges, and nonchalantly resumed her tasks. After Matthew made his next delivery, Hetty's daily agenda expanded to include a session for crafting DIY decorations, rendering her days remarkably fulfilling. Even upon witnessing the meager increase of merely 1 point in her magical prowess after a month of practice, her heart remained unperturbed. Perhaps it was the clarity that followed her awakening that led her to adopt a laissez-faire attitude, feeling that her efforts hadn't been overly taxing, thus making acceptance easier. Moreover, the newly added spells in her spellbook, Glow Charm, Repair Charm, and Waterproof Charm, provided her with considerable solace. As March drew to a close, Hetty's room underwent a stunning transformation. Her wardrobe, vanity, cozy sofa, and low table were all in place, with even the previously bare light bulb adorned with her DIY cloisonne lampshade, creating an exquisite and inviting atmosphere. To her surprise, the newly acquired furniture harmonized perfectly with her existing bed and nightstand, every edge polished to a smooth finish. Hetty realized, both surprisingly and unsurprisingly, that the esteemed Byron was undoubtedly a friend of her own grandfather. Upon learning of her recent endeavors, Mrs. Pattifus, Mrs. Flume, and Mrs. Hogsmeade made a special visit to assess the situation. Their praises were abundant, and they gathered with Hetty like old friends, intimately discussing areas that needed improvement, before tacitly agreeing to assist her with decorations the following day. This left Hetty both touched and somewhat helpless, reminiscent of the expressions on her grandparents' faces when she occasionally brought them treats. Though her grandfathers had not entered the welfare home, they nonetheless expressed their gratitude, reciprocating with gifts during Hetty's subsequent culinary offerings. These included Mr. Zako's starry night lamp, which projected a magical view of the cosmos upon activation, Mr. Johnson's enchanted calendar, which reminded her of special days by floating the dates in midair, Mr. Jones's substantial pieces of magical fabric, water and fire resistant, intended for her DIY projects, and Lord Byron's drying apparatus, which could dry clothes in a sealed space. Hetty strongly suspected that Mr. Byron had indeed visited the village and had seen her laundry, aware of her habit. While slightly embarrassed, she found it endearing. Addressing the matter of visitors, one could not ignore the little witch who had been enchanted by Hetty since their first encounter during Hogsmeade's visiting day. To be precise, it was the young witch eager to tour Hetty's home. In stark contrast to their enthusiasm for befriending her, Hetty remained casual and indifferent, having no particular intent to socialize. Each Hogsmeade day found her busy assisting in various shops, leaving her unaware of the group of young witches wishing to befriend her. Chapter 32, 5 Months of Harvest, Transitional Chapter. Although Hetty was oblivious to the existence of this group of young witches, it did not impede her warm welcome toward all witches, not merely welcoming them to the welfare home, but inviting them to Hogsmeade, especially after receiving her February dividends. Hetty sometimes felt as if she were witnessing moving galleons when she observed these young witches. The patent dividends from Davis and Band's magical equipment store reached an impressive 35 galleons, approximately 1540 dragon coins, while Zako's joke shop boasted a staggering 20 share, amounting to 64 galleons, around 2,800 dragon coins. Although Mr. Zako mentioned that this might be the highest earning month of the year, it did not dampen Hetty's spirits. After all, she calculated that even maintaining a high quality of life, her monthly expenses for food and daily necessities would not exceed 40 galleons. As the provisions from the welfare grandfather and some daily supplies were consumed, subsequent expenses would increase. This meant that with her current spending power, apart from the lean months during Hogwarts holidays, she would likely have enough left over. As for the assorted DIY materials she purchased initially for emotional fulfillment, they eventually became a profitable venture. After Mrs. Pattifus viewed some of the adorable dolls and exquisite trinkets she had crafted, she suggested that Hetty place the surplus in her shop for consignment. With a spirit of experimentation, Hetty decided to send over some of the less satisfactory items. To her surprise, the sales were unexpectedly good, leading her to earn her first substantial income. Oh, speaking of her earnings, one must mention the unexpected monetary gift from Mr. Jones in late April. It turned out that her idea of changing the exterior of handbags had inspired Mr. Jones, who reported it to the headquarters of the elegant clothing store. They connected with an alchemist specializing in creating expandable items, planning to produce a batch of small-capacity, interchangeable bags. Despite the promising prospects, this idea was not particularly unique or patent-worthy, making it easy to replicate. Thus, despite Mr. Jones's fervent advocacy, he could only secure a reasonable reward for Hetty. And so it was, little Hetty, I'm afraid this is all I could manage to secure for you. On a non-weekend day at the Three Broomsticks, all the shopkeepers of Hogsmeade gathered. Under the watchful eyes of the elder gentlemen and ladies, Hetty felt a bit dazed as Mr. Jones, with a hint of embarrassment, presented her with a bulging money pouch. She had not anticipated that such a notion, which hardly constituted a groundbreaking idea, could yield financial reward in the magical realm. It was truly astonishing. However, she was not one to dismiss the efforts Mr. Jones put forth to secure her reward. Thus, she emotionally accepted the pouch with tears in her eyes. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Without you, I wouldn't have received such an unexpected windfall. I've decided to treat everyone today. Shall we have lunch together? Would you prefer pizza or barbecue? With Mr. Jones's astonished expression, the somewhat ungrateful Hetty wrapped her arms around him in a large hug before swiftly darting away to discuss the meal plans with the other elders who were already in the know. The grandfathers, unable to voice their dining suggestions, exchanged knowing glances at Mr. Jones, as if to say, you see, we knew this would happen. Little Hetty wouldn't care about that. Mr. Jones shook his head in amusement. His gaze towards Hetty softened beyond measure. In the aftermath, Hetty's celebratory meal cost nearly 20 galleons. And although she couldn't help but grumble about the exorbitant prices of takeout in the magical world, she felt no remorse. Not only because treating her grandparents to a meal didn't sting, but also because her pouch still held 280 galleons. Elated, she remained cheerful for several days, amusing the elders of Hogsmeade. From that day forward, the once meticulous Hetty, who kept careful accounts, returned to her innate perspective of money as mere numbers, no longer fixating on the pile of galleons in her inventory. Ahem, perhaps a bit overdone, but it is quite accurate nonetheless. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, she can confidently assure herself that she will not find herself in a state of financial distress. With a steady income from consignments and dividends each month, she is devoid of the burdens of purchasing a home or a car, as well as the dreams that can only be realized through wealth. Thus, her lack of concern is a perfectly reasonable mindset. In summary, she is exceedingly content with her current situation. In this state of satisfaction, her studies and daily life proceed as usual, and everything has progressed in an orderly manner to the month of June. The galloons in her panel space are increasing, and the spells in her spell bar are also on the rise. Character, Hetty Welfare. Age, 11 years. Magic level, 0, 97, 100. Spells, Cleaning spell, Purification spell, Lumos spell. Repairing spell, Unlocking spell, Summoning spell, Levitation spell, Enlargement spell, Shrinking spell, Silencing spell, Whispering spell, Shouting spell, Waterproof spell, Moisture and water resistant, Water summoning spell, Spring water. Fire spell, and the transformative uses of the water summoning spell and fire spell. Mr. Johnson has taught Hetty a series of spells that can be encountered in her daily life. Even those with considerable potential, like the water summoning spell and fire spell, are thoroughly explained in various applications he is aware of. During this time, Hetty has become utterly enchanted by them, delighting in their use for tasks such as localized rainfall for her vegetable garden, unclogging pipes, baking bread, and drying clothes. Just as she was lost in this fascination, a half-exposed envelope unexpectedly appeared in her family's mailbox, which was largely a decorative item. More precisely, it was a letter peeking out. Upon seeing the familiar Hogwarts crest, Hetty's hands trembled with excitement. She could finally leave the village openly. Chapter 33. Preparations before school starts. The affection of grandparents. Although Hetty had already surmised the nature of this letter, she pretended to tear it open for confirmation. Suppressing her joy at the prospect of leaving the village, she began to read earnestly. However, after just the opening lines, her emotions surged like a roller coaster. Headmaster, Severus Snape. Sir Merlin's first-class medal, Master of Potions, International Wizarding Federation. Almost forgetting that this is a reimagined HP world, but what a brilliant adaptation it is. Hetty felt a rush of excitement because that tragically poignant character had not passed away. Yet, on the other hand, considering he is the headmaster of Hogwarts, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. After all, his temperament is not something most can endure. It's all right, as long as she isn't a Slytherin. It's just a potions class, she can manage to get through it. This is the only reassurance she could offer herself. The content following the acceptance letter was largely in line with her recollections. However, upon noticing a textbook titled Magical Array Symbols, authored by someone with the surname Welfare, she felt a peculiar sensation. She also couldn't ascertain whether this was a long-standing course or a recent addition. Furthermore, she couldn't help but admire Professor McGonagall's lifetime dedication to education. Even 20 years later, it is still she who brings joy and excitement to young witches and wizards. Ahem, her thoughts had wandered quite far. Hetty reined in her musings and rushed toward the village with her Hogwarts acceptance letter in hand. Grandpa, Grandma, I have received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. With her exuberant announcement, soon all the shopkeepers in Hogsmeade were aware of the news. While they all privately reflected on the passage of time, they eagerly began discussing her upcoming schooling arrangements. Everything was agreeable, and there was a consensus among them. Classes would continue as usual, but they would no longer be limited to Mr. Johnson's standard introductory lessons. She could also learn useful magic from other grandparents. For instance, Madame Putafoot's culinary magic, which essentially involves using magic to create quick meals like popcorn or rice porridge without pots or stoves, preventing her from missing meal times and going hungry. Old Man Zacco's prank spells, to identify and counteract mischievous classmates, and Mr. Jones's styling spells, to effectively address issues like torn, dirty, or wrinkled clothing when immediate replacements aren't possible. Hetty smiled as she listened, knowing she had even better methods for some of these situations. However, witnessing her grandparents planning for her filled her heart with warmth, and she felt no need to voice her thoughts. Yet, her ease did not last long, as when the topic of who would accompany her to Diagon Alley for her school robes and wand arose, opinions diverged significantly, with everyone eager to join her. As the atmosphere grew tense, with accusations flying, Hetty felt increasingly distressed. Fortunately, a quick thought struck her, a two birds with one stone strategy. Grandparents, I was just thinking, could I perhaps go to Diagon Alley a few more times? From your conversations, it sounds like such a lively place, and I've never ventured beyond Hogsmeade. I am so curious about what it's like there. Feigning a downcast demeanor, she portrayed herself as a poor child yearning for the outside world, prompting Madame Putafoot to exclaim in sympathy, "Oh, my poor little dear." The honest Mr. and Mrs. Flume also displayed looks of concern. Meanwhile, the shrewd old man Zacco and Mrs. Rosmerta, though initially concerned, quickly found the situation amusing. The wise and composed Mr. Johnson and Mr. Jones pondered for a moment and then instantly grasped Hetty's intentions, smiling with a mix of exasperation and affection. Hetty peeked out, quietly observing the reactions of her grandparents. She felt a twinge of guilt towards Madame Putafoot and the Flumes, and a blush of embarrassment at being seen through by Mr. Johnson and the others. However, as she noted the harmony returning among them, she felt a flicker of satisfaction. Her efforts to play the part of the pitiful child were not in vain. Consequently, the conversation flowed smoothly. Regardless of whether they had seen through her act, everyone was eager to cooperate with her little adventure plan. Over the course of 2 months, each grandparent would take her out one weekend, ensuring she would get her turn. However, when it came to the procurement of her school robes and wand, Mrs. Rosmerta ultimately became the first grandparent to accompany her. After all, as a lady with extensive connections, she was quite persuasive with the old friends. Hetty was not particularly concerned about who the first companion would be, for any of her grandparents could accompany her. She was already secretly plotting what to bring to Diagon Alley. She would take her grandfather's wand, just in case. The more than 600 galloons in her space should suffice, with 280 remaining from the elegant clothing rewards, along with dividends and consignment earnings from the previous 5 months. Leaving about 60 after living expenses, plus the original 40. What would she wear for the trip? Once she wrapped up her month-end tasks and received the July procurement supplies, Hetty's journey to Diagon Alley was finally set into motion. Of course, during this time, she also sent a reply to Hogwarts confirming her enrollment. The owl from the post office made a swift round trip in less than 10 minutes. Though she was eager and impatient, she understood the importance of priorities. Thus, Even though it took over a week for her to set off, it did not diminish her good spirits. At the break of dawn, she would often arrive at the Three Broomsticks, eagerly awaiting at the entrance, greeting each passerby with a radiant smile, spreading her infectious cheerfulness to all. It seemed that Madame Rosmerta had anticipated such a situation, as she opened the door even before the agreed-upon time. I couldn't find any information. Perhaps it's a combined establishment. But for all intents and purposes, it is regarded as such. With a playful glance towards Hetty, she observed her until the girl felt somewhat uneasy. Before inviting her in with a sense of delight, the two made their way to the fireplace, preparing to be transported directly to the leaky cauldron via the flue network. Hetty was aware that the Three Broomsticks fireplace was indeed connected to the network, having occasionally witnessed customers emerging directly from it. However, this would be her first personal experience. And naturally, it filled her with a touch of anxiety. Much like Harry during his initial use of the flue network, Madame Rosmerta intended to demonstrate the process herself, emphasizing the necessity of enunciating the destination clearly before proceeding. With that, she confidently stepped into the flames, vanishing before Hetty's eyes. Hetty was torn between gratitude for her trust and reproach for her casualness. In the end, she steeled herself, entering the fireplace, grasping a handful of flue powder, and clearly uttering leaky cauldron, her tone tinged with determination. A whirlwind of darkness and dizzying motion enveloped her, as if she were cast into a black hole. When she finally regained her footing, her legs felt weak, but fortunately, she was caught by someone, allowing her to stabilize. As she emerged into the light, she found herself embraced by a beaming Madame Rosmerta beside the fireplace, the surroundings still reminiscent of a bar, yet evidently not the Three Broomsticks anymore. Chapter 34. A Trip to Diagon Alley. Is this the lovely granddaughter of old Mr. Flitwick? Absolutely adorable. Hannah, do refrain from showering her with compliments. This little one is quite clever, adept at leveraging her advantages to keep us on our toes. Just as Hetty began to recover from her dizziness and took in her surroundings, she overheard Madame Rosmerta teasing her. However, considering that Hetty acknowledged her appearance as an asset, she chose not to hold it against her. Blushing with a delightful embarrassment, she elicited laughter from the two adults. Naturally, upon hearing Madame Rosmerta address the lady behind the bar as Hannah, Hetty quickly deduced her identity and politely approached to greet her. Good morning, Mrs. Longbottom. It is a pleasure to meet you. Wow, just as Madame Rosmerta described, what a clever little girl. It is equally delightful to meet you, Miss Flitwick. Hannah's exaggerated smile radiated warmth, instantly putting those who conversed with her at ease. Hetty couldn't help but blush once more, marveling at the fact that no ordinary person could own a bar. Madame Rosmerta appeared as pleased as a parent receiving praise for their child. One must be astute. After all, soon, you shall be learning from young Neville, so it is essential to win over his esteemed mother. Hetty, quick on the uptake, responded eagerly. I've heard from students at Hogwarts that Professor Longbottom's herbology class is excellent, and he is very kind. Everyone adores him. I am truly looking forward to attending his lessons. This caused Hannah's smile to widen even further, becoming more genuine. The trio soon transformed into a lively conversation, enjoying each other's company until the first patron of the weekend arrived at the leaky cauldron for a drink. Madame Rosmerta then took her leave with Hetty, although Hannah lingered, urging Hetty to visit whenever she had the chance. Hetty, who had already contemplated sneaking out for shopping, felt a thrill of excitement and promptly nodded in agreement to her newly acquainted Aunt Hannah. A flicker of doubt crossed Madame Rosmerta's eyes, but she dismissed it, feeling a greater sense of pride and contentment. As they proceeded to the small courtyard behind the bar, she suddenly chuckled. You did well. Hetty was taken aback, only to understand what she meant moments later. She shrugged bashfully. I learned from you, Madame Rosmerta. Their shared laughter transcended their age difference, evoking a sense of camaraderie akin to that of spirited sisters. Madame Rosmerta affectionately draped her arm around Hetty's shoulders as they leaned against the wall by the rubbish bin, imparting tips while producing her wand to demonstrate. Using the bin as a reference point, she counted 3 bricks up and 2 to the right, tapping the wand tip 3 times. The stone bricks began to shift and transform. Hetty's heart raced with exhilaration. The last time she felt such excitement was when she first arrived. She had thought that nearly half a year of living as a witch would have made her accustomed to it. Yet gazing through the doorway into a world overflowing with magic and vibrant energy felt like stepping into a dream. Come along, while it is indeed livelier than Hogsmeade. You need not appear so wide-eyed. Clearly, it is necessary to take you out more often to prevent us from losing face in Hogsmeade. Hetty barely registered Madame Rosmerta's teasing remarks, as her eyes were too busy absorbing the fascinating sights around her. Stylishly dressed witches and wizards mingled seamlessly with those sporting eccentric and vintage attire. There was no hint of surprise or judgmental glances. Evidently, everyone had grown accustomed to such peculiarities. Various whimsical little creatures scuttled about on people's shoulders, in their hands, or on signs and window displays, moving in a manner that felt entirely natural. Of course, there were those who struggled to accept such oddities, like Hetty, who instinctively clung to Madame Rosmerta, fearful of startling the creatures that appeared intimidating in her eyes. She also had to be cautious of the small wizards brandishing what resembled candied hawthorn skewers, running in packs. Given the crowd, occasional bumps and collisions were inevitable. It seems you are not fond of those quirky little creatures, Madame Rosmerta began to tease. I had intended to buy you a little lizard. Just look at how adorable they are when they stick out their tongues. No. Thank you, Madame Rosmerta. Hetty replied hastily. It's not that I dislike them, but rather, I have a timid disposition and simply cannot enjoy the pleasures of pet ownership. Her repeated refusals clearly conveyed her trepidation. Madame Rosmerta chuckled heartily, then inquired, what about owls or kittens? Hetty hesitated for a moment, ultimately shaking her head with a pained expression. Forget it. I lack the confidence to care for them properly and wouldn't want to do them any harm. Upon hearing this, Madame Rosmerta's gaze softened, her playful demeanor dissipating. Very well, let us proceed directly to Ollivander's. We shall acquire your wand first, and then explore outside. Hetty spotted the noticeably wider street ahead and nodded eagerly. It is such a relief not to worry about bats falling from above. Compared to the bustling street, Ollivander's shop felt remarkably subdued. The streets were lined with drab second-hand robe shops and antique stores. Hetty indeed harbored thoughts of unearthing treasures or exploring quaint shops. Yet the pressing matters at hand rendered her speechless. Even as she pushed open the door to Ollivander's, an involuntary wave of nervousness washed over her. Oh, who do we have here, Rosmerta? It has been ages since you last graced us with your presence. I am truly honored to see you. Oh, spare me, Ollivander. My visit merely signifies that my beloved wand requires some maintenance. It's rather taxing on the galleons, so I prefer to keep our encounters to a minimum. After exchanging pleasantries with Ollivander, Rosmerta's extensive network left Hetty in awe once more. Ollivander let out a hearty laugh, engaging in playful banter with his old friend, his cheerful demeanor evident. Oh, this young lady seems rather familiar. Is she the granddaughter of that old scoundrel, Flitwick? Rosmerta's expression turned somber as she nodded slightly. Upon seeing her reaction, Ollivander's countenance briefly mirrored her melancholy, though he swiftly collected himself. I recall your grandfather's wand, a fine piece crafted from elm, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 14 inches. You must have wielded it. How did it feel? Chapter 35, An Outing of Familiar Favor. Hetty, who had hoped to greet the venerable Ollivander, found herself momentarily taken aback by his direct inquiry. Quickly, she rummaged through her magically expanded bag and produced Flitwick's wand. Ah, your memory is impeccable. It feels quite comfortable. Casting spells flows effortlessly. Ollivander furrowed his brow and scrutinized Hetty from head to toe, following the grip of her wand. Hetty stiffened, a peculiar sensation enveloping her, reminiscent of being observed under a microscope during biology lab. Why was she aware of such a feeling? Hetty was bemused by her own whimsical thoughts. Just as she contemplated offering the wand for inspection, she noticed Ollivander had shifted his gaze, pondering for a moment before speaking. I believe I have identified the wand that suits you. With that, he ambled leisurely toward one of the shelves brimming with wand boxes. Watching his retreating figure, Hetty found herself momentarily stunned. It was as if 2 decades had elapsed since the timeline of the Harry Potter saga. And yet she had never encountered the Ollivander of 20 years prior. The concept of his age felt abstract. Her recollection painted him as an elderly gentleman with silvery hair and a face lined with wrinkles, not unlike his present appearance. Upon their initial meeting, he and Rosmerta conversed with the ease of old companions, his spirits seemingly undiminished. Thus, Hetty initially perceived no anomaly until his gait revealed the unmistakable signs of time's passage. Once, he had been as elusive as a phantom, startling young Harry. Despite his current demeanor, his wand-crafting skills had only sharpened with age. Moreover, he had assistance. There was no cause for concern. Rosmerta, perhaps sensing something, spoke to Hetty in a light-hearted tone. It appears our dear Flitwick's granddaughter is quite the delightful young lady. No wonder you cherish her. As if to corroborate her statement, a figure of a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s emerged from the shop's interior. Grandfather, which one should I take? A hushed exchange followed, accompanied by the sound of boxes being shuffled. After a brief moment, Ollivander emerged, cradling a box. But the middle-aged man was nowhere to be seen. Give this one a try. Hawthorn wood, dragon heartstring, 12 inches. Hetty, still intrigued by the man referred to as Ollivander's grandson, was caught off guard by his words. She quickly retracted her curiosity and the wand she had been holding, retrieving the crimson wand from the box Ollivander had extended. A warm sensation enveloped her, and the resonance of magic made her cascading curls gently lift. The comforting sensation instantly made Hetty aware that this wand was indeed hers. As expected of you, your eye for wands remains sharp. Before Hetty could voice her thoughts, Rosmerta had already discerned the outcome, offering Ollivander her compliments with a smile. Ollivander's satisfaction was evident in his smile as he turned to Rosmerta, reminiscing about her wand selection story from years past. Is that all? Weren't measurements for arm length, height, head circumference, and nostril distance supposed to be taken? Weren't we to test numerous wands before arriving at a decision? The magical resonance faded, and Hetty stood rigidly, wand in hand, observing her elders engage in light-hearted conversation. Her emotions tangled in complexity. Why did she feel as though her wand acquisition process lacked gravitas? Well, she had never relished the notion of having her nostrils measured. Perhaps it was simply a matter of familiarity. Quietly, she placed her new wand into the box that Ollivander had casually set on the table. Using her expanded bag as a disguise, she extracted 7 galleons, holding them in her hand. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed that her elders' conversation had come to an end, and they were now smiling at her subtle actions. Mr. Ollivander, the wand is 7 galleons, correct? Hetty inquired awkwardly. Indeed. It seems Miss Flitwick is quite astute regarding the market. Yet, Ollivander added, however, I find your appreciation for the wand more precious than the 7 galleons. Hetty couldn't shake the feeling that this comment was not merely a compliment, but a veiled reference to her earlier furtiveness. Nevertheless, she chose not to take offense, accepting it as praise and reciprocating with a compliment of her own. It is merely a testament to the exquisite craftsmanship of Ollivander's wands. They are too beautiful to treat carelessly. This remark elicited an exaggerated laugh from Ollivander, who regarded her with newfound admiration. He regarded Hetty with a keen eye before turning to Rosmerta. I never anticipated that old Flitwick's granddaughter would be such an amusing young lady. It's no wonder you hold her in such high esteem. Rosmerta remained silent, yet the affection in her gaze was unmistakable. Hetty felt her cheeks flush as she obediently placed the 7 galleons on the table, stepping aside. Aware of her shyness, her elders refrained from prolonging the topic. Exchanging a few casual remarks before concluding their conversation, Hetty carefully stored her wand and politely bid farewell to Ollivander, marking the successful completion of her wand purchase. Upon exiting, Rosmerta chuckled as she tidied Hetty's hair, which had become tousled from the magical resonance, leaving Hetty once more feeling the sting of social embarrassment. Listening to Ollivander's laughter from within, she mused that perhaps her reaction delay wasn't so pronounced after all. What robust lungs he has. Surely he shall live for many more years. Hetty thought, harboring a mix of resentment and solace. Come, let us proceed to have your school uniform tailored, Rosmerta said, observing Hetty's pouting lips, struggling to contain her amusement. Upon hearing this, Hetty quickened her pace, eager to escape the embarrassing scene. After a few steps, she realized she had inadvertently left Rosmerta behind, turning back to link her arm with hers, continuing their journey together. Unbeknownst to her, Rosmerta's gaze was filled with a tender affection that starkly contrasted her role as a charismatic and influential pub owner. The experience at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions mirrored that of Ollivander's, primarily consisting of nostalgic exchanges while also facilitating her measurements. The method of obtaining goods and the delivery address need not be questioned. It is the treatment befitting a close acquaintance. As Hetty, unable to immediately retrieve her garments, observed the two ladies engaged in lively conversation after taking her measurements, she quietly greeted Mrs. Rosmerta and expressed her desire to play outside for a while. It is worth noting that Mrs. Rosmerta is not Mrs. Padfoot or Mrs. Flume. Thus, when she heard Hetty's request, she did not abruptly terminate the discussion but instead readily acquiesced. Hetty felt a sense of relief that it was Mrs. Rosmerta who had come. Otherwise, she might have hesitated to voice her desire. Upon exiting Madame Malkin's shop, Hetty exhaled deeply, feeling a considerable sense of ease. Reminiscing about the Weasley wizarding wheezes she had glimpsed while walking from Ollivander's, she resolved to explore the establishment. However, as she approached the entrance of the joke shop, she noticed a dejected little boy sitting on the steps to the side. Apologies, if you seek signatures from Harry Potter and Ginny Potter, please approach them directly. I am unable to provide autographs on their behalf. Chapter 36. The first encounter with Albus Severus Potter. The sadness radiating from the child was palpable, evoking an inexplicable urge within Hetty to offer assistance. Yet, upon hearing such a remark, she found herself at a loss for words. However, the moment she grasped the underlying message of his statement, her heart surged with tumultuous emotion. Thus, he is the child of Harry and Ginny. Even in this altered realm of Harry Potter, the title of the savior may not resonate with the same grandeur, yet he remains a superlative figure. A legendary individual perched at the pinnacle of the Quidditch world, and that illustrious man is his father. His mother, an exceptionally rare female Quidditch star, renowned as a prominent sports journalist for the Daily Prophet post-retirement, is another source of admiration. The mere mention of these two figures is sufficient to draw envious gazes from others. Hetty found it quite astonishing that she could empathize with his feelings. Simultaneously, she began to understand the source of her inexplicable compassion. Was that melancholic silhouette not reminiscent of a time when she too had felt such desolation? Hetty shook her head bitterly, casting aside unpleasant memories as she looked at the boy, immersed in his sorrowful world, and resolved to give him a gentle nudge toward a brighter path. Regardless of what the future may hold, at this moment, she wished for him to step into a realm of warmth and light, rather than succumb to the chilling shadows of despair. Consider it a metaphorical umbrella for her younger self. Apologies, I am not a fan of Harry Potter and Ginny Potter, and thus I do not require your assistance in acquiring autographs. In truth, if it were possible, I would quite like a signed photo of Harry Potter, especially one from his first year at Hogwarts. Merlin, forgive my fibbing. It is merely to console the young boy. Surely you understand. Her tone remained calm, yet her inner monologue was rife with excitement as Hetty portrayed herself as an unassuming passerby. Pardon me, I assumed you had been asked too many times, hence. The little boy looked up to find an adorable girl observing him with an amused expression. Realizing how self-absorbed his earlier words had been, he hastily began to explain. Oh my goodness, how adorable you are. Your eyes are so bright and full of life, even cuter than young Harry. No worries. This is my first visit to Diagon Alley. I've heard the joke shop has fascinating little trinkets, so I came to have a look. But you appeared rather glum, so I thought I might gauge the situation inside to avoid, to prevent being misled. Hetty felt herself internally exclaiming with delight while maintaining a composed exterior, realizing she possessed a modicum of talent for performance. Oh, I see. Please don't misunderstand, dear boy. The items in the joke shop are indeed quite intriguing. My mood is unrelated to what lies within. Is that so? Could you enlighten me about the delightful curiosities housed within? The little boy hesitated, but under the curious and earnest gaze of the girl, he relented, recalling the various products he had experienced at the joke shop and describing them in a stammering manner. Once Hetty had successfully navigated her way toward him, she swiftly redirected the conversation, choosing not to delve deeper into the origins of his unhappiness. After all, her compassion was fleeting. She did not intend to forge a profound connection or aid him in overcoming his emotional turmoil. Moreover, if she was incapable of healing her own wounds, how could she assist another? Observing him shake off his melancholy, Hetty felt a sense of warmth as he animatedly recounted his experiences with the amusing products from the joke shop. Their dialogue blossomed, creating a harmonious atmosphere as they sat together on the steps, one sharing stories while the other listened intently. It was only when the little boy had exhausted his repertoire of toy anecdotes that he suddenly realized he had conversed with this new girl far more than he had with his own brother over the course of several years, leaving him with a rather complex feeling. For reasons unknown, Hetty perceived the sudden shift in his expression, causing her to sigh inwardly. Gently patting his shoulder to interrupt his reverie, she spoke softly with a smile. Thank you. Thanks to you, I've saved quite a bit on trial and error expenses. How about this? I'll treat you to an ice cream as a token of my gratitude. What do you say? The little boy, startled from his thoughts, found himself momentarily speechless. He had only ever encountered girls who were cousins or acquaintances, and thus he had never faced such a situation. Leaving him unsure of how to respond, Hetty paid no mind to his silence as she stood, dusted off her dress, and dashed toward the nearby Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. The boy turned, watching her run off to purchase something, and after a considerable pause, a warm smile slowly formed on his face, as if he had made a quiet resolution, filled with a secret joy. My name is Albus Severus Potter. May I ask yours? Hetty returned, balancing 2 ice creams in her left hand and 2 cups of hot chocolate in her right, only to overhear the little boy. No. Albus Potter, blushing and stammering as he spoke these words. Now it was Hetty's turn to be at a loss for how to react. It was not that she misinterpreted his words as a confession, but rather she could discern that Albus simply lacked experience in making friends and did not know how to articulate his feelings, thus appearing shy and somewhat juvenile. His eyes sparkled with pure and fervent joy, coupled with a hint of timidity, creating an aura of innocence and beauty. The dilemma was that she too had once been in a similar situation, thus failing to cultivate any sincere friendships. Oh, Albus, hello. You may call me Hetty. I must deliver this hot chocolate to my grandmother first. In her flustered state, Hetty inadvertently addressed Albus by his first name rather than his surname, which he interpreted as her acceptance of his budding friendship, leaving her unaware of the significance of her slip. Thus, even when presented with a half-melted ice cream haphazardly thrust into his hands, Albus still radiated an extraordinary smile. Chapter 37. The Genesis of Friendship. Oh, dear Hetty. My sincerest apologies. We became quite engrossed in our conversation. Have you been waiting impatiently? Mrs. Rosmerta, realizing that she may have overstayed her welcome in her chat with her friend upon seeing Hetty, spoke with a hint of regret. Hetty, momentarily flustered and uncertain about how to respond to her friend's overtures, quickly collected her thoughts and smiled as she explained, I wasn't impatient at all. I took a stroll outside, and it was delightful. I wanted to continue my adventures. I just felt a bit thirsty, so I bought an ice cream. I also brought some drinks for you two grandmothers." Mrs. Rosmerta and Mrs. Moak exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting a shared affection that seemed to infect Mrs. Moak, whose gaze mirrored the warmth found in Mrs. Rosmerta's. "Well then, considering your delightful outing and that you remembered us, I shall permit you to enjoy the afternoon a little longer. Just as well, your milk tea has arrived right on time to quench your thirst. You must join us for lunch at my place. I shall prepare a feast for you." Mrs. Rosmerta maintained her usual haughty tone, while Mrs. Moak's expression was unreservedly fond. Hetty could easily sense the genuine affection behind their words, and thus, she playfully engaged with her beloved elders, quickly growing familiar with Mrs. Moak. However, after a short while, Hetty suddenly fell silent, perplexed as to why she found it so effortless to converse with Mrs. Moak, yet felt uncertain about how to interact with her peer, Albus. Even now, as she lingered here laughing with her two grandmothers, she couldn't shake the notion that she was avoiding facing Albus. Was it merely that she had grown accustomed to the company of the kind, elderly folk in Hogsmeade, and thus felt no pressure in their presence? Yet, with someone her own age, was she simply out of her depth? Her distracted demeanor did not escape the notice of her attentive elders, who exchanged glances before Mrs. Rosmerta spoke up. "All right, off you go to play. Just be sure to return in time for lunch." Hetty snapped back to reality, realizing that her grandmothers had perhaps misunderstood her intentions. Trusting them and motivated by her lingering confusion, she voiced her thoughts. "I just met an interesting boy who is quite similar to me. He wishes to be friends, but I don't know how to respond. So, I used bringing tea to you as an excuse to avoid it. I don't quite understand why I can get along so well with Mrs. Moak, whom I just met today." Yet upon hearing Hetty's confession, Mrs. Rosmerta and Mrs. Moak instantly recognized her inner turmoil and exchanged knowing smiles. "I can only say that you are a clever child, yet also one who lacks a sense of security. The reason you can interact so easily with us is likely because you are certain there is nothing about you that we covet. Moreover, our emotions are quite stable, and our thoughts mature. Hence, you need not worry that our affection for you is insincere, nor that your affections will go unreciprocated. In contrast, your peers may harbor feelings based solely on your status or fleeting attraction, perhaps even just because of your appearance. Thus, while they may extend kindness towards you, deep down, you cannot truly believe that their feelings will endure, whether it is fear of being hurt or concern that your affections may not be returned. These factors likely contribute to your hesitations. Wouldn't you agree?" Mrs. Rosmerta's insights were both piercing and stark, leaving Hetty with no grounds to refute her, upon reflection. Every word resonated deeply within her. A tinge of embarrassment crept onto Hetty's face. Mrs. Moak cast a reproachful glance at Mrs. Rosmerta. Unfazed, Mrs. Rosmerta shrugged and continued. "In truth, your demeanor is not cold. Rather, it is a sign of deep sentiment. You are simply more discerning, hesitant to invest your feelings easily. Therefore, there is no need for you to feel ashamed, for it is precisely this quality that I admire in you. Once you ascertain the sincerity of another, you will undoubtedly reciprocate with equal sincerity, will you not?" Hetty fell silent, pondering for a moment before quietly asking, "So, what should I do? There are many clever children in this world. How can you be certain that he does not harbor the same trepidation?" Mrs. Rosmerta replied earnestly. "What truly matters is whether you wish to embark on a journey of friendship with him. Little Hetty, there are no absolute certainties in this world, nor can any relationship or circumstance unfold precisely as you wish. Occasionally, surprising life with a touch of spontaneity can be quite delightful, don't you think?" Mrs. Rosmerta, in a rare moment of seriousness, offered her counsel. Hetty exhaled deeply, acknowledging that the complexities of her situation were far greater than Mrs. Rosmerta had articulated, yet fundamentally, was it not all about this? Recalling Albus's brave demeanor when exchanging names, the caution in his eyes, Hetty mused that perhaps they were indeed quite similar. Having a companion who could comprehend her, or perhaps would gradually come to understand her, seemed rather appealing. "Thank you, Mrs. Rosmerta, I understand now." Both Mrs. Rosmerta and Mrs. Moak nodded in approval. "Off you go to play. Since you have a friend to enjoy time with, I can rest easy and chat with my dear friends." As if you weren't having fun before Hetty made a friend, Mrs. Moak teased. "I wonder who was eagerly measuring guests for their fitting sizes, recommending styles, and having a jolly time? I'm happy to assist you. Just how many orders have I helped you with today? Then I thank you. But please refrain from using your playful antics as an excuse, if you would. What? Are you feeling a twinge of jealousy?" Hetty watched the grandmother's banter with a glimmer of envy in her eyes. This was the most beautiful aspect of friendship. She pondered whether Albus was still waiting at the same spot. If he were, could she trust that he genuinely wanted to be her friend? With these thoughts in mind, Hetty quickened her pace. Once she exited Mrs. Moak's shop, she even broke into a light run. Before long, at the entrance of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, young Albus scanning the area for Hetty's return, spotted a slightly breathless girl rushing into view. "Albus, my apologies for keeping you waiting," she exclaimed. "I would like to buy that whizzing whiz-bang firework you mentioned earlier, as well as that clever answering feather quill. Would you be able to guide me?" "Of course." The two exchanged smiles, as if they had reached an unspoken understanding, seamlessly embarking on the beginnings of their friendship. Chapter 38. The Parents' Awareness of the Alliance. Perhaps due to the sheer number of children within Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, Hetty and Albus appeared rather inconspicuous among them. Each child was absorbed in their own distractions, surrounded by a cacophony of chatter, gasps, and laughter. Although Hetty noticed Albus intentionally avoiding certain individuals, she refrained from pointing it out. Thus, throughout their entire outing, the two conversed with remarkable ease, evoking a sense of familiarity as if they had known each other for ages. When the enchanted clock in the shop chimed midnight, Hetty expressed her intention to take her leave, yet Albus felt a pang of reluctance. It was as if he had just acquired his most cherished treasure. Finding it hard to part even for a meal, Hetty chuckled at his earnestness, yet could not help but feel a warm glow within her heart, touched by his appreciation for their budding friendship. Casually, she informed him that she would be lingering in Diagon Alley that afternoon, which caused the sensitive and gentle young boy to beam with delight once more. They agreed to embark on an adventure to a distant thrift shop that afternoon, parting ways to return to their own homes. Lewis, Bill's son; Duke, an original character, Fred's twin son; Dylan, an original character, Fred's twin son; Jay, an original character, George's fraternal son; and James, Harry's eldest son, planned to gather at the Burrow that afternoon. "Albus, your Uncle Fred and I intend to stay in Diagon Alley this afternoon." Returning only before dinner, Fred began, but was swiftly interrupted by Albus. The typically reserved Albus boldly expressed his own wishes, an unusual occurrence that took Fred by surprise, prompting him to exchange a quizzical glance with George, who merely shrugged in response, indicating his uncertainty. "Very well, you can join us on our way back then. Could you kindly share your plans for the afternoon? After all, your parents entrusted you to us, and we must ensure your safety," Fred said. Albus pondered for a moment before relaying the truth. He intended to visit the thrift shop with friends, assuring his uncles that he would avoid any perilous locales. Fred and George exchanged peculiar looks, and finally, George hesitantly inquired, "Friends?" Albus, aware of his uncle's underlying thoughts, could not help but smile wryly. After all, he was not as vivacious and outgoing as James, who effortlessly mingled with other children throughout the magical realm. Most of his acquaintances were relatives from the Weasley and Dursley families. Furthermore, the Dursleys' relatives, with Dudley being a boxing champion and Petunia a renowned fashion designer, had once picked him up from school, resulting in a similar situation in both the technological and magical worlds. Either an interest in his family overshadowed any curiosity about him, or they kept their distance. Thinking of Hetty, a gentle smile graced his face. Yes, she was a friend who would not ask for autographs or pay surprise visits, a friend who addressed him as Albus rather than Potter. Fred and George, though somewhat perplexed, trusted their nephew's judgment, and they smiled, silently noting Hetty's name without further inquiry. That afternoon, the two children ventured to the thrift shop as promised. One, of illustrious lineage and worldly wisdom; the other, of extraordinary background and forward thinking, they uncovered a plethora of intriguing items. Albus, like the other boys, sought various toys, while Hetty was distinctly different, gravitating towards modified magical appliances. Though the styles were somewhat outdated, their functionality remained intact, delighting Hetty to the point of squinting her eyes in joy. Microwaves, weeders, devices resembling air conditioning fans, and helmet-shaped hairdryers. She was eager to purchase anything that would enhance her daily life. Neither was particularly skilled in haggling, but they employed the negotiation skills they had unconsciously absorbed, prompting the shopkeeper to lower prices several times. It was hard to say whether they gained or lost, but their rapport and closeness undeniably flourished. Among the items, there were some that even the proprietor had overlooked, leaving the two children secretly elated, as if sharing a delightful secret. During this experience, Albus learned of Hetty's solitary living situation. His kind-hearted nature inadvertently led him to become increasingly protective and considerate towards her, even being cautious not to undermine her self-esteem when he offered to pay for her purchases. Hetty noticed these subtleties, her heart warmed by his thoughtfulness. However, she was not destitute nor concerned about Albus coveting her wealth. With a flick of her wrist, she confidently settled the bill. In a quiet moment, she revealed to Albus that her grandfather had left her a sufficient inheritance for her living expenses, and that her handmade crafts could also be exchanged for money. This revelation excited Albus, as he felt honored by her trust, while also alleviating his concerns and fostering a newfound admiration for her. Ultimately, both admired their newfound companion. As twilight settled, they exchanged communication addresses, intending to stay in touch through letters. Before parting, Albus swiftly slipped a gift into her hands and dashed away before she could react. Hetty stood in stunned silence, only to discover it was a gaming console she had admired but refrained from purchasing to save money. Part of her felt a pang of nostalgia for her newfound frugality, while another part was deeply impressed by Albus's attentiveness. Indeed, this boy was quite perceptive, she mused, reflecting on her own age and feeling a surge of joy, even upon calculating their expenditures for the day, totaling nearly 64 galleons, 10 sickles for ice cream and drinks, 7 galleons for a wand, 20 galleons for school robes, and 35 galleons spent at the thrift shop. Her smile did not waver. Even Mrs. Rosmerda, observing her, silently mused that children truly benefit from the companionship of their peers. Appearing much more vibrant, humming a whimsical tune, she linked arms with Mrs. Rosmerda and returned to the leaky cauldron. After greeting the busy Hannah, she passed through the fireplace, finding solace in the comforting embrace of Hogsmeade. That evening, whispers of young Hetty acquiring a companion spread throughout Hogsmeade, and the Weasley clan, young and old alike, eagerly inquired about Albus's friend, creating quite the lively atmosphere. Chapter 39. My dear boy, are you not aware of your obvious double standards? The day following their return from Diagon Alley, Hetty's life resumed its usual rhythm. The only notable change was that every 2 or 3 days, a letter would appear in her mailbox. Correspondingly, Hetty found herself frequenting the Owl post office to send letters. The contents were rather mundane, merely recounting their respective daily experiences. Hetty shared tales of her classes, gardening, and cooking routines, while Albus recounted his meals, viewing sports, Quidditch, boxing, and the antics of his boisterous cousins. Notably, Hetty had mentioned she would be visiting Diagon Alley every weekend before the school year began. The introverted boy, once perceived as a homebody by his family, was now eager to venture out on weekends, much to their astonishment. However, under Albus's stern warning, despite their curiosity about his newfound friend, his family refrained from suggesting they join in their escapades. Yet, unbeknownst to him, clandestine actions were taking place behind the scenes. Harry, I've looked into it. That girl named Hetty passed away in January. She was the granddaughter of the deputy director of the magical sports department, who resigned before becoming the director over 40 years ago. She was the only one left at home, having always resided in Hogsmeade. The shopkeepers of Hogsmeade spoke highly of her, describing her as a thoughtful and considerate young lady. Thus, you may rest assured, Ron, I truly appreciate your concern. You see, Albus is rather reserved by nature. For quite some time, he has struggled to make friends. With this sudden friendship, it is only natural for us to worry about the potential for harm. To understand this, as Ashley, the protagonist of the previous book and Harry's cousin, once said, those who are reticent to express emotion often possess a deeper sense of loyalty. This indeed aligns with his name. Honestly, I am quite curious as to how Headmaster Snape will treat him once he enrolls. Young Severus is quite an intriguing character. I would wager that Ashley is equally intrigued. Ah, so Ashley has mentioned something similar before, hasn't he? Haha, I knew it. The conversation between these two mischievous friends had gradually veered off course. Heidi was unaware that her newfound friendship had attracted the scrutiny of her peers. At that moment, under Mr. Johnson's guidance, she was visiting Diagon Alley for the second time. She had already met with Albus, and together they went to Flourish and Blots to purchase the elusive book, Magical Array Symbols, which was not available at her home. Heidi, is this the only book you're buying? Aren't you interested in others? Albus inquired. My study is well stocked with other books, all in excellent condition, so I can use those directly. Strangely enough, this particular one is missing. Hence, I have no choice but to purchase it separately. Upon hearing this, Albus understood the reason. For a fleeting moment, he pondered whether he could use James' old books, saving a few galleons for the family. However, recalling the dilapidated state of James' old books, he swiftly dismissed this impractical notion. After all, his parents were not financially strained and certainly did not need him to save a few galleons. The course on magical arrays must have been introduced in recent years, which explains why neither his grandfather nor father possessed the textbooks for it. After the passing of Headmaster Dumbledore, I have heard that there has been a significant change among the Hogwarts faculty. Thus, the professor for the Magical Arrays course was likely invited by Headmaster Snape. The fact that it is being taught from the first year suggests that the resources for this subject are quite substantial. Rumors abound that Headmaster Snape has deep connections with that young alchemist, and it seems to be true. Mr. Johnson pondered for a moment before explaining with a gentle smile. His reminder prompted Heidi to think of Snape. After all, now that he is headmaster, he may no longer serve as the head of Slytherin. Otherwise, the other houses would surely be at a disadvantage. Thus, the professor for the Magical Arrays course is likely to be the head of Slytherin. If he values honor as well, then the new students will have more to worry about than just potions. They must also contend with magical arrays. TSK, considering this, it almost makes her want to join Slytherin. As for the legendary alchemist, she had no clue. She had suspected that this individual might be the architect of this altered world, but she could not quite grasp whether he was a mere data point or something else entirely. Never mind, she thought. I shall take it one step at a time. Albus, on the other hand, thought of his aunt, Ashley. After all, while proficiency in magical arrays does not necessarily imply expertise in alchemy, one who excels in alchemy would undoubtedly be skilled in magical arrays. He had long heard that his aunt was a guest professor at Hogwarts. In her occasional lectures there likely pertained to alchemy, perfectly aligning with the magical arrays course. This means that the culmination of the magical arrays course leads back to his aunt. As for the relationship between Headmaster Snape and his aunt, based on his experiences of being teased by her over the years, he could confidently assert that their relationship is indeed very good. It seems that both potions and magical arrays conceal their own mysteries. Never mind. Overthinking is futile. I shall respond as challenges arise. In this moment, both friends found their thoughts wandering in entirely different directions, yet strangely, they both felt an unusual sense of exhaustion. The clerk at Flourish and Blots handed Heidi the single copy of magical array symbols while presenting Albus with an entire set of first-year textbooks, interrupting their musings. They both perked up, one stowing the book in her enchanted bag while the other arranged for shipping. Mr. Johnson had already moved on to the new book section in search of fresh intellectual sustenance. Meanwhile, Heidi dashed over to the fiction section to join in the excitement. A plethora of animated Gilderoy Lockhart figures vied for the top spot on the bestseller list. TSK, how could this not be lively? One could only say that in this world, Lockhart had developed remarkably well, truly standing as a pillar in the literary realm. Upon returning from shipping the books, Albus found Heidi standing in the fiction section, captivated by the animated book covers, watching as the characters engaged in various shoving antics, much like the portraits at Hogwarts. Her round, sparkling eyes were filled with eager fascination. Heidi, what are you watching? He asked. I'm watching them fight. It's so amusing. I thought you liked Gilderoy Lockhart. Your Uncle Ron has a good relationship with him. If you wanted an autograph, he could probably arrange it for you. Young man, didn't you claim to despise autographs? Quite the double standard, I assent it. At this thought, Heidi could not help but chuckle, her eyes brimming with warmth. No thanks, I'm not a fan. However, if your family happens to have his novels, I would love to borrow one. It is said that his works are indeed quite captivating. As she spoke, she pulled out a book, pointed to its price, and added in a hushed tone, Look, it's 5 galleons. Books are not consumables. The money saved could treat you to several cups of milk tea. Albus nodded in agreement, amused, not noticing the implicit certainty in her words suggesting that his family possessed Lockhart's novels. He assumed she was merely referring to her uncle's acquaintance with Lockhart and that he could surely procure one for her. Heidi thought, when he used novels as textbooks that year, your entire family practically bought them, especially your Aunt Hermione. I refuse to believe she didn't keep at least one. Chapter 40. The culinary channels opened by chocolate frog cards. Although she thought this way and said it aloud, Heidi did not genuinely require Albus to lend her novels. It was more about the notion that if she could borrow them, it would provide a delightful diversion and a chance to indulge. If borrowing was not an option, she wouldn't mind too much. She typically bought drinks for both Albus and Mr. Johnson, motivated by her own cravings while also considering her companions. A perfectly normal inclination to express gratitude for their company. However, Albus had clearly taken her words to heart, and as they enjoyed their drinks, he began contemplating the idea of finding those books. Consequently, the following morning, Heidi received a colossal package at her doorstep containing the entire series of Lockhart's novels, including even the most recent releases. The remarkable efficiency indicated Albus's actions after returning home the previous day. How should I put it? Heidi felt touched. This package inspired her to elevate their correspondence to a new level, from simple letters to exchanging packages. Undoubtedly, the most shared content would revolve around her culinary exploits. On that very day, Madame Padfoot had instructed her in the art of crafting chocolate sauce. Thus, upon returning home, she found herself contemplating delectable dishes related to this exquisite ingredient. She recalled a delightful dessert she had once savored, the delectable and chewy chocolate mochi. Yet, the mere perception of simplicity does not guarantee an effortless replication. The mochi that Heidi produced bore a striking resemblance to the original. However, upon tasting, it lacked the enchanting allure that had once captivated her. It was difficult to ascertain whether it was due to the glutinous rice not being sufficiently chewy or perhaps the absence of Cocoa Krispies. Nevertheless, the grandparents from Hogsmeade, to whom she had shared her creation, expressed immense fondness for it. Astonishingly, they were the first to request that Heidi prepare more. Even the typically taciturn old Byron was no exception. Naturally, they would not allow Heidi to toil alone. Hence a few grandmothers rallied her to the Madame Padfoot's tea house to collaborate on the endeavor. Remarkably, with true culinary wizards present, any questions Heidi posed were swiftly addressed. and they indeed managed to recreate the chocolate mochi as she remembered it. Due to the larger quantity produced, Hetty was able to distribute a generous portion. Remembering the novel that Albus had unearthed overnight, she generously sent him a dozen or so mochi. However, the following morning, Hetty received a response from Albus. While there was indeed joy, it was overshadowed by grievances about his family. It turned out that it was precisely the time when his Aunt Petunia, uncle, and aunt were gathering for a family reunion, and when the mochi arrived, it caught everyone's attention. Several of his cousins swiftly snatched one for a taste, and to their surprise, each one sang its praises, piquing the curiosity of the elders, compelling him to share. He lamented that he had only managed to consume one. Hetty, reveling in his misfortune, found herself in fits of laughter, yet soon grew envious upon learning of his plans for the following day, which coincidentally was the very day he received her letter. His family intended to dine at the Dragon Kingdom food street to compensate for the mochi he had lost. Hetty was nearly brought to tears, both from envy and salivation. After pacing back and forth in a fit of longing, Hetty resolved it was time to express her curiosity about the culinary wonders of the Dragon Kingdom to Albus. Thus began a scene where she penned a letter filled with fervent desire, all while internally chastising her own crafty intentions. After completing the letter, she carefully packaged the remaining mochi and sent them off. In truth, Hetty's objective was not merely to exchange for a few dishes from the Dragon Kingdom. She was acutely aware that such arrangements would not be sustainable. There was no way she could shamelessly continue to request Albus to procure meals for her. Her true aim was to cultivate an interest in dragon cuisine after sampling it, thereby justifying her request for Albus to assist her in acquiring dragon spices and ingredients. Albus did not disappoint her, proving to be quite astute. Before long, he sent her several dishes from the Dragon Kingdom, preserved by magic. This sparked her interest in the culinary arts of the Dragon Kingdom, leading her to naturally request assistance in procuring some spices and ingredients. Without delving into the excitement she felt upon receiving the dragon spices and ingredients, nor the challenges Albus faced as he mustered the courage to negotiate with the owners of a Dragon Kingdom restaurant, it suffices to say that Hetty frequently prepared lavish feasts of dragon cuisine for herself, basking in sheer happiness. She continued to send dishes to Albus, much to his delight. With her homesickness satiated, her mindset grew increasingly tranquil, and her culinary skills flourished. This consistent joy infused her with courage and a sense of responsibility. Amidst this beauty and fulfillment, the 2 months leading up to the new semester passed swiftly. When Harry and Ginny, after their busy work schedules, finally remembered it was time to prepare their son for school, they were astonished to find that his belongings had already been meticulously organized. After all, Albus had been accustomed to spending weekends with Hetty, and unbeknownst to them, after purchasing his textbooks, he had also led his grandparents, who had accompanied him to play, to gradually acquire the remaining items such as his wand, school uniform, and learning equipment, like cauldrons and telescopes. Harry and Ginny's emotions were a complex blend, torn between pride in their son's growth and guilt over their own oversight. However, before they could linger in those feelings for too long, their son, with a hint of trepidation, posed the question that every child from a wizarding family inevitably asks. Dad, Mom, do you know how the sorting works? I absolutely do not wish to cheat. I merely hope to be sorted into the same house as Hetty. I asked James, but he wouldn't tell me. Harry and Ginny exchanged amused glances, their parental pride swelling. Perhaps a touch of mischief accompanied their pride. With arms around their son, they began to weave tales of their own adventures battling monsters, claiming that only those who triumphed were worthy of choosing their house. Of course, they emphasized that this was merely their experience and uncertain if things had changed since then. If things were different, it could hardly be held against them. James, who was eavesdropping behind the door, sighed in resignation. You little brat, my not telling you is the greatest kindness I could offer. Yet you remain undeterred. I suppose you will be restless for many nights to come. While Albus struggled to sleep due to the traditional mischief of Hogwarts, Hetty too found herself sleepless. Though not from fright, but from excitement. God bless. Let me be sorted into Hufflepuff. No, Merlin bless. Let me go to Hufflepuff. Chapter 41. The connection between McGonagall and the Weasley family. Professor Diggory of Hufflepuff. Hetty's anticipation stemmed from a recent visit by Professor McGonagall to the Three Broomsticks for a drink. Oh, Professor McGonagall, you busy person. It has indeed been a while since you graced us with your presence. What brings you here today? Rosmerta, are you inquiring whether I wish to be here or not? Haha, of course, I am delighted to see you. Your presence brings me immense joy. This round is on me. Thank you, but one drink will not suffice. With the school year approaching, I must indulge in a few more, lest I become too busy to enjoy them later. That sounds quite intense. But I thought you and the staff had been getting along quite well these past few years. Why the continued busyness? Indeed, it has been pleasant, yet as I age, I find my efficiency waning compared to my earlier years. Were it not for my fondness for these children, I might have chosen a serene path like Pomona's to pass my days. Oh, do not say such things. I believe you have not changed much from a few decades ago. You still provide comfort and warmth. Is that so? I recall you did not hold such sentiments when you were a student. 1 week before the start of the school year, just past noon, Professor McGonagall unexpectedly arrived at the Three Broomsticks. Ms. Rosmerta appeared overjoyed, yet the solitary McGonagall seemed somewhat wistful. As they conversed, a hint of concern crept into her demeanor, prompting Ms. Rosmerta to worry. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall quickly regained her composure, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from the past, which lightened the atmosphere. Suddenly, the bell rang. Ms. Rosmerta, I have arrived. For lunch, I prepared some explosive chicken fillets. Do have a taste, and let me know how they turned out. A clear and melodious voice belonging to Hetty rang out as she struggled to lean against the door, delicately balancing a covered bowl while squeezing through the entrance. Her gaze shifted to the bar, where she spotted the ever-smiling Madame Rosmerta and the elderly woman clad in green robes, who sat opposite the bar and was curiously furrowing her brow at her. Hetty paused, offering an awkward smile. I apologize, I didn't expect guests at this hour. I'm sorry for the intrusion. Just as she contemplated making a hasty exit, she heard Madame Rosmerta's teasing voice. Ah, you can leave, but do leave the chicken fillet behind. Professor McGonagall, I presume you haven't had lunch yet? This young lady does possess a certain culinary talent. You ought to give her cooking a try. Professor McGonagall? Hetty instantly halted, her eyes widening in excitement as she turned to the elderly woman in green. To her surprise, she had not initially connected the dots, having overlooked the fact that this emerald-clad which was indeed the esteemed professor. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed forward, only to shyly stop just before reaching her, displaying the unmistakable demeanor of an infatuated fan. Madame Rosmerta chuckled softly. Professor McGonagall, you have no idea. Ever since this little one spotted your name on her acceptance letter, she has been incessantly asking us about you. Learning that you've been teaching for over 60 years, she holds you in the highest regard. Just look at her now. So thrilled to meet you. Observing Hetty's fervent reaction, Professor McGonagall's expression softened, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she kindly inquired. You are the young witch who will be joining us this year, correct? What is your name? Hello, Professor McGonagall. My name is Hetty Wells, and I am about to embark on my studies at Hogwarts. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hetty, albeit somewhat nervous, delivered a rapid-fire introduction, punctuating it with a deep bow, wholeheartedly conveying her respect. Wells, Madame Rosmerta, is she the granddaughter of old Wells? Upon hearing the surname Wells, a flicker of astonishment crossed Professor McGonagall's face as she eagerly sought confirmation from Madame Rosmerta. After a sigh and a nod from Madame Rosmerta, a tinge of melancholy and reminiscence washed over the professor as she murmured, when I attended the funeral, I was in such a rush that I completely forgot he had a granddaughter. Hetty arrived after old Wells' funeral had concluded, unaware that Professor McGonagall had been present. Naturally, she was taken aback by the revelation of their connection, her eyes widening in surprise as she struggled to formulate a question, her mouth moving silently several times before ultimately producing no sound. Madame Rosmerta, perceiving her curiosity, recalled old Wells' nurturing methods and his later decline, likely thinking that he would not have shared such details with his granddaughter. With kindness, she elaborated, your grandfather and Professor McGonagall were classmates, having entered the school in the same year. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall seemed to snap back to the present, her tone tinged with nostalgia as she regarded Hetty with warmth. Though he was a Slytherin, he was a man of great warmth, free of any prejudices, and thus forged friendships with many from the other 3 houses. Even after he departed from the Wells family, his remarkable character earned our admiration. He assisted me on numerous occasions, and since he settled in Hogsmeade, we maintained a steady correspondence. I apologize for my oversight, she added. Professor McGonagall, you need not worry. I am doing quite well. From Professor McGonagall's words, Hetty gleaned the connection she shared with old Wells, admiring his character, yet she noticed a shift in the professor's tone, infused with guilt. Hetty promptly interjected, clearly expressing her sentiments, unwilling to let the esteemed professor wallow in self-reproach. Moreover, Hetty was acutely aware that none of the shopkeepers in Hogsmeade, including Professor McGonagall, owed her anything. She felt an immense sense of gratitude for their kindness. Madame Rosmerta smiled knowingly, while Professor McGonagall, momentarily taken aback, softened her gaze. You are a good child, truly worthy of being Dumbledore's granddaughter. I sincerely hope you will join Gryffindor. That would be an honor. Hetty enthusiastically concurred, contemplating how advantageous it would be to have such a formidable ally in Gryffindor. However, the next moment, she shamelessly reconsidered her stance. Professor McGonagall seemed to realize that her remarks as the deputy headmistress might not have been entirely appropriate, and she quickly rectified. Of course, other houses are equally commendable. Your grandfather was a Slytherin, and your father was a Ravenclaw. Since Cedric became the head of Hufflepuff, Many young witches and wizards have expressed an interest in joining that house as well. Ultimately, regardless of which house you choose, I am confident that you will acquire genuine knowledge. Cedric. Are you referring to Cedric? Upon hearing the name Cedric, Hetty became momentarily stunned, her excitement and disbelief evident as she eagerly pressed for details. I suppose at your age, you might not be well acquainted with that name and shouldn't address him so casually. You ought to refer to him as Professor Diggory. Chapter 42. Adding a touch of joy to Hogwarts traditions. No, I'm not familiar with Professor Diggory, but I am well acquainted with Cedric Diggory. Family members, who understands? He is the Hogwarts heartthrob, one of the must-see figures in the HP universe. To miss the opportunity to see him would be a tremendous regret. Hetty's inner self could hardly contain her excitement, stifling a delighted squeal. In fact, Hetty had encountered the name Professor Diggory before. Occasionally, during Hogsmeade visits, she would overhear young witches and wizards discussing him. However, when it came down to it, Cedric resonated more with her. After all, this was the HP world 20 years later. Who would have anticipated that the exceptional heartthrob from her youth had not perished? Thus, she had never made the connection. Yet, it also seemed somewhat unsurprising. After all, this was a modified HP world, and Hetty had been diligently living her life without proactively seeking anything. Only now, as if lifting a curtain, was she gradually coming into contact with the altered narrative. In this light, the advantages and disadvantages were starkly apparent. The advantage was that her late arrival allowed her to integrate more seamlessly, avoiding drawing attention to herself. The disadvantage was that it took her this long to truly realize the extent of the modifications in this world. What a splendid alteration. This marked Hetty's second exclamation of delight regarding the revamped storyline. Had she known they were all still around, even those who had passed away had merely reached the end of their natural lives, she might not have been so resistant when she first arrived. How wonderful it was. Hetty now genuinely looked forward to her academic life at Hogwarts. Yet, her overwhelming joy was reflected in her expression, making her smile appear somewhat excessive. Little Hetty, have you ever met Professor Diggory? It should be impossible, as he has hardly visited Hogsmeade since his graduation, Madame Rosmerta remarked, her brow furrowing as she observed Hetty's barely contained exuberance, with a hint of playful mockery in her tone. It was evident that her curiosity lay more in why she was so joyous. Hetty was taken aback, but thankfully had a ready excuse, and with a sheepish smile, she replied that she had heard the little wizard speak of Professor Diggory, describing him as particularly handsome and exceedingly amiable, which made her quite eager to meet him. The guilt in Hetty's heart, in the eyes of Mrs. Rosmerta and Professor McGonagall, transformed into an innocent shyness about wanting to see a handsome man. Even women of a more advanced age remained unyielding in their penchant for gossip, erupting into a fit of knowing laughter. Mrs. Rosmerta did not hesitate to expose Hetty's hidden thoughts, teasing her further about her anticipation to see just how handsome Professor Diggory truly was. Hetty's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to someone caught in the act of harboring a secret, prompting another round of hearty laughter from the two ladies. With her head down, she hastily placed the chicken fillet on the bar, skillfully using a duplication spell she had learned later to create additional cutlery. She divided the chicken into 2 portions, placing them before Professor McGonagall and Mrs. Rosmerta, as if to silence their continued teasing with the allure of delectable food. The two ladies exchanged glances. Although mischief still danced in their eyes, they prudently curbed their laughter, clearly having been appeased. What followed was a tranquil enjoyment of the meal, accompanied by sincere compliments. Perhaps Professor McGonagall herself had not noticed that after the earlier merriment, she and Hetty had grown significantly closer in their interactions. That evening, Albus was unnerved by the dark humor of his unscrupulous parents, remaining in a state of apprehension throughout the night. Eventually, unable to sleep, he penned a letter to Hetty, relaying what he had learned about the sorting hat test, eager to hear her thoughts. Meanwhile, Hetty was immersed in excitement over Cedric being the head of Hufflepuff, filled with anticipation for her future life at Hogwarts, staying awake until late. By the time she checked her mailbox the next day, it was after hurriedly attending class at her grandparents' and returning home. Eating Chinese food while Albus's anxious letter accompanied her meal was rather amusing. As for replying, given the bond with her dear friend, it was only natural to contribute to the delightful traditions of Hogwarts. Dear Albus, upon receiving your letter, I too recalled the tales I had once overheard from the little wizards regarding the sorting, and a shiver of fear coursed through me. Although their accounts differed from what your parents shared, they were indeed quite terrifying. Moving snowmen, bloodthirsty vines, and giant spiders with human faces, and the ensuing 3,000 words of horror omitted here. After finishing my account, I felt a twinge of guilt, hesitating for a moment. Yet I decided against altering it. Such a captivating tale would be a pity to change. Another day passed, and Albus's letter arrived once more. It was unclear whether it was due to someone else sharing in his fear, thus alleviating his own, or if he had mustered the courage to confront his dread. Albus's letter not only lacked anxiety, but was instead filled with encouragement and comfort, emanating a profound sense of security. Hetty's conscience pricked her again. Yet this was swiftly replaced by a wave of relief. Truly, my dear friend, how remarkable. I wonder if your parents are pleased or worried upon seeing your current state of mind. I can hardly wait for school to start. I eagerly anticipate the days to come. The reality was that Hetty's doubts were indeed warranted. After fabricating their sorting experiences, Harry and Ginny had hoped their sensitive and introverted youngest son would seek their company out of fear. However, not only did they not receive Albus that night, but he also did not come to them the following day or the day after. They merely observed Albus sporting dark circles under his eyes for 2 days. After a day of panic, he seemed to regain his spirit. By the 3rd day, he appeared completely composed, showing no signs of unusual behavior. Harry and Ginny's emotions were indescribably complex. Their dark humor remained unfulfilled, and they missed out on precious moments with their child. More importantly, they were deeply concerned about Albus's mental state. After all, such reactions were not typical for a child exposed to those tales. Even the bold James had required reassurance for several days after hearing similar stories. Thus, when the mountain does not come to Muhammad, Muhammad must go to the mountain. Harry and Ginny conferred and began to take turns providing psychological support to their child after work. Yet, fearing they might bruise his self-esteem, they reframed their approach. Albus, tonight your mother is sleeping with Lily, so could you accommodate your father for the night? Dad, I still need to study tonight. Perhaps let James take you in? Albus, your mother is preparing dinner. Could you help her wash the vegetables? Albus glanced at James, who was conveniently closer, sighed in resignation, and emerged from his studies and standard spells. Beginner. After several days of this back and forth, Albus remained utterly baffled by his parents' intentions. Thus, exasperated, he expressed similar sentiments to Hetty before bed. I wish school would start soon. I would rather fight alongside Hetty against a troll than be pestered by my parents. My levitation spell is coming along nicely. I hope to protect Hetty and be sorted into the same house as her. Chapter 43. It turns out that living in a school district village is not without its drawbacks. On August 31st, with only a day until school commenced, everyone gathered at the Three Broomsticks to host a small celebration for Hetty's enrollment. Initially, everything seemed perfectly normal. Even the busy Barnabas and the socially anxious old Byron graced the occasion with their presence. As old acquaintances from the same village, the atmosphere was remarkably relaxed and pleasant, filled with laughter, feasting, and merriment. Yet, at that moment, Hetty suddenly erupted in a tragic cry. Why? Why do I not have a ticket for the Hogwarts Express? The reason for this distress traced back to Barnabas's sudden musing. Since I graduated, I reckon it has been a decade since any little wizards from Hogsmeade have attended Hogwarts, hasn't it? Time truly flies. It's hard to believe it has been over a decade. With a drink of whiskey in hand, the rarely relaxed Barnabas became sentimental. Mr. Jones, holding a glass of red wine, chuckled lightly, appearing sober yet inevitably stirred by memories, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. People have moved away, and with them, the vitality has faded. Now, we are here to celebrate little Hetty's enrollment, so let us refrain from such morose topics. As long as we are here today, Hogsmeade will never truly lose its vibrancy. Mr. Zoko, observing Mr. Jones's emotional shift, swiftly regained control of the gathering. His subsequent words served to comfort the other old friends who had also been drawn into the gloom. Naturally, whether out of regard for little Hetty or genuine comfort from Mr. Zoko's words, everyone perked up, raising their glasses in a toast to gloss over the disheartening topic. Barnabas quickly recognized his misstep in stirring unwelcome emotions and promptly shifted the subject, awkwardly expressing his sentiments to Hetty. Little Hetty, how fortunate we are. Once you arrive at Hogwarts, you will truly appreciate the convenience of residing in Hogsmeade. Whenever the weekend beckons, we can return home at will, and procuring supplies becomes an effortless endeavor. I recall my classmates, consumed with envy, vying for the opportunity to visit my home. Just the prospect of returning home or heading back to school meant we saved ourselves the hassle of train rides. What a delight, wouldn't you agree? At first, Hetty felt a swell of pride, relishing the geographical advantage. However, as the conversation progressed, a sense of disquiet began to creep in. What does it mean to save on train rides? She had longed to experience the Hogwarts Express, to share a compartment with friends, exchanging snacks and engaging in delightful chatter. Such moments are not to be overlooked. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her expression shifted dramatically. She hurriedly rummaged through the expansion bag beside her, searching for the cherished acceptance letter she had meticulously preserved. As she suspected, there was no ticket for the Hogwarts Express within. For heaven's sake, under these circumstances, she would have preferred to be surprised. Overwhelmed with disappointment, she blurted out in despair, Why don't I have a ticket for the Hogwarts Express? The room fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze towards her. and upon seeing the turned envelope and scattered letters, they began to understand, their faces betraying a hint of amusement. Ms. Rosmerta retorted with a hint of exasperation. Miss Welfare, if I were to give you a ticket, where would you board, and where would you alight? Accompanied by her words, laughter erupted around the room, with the instigator, little bands, laughing particularly heartily. Hetty realized how foolish her question had been, her body nearly folding in on itself as she attempted to hide beneath the table, her face buried in her hands, a picture of embarrassment. She resembled an ostrich burying its head in the sand, an utterly comical sight. The room burst into laughter, dispelling any lingering gloom about Hogsmeade's decline. Old Mr. Zacco's eyes sparkled with affection, while Mr. Johnson's gaze flickered, his smile laden with meaning. It seemed they had misinterpreted something. Mrs. Paddiff, compassionate as ever, could not bear to see her little darling in such distress, and gently explained. Our dear little one simply forgot to mention that she wishes to travel on the Hogwarts Express with Albus to school. It was just a momentary lapse. No need to laugh. Although this explanation seemed reasonable, Hetty seized the opportunity to embrace Mrs. Paddiff, burying her head against her abdomen, murmuring, "That's right, just like that, Grandma Paddiff is the best." Witnessing Hetty's adorable demeanor, another wave of laughter ensued, and the atmosphere once again turned warm and jovial, filled with teasing banter. After the gathering concluded, Hetty appeared to have regained her composure. However, unbeknownst to her grandparents, she promptly penned a letter of complaint upon returning home, recounting the amusing events of the day to Albus. Her motivation for doing so was not merely to share the amusing tale with friends, but also to subtly inform Albus of the realization she had just come to, ensuring he wouldn't forget this detail and face similar embarrassment the following day. Isn't that thoughtful? Pleased with her own attentiveness, she heard a commotion at the window. It must be said, the two of them truly make a perfect pair, exhibiting a delightful synchronicity. Albus's letter had arrived. Hetty opened the window and offered a small fish treat to the owl delivering the letter, then placed her freshly written note before it, leaving it to its task, while she turned her attention to Albus's letter. There was no need to worry about payment, as this owl did not belong to the post office. Rather, Harry had acquired it for Albus a few days prior, having noticed he hadn't purchased one when discussing preparations for school. Although their family's correspondence was primarily conducted via the enchanted two-way mirror enhanced by Eiley, sending parcels was more convenient through owls. Albus had also considered the issue of sending letters to Hetty, happily accepting the owl to save his friend the postage. This had been mentioned in Albus's previous letter, which was why Hetty was well prepared for this occasion. The owl, named Chocolate, was a young snowy owl, predominantly black and white in appearance. Albus had chosen the name, believing it resembled the half-eaten chocolate ice cream Hetty had first bought for him. After finishing the fish treat, the owl adeptly picked up the letter and vanished into the dimming sky. Hetty had nearly finished reading Albus's letter and closed the window with a sigh of regret. It turned out that Albus, like her, had indeed forgotten the location of Hogsmeade, but thanks to his brother's reminder, he had become aware of the oversight. They were on the same wavelength, which had prompted the letter. Feeling a bit downcast, Hetty began to tackle household chores before embarking on her long journey, hoping to distract herself. Although this allowed her a restful night's sleep, when she found herself sitting alone on a bench at Hogsmeade Station the following afternoon, she couldn't help but sigh in discontent. It proved that residing in a school district village wasn't without its drawbacks. Chapter 44. Albus's Dilemma. Scorpius appears. As the Hogwarts Express approached its destination, its speed gradually diminished. Albus, who had been excited and anxious the previous night, groaned softly as he emerged from a whirlwind of dreams, awakening groggily. As he stretched his arms to alleviate the tingling sensation from lying in one position for too long, a cool voice from across the compartment broke through his reverie. "You're awake? We're almost there. Hurry and change into your school uniform." With that, a youth sporting striking platinum blonde hair crossed his arms and exited the compartment. Two other boys promptly followed, their intentions to flatter unmistakable. Albus, still dazed, began to process the situation. The previous night, James had incessantly boasted about how many cousins he had in Gryffindor, how many fun activities were available, and how entertaining the housemates were. "James, what boasting? I was merely stating facts." It felt as if he was saying, "Once you join Gryffindor, you will have numerous connections and can indulge in reckless behavior." However, what James did not realize was that precisely because of his words, Albus felt a surge of aversion. Many might envy his lineage and background, yet few understood the pain of living in the shadow of so many bright stars, feeling insignificant. Even his name had become a shackle weighing him down. For years, he had avoided accompanying James on magical escapades largely because he despised witnessing the envy or anticipation in others' expressions when they heard his name. It was as if, due to his identity and name, he was expected to achieve remarkable feats. At such a tender age, he did not comprehend this fully. He merely felt an instinctive dislike, and thus reduced such opportunities. However, gradually, he became acutely aware of the weight his name carried, as well as the remarkable stature of his parents, aunt, uncle, grandfather, and uncles in the eyes of others. He comprehended their thoughts, yet he harbored a profound aversion to the feeling of losing his own identity. After all, in the eyes of those around him, he was merely the son of a Quidditch star, the nephew of a great alchemist, the grandson of the Minister of Magic, and even shared a name with two illustrious headmasters. But he was never simply himself. He understood that his perspective might seem somewhat pretentious to others, yet tragically, he could not suppress these thoughts. This ineffable sentiment remained unspoken, even to his parents. Thus, even though he maintained a good relationship with his siblings, for James, the presence of numerous siblings brought joy, while for him, it signified an incessant cycle of comparison and reminders. At that time, he had already begun to resist the idea of being sorted into Gryffindor, but upon reflection, considering that both his parents and brother were Gryffindors, he realized that not being sorted into Gryffindor would likely lead to another set of troubles. In a moment of frustration, he casually inquired, "What if I'm not sorted into Gryffindor?" He recalled James pausing momentarily before responding with a smile. "Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw wouldn't be too shabby. Auntie is from Hufflepuff, and Uncle Benedict is from Ravenclaw. Perhaps they could impart some fascinating experiences to you, so do remember to share them with me." Indeed, it seemed there was no escaping the brilliance of his own family. He felt a bittersweet pang at this simultaneously surprising and unsurprising answer. Yet he could not deny that it was a splendid option. "What if I were sorted into Slytherin?" he asked, perhaps his last act of stubbornness. James scrutinized him for a moment before finally replying, "Let's hope not." Although the former head of Slytherin was Professor Snape, and there have been many distinguished individuals, they tend to be rather cunning. I mean, they might not get along with us well. That's why we often have conflicts with Gryffindor. If you were to go to Slytherin, it would undoubtedly be quite awkward for all of us. After saying this, James added with a peculiar expression, "Your own thoughts on sorting are also quite significant. Remember, we will be waiting for you in Gryffindor." The latter part of his statement was somewhat perplexing to him. Wasn't it about forming a team for battle? Could he truly choose freely if he lost? The former statement, however, imposed an invisible pressure on him, leaving him in a state of turmoil throughout the night. Should he strive to join Gryffindor? What if he ended up in Slytherin instead? With such apprehension, he fell into a restless sleep, the quality of which was predictably poor. This anxiety lingered until he arrived at Platform 9. As the train prepared to depart, he finally posed the question to his father, "Dad, what if I'm sorted into Slytherin?" His father recounted the story of the individual represented by the name Severus in his own name. Though he was already aware of it, he still appreciated his father's perspective. With a lighter heart, he settled his belongings, but the time he took meant he could not find an empty compartment. He wandered to a more distant carriage before finally locating an unoccupied seat, which was also a deliberate choice to avoid compartments occupied by his siblings. With his platinum hair, even though he had not interacted much with those in the wizarding world, he couldn't help but associate this hair color with the family mentioned in Uncle Ron's frequent complaints. Yet, this young Master Malfoy was not nearly as troublesome as Uncle Ron's jabs at the Malfoy patriarch. On the contrary, he politely invited him to sit down, though he appeared somewhat aloof. However, he had no pressing desire to forge new friendships, especially after having found satisfaction in his friendship with Hetty. Whether Master Malfoy was cold or proud held little significance for him. To his surprise, he had recently begun reading Gilderoy Lockhart's novels on Hetty's recommendation. Taking one out to pass the time, Master Malfoy used it as a conversation starter, and to his astonishment, they discovered they shared quite similar views, leading to a pleasant exchange. They ultimately exchanged names in a manner that was both predictable and polite, as if they had already anticipated each other's identities but needed to confirm their willingness to be friends. Scorpius was the name of Master Malfoy. Frankly, he felt a twinge of envy towards Scorpius, for at least he was free from the worries of which house he would be sorted into. If Slytherin were filled with individuals like Scorpius, he felt that perhaps it wouldn't be so difficult to get along. However, he still preferred being in the same house as Hetty. Reflecting on these thoughts, he, weary from lack of sleep, gradually rested his head on the table and drifted off. When he awoke again, it was Scorpius reminding him that it was time to change into their school uniforms. The thought of soon reuniting with Hetty filled Albus with excitement. He quickly changed his clothes and opened the compartment door to invite Scorpius and the others in. "Why are you suddenly so happy?" Scorpius inquired, puzzled by the smile on his face. My best friend lives in Hogwarts, and we will be reuniting soon, which makes me quite excited." "Oh, is that so?" Scorpius's response inexplicably stirred a hint of jealousy within Albus, as though his only friend were being taken away from him. Although he was unsure why Scorpius valued him so much, the sentiment warmed his heart, reminding him of that day when he fervently wished to befriend Hetty. The bonds between people are often inexplicable and elusive. Perhaps it is merely a small spark that ignites warmth and respect. So why couldn't it be a seemingly compatible connection? He understood this well. Thus, he held no preconceived notions of wariness towards Scorpius, the ironclad Slytherin. She is a wonderful and interesting person. I believe you would also become friends if you met her. Albus naturally endorsed his good friend to Scorpius. The trust in his tone caused Scorpius to momentarily pause, his cheeks flushing slightly as he turned away awkwardly. After all, not just anyone could befriend him. Scorpius' proud demeanor opened Albus's eyes, and after a moment of astonishment, he couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Scorpius to glare at him. However, the ire he directed towards Albus held little weight given the latter's amusement at his flustered expression. Scorpius redirected his dangerous gaze toward the two boys beside him, who were merely following along and laughing, effectively silencing them. With a sudden jolt, the train came to a stop, shaking Albus from his reverie. He promptly ceased his teasing and turned to gaze out the window. However, Hetty's position was somewhat closer to Hogsmeade village, nearer to the front of the train. Thus, she was diligently surveying each compartment from front to back, searching for his figure. Such an endeavor, undoubtedly, was heartwarming for the one being sought. Albus joyfully leaned out of the train window, enthusiastically waving to her. Unfortunately, the train doors had opened, and with numerous wizards disembarking, as well as many young witches peering out to observe the situation, he was hardly noticeable. What Albus was unaware of was that Hetty's eagerness to find him stemmed not only from her desire to reunite with her companion, but also from her profound discomfort after enduring an awkward afternoon conversing with the hulking Hagrid. One with a neck resembling that of a swan, and the other with a head hanging at a right angle. Perhaps an exaggeration, but it conveyed the essence. Hetty often felt that sitting together was akin to being characters in an old animated film from the land of samurais. If Hagrid were to raise a large lily pad, it would only amplify the resemblance. You must be little Hetty from Hogsmeade. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Rubius Hagrid, the professor of care of magical creatures at Hogwarts, as well as the keeper of keys and grounds. Pleasure to meet you, Professor Hagrid. I am Hetty Welford, a first-year student commencing my studies today. I look forward to your guidance. Ah, what a delightful little darling you are. No wonder Rosmerta and the others have been singing your praises. It's a shame that, despite my many visits to Hogsmeade, I've never had the pleasure of encountering you until now. Welcome to Hogwarts. As Hagrid approached from the path leading from Hogwarts and spotted Hetty, he seemed somewhat taken aback. After taking a seat beside her, he pondered for a moment before greeting her with a smile. Perhaps it was Hetty's respectful address of him as Professor Hagrid during their first meeting, combined with her courteous self-introduction, that left such a favorable impression on him. Consequently, Hagrid engaged in lively conversation with her. However, the last comment left Hetty somewhat perplexed. After all, wouldn't she inevitably meet him upon attending Hogwarts? The fact that they had previously never crossed paths was easily explainable. Hetty surmised that the reason they hadn't encountered Hogwarts professors often was likely due to their evening visits to the Three Broomsticks, while she had already returned home, thus making it difficult to meet. With this thought, Hetty smiled and offered an explanation. Hagrid erupted into hearty laughter over their missed encounters, his thick, graying hair and beard quivering, which only increased Hetty's sense of intimidation as she gazed up at him. After all, in comparison to Hagrid's imposing stature, Hetty was undeniably a diminutive figure, leaving little room for rebuttal. Indeed, children should be home in the evenings. You are a good child. I believe if you were to join Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall would find you a great comfort. Hetty found herself at a loss for words in response. All she could manage was a sheepish smile, saying, yes, it would indeed be quite delightful to be sorted into Gryffindor. Although their subsequent conversation meandered amiably, the waiting time felt interminable. When topics dwindled, sitting in silence gave rise to an awkward atmosphere. Both sensed the need to say something, thus occasionally forcing a conversation, until they finally endured to the train's arrival. Hetty sighed in relief, and even Hagrid seemed to exhale a breath of relief. Hagrid swiftly moved to the front of the train, preventing the young witches and wizards from scattering, while also guiding them to gather. Hetty sought out Albus, eager to vent her frustrations regarding her experiences to soothe her spirits. Missing the Hogwarts Express was one thing, but waiting here like a fool was another, not to mention enduring an afternoon of stilted conversation. Moreover, upon reflection, she realized that had Hagrid not fortuitously encountered her and felt pity for her solitary wait, he most likely would have retreated to the Three Broomsticks to pass the time. Thus, her efforts to avoid being found by the Hogwarts crowd to spare herself the embarrassment had seemingly backfired. Hetty, it's wonderful to see you again. Albus, I am equally delighted to see you. You can't imagine how my day has unfolded. Upon their reunion, Hetty seamlessly began to share her grievances with Albus. She lamented how Hogwarts had neglected to provide her with a ticket, how she had longed to chat and snack with him in the carriage, how she foolishly pretended to be mature and insisted on not having her grandparents see her off, and how she had been compelled to endure the company of Professor Hagrid. Albus listened with a gentle smile, occasionally offering words of comfort or agreement, his demeanor effortlessly natural and practiced. Unbeknownst to them, Scorpius, who had discreetly followed at a reasonable distance, couldn't he help but smirk at their exchange. Indeed, quite amusing, albeit rather foolish. Chapter 46. Hetty and Scorpius's initial encounter. After venting her frustrations, Hetty felt a wave of relief wash over her. Glancing ahead at Hagrid, still maintaining order among the exuberant new students, she sensed there was time to chat a bit more. After all, friends are meant to share burdens and recycle grievances, aren't they? Reflecting on her lengthy tirade, she realized it might have been somewhat inconsiderate. With a strained smile, she decided to inquire about Albus's experiences that day. Albus, did everything go smoothly for you? Did you encounter any? Oh dear, who are you? Why are you following us? Before she could finish her sentence, her peripheral vision caught sight of a boy slightly taller than herself and Albus, trailing behind them. His teasing expression suggested he might have overheard something he shouldn't have. Hetty's heart sank, mortified at the thought of being embarrassed in front of a stranger. She spun around, somewhat indignant, and demanded an explanation. Albus, having prepared to share his own experiences, was taken aback by her sudden outburst. Upon seeing Scorpius, who appeared slightly sheepish, he quickly interjected to diffuse the situation. Hetty, don't be upset. This is Scorpius, a new friend I met in the same compartment today. He didn't mean to eavesdrop. He probably just wanted to join us, which is why he was following along. Don't worry, he is likely not one for excessive chatter. Hetty chose to trust Albus's judgment, and with the term friend being used, she assumed their conversation must be pleasant. To ease Albus's discomfort, she tempered her irritation and reverted to a more cordial demeanor. Hello, I am Hetty Welford. It's a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. Though her voice retained its bright and cheerful tone, her demeanor had shifted, transforming her from a mischievous little witch into a polite young lady. Scorpius was truly taken aback, the astonishment vividly etched upon his face, making his current emotions quite apparent. Albus stifled a chuckle, casting a soft gaze towards Hestia. He recalled the first time they met, when he too believed Hestia to be a polite, considerate, and attentive young lady. However, as time passed, he discovered that this was merely one facet of her personality. Only those recognized by her as acquaintances, or rather, as her own, could witness her whimsical, lively demeanor, full of laughter and spirited banter. Thus, even though he recognized the contrast, he felt no displeasure. Rather, he felt fortunate to be among those she considered her own. Unlike James, who had a more expansive approach to friendship, Albus valued quality over quantity, content with having just a couple of close friends. Correspondingly, if he were to be treated with such special regard by his friends, how could he not be pleased? As for Scorpius, he could only acknowledge that there is a distinction between friends and close friends, a truth both he and Hestia understood all too well. Therefore, aside from quietly lamenting Scorpius's less than favorable first impression on Hestia, he refrained from elaborating further. Coming from a prominent family, Scorpius, despite his initial shock, quickly regained his composure. Regardless of his inner thoughts, his ingrained upbringing forbade him from being impolite, and he responded with equal courtesy. Greetings, I am Scorpius Hyperion Malfoy. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Welford. I must apologize for my earlier rudeness, as Potter mentioned. I merely wished to accompany a newly acquainted friend and had no intention of causing offense. Frankly, it was rather difficult to harbor anger towards someone so impeccably polite and sincere, especially after Hestia calmed down. Upon hearing his name and observing his appearance, she mused. How amusing. He is indeed the scion of the illustrious Malfoy lineage. It makes sense now, with that platinum hair and gray eyes, a veritable replica of Draco. Yet, he appears somewhat gentler than Draco, undoubtedly a trait inherited from his mother, Astoria. Lost in her thoughts, Hestia did not notice that she had been staring at Malfoy for quite some time. Hestia, she eventually said, I accept your apology. Let us consider this matter settled. Returning to her senses, Hestia quickly brushed aside the incident, her demeanor remaining that of a well-mannered and dignified young lady. Albus assumed Hestia was still somewhat perturbed by the eavesdropping incident, and thus her delayed response was understandable. He felt relieved that, thanks to his reminder, she had refrained from any impolite actions. Scorpius harbored similar thoughts, internally chastising the girl for her temper while feeling inexplicably displeased. It was not merely the delayed reaction, but rather the fact that, although he understood Hestia's dual nature, he wondered why she would treat him differently. He recognized the nuances of closeness and distance, yet being overtly singled out was rather vexing. Suppressing his frown, Scorpius chose to remain silent, offering only a faint smile. Attention, new students. Please gather quickly. Time is running short. Hagrid's urgent voice rang out, clearly anxious. Albus promptly took Hestia's hand, guiding her forward. While Hestia glanced back at the spot where she had left her luggage, Scorpius, trailing behind, seemed to understand her concern and spoke in a calm tone. Do not worry. Hogwarts has house elves to assist with transporting the luggage of new students. Once the sorting is complete and you reach your dormitory, you will find your belongings awaiting you. Hestia finally grasped the reassurance, offering a shy nod in gratitude. With Albus eager to assemble the group, he hurriedly led Hestia to the gathering area. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a familiar voice called out beside them. Albus, where have you been? James has been looking for you on the train. Rose, I wandered a bit further back, so he likely didn't see me before we set off. I'll explain later, Albus replied, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. Sensing his discomfort, Hestia squeezed his hand in a gesture of solace. Scorpius seemed to piece together Rose's identity from her name, his brow furrowing slightly. When this girl named Rose noticed his platinum hair, her expression mirrored his, tightening slightly in confusion. Fortunately, Hagrid had already begun to move the group, preventing Rose from voicing her inquiries. Everyone, please board the boats. Each boat accommodates 4 students. And I will come to check shortly, Hagrid called out as they approached the edge of the Black Lake, where the small boats floated serenely. Albus, for reasons unknown, pulled Hestia toward one of the more distant boats, and Scorpius followed suit. Unbeknownst to Albus, Rose, puzzled, trailed closely behind. Chapter 47, Rose's Probing. On the small wooden boat, the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Albus and Scorpius, having exchanged a few hours of acquaintance, astonishingly communicated with mere glances and expressions. Hestia, intrigued, surveyed their faces while silently translating their unspoken dialogue in her mind. How did she end up following us? How should I know? What about your friend? P.S. Not my friend. Regardless of the responses, Albus felt utterly helpless. The moment Rose stepped onto the boat, their silent exchange came to an abrupt halt. Sensing something, Rose settled down calmly. Albus, you. She appeared to want to say something to Albus, but halted upon glancing at Scorpius. After hesitating slightly, she turned to Hestia and extended her hand. Hello, I am Rose Granger Weasley, Albus's cousin. You are Hestia, the good friend Albus often speaks of, correct? It's a pleasure to meet you. Rose Granger Weasley, the daughter of Hermione and Ron. I never connected the dots until now, given Albus's demeanor towards her. I initially thought she had been one of those who sought signatures from their parents, Hestia realized. Oh right, in the final segment of the HP film series, they were sending their children off to school, weren't they? I recall Harry has 3 kids, Hermione 2, and the Malfoys have 1. It seems all 3 families have children in the same year, and now they find themselves together on this boat. Hestia began to drift off in thought again, her gaze fixed for quite some time, neglecting the outstretched hand before her. Scorpius smirked slightly, finding the scene vaguely familiar. Was he perhaps defending Potter? After all, Potter's evident avoidance of this Weasley girl suggested some underlying tension. He began to understand why Potter expressed such enthusiasm when mentioning her. Indeed, she would make a worthy friend. Scorpius clearly shared this sentiment. Hestia, having never encountered Rose before, had no reason for animosity towards her. The scrutiny directed at Rose stemmed solely from her own insecurities, something Albus could not comprehend. However, the reason he avoided Rose was not due to any unpleasantness between them, but rather a blend of heartfelt emotion and an underlying sense of urgency. Hetty regained her composure, glancing at the anxious Albus who had roused her from her reverie, and realized she had once again lost focus in public. She quickly took Rose's hand earnestly. I apologize. Hearing your name reminded me of someone I once knew. I momentarily became lost in thought. Forgive me, it was quite rude. I am Hetty Wulfric, and I am truly delighted to meet you. Hetty spoke the truth, yet the expressions on Albus and Scorpius's faces suggested they were skeptical, believing it merely to be a convenient excuse crafted by Hetty. Rose, although feeling slightly awkward, could sense Hetty's sincerity and thus harbored no resentment. It's quite all right. Such things happen. What matters is that we are acquainted now. Rose's efforts to reassure Hetty reflected her kindness and thoughtfulness, allowing Hetty to appreciate her warmth. Thus, their clasped hands shook once more, and their smiles grew more genuine. Observing this, the 2 boys found themselves utterly perplexed, sensing an unexpected camaraderie between the girls. A cacophony of small wizards erupted around them, for unbeknownst to them, the boat had set off some time ago during their conversation and daydreaming. Now passing through a low cave, the towering Hagrid reclined in the back, cautioning everyone to avoid bumping their heads. This behavior misled the young wizards, who instinctively ducked or leaned back, only to quickly realize their concern was unfounded, leading to a bout of laughter. The 4 on Hetty's side, though not fooled, appreciated the humor and exchanged amused glances. The atmosphere aboard the vessel began to warm, shedding the earlier awkwardness. It appears we are the more composed ones on this boat. Otherwise, we might find ourselves in a bit of a predicament, Hetty mused. In truth, I came along out of curiosity to see how two clever individuals like you would choose to include Albus, who speaks so little. Yet it seems you do share common ground. Seizing the moment, Rose spoke as if engaging in casual conversation, naturally revealing her reason for joining them. Upon hearing this, Albus could not suppress a flicker of hurt in his eyes. However, both Hetty and Scorpius discerned the underlying concern and understood her true intention. Hetty, too, caught the fleeting expression of pain in Albus's gaze and suddenly grasped why he might be avoiding Rose. Indeed, Albus is gentle and attentive, perhaps not overly talkative, but an exceptional listener, incredibly patient with my ramblings, and very considerate of me. Isn't it only natural to become good friends with someone like that? Hetty refrained from directly defending Albus, but instead elaborated on her admiration for him, her appreciation unmasked in her words. In an instant, Albus was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of joy and gratitude. The joy needed no explanation. Few things could warm his heart more than such words at that moment. He felt touched by Hetty's support and her commitment to shielding him from the facade he maintained at home. A facade born from a desire to avoid delving too deeply into his unspoken wounds. Scorpius remained silent, yet he was profoundly shaken. He understood well that Albus was not the inarticulate person Rose portrayed him to be. Rather, he was a deeply thoughtful individual. Thus, he grasped the implications of Hetty's words, recognizing the subtlety in her choice of language. However, what struck him most was Hetty's unwavering defense of Albus. So, this was the essence of their friendship? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Scorpius suddenly felt a twinge of envy towards Albus. It seemed, indeed, that the bonds between individuals were ineffably marvelous. Albus had a friend like her who could appreciate him, which gave Scorpius a sense of reassurance, though Rose's tone bore a hint of maturity beyond her years. Her sweet smile, tinged with relief, betrayed her naivety and innocence. Her gaze then shifted to Scorpius, and recalling her father's occasional criticisms at home, her expression grew complex and tinged with concern. If Scorpius were privy to her thoughts, he might have rolled his eyes, for his own father was not shy about voicing his opinions either. Nonetheless, for the moment, she chose to regard her comments as mere concern for her cousin, thus offering him a modicum of grace. I find him rather agreeable. His reserved nature suits me well, as no one bothers me. As for your concerns, there is no need to worry. Our family still owes a debt to his aunt. In that instant, Rose realized that it was her father, not her uncle, who had been wary of the Malfoy family. Coupled with the fact that Aunt Ashley had indeed provided significant assistance to the Malfoys, Scorpius had little reason to harbor ill will towards Albus. Having reached this conclusion, Rose awkwardly shrugged off the matter. Scorpius chuckled nonchalantly and turned to lock eyes with Albus. Although Albus smiled back, Scorpius distinctly sensed a coolness in Albus's demeanor. Stunned for a moment, he could not comprehend why this was so. Yet, as the boat approached shore, he was compelled to set aside his confusion and disembark, following everyone towards Hogwarts Castle. Chapter 48, Hetty's Discovery and Dilemma, Snape's Transformation. Hetty this time was oblivious to the shift in atmosphere between the two, as she fell into deep thought upon hearing Scorpius's last remark. The first time Albus mentioned his aunt, she had assumed it was merely an acquaintance of their family. At that time, her mind had been preoccupied with elevating her own circumstances, so she had not given it much thought. However, hearing Scorpius bring up this seemingly non-existent aunt again suddenly alerted her to something amiss. Particularly, the fact that the Malfoy family could extend the goodwill of Albus's aunt to him indicated that this aunt shared a closeness with Harry's family that could not simply be attributed to casual acquaintance. Yet the question remained, where had Harry's sister come from? Even if she were a cousin, no one had ever mentioned her. So, was this aunt of Albus the pivotal figure in this altered reality? And what of the renowned alchemist frequently referenced before? Surely, Albus's aunt could not be that illustrious alchemist. How preposterous. Or could it be true? Hetty's expression grew intricate as she looked at Albus, who was guiding her as if tending to a lost child. As she contemplated requesting to meet his aunt to inquire directly, grappling with whether to leave matters to fate, she found herself in a state of uncertainty. Even without noticing the nuances in Albus's mood, Hetty could still sense that he was not entirely at ease. It was unclear whether Rose's proximity reminded him of some unpleasant memory or if it was the chatter of the little wizards nearby, discussing various terrifying sorting methods as they neared the castle, which unnerved him. Hetty prudently set aside her intention to voice a request, perhaps pausing her internal conflict. Instead, a sense of concern and curiosity arose regarding the stories shared among Albus, Rose, and James, her siblings. However, until Albus chose to broach the subject himself, Hetty did not intend to recklessly unearth this emotional wound. Thus, the trio of Hetty, Scorpius, and Albus, each burdened with their own uncertainties and sorrows, gradually approached the brightly illuminated castle amidst the cacophony of exclamations from the young wizards. None possessed the inclination to admire the surrounding scenery or engage in the discussions of their peers. It was only upon pushing open the grand doors of Hogwarts Castle that they regained their senses. The brilliantly lit entrance hall not only signified the impending sorting hat ceremony for the first years, but also marked the conclusion of Hagrid's duties. Having instructed the new arrivals to await at the steps of the Great Hall, Hagrid swiftly departed, visibly relieved. Leaving behind a group of young witches and wizards who secretly hoped for his presence to bolster their courage as they gazed wistfully at his receding figure. Before long, Professor McGonagall emerged through the door. However, her stern demeanor did little to reassure the young wizards. Rather, it sent shivers through those anxious about the sorting. Hetty caught a fleeting glimpse of an almost imperceptible mix of exasperation and amusement on McGonagall's face, suggesting she had witnessed such scenes numerous times before. Without indulging in unnecessary chatter, she promptly beckoned the young wizards to follow her into the Great Hall. After all, once inside, the traditional mischief of Hogwarts would dissipate, and the children would no longer frighten themselves with wild imaginings. Hetty noted that when McGonagall spotted her, she offered a slight smile, akin to a greeting or perhaps a gesture of comfort. Regardless of the intent, Hetty felt the warmth of her goodwill and reciprocated with a radiant smile. Albus and Scorpius, standing nearby, exchanged surprised glances but quickly dismissed their astonishment, considering Hetty's residence in Hogsmeade and her familiarity with the Hogwarts faculty. With a creak, the grand doors swung open, revealing the even more brilliantly lit Great Hall to the first years. As they beheld the orderly gathering of faculty and students, they stood momentarily dumbfounded. Particularly those hailing from wizarding families erupted into expressions of delight and relief upon spotting their relatives. Yet their innocence blinded them to the carefully restrained smiles of their loved ones. Before they could approach to greet anyone, Professor McGonagall once again urged them to follow suit. It was only then that the newcomers grasped the situation and hurriedly fell into step behind her. Before the sorting begins, let us invite Headmaster Snape to address us, McGonagall stated with an air of formality. Standing in the space between the long table and the staff seating, Hetty and her companions exhibited varying states of apprehension. Some pale and lost in thought due to the uncertainty of the sorting, while others, emboldened by the presence of family, engaged in hushed discussions about the ceiling and the professors at the staff table. Hetty, though not particularly anxious, felt no fear due to her foreknowledge. She was discreetly observing the handsome professors, assessing Hogwarts faculty. Yet before she could eagerly seek out the headmaster's figure, her attention was swiftly drawn to the mention of Headmaster Snape. After all, he was another figure whose return had stirred a complex mix of emotions. The mere confirmation of his existence brought immense joy. Moreover, it was impossible for her to overlook him. Snape's commanding presence compelled the anxious young wizards and the whispering ones alike to cease their fidgeting, redirecting their focus towards him. Hogwarts has many rules, which you can review on the notice board next to the caretaker's office. However, I shall only mention two. First, entry into the Forbidden Forest is strictly prohibited. Second, should you choose to challenge the school rules, it is advisable not to be caught by the caretaker or myself or any other professors. Trust me, the consequences of either transgression are beyond your capacity to bear. Thank you. His succinct and commanding manner silenced the young wizards, a hallmark of Snape's unmistakable style. Yet, Hetty sensed something amiss. A closer inspection revealed that his hair was not as greasy as before. Though his expression remained serious, his features did not appear excessively furrowed, emanating an air of subdued intensity. His robes, while dark, were impeccably clean and well-tailored. Overall, he exuded a subtle softness and vitality that was unmistakably absent of any gloom. Upon realizing this, Hetty couldn't help but smile, exhilarated to witness the resolution of her previous turmoil. As for the notion of unresolved feelings, it was impossible to overlook another individual present in the hall. Coincidentally, he too stood among the faculty. Hetty scanned the staff table, her unacquainted gaze struggling to identify the numerous professors. Yet among them, one figure shone brightly, undoubtedly the person she had been searching for. There he was, amidst a gathering of distinguished professors, his exceptional demeanor immediately recognizable. Time had only enhanced the handsome features of the valiant figure, sharpening his facial contours and deepening his air of sophistication. His polite smile and gentle gaze imbued him with an extraordinary warmth. Hetty reflected that describing him as eye-catching felt insufficient. He did not merely attract attention, but drew forth smiles. Upon truly seeing him, one found themselves captivated not solely by his appearance, but by the refreshing aura he exuded, an essence akin to a gentle spring breeze that effortlessly invited smiles. Yet, this was a future reality where she would see him daily at Hogwarts. For now, her excitement and exhilaration stemmed primarily from confirming his existence, further amplified by Snape's presence. Even as she sought to contain her emotions, lowering her gaze to conceal her smile, she found herself gripping Albus's robes tightly. Albus, already tense with uncertainty about the sorting, perceived her tugging as a shared anxiety and leaned back slightly, murmuring, "Don't be afraid, I'm here with you." Hetty paused, her excitement momentarily quelled, replaced by a gentle warmth that made her smile softly. At that moment, Snape had returned to his seat, and Professor McGonagall had taken her place at the center, where the stool and sorting hat awaited. Hetty felt it inappropriate to speak, merely giving Albus's robes a gentle tug in response. Albus understood her intention, his previously taut expression relaxing as a faint smile graced his lips. Scorpius, standing beside him, noticed Albus's shift and whispered reassurance, casting a curious glance over his shoulder to see Hetty's hand grasping Albus's robe. The mutual comfort shared between them ignited a flicker of envy in Scorpius's heart. However, this sentiment was swiftly supplanted by indignation. "When I called your name, you were to approach and take a seat here. I shall place the sorting hat upon your head, which will assign you to the most fitting house." As Professor McGonagall's words echoed through the hall, the first-year students erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. "What? Is this truly how the sorting is done? My brother said he would be with the werewolves for 24 hours. My grandmother deceived me, and so did my parents. How could they do this to me?" Accompanied by the exclamations of two young wizards, the older students at the four long tables burst into unabashed laughter. The entire hall was filled with joyous laughter, as if it had been pent up for ages, eagerly awaiting this moment. The professors at the staff table were no exception. Some, like Cedric, smiled with a subtle warmth in their eyes, while others, like Snape, allowed a barely perceptible smirk to grace his lips. Hagrid's hearty laughter resonated through the hall, causing a delightful commotion. At that moment, the sorting hat began to sing its song, drawing everyone's focus to the lyrics and gradually calming the chaos within the hall. "I am a hat that can see into your hearts, and I will sort you into the house that suits you best. The Slytherin youth are shrewd and pragmatic. The Gryffindor youth are brave and fearless. The Ravenclaw youth are wise and learned, and the Hufflepuff youth are kind and loyal." The lyrics were indeed intriguing. However, Albus was not in the mood to appreciate them, his frustration growing as he realized that his parents had emphasized that this was merely their own experience, leaving him uncertain about the reasons behind any potential changes in the sorting criteria. Even if he were to question or vent his anger, he knew he would likely be brushed off, which only fueled his annoyance. As for James's assertion about the importance of one's own thoughts during sorting, he too had begun to grasp its significance. Just as he contemplated glancing in James's direction, he heard Professor McGonagall calling the first students up for sorting. Unbeknownst to him, the sorting hat's song had concluded, and the hall was now in utter silence, making each sound remarkably clear. Albus temporarily set aside his tumultuous thoughts and focused intently, attempting to discern any patterns in the sorting, hoping to join Hetty in the same house. This year's young wizards lacked the ironclad legacy of the Ebor family, and were not particularly familiar or interested in Hetty. So her attention was almost entirely fixated on the sorting hat. Clearly, she shared Albus's intention of uncovering the underlying system. However, as she observed, a realization struck her. The sorting hat could see into one's heart. Could she, as an outsider, be scrutinized in the same way? Yet, truthfully, she was perplexed about her own state. Was she merely data, or had she truly crossed over? If she were simply data, there was little to worry about. The game could always find a way to reconcile itself. But if she were indeed a traveler from another world, then she had not committed any grievous acts since her arrival here. On that account, surely she would not be met with hostility right from the start. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to summon Albus's aunt to inquire about the situation. Who knows? She might even discover a way to return. Hetty entertained these naive thoughts, likely influenced by the warmth and kindness of those she had encountered since her arrival, coupled with her inherently sheltered disposition. Thus, she did not dwell on the darker aspects of human nature. While she maintained a degree of vigilance, it was minimal, perfectly encapsulated by her demeanor. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's clear voice rang out. "Hetty." Hetty jolted slightly. Although she felt little fear, a twinge of anxiety coursed through her before the outcome was revealed. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward from the queue. Passing by Albus, she caught a glimpse of his concerned expression and offered him a reassuring smile. As she walked toward the stool where the sorting hat awaited, her mind fluttered with various rehearsed responses in case her identity as an outsider was discovered. Yet, as she settled onto the stool, awaiting her fate, the hat had scarcely settled upon her head when it proclaimed, "Slytherin." The answer was revealed, accompanied by an illustration of Hetty in her Slytherin robes. "Ah, what is this?" She received the same treatment as that arrogant boy. Shocked beyond measure, not only was she left bewildered on the stool, but her acquaintances shared her astonishment. Albus had thought that, given Hetty's personality, she would either be sorted into Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. It wouldn't have been surprising if she had found herself in Ravenclaw due to her wit. but he never anticipated that she would end up in Slytherin. Albus's heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions, worry, regret, sorrow, intermingled with a surprise he was barely aware of. Scorpius's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Albus, his mind racing with concern. Yet, the thought of being in the same house as Hetty ignited a secret joy within him. Standing behind Scorpius, Rose gasped in a hushed tone, "How is this possible? In what way does she resemble a Slytherin?" Upon hearing her words, Albus and Scorpius simultaneously recalled Hetty's adeptness at navigating dualities, which elicited a stifled chuckle and a shared smirk. Indeed, how could one not be perceptive in such circumstances? Professor McGonagall's eyes reflected a mix of regret and astonishment. Yet she understood the significance of the result given the child's lineage. Noticing Hetty in a daze, she kindly reminded her, "Go on. You should join the Slytherin table and celebrate with them." With that, she removed the sorting hat from Hetty's head, leaving her unable to engage in a friendly conversation with the hat to inquire about the reasoning behind her sorting. Although her earlier concerns about her identity were entirely overlooked, a fortunate turn of events, she couldn't help but cast a wistful glance in the direction of Professor Diggory, as if she had missed out on a fortune. Professor McGonagall caught this glance, seemingly recalling their earlier conversation at the Three Broomsticks, a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. Clearing her throat as a reminder, Hetty finally came to her senses, masking her disappointment with a poised smile as she made her way to the long table adorned with green banners. After all, while she felt quite regretful about not being able to foster a closer relationship with Professor Diggory as a housemate, she bore no animosity towards Slytherin. Coupled with her previous discussions with Mr. Johnson concerning Slytherin, she accepted the outcome with relative grace once she realized that any hope for change was futile. Slytherin welcomed its new students with fervent applause, marking the first time in years that the house had a fresh intake. This gesture lifted Hetty's spirits marginally, and she graciously nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude. The sorting continued, with several more first years taking their turns. Yet, the pattern remained consistent. Most were sorted into Hufflepuff, followed by Gryffindor, with Ravenclaw and Slytherin being relatively sparse. It wasn't until she heard the name Scorpius Malfoy that Hetty finally spotted a familiar face. However, not just she, but the entire hall viewed the event as utterly predictable. He strode confidently to the stool, sitting down with an air of determination, reminiscent of Hetty's earlier demeanor. As his hat barely grazed the surface, the announcement of his placement in Slytherin echoed through the hall. Aside from the color of his eyes, he exhibited no flaws. Scorpius had already prepared the little serpents, who erupted in cheers and applause almost simultaneously. Ah, the ironclad Slytherin. The others bore not a single extraneous expression. Scorpius himself remained as unperturbed as ever, gracefully making his way to the Slytherin table. Pausing momentarily before taking a seat beside Hetty, Albus observed this scene with a tinge of envy. Yet, in the next instant, his heart began to race violently, and his breath quickened, for he knew his turn was approaching. Perhaps his anxiety did not escape Rose's notice, as she softly reassured him, "Relax, don't be nervous." Albus's posture stiffened, and before he could react further, he heard, "Albus Potter." The mere utterance of his name seemed to possess a certain magic, silencing the hall, extinguishing even the murmurs of discussion. As Albus shifted his feet, turning slightly to seek the comforting gaze of his Slytherin companions, he found himself the focus of everyone's attention, intensifying his nervousness. Hetty, too, noted his predicament, her concern and worry evident in her eyes. Albus scanned the surroundings, not missing the expressions of his companions. Momentarily taken aback, a surge of courage welled within him, and emulating Hetty's earlier demeanor, he offered her a reassuring smile. Gathering his resolve, he strode briskly to the center of the stage. Taking a deep breath, he seated himself with a semblance of stoic bravery. Professor McGonagall found the situation somewhat amusing and gently whispered words of comfort. "Do not worry. It will be as you wish." Albus mustered a smile and nodded in gratitude, yet inside, he felt no relief. The weight of the surrounding gazes felt oppressive, rendering him uncomfortable. Unbeknownst to him, the attention was not solely on him. It was equally directed at Severus Snape behind him. After all, though Professor McGonagall refrained from invoking his middle name, those present, particularly those well acquainted with the magical world, were undoubtedly curious about the sentiments of the current headmaster sharing the same name. However, as a master of occlumency, Snape was not one to easily reveal his thoughts. His trademark impassivity left many feeling disappointed. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall had lifted the hat, preparing to place it upon Albus's head. Albus sensed the light above him gradually dimming, plunging him into a confined space that seemed to enclose him alone. Contemplating how the sorting hat operated, he suddenly heard, "Ah, another Potter. Yet you seem quite different from the previous one. Kind, upright, and loyal. You share those traits." While you possess courage, it is tempered by restraint. You are quite contemplative, though you seem to hide it deliberately. Oh, child, you seem to carry a heavy burden. Very well, if you wish to remain unseen, I shall respect your desire. Thus, I believe Slytherin is the right fit for you. You will undoubtedly find like-minded companions. A moment of eerie silence enveloped the hall, as everyone appeared momentarily stunned. Even Snape, usually inscrutable, momentarily betrayed a flicker of emotion before swiftly regaining his composure. McGonagall's reaction was far more pronounced, her mouth agape for an extended period. The child of the Potters, sorted into Slytherin. This was utterly beyond her expectations. By the time she processed this outcome, it had already stirred a significant uproar among the students below, particularly within Gryffindor, where doubts arose regarding the Sorting Hat's judgment. How can this be? A Weasley and a Potter should undoubtedly be destined for Gryffindor, right? That damned hat must have lost its wits. How could it possibly place a Potter in Slytherin? Merlin's socks, did I really hear that right? A Potter has entered Slytherin. Unless you tell me Voldemort has returned and cast a soul-binding curse on the hat, I refuse to believe this outcome. Oh heavens! My grandfather will surely tear that hat to shreds. The Gryffindor table was rife with similar exaggerated exclamations, each individual animated and utterly outraged, as if witnessing an unimaginable catastrophe. Among them, the red-haired young wizards were particularly vocal. The spectators from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, familiar with the dynamics of the magical realm, found nothing particularly surprising about the turn of events. In fact, stepping into the shoes of those red-haired wizards, they could empathize entirely. This was not due to any other reason than the shared surname, Weasley. Should Hogwarts ever divide into 4 houses, they would undoubtedly carry the Gryffindor label without any hesitation. Oh, and then there was the half-blood Potter among them. At that moment, James was likely more frantic than his numerous cousins and siblings. It seemed his previous night's counsel and hints had been in vain. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. It was not that he harbored any deep-seated animosity toward Slytherin or held any lingering prejudices. After all, the representative figure of Slytherin, Snape, had familial ties to his father and aunt. Furthermore, no one in the magical community could erase his contributions during the battle against dark forces, as established in the previous book. Naturally, perceptions of Slytherin as solely the breeding ground for dark wizards had evolved, dispelling such biases. However, a competitive spirit existed among the 4 houses, each harboring a profound sense of pride for their respective affiliations. Consequently, while post-graduation discussions might be amicable, Harry himself readily acknowledged Slytherin's merits. Before graduation, fierce rivalries ensued to uphold the honor of their houses. This rivalry was particularly pronounced between the vastly different temperaments of Gryffindor and Slytherin, vying for the coveted house cup more frequently than any other houses. Thus, how could the staunch Gryffindor Weasleys and the once unquestionably Gryffindor Potters ever wish for a family member to join the opposing ranks? The impending exchanges of banter and rivalry would surely feel awkward. Coughing, James felt a tinge of embarrassment. Moreover, he contemplated even further. Albus was his younger brother. The other cousins might find it challenging to face the situation, but James was already preoccupied with Albus's discomfort in Slytherin. Would Slytherin genuinely welcome a brother whose entire family comprised Gryffindors? Indeed, casting a glance towards the Slytherin table, he noted that aside from the newcomer, every little serpent wore a frown, displaying unmistakable resistance. While he could comprehend that if a Malfoy were sorted into Gryffindor, they would undoubtedly share similar sentiments, understanding did not alleviate his distress at witnessing his brother being scorned. In that moment, he was engulfed by a tempest of anger and helplessness, his worries and frustrations intertwining. At the Slytherin table, the newcomers, Hetty and Scorpius, initially felt a flicker of joy upon hearing the sorting results. However, witnessing the unfolding situation, they too began to feel a pang of anxiety for Albus. They were acutely aware of the stakes involved. It could only be said that at Hogwarts, the advantages of children from prominent families were glaringly evident, yet the resources available to them were not excessively abundant. Conversely, the disadvantages became strikingly apparent in situations like this. When the stances of siblings were starkly divided, being sorted into opposing houses amounted to a dilemma akin to being caught between a rock and a hard place. The focus shifted to Albus, the epicenter of the storm. From the moment he heard he had been sorted into Slytherin, his initial surprise transformed into delight at the prospect of being with friends, only to morph into panic due to everyone's reactions, culminating in a state of utter bewilderment. He appeared pitiably vulnerable. Adjusting his hat, he cast a pleading glance at Professor McGonagall. It was then that she recognized that amidst this upheaval, the one who most required consolation was the small figure seated before her. After steadying her emotions, she leaned closer to the sorting hat and lowered her voice to reaffirm. "Are you certain this child belongs in Slytherin?" "I am indeed certain," the hat replied. "After all, I have never misclassified a house, have I? Perhaps as Professor McGonagall leaned in for further clarification, the intent behind her inquiry became apparent, and gradually, the young witches and wizards ceased their discussions, eagerly awaiting the hat's verdict. Hence, its response rang out clearly in the now silent Great Hall, leading to an extended moment of tension. Just as Hetty could no longer restrain herself from speaking up on behalf of her companion, Snape intervened. Rising, he cast a sonorous charm upon his throat and directed his gaze towards the Slytherin table, intoning, "Is it the impurity of the Potter bloodline? Or is it this young one's demeanor that lacks decorum?" The purity of the Potter lineage hardly warranted mention. If they were deemed impure, then few families could truly claim to be pure. Snape himself was a half-blood, and the question he posed seemed somewhat peculiar at first. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely inappropriate. His reputation and achievements were beyond dispute. The discerning Slytherins would take pride in him. Why would they truly concern themselves with his blood status? Yet, Albus, who had yet to prove himself, was in a different position. Thus, Snape's rhetorical inquiry served to silence those who were fixated on bloodlines, particularly the little Slytherins of Gryffindor descent. After all, he emphasized the Potter family. When did the Potters become synonymous with Gryffindor? The astute Slytherins grasped the underlying message that their Slytherin-born headmaster intended to convey. As for the second rhetorical question, it prompted the Slytherins to recall Albus's comportment since entering the hall. Whether awaiting his turn in the center or seated for sorting, he had displayed remarkable poise. Unlike other young witches and wizards, he refrained from whispering or exclaiming inappropriately. Even when faced with the uproar of dissatisfaction and skepticism regarding his sorting, he remained composed, exhibiting impeccable decorum. Thus, aside from his extensive connections to Gryffindor, Slytherin had no legitimate reason to reject him. Having come to this realization, the young Slytherins, though not directly responding to Snape, regarded Albus with a newfound sense of acceptance. Chapter 51, an enhanced version of Snape, as the sorting results settled. Observing the young Slytherin's reactions, Snape allowed a faint smile to grace his lips before turning his attention back to the Gryffindor table. I recall that when Harry Potter was sorted, the sorting hat also suggested he might join Slytherin. Am I correct, Professor McGonagall? Indeed, Headmaster Snape, McGonagall replied succinctly. Though she cared for her house's reputation, she would not disregard the truth, responding with unambiguous clarity. Moreover, as a truly fair and impartial educator, she prioritized her students' well-being and willingly collaborated with Snape in imparting wisdom to them. This implies that Harry Potter, in his time, merely chose Gryffindor rather than lacking Slytherin traits. Therefore, as his son, would it truly be peculiar for Albus to possess Slytherin qualities? The Great Hall fell into a hushed silence. The Badgers and Eagles had wholly accepted the outcome of Albus being sorted into Slytherin. However, the Lions remained somewhat disgruntled. Perhaps they would question why this child did not follow in his father's footsteps and choose Gryffindor instead. Snape pressed on, his brow furrowed, his tone flat yet tinged with subtle sarcasm. The Lions exchanged glances, clearly caught in their unspoken thoughts. Snape scoffed lightly. As headmaster, perhaps I should offer you a gentle reminder. Firstly, have I assigned you too few potions assignments? Your concerns seem rather excessive. This is his life. Why must he perpetuate the choices of his forebears or conform to your expectations? Setting aside the rivalry between the two houses, ask yourselves honestly, is Slytherin truly inferior? At this, apart from Albus's siblings, the other Lions lowered their heads, reflecting upon their stance. Whether it was due to the intimidation of potions assignments or their realization of misplaced worry, a cohort of Weasleys, alongside one Potter, found it difficult to accept their brother's departure from familial allegiance to Slytherin, and thus remained silent. Yet Snape's voice rang out once more. Secondly, do you harbor any misconceptions regarding our sorting hat? If everyone could choose freely, what purpose would it serve? Harry Potter had the opportunity to choose merely because his Slytherin and Gryffindor traits balanced each other. Otherwise, do you believe one can simply enter any house of their desire? If your memories serve you well, you should recall that this child was equally astonished when he was sorted into Slytherin. I believe I need not elaborate further. He had no choice in the matter. The traits he possesses led the sorting hat to determine he rightly belongs to Slytherin. Do you understand, my dear students? As Snape's words echoed, the hall remained enveloped in silence. Yet a sense of finality permeated the atmosphere, compelling all to accept this reality. Though his words contained no venomous language, they exuded a blend of irony and authority that commanded respect while inducing a touch of embarrassment. Hetty clenched her fists, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Is this the severest Snape who has ascended to the position of headmaster? Compared to the venomous spouts of harsh words, this eloquent manner of speaking, devoid of malice yet exponentially impactful, is truly magnificent. It was evident that Hedwig was not alone in her admiration. Other Slytherins shared similar sentiments. And beside her, Scorpius's eyes sparkled with unabashed reverence. Is this the godfather of my father? Truly, he embodies the pride of Slytherin. I aspire to emulate him. Meanwhile, Albus, still positioned at the center of the hall, may not have felt the fervent admiration that Hedwig and Scorpius did, but his gratitude was profound. Rising from his seat, he politely and gracefully removed the sorting hat, handing it to Professor McGonagall. After a deep bow towards Snape, expressing his respect and gratitude, he resolutely made his way towards the Slytherin table. Indeed, under Snape's guidance, Albus finally grasped the truth of his heart. Given his Slytherin traits, it was only fitting that he be sorted into Slytherin House. Why continue to vacillate and hesitate? Moreover, like attracts like, his companions were present, and there was merit in remaining true to oneself. Of course, he understood clearly that Snape's reminder would only afford him a temporary respite. As a child who had not inherited the legacy of the Potters or Weasleys, he was well aware that whispers of doubt and regret would echo throughout the school in the future. Yet, for this moment, he could stride confidently towards the path that was rightfully his, rather than retreating in shame, unwelcomed. Indeed, as he firmly took his seat beside Hedwig, the Slytherin table erupted into the applause it rightfully owed him. Countless smiling faces, devoid of any grudges, radiated a sense of belonging. After all, his performance had impeccably demonstrated his keen awareness and astute judgment, had it not? Others may have been taken aback, but those Slytherins sharing similar traits would certainly not fail to comprehend this. Even the Potters and Weasleys, who were still processing the situation, could only begrudgingly accept their younger brother's warm reception into Slytherin. They dutifully joined in the applause. Thus, this farcical scene reached its conclusion. The sorting continued, and soon it was time for Rose. Professor McGonagall's omission of her surname nearly caused everyone to forget that a Weasley was also joining this year. Unsurprisingly, she successfully added to Gryffindor's crimson pride. The Weasley siblings felt a mix of joy and regret. Acceptance was one thing, but the sorrow of a fragmented family lingered. How wonderful it would be if they could all be together. Following Rose, only 5 or 6 new students remained to be sorted. No further anomalies appeared, allowing the process to proceed swiftly. Once completed, Hedwig was astonished to discover that this year's Slytherin had welcomed 6 newcomers. Aside from herself, Albus, and Scorpius, there were 2 boys who grinned at Scorpius with sycophantic smiles, and a distant, aloof girl whom she wished to greet, but who ignored her entirely. With over 30 new students, this was a rather sparse representation. However, upon counting the new Gryffindors and Ravenclaws, she found they had only welcomed 8 and 7 respectively. Thus, the disparity was not as pronounced. The Hufflepuffs, filling their table to capacity, required no further tally. The remaining dozen or so were all seated with them. As she observed their cheerful conversations, Hedwig noted that her own table maintained a more reserved decorum, with most sitting silently and only a few engaged in hushed exchanges. Even without glancing at Professor Diggory, Hedwig felt a twinge of envy. Albus, catching her expression, offered her a comforting smile. Indeed, she felt somewhat reassured. Albus's sorting into Slytherin brought her immense joy. Before they could revel in the delight of sharing the same house, it seemed the faculty had concluded their deliberations, and Snape announced, "The feast has begun." Chapter 52, The Multifaceted Importance of the Starting Feast. In an instant, the table was adorned with an abundance of steaming, piled-high delicacies. Regardless of how many times she witnessed this spectacle, Hedwig felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Of course, it would have been even more delightful had there been dishes from her homeland. Wait, could it be? Indeed, there were. Sweet and sour pork, mixed shrimp, and braised lion's head. Although the presentation appeared somewhat haphazard and the colors slightly varied, there was no mistaking the authentic flavors of her homeland in a bite of the pork. Hedwig was profoundly touched. It was far superior to anything she could concoct herself. Clearly, the Hogwarts chefs had invested considerable effort. Was this a natural progression within the magical community or the result of human intervention? If the latter, Hedwig felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps it was her fellow countrymen who had brought this marvel to fruition. Lost in these thoughts, Hedwig couldn't help but chuckle. Albus, noticing her radiant expression as she gazed at the sweet and sour pork, quickly understood the source of her excitement. "I must have forgotten to mention that Hogwarts might serve Dragon Kingdom cuisine," he explained with a smile. "I once overheard Aunt Aprilye talking about how Aunt Ashley, back in her day, studied Dragon Kingdom recipes to teach the house elves how to prepare them." "Ashley? Your aunt's name is Ashley?" "She was the one who taught the house elves to make this food." Hedwig quickly gathered the pertinent information, her previous doubts solidifying into certainty. So this Ashley is indeed a pivotal figure in the transformation of this world. She ventured to the very era I yearned to experience and engaged in the pursuits I longed to undertake. How enviable. However, upon glancing at Snape and Cedric at the faculty table, as well as Albus beside her, a sense of equilibrium returned. This era, after all, was not without its merits. Indeed, Aunt Ashley has always been exceptional, balancing her outstanding academic performance with a zest for life. It seems she can excel in everything. Her father had always taken pride in her cousin, unlike Hedwig, who felt ordinary in all her endeavors. Perhaps the brilliance in Hedwig's eyes illuminated her admiration, prompting Albus, who cherished her friendship, to recall some unpleasant memories and make unfortunate associations. Sensitive as he was, his previously suppressed insecurities now surfaced. While Hedwig was initially engrossed in uncovering the secrets of this world and the joy of discovering a potential compatriot, she soon sensed the low tension surrounding her. Upon hearing that last remark, everything clicked into place. With a sympathetic sigh for the shared plight, she pondered for a moment, then brightened her expression and feigned irritation. "Albus, are you about to start pitching your aunt's autograph to me again? Let me tell you, give it up. I'm not a fan." Albus paused, instantly transported back to their first meeting. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and his trepidation vanished. "What nonsense are you conjuring up? Hedwig becoming friends with you has never been about anyone else." In the next moment, a broad smile illuminated Albus's face, radiant and resplendent. The two exchanged a knowing glance, sharing an unspoken connection as if everything had been communicated without words. However, Albus may never be aware of the monumental decision that Hetty made before uttering those words. "Well, to seek clarity, perhaps it's best to find an opportunity on my own instead of relying on Albus for connection. He is wonderful in every way, but a tad too sensitive. Although I harbor no intentions of taking advantage of him, it would be difficult for him not to overthink if I were to rely on him for communication. Let things unfold naturally. Life is quite pleasant as it is now. And there is no urgency to leave, is there?" Hetty might also remain oblivious to the profound gratitude that Albus felt at the moment he once again revealed his brilliant smile. Consequently, Hetty would always have a steadfast friend at her beck and call, unwavering in loyalty. Scorpius quietly dined nearby, discreetly observing the interaction between the two. When Albus was in low spirits, he had hesitated to offer solace, unable to conceive that Hetty's playful remark, incomprehensible to him, could untangle Albus's heart and lift his spirits. It was akin to a private signal exclusive to them, evoking both envy and yearning within him. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was not yet worthy of their camaraderie. Moreover, the incident of eavesdropping had evidently left a negative impression on Hetty, and it had inexplicably caused Albus some displeasure on the boat. Thus, he found himself unable to create casual conversation to artificially bolster his likability. Even with two eager acolytes trying to please him, he remained distracted throughout the dinner. In stark contrast, Albus and Hetty reveled in an array of delicacies, exchanging their tasting impressions with delightful ease. Both exhibited refined manners, engaging in conversation with elegance, adhering to the principle of not disturbing others. This, in turn, led the final few skeptical Slytherins, who still harbored doubts about the Gryffindor-labeled Potter, to finally lower their guard. After all, while lions might coexist amicably with snakes, they could never truly assimilate into the serpent's den. This conclusion was not solely drawn by the Slytherin serpents. Even the Gryffindor Weasleys and Potters shared similar sentiments. "James, don't be disheartened. It appears Albus is getting along splendidly with the Slytherins. He undoubtedly embodies the traits of a Slytherin, so you needn't worry so much." "Who else worried about him?" Jay, a twin son of George, same year as James, interjected. "Of course they get along well. She is his dear friend, and he would be overjoyed to be sorted into the same house as her." "Ah, that girl is Hetty, isn't it?" "I hadn't noticed," James replied. "But seriously, why do you sound so envious, James?" "Exactly. Albus doesn't he usually follow you around to play, James? Your possessiveness over your brother seems rather unwarranted." Roxanne, George's twin daughter, chimed in. "Well, no matter what, Albus is still my brother. I hope he joins Gryffindor so he can be looked after more," she defended. All right, it's already settled. Let us not overthink it. We should focus on how to write to uncle and grandfather about this. That girl does seem familiar. Duke. Dylan, Fred's twin sons, half a year older than Jay and in the same year. Do you get that feeling?" As Lewis, Bill's son, posed a challenging question, the conversation swiftly veered off in a different direction, abruptly halting the discussion amongst the Weasleys and half a Potter regarding Albus. Led by James, the third years gathered together, fretting over how to compose letters to their father, uncle, grandfather, and great-grandfather. Meanwhile, Lewis and his fellow fourth years reminisced about where they might have seen that girl. They speculated why the girl, named Hetty, warranted their father's and Uncle Bill's admonitions to take care of her. Chapter 53. Professor Hetty's peculiar visit. Scorpius's kind intentions misunderstood. "Hetty, what are you looking for?" "I don't know. It just feels like someone is watching me." As the dinner approached its conclusion, Hetty, holding a glass of juice and sipping delicately, suddenly furrowed her brow and scanned her surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Albus, enjoying his after-dinner drink, noticed this and curiously inquired. However, Hetty's response left him pondering, a complex expression crossing his face. She lost her appetite for the juice, glancing towards Gryffindor with a hint of guilt as she said, "Could it be James and the others? They probably still don't feel at ease, so they are sneaking glances at me." A flicker of embarrassment crossed Hetty's face, although she had yet to find the gaze she sought. She had already sensed the situation Albus described. The Weasley group from Gryffindor, plus one Potter, were evidently casting their eyes this way throughout the meal. But I'm not talking about them. Their intentions are clear and unmasked. I mean, there's a very subtle gaze that intermittently watches us, and it feels rather uncomfortable. No way. This is Hogwarts. Could there really be a villain among us? It's not that. Uncertain how to explain, Hetty decided to demonstrate for Albus. She fixed her gaze on him for a moment in silence, then abruptly diverted her attention just as he was about to inquire further. After several rounds of this, Albus's expression became peculiar as he called for a halt. "I understand now. No need to continue. But who would engage in such a tedious act?" Scorpius had been quietly monitoring their interaction. Upon witnessing Hetty's demonstration, he couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Yet, instinctively, he began to survey the surroundings, hoping to identify the source of her discomfort. Sure enough, with Albus still searching in vain, Scorpius made a discovery, feeling a rush of delight and pride. Sensing an opportunity to enter the conversation legitimately, in a calm, laid-back manner reminiscent of a languid cat, he softly advised, "Look at the staff table." Hetty and Albus were momentarily taken aback, then instinctively followed the cue, glancing towards the staff table. This glance was fortuitous, as they caught sight of a young professor in his 30s, whose gaze had not yet been withdrawn. He appeared slightly flustered, his eyes darting before he quickly masked his embarrassment, regaining composure. He politely nodded at Hetty and Albus as a form of greeting. They both hastily inclined their heads in acknowledgement. Upon raising their eyes again, they found the young professor, with a peculiar expression, casting a deeply inquisitive gaze at Hetty. But soon after, he averted his eyes, lifting his glass to sip casually, as if nothing had transpired. Hetty and Albus exchanged puzzled glances, filled with questions. Scorpius, catching the expressions on their faces, could barely suppress a grin, his heart fluttering with excitement. Though he maintained an impassive demeanor, gazing ahead, he murmured as if in soliloquy. He was presumably the successor to Professor Snape, our esteemed head of Slytherin, Maxwell Welford. The Welfords, a name belonging to the Sacred 28, are steeped in a lineage that is both venerable and shrouded in mystery. The current head of the Welford family is his father. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, as the sole heir, he is destined to become the future patriarch of the Welford clan. At 30 years of age, he is married and has a son who is merely 8 years old and yet to embark on his academic journey. It is worth noting that upon entering Hogwarts, he directly succeeded Professor Snape as our head of Slytherin. Furthermore, the course he teaches on magical formations is a compulsory subject for all Hogwarts students. Scorpius, having completed his explanation, awaited the adoration and gratitude of certain individuals, only to be met with an unexpected silence. Stealing a furtive glance, he helplessly discovered that Hetty and Albus had both succumbed to daydreaming. Hetty's distraction stemmed from the earlier part of the discussion, so that's the reason. He must be aware of the connection between the esteemed Welford and his family, which explains the oddity in his expression when he looked at me. After all, if the elder Welford had not severed ties with his family, he would still, at least nominally, be my kin. But does Scorpius know too much? He even knows about the marriage and the 8-year-old child. Aren't the Welfords supposed to be discreet and enigmatic? Should I question the veracity of this information, or marvel at the prowess of the Malfoy family's intelligence network? Wait, could it be that Scorpius is actually flaunting the strength of his family's intelligence? As for Albus, his distraction was prompted by the latter part of the conversation. A family renowned for its discreetness and mystery sends an heir to Hogwarts to teach, a legacy that endures. I fear what has been passed down is merely the knowledge of magical formations. If that is the case, it all makes sense. Aunt Eiley likely exchanged part of her alchemical heritage for the foundational magical formations of the Welfords, thereby aiding Hogwarts in its transition. More specifically, she assisted Professor Snape in assuming control of Hogwarts. Scorpius's deliberate emphasis on this point makes me wonder if the Malfoy family, or perhaps the magical families at large, are fully aware of the underlying truths. Or is he attempting to convey a message to the headmaster or Aunt Eiley regarding the Malfoy family's stance? In a moment, both Hetty and Albus turned their attention to Scorpius, their expressions laden with intrigue. I advise you, should you have any discord with Professor Welford, it would be prudent to resolve it swiftly. Otherwise, considering your current position in Slytherin and your mandatory course in magical formations, if he were inclined to trip you up, it would be quite effortless. Even though your family resides in Hogsmeade, you lack any substantial backing. I mean, lowering your head isn't such a grievous matter. Seeing no one responding to him, Scorpius, feeling anxious, decided to express his concerns directly. His well-meaning words, however, came across as rather awkward. Hetty perceived his goodwill but couldn't help but chuckle at his clumsy manner of expression. Just as she was about to speak, Albus interjected with a look of surprise. "So, your emphasis was meant to convey this?" At that moment, Scorpius, still somewhat taken aback, instinctively replied, "Indeed, when Professor Welford took office at Hogwarts. He even organized a party. Yet, I believe you were absent." What I mean is, I have met his family, so I am somewhat familiar with their situation. Thus, I can assure you that Hetty Welford could not possibly be a member of the Welford family. Therefore, the way he is looking at you now might imply some previous discord between your two families. Normally, he wouldn't hold a grudge against a child like you. So a simple apology should suffice." This revelation left Hetty astonished. "So you've met his family at the party? And it wasn't information gathered by your family's intelligence network?" I thought. Having made his intentions clear, Scorpius, not one to be outsmarted, turned to the two somewhat sheepish individuals and quickly pieced everything together. "So, you thought I was boasting about my family's intelligence network? While you believe my emphasis had some ulterior motive, you, Scorpius was genuinely irritated, feeling as though his kindness had been thrown to the dogs. He turned away, unwilling to engage further with Hetty and Albus. Chapter 54. The deepening friendship of the trio. Hetty and Albus exchanged glances, each seeing the mutual sheepishness reflected on the other's face, which struck them as amusing and quite entertaining. What was humorous was their differing perceptions of Scorpius. Hetty considered him vain, while Albus deemed him cunning, making it challenging to ascertain which perspective was more hurtful. Intriguingly, both had misinterpreted Scorpius's true intentions. It was uncertain whether to commend Scorpius for his exceptional acting skills and aloof demeanor or to acknowledge the unspoken bond between the two friends, who unwittingly misjudged him simultaneously. Most amusing of all was Scorpius's reaction. He appeared quite indignant, his demeanor vividly contrasting his usual refined and aloof persona, akin to a finely crafted statue of a nobleman suddenly infused with vitality. This shift in perception was both captivating and novel. Honestly, had a mere casual conversation sparked such displeasure in this noble youth, Hetty and Albus likely would have found it neither surprising nor intriguing enough to feel compelled to console him. After all, they hadn't uttered anything particularly offensive, and given their relative unfamiliarity, they had no intention of appeasing him. Thus, they would only express a modicum of apology, indifferent to whether he accepted it or not. Yet, this time was different. He had extended genuine goodwill, only to be misconstrued. In their newfound sense of guilt, their fondness for him was unexpectedly magnified. Consequently, they began to notice facets of him they might typically overlook and felt a natural inclination to soothe his ire. "I admit, I misjudged Master Malfoy. You need not boast. Your knowledge is already well acknowledged by all. It was my mistake, so please do not remain angry." Hetty skillfully feigned contrition, her tone betraying a hint of embarrassment. Yet it was markedly more approachable. "I apologize. I should not have questioned your intentions." Albus's response was succinct yet earnest. Unlike his father, Draco Malfoy, Scorpius's generation lacked peers of equal standing. His acquaintances from the Crabbe and Goyle families were devoid of children his age. Even his father sought out two employees' children from their family business to keep him company, yet the dynamic was vastly different, hardly reaching the level of true friendship. Therefore, what seemed to Hetty and Albus to be a perfectly normal apology struck Scorpius as something profoundly different. Even amidst Hetty's somewhat awkward remarks, Scorpius felt an inexplicable closeness. This sensation left the young boy both intrigued and bashful, causing a faint blush to rise upon his cheeks. Casting a glance at the two, he lifted his chin slightly, attempting to maintain an air of indifference as he declared, "Well, since you both acknowledge your mistakes, I shall let it slide this time. But do not let it happen again. And you must refrain from calling me Master Malfoy." The sight of his tsundere demeanor elicited laughter from both Hetty and Albus. Hetty, unable to restrain herself, quipped, "If we don't call you Master Malfoy," emphasizing Malfoy, "what else shall we call you?" Scorpius's cherubic face flushed inexplicably, yet after several attempts to speak, he remained silent. Hetty and Albus exchanged glances, seemingly discovering an even more amusing situation. With a knowing look, Albus ventured, "Malfoy. Don't take it to heart. Hetty is merely jesting. Since you dislike it, we shall continue to refer to you as Malfoy." In an instant, Scorpius's expression fell, and he nodded dully. Hetty stifled her laughter, her inner self nearly bursting with mirth. Why is Master Malfoy so entertaining? He must want us to call him Scorpius. Yet he seems too shy to express it. How utterly adorable. He doesn't appear to be as complicated as we imagined. Making a friend could actually be quite delightful. Casting her eyes toward Albus, she noticed he wore a similar smile, indicating their shared amusement. However, there was no need to force a change, perhaps in due time. They would naturally and affectionately address Scorpius by his first name. Just then, the dining hall fell silent, signaling the conclusion of the evening feast. As abruptly as the dishes had appeared, the remnants vanished just as suddenly. Snape rose once more, his voice low and authoritative. This evening's banquet is hereby concluded. Be mindful of the time. Please return to your respective dormitories before curfew. Do not attempt to challenge Hogwarts night patrols at the start of the term. The consequences will not align with your expectations. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently swept over the Gryffindor table, where he was met with the sight of several young wizards sheepishly averting their eyes. Only then did Snape's attention shift away. The first years gathered around the table, led by their prefect back to the common room. The rest is up to you. I trust you will successfully guide the newcomers. Dismissed. With that, he seated himself once more, resuming his discussion with Professor McGonagall, neglecting the students below. The hall erupted into a cacophony of sound, a stark contrast to the previous restraint. Now filled with lively conversation, footsteps, laughter, and the scraping of chairs, creating an atmosphere brimming with vitality. However, this exuberance was not to everyone's liking. Hetty noticed that Snape and several stern-faced professors frowned slightly. Even Barrow, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, wore a furrowed brow upon his pale visage. Oh, whether to say that Hetty and her companions were too engrossed in their own world, or that the Slytherin house ghost was too discreet. It was only now that Hetty took note. Although, upon reflection, it was easy to surmise that Barrow's reluctance to wander about stemmed from a desire not to frighten the young witches and wizards. Yet, when she first laid eyes on him, Hetty, having never encountered a ghost before, found herself momentarily startled. Fortunately, Scorpius, who stood behind her, steadied her, preventing any undue attention. Hetty engaged in considerable mental fortitude to regain her composure, yet she clung tightly to the robes of Albus and Scorpius, discreetly using them as shields, much to their amusement. Although merely a hasty action born of urgency, Scorpius's silent acceptance seemed to subtly deepen their burgeoning friendship. Thus, with her heart racing, Hetty nestled between her two protective companions, following the impeccably graceful prefect out of the hall. Only when Barrow and the other ghosts were out of sight did she begin to relax. Scorpius teased her lightly, but she shamelessly brushed it off. Unexpectedly, she caught sight of the other girl among the two new Slytherin females, the aloof one who had previously ignored Hetty's greeting, who audaciously rolled her eyes at her. Well, it seemed she had made an enemy. Although puzzled by the unprovoked disdain, Hetty did not dwell on it. After all, she was not a Gallian, so it was impossible for everyone to like her. Still, as they proceeded, she found herself simultaneously admiring the prefect's charm. Grateful that Slytherin did not require navigating the erratic staircases, while fretting about the potential difficulties with her future roommate. However, once they descended to the dungeons and entered the Slytherin common room via the password, all her worries dissipated. Chapter 55. The Slytherin Common Room, the Dormitory Dispute. As for the Slytherin common room, prior to entering, Hetty had imagined descriptors such as opulent, vintage, and stylish. Conversely, she anticipated a sense of chill and oppression accompanying them. The opulence, vintage charm, and stylishness were unquestionable, as Slytherin's aesthetic was indeed admirable. However, being adjacent to the Black Lake, one could only assume the humidity would be quite significant. It was said that one could glimpse the lake's depths, implying an aquarium-like experience. Thus, the impressions of chill and oppression naturally arose. It was not to say that an aquarium-like experience was inherently negative, novel, and intriguing, particularly refreshing in summer. These were all merits. Yet, contemplating a long-term existence in such an environment was not particularly appealing. Nevertheless, upon actually stepping into the Slytherin common room, Hetty found herself eager to dismiss the notions of chill and oppression. The reality was that she felt neither. Instead, the atmosphere was remarkably comfortable and vibrant. The comfort stemmed from a perfectly balanced temperature and humidity, neither too hot nor too cold, neither too damp nor too dry, akin to stepping into a climate-controlled haven, providing a delightful sensory experience. The vibrancy manifested in stark contrast to that of Hufflepuff. If Hufflepuff's vitality arose from plants and sunlight, Slytherin's energy was derived from aquatic life and flowing water. Indeed, the emphasis was on flowing water. If it were merely the stillness of the lake, one could easily feel a sense of oppression after prolonged observation. Yet, Slytherin's walls adjacent to the Black Lake were not just constructed of crystal to afford views of the lake's scenery. They also featured towering, streamlined aquariums that made one feel as though they were ensconced within an underwater palace. The gentle sound of flowing water was perfectly modulated, not loud, but rather invigorating. In moments of stillness, one could even hear the soft bubbles produced by small fish. As for the decor, the dominant hue of water green exuded a vintage yet mysterious aura. The furniture, ornaments, sculptures, and lighting fixtures all exuded a sense of grandeur and sophistication. Fruit bowls and fresh flowers added a touch of warmth to the ambience. Moreover, a roaring fireplace beckoned one to curl up on the sofa near it with a pillow and take a nap, completely unfazed by the chill. Accompanied by a multitude of fish. Numerous upperclassmen had already settled into the zigzagging leisure area, divided by the streamlined aquarium wall, engaging in lively conversations or diligently completing assignments. Witnessing the astonished expressions and appreciative gazes of the first years, a sense of pride swelled within Hetty, a testament to the honor of being a Slytherin. The dashing prefect guided everyone to a central position within the common room before halting. He initiated self-introductions and subsequently provided a general overview of the various areas within the common room. The introductory remarks were decidedly conventional, devoid of any personal opinions. Yet the tone exuded an exquisite gentleness, and the decorum was truly admirable. Upon learning his name, Manfred Travers, Hetty and her companions instinctively addressed him with a warm and respectful title, Headboy Manfred. Manfred did not correct them, evidently embracing their familiarity. This acceptance visibly eased the nerves of the new students. Once he confirmed that everyone had absorbed his introduction, Manfred proceeded to discuss the final matter concerning the dormitories. Notably, Hetty and her peers' luggage awaited them in the common room, as their accommodations had not been directly assigned. In Slytherin, we honor individuality and privacy, thus refraining from the compulsory assignment of rooms that is characteristic of other houses. Due to our pursuit of excellence, we possess ample accommodations, single rooms, double rooms, triple rooms, and even quadruple rooms, though this arrangement prevents a complete stratification by year, particularly if one opts for a single room. One must be prepared for the inconvenience of limited social interaction. This point necessitates careful consideration prior to making a choice. Manfred's words, while pleasantly surprising to the newcomers, were not entirely unexpected. The layout of the common room had already hinted at this reality. Various leisure areas, whether single, double, or communal seating, were evident. The principles of respecting individuality and privacy, or, more accurately, the noble and elegant code of conduct, manifested in every facet, rather than being mere rhetoric. One could be a solitary wolf or a member of a tight-knit group, as long as one achieves success and garners honor. The Slytherin ethos of prioritizing ambition and prestige allows for inclusivity. The notion of lacking cohesion is unfounded. Ambition and glory serve as the very nucleus of Slytherin solidarity. These concepts were readily comprehensible to the young snakes, facilitating their acceptance. While Hetty marveled at her apparent suitability for Slytherin, she soon heard the aloof girl make her choice. I have made my decision, Headboy Manfred. I desire a single room. To be candid, this abrupt and unilateral decision was rather discourteous and hurtful, especially within the context of Slytherin's expectation for tact and elegance. Such an action was tantamount to openly rejecting Hetty's friendship, unless there existed a significant discord. This behavior was decidedly unwise. Even Manfred's brow furrowed slightly, let alone Albus and Scorpius, who were keen to befriend Hetty. Albus and Scorpius exchanged displeased glances with the girl before casting inquiring looks at Hetty, as if to discern the nature of the rift between them. However, Hetty chose to disregard their gaze, instead pausing momentarily before exuberantly exclaiming, "Wonderful! A single room." This exclamation, though seemingly directed at herself, was loud enough for everyone to hear. The mention of a single room was a clear expression of her intention towards Manfred. All present grasped her meaning and stifled their laughter. The aloof girl's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation as she regarded Hetty with a gaze that bore a hint of resentment. Hetty spared her not even a glance. After all, those who insult others often find themselves insulted in return. Who indulged her? Manfred and Albus, along with the others, prudently adhered to the principle of self-preservation, promptly finalizing the girl's dormitory arrangements and shifting their focus to the boys' accommodations. Thus, following the swift and decisive assignment of the girls' dormitories, an unusual scene unfolded among the boys. The two other boys stole glances at Scorpius' reaction, while Scorpius covertly observed Albus' response. Unlike the blatant curiosity of the other boys, Scorpius employed a subtler approach. Albus, with a conflicted expression, finally directed a question at Manfred. "Headboy Manfred, may I inquire whether the various room types are clustered together or dispersed?" Manfred cast an appreciative glance at Albus, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "You are correct, they are indeed dispersed." This meant that within a given area, one would find a variety of room types, resulting in considerable separation between different accommodations. Furthermore, due to the uneven distribution of students across grades, one's neighbors could belong to any year. Albus furrowed his brow at this news, clearly perceiving it as unfavorable. Although he had grappled with his acceptance into Slytherin, he found himself surprisingly adapted to its rules. He prided himself on being sociable and adept at managing superficial relationships. Yet, at this juncture, he recognized that solitude was not conducive to his well-being. Isolation was a precarious position, especially in a house where acceptance was one thing and internal competition another. Whether one possesses ambition is one matter. Lacking strength could render one a mere pawn in the machinations of others. He hesitantly glanced at Scorpius. If he were to choose an ally, Scorpius would undoubtedly be the best candidate among the other three boys. However, as he looked over, he inadvertently caught Scorpius' eye, who had been observing him. Albus blinked in surprise, but, upon grasping the meaning in Scorpius's gaze, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He smiled and extended his hand towards the still awkward Scorpius. Scorpius, momentarily taken aback, quickly understood the gesture. His heart soared, yet he maintained his aloof demeanor. A subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he grasped Albus's hand, solidifying their unspoken accord. "Head boy Manfred, we would like a double room." As their hands parted, Scorpius turned to Manfred, his voice bright with cheerfulness. Manfred smiled knowingly, not elaborating on the obvious, and then shifted his attention to the other two boys. Just as the other two boys exchanged relieved glances, they caught Manfred's gaze and eagerly declared their choice. "Head boy, we also wish for a double room." Manfred regarded the 6 new students with a knowing smile before leisurely retrieving a parchment scroll from his robe. "Very well. Now that we have determined your roommates, let us proceed to select your dormitory locations. It is getting late, so make your selections swiftly and retire for the evening." With that, he drew his wand from his sleeve, touched the scroll, and with a flick, began to chant incantations. Soon, the scroll unfurled and enlarged, hovering before their eyes, displaying a detailed layout of the Slytherin dormitory. Most of the names were filled in, with a few spaces left blank, serving a clear purpose. One might wonder why such a map had not been presented earlier. It would have greatly facilitated their decisions. Observing the boys' dormitory, with its adjacent single rooms, Albus inquired with a tone of puzzlement. How could such a riveting display of strategy and collaboration be appreciated without its direct unveiling? Moreover, should you wish to amend your choice now, it remains a possibility. Do you indeed need to reconsider? Manfred replied with a subtle smile, his tone unchanged, yet managing to transform the perceptions of Hetty and her companions entirely. This shift was not altogether surprising. The cunning acumen was indeed a hallmark of Slytherin's character. However, in contrast, Hetty would bear the brunt of this realization more acutely. Having previously entertained a fleeting thought, surely Cedric, over 20 years ago, was much like this. Both serving as prefects, exuding grace and elegance, their appearances were equally commendable, which made the resemblance understandable. Yet, they overlooked a fundamental truth. Badger and serpent are inherently dissimilar. Although this did not diminish Manfred's allure, one must remain vigilant while appreciating his charm. Hetty pondered these thoughts with a peculiar expression, yet amidst a throng of equally bemused first years, she appeared unremarkable. The others were ensnared in a mild dilemma regarding their present choices. Albus, for one, still yearned for a space of his own. Scorpius shared this sentiment. Yet his desire to reside with friends, coupled with apprehensions about Albus reconsidering, rendered him the most conflicted of the group. The 2 other boys also fretted over the possibility of Scorpius or Albus changing their minds. They felt powerless to refuse Scorpius, the son of a prominent figure. And if Scorpius and Albus were to part ways, they would have to endure additional burdens. The aloof girl, acutely aware of the unfavorable impression her earlier decision had left, wrestled with how to remedy the situation, contemplating positioning herself slightly closer to Hetty when selecting her room. Amidst the swirling thoughts of the group, Hetty emerged as the earliest to regain her composure. After a brief assessment of the girls' single rooms, she pointed to a secluded corner and declared, "Prefect Travers, I would like this room." The sound of Hetty's voice startled Albus and the others. While the others remained unfazed, Albus recognized the unmistakable distance implied by her formal address and smiled knowingly. The aloof girl, upon seeing Hetty's choice, let out a huff of annoyance. That particular room, immediately discernible for its tranquility, was also quite distant from the other vacant single rooms. She pointed to another single room, thereby concluding her selection. Albus exchanged glances with Scorpius and casually inquired, "Have you found a favorable spot?" This question implicitly revealed his ultimate decision. Scorpius, pleased, responded with a touch of pride, "It's all the same to me, you choose." His words carried a sense of collective celebration under the current circumstances, prompting the other 2 boys to hastily select a double room, fearing any potential regret from Scorpius. Albus, naturally, would not jeopardize their agreement and, upon confirming Scorpius's steadfastness, chose a nearby double room, believing that the camaraderie of the first years would be more advantageous. Manfred, from a nearby table, retrieved a quill and meticulously inscribed their names onto a scroll, casting a spell over it before cheerfully proclaiming, I am now wholly convinced of your true Slytherin nature. Welcome, Potter. And to all of you as well. Have you memorized your dormitory locations? If not, fret not. The nameplates on the doors should display your names clearly. Now, you may proceed to your dorms and rest. Good night, my dear juniors. With that, he turned and made his way toward the common room exit, seemingly preoccupied with other matters. The aloof girl, quick to react, immediately grabbed her suitcase and headed toward the girls' dormitory without waiting for Hetty. This was quite expected, as Hetty had not spared her a glance. Albus contemplated interjecting, but Hetty felt it was too late for conversation and, recognizing the inappropriateness of the setting, glanced around before decisively stating, Albus, let us return to rest. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Understanding Hetty's cue and recognizing that what he had to say was not urgent, Albus smiled and wished her a good night. After exchanging farewells with him and the other boys, Hetty gathered her belongings and proceeded to her dormitory. Chapter 57. The initial formation of the Slytherin trio. The first day of school had been exceedingly eventful, and once Hetty secured her dormitory, fatigue washed over her. Upon returning to her room, she tidied up briefly before preparing for bed, quickly washing up and retiring early. Although in a new environment, Hetty's quality of sleep was remarkably good. After all, the conditions of the Slytherin dormitory were exceptional, particularly the single rooms, which had been refined over generations by the discerning tastes of the little snakes. Discomfort would be an affront. The room even featured a miniature rock fountain, about half a meter tall, with a gentle flow of water that served as a soothing white noise, greatly aiding her slumber. Aside from the absence of natural light during the day, Hetty could find no further complaint. This ensured that her typically early rising routine left her in splendid spirits. Upon glancing at her new class schedule and a temporary notice on her bedside table, her mood brightened further. Can you believe that yesterday, September 1st, was a Friday, and the school has no classes scheduled for the weekend? It was akin to an immediate holiday, a chance for pure enjoyment. Of course, while the school did not schedule classes, the houses had their own arrangements. The temporary notice indicated a house gathering at 10 o'clock in the common room, a sort of welcome event, and everyone was expected to attend. It was evident such gatherings were essential, likely mirrored across all 4 houses today. Thus, Hetty felt no resistance to it. The remaining time was ample for her to explore Hogwarts. Feeling content after a refreshing wash, she donned her school uniform, taking a moment to thoroughly examine her dormitory and organize her belongings, before stepping out just before 8 o'clock, just in time for breakfast. Upon entering the common room, she spotted Albus and Scorpius already seated in the seating area closest to the girls' dormitory, waiting for her. Good morning, Albus, Hetty greeted beamingly. Turning to Scorpius to extend her greeting, good morning. This succeeded in revealing a fleeting glimmer of disappointment on Scorpius's face, which had previously been filled with anticipation. Good morning. Hetty, shall we go for breakfast? I've heard Hogwarts serves a delightful dragon country breakfast that I believe you will enjoy. Is that so? How wonderful. By the way, did you wait long? It seems we forgot to set a time yesterday. Not at all. We didn't wait long. You mentioned in your letter that you usually have breakfast around this time, so we timed our arrival perfectly. Excellent. As I stepped outside, I pondered whether I should call out to you, or perhaps bring you breakfast. To my surprise, you were already awake at such an early hour. It was the beginning of the term, after all, and a sense of excitement was to be expected. Hetty and Albus joined forces, engaging in a casual conversation as they made their way to the Great Hall. Scorpius walked beside Albus, wanting to join the dialogue but lacking the shared experiences and rapport that the two had, leaving him to listen awkwardly. However, Hetty and Albus did not forget him, occasionally including him in their conversation, which helped maintain a harmonious trio. How do you find your dormitory? It's quite pleasant, albeit slightly cramped with 2 of us. Scorpius replied. Yet, the space is ample, allowing for some degree of privacy. My living habits align reasonably well with Malfoy's, making our coexistence rather enjoyable. Hetty and Albus turned their gaze towards Scorpius, their expectation for him to contribute to the conversation evident. Scorpius sensed their invitation, a flicker of joy igniting within him, leading him to clear his throat awkwardly. It's all right. It pales in comparison to my room at home, but it is comfortable enough. The little fountain, however, is quite charming. Indeed, I find that fountain delightful. It seems to calm the spirit and promotes restful slumber, Hetty agreed. Such exchanges gradually increased, and the trio's interactions became noticeably more natural. Hetty and Albus began to recognize the contrasts in Scorpius's demeanor, finding it intriguing while gradually increasing their acceptance of him. As they walked and chatted, they arrived at the Great Hall around 10 past 8. The Slytherin common room was conveniently close to the hall, making mealtime accessible. However, upon entering, they discovered they were not as early as they had thought. The hall was already bustling with the laughter of younger students. The 3 exchanged a knowing smile, a moment of silent understanding between them. Despite the noise, it did not hinder their dining experience. The Slytherin table was not overly crowded, and they found a spot to sit together. Yet, they were at a loss regarding where to procure their utensils, exchanging glances of confusion. Just as they contemplated asking an upperclassman nearby, they witnessed a newly arrived senior tap the table, and utensils magically appeared. They quickly mimicked this action, transforming their earlier embarrassment into a shared smile before diving into their meal with earnestness. To their delight, they discovered the breakfast included traditional delicacies from the Dragon Country, particularly Hetty's favorite, dumplings. The corn and pork filling was exquisitely fragrant, causing Hetty's eyes to sparkle as she eagerly scooped them onto her plate. However, they sat a bit far apart, between Albus and Scorpius, making it a bit cumbersome to reach. With others already seated beside her, shifting positions would create quite a commotion. Hetty could only stand up after a few dumplings to reach for more, mindful of her demeanor, which slowed her down considerably. Albus and Scorpius watched, stifling their laughter. Albus assisted her in filling her plate once, but when he offered to help again, Hetty bashfully declined, urging him to focus on his meal. Little did she know, Scorpius quietly shifted the dumplings closer to her, appearing effortlessly nonchalant. Albus and Hetty exchanged furtive glances, ensuring no one noticed this subtle act of kindness before they both sighed in relief. They then shared a suppressed laugh, giving Scorpius a silent thumbs up. This was Scorpius's first time engaging in such a gesture. Although he had confirmed that others were oblivious to his actions, he still found it exhilarating. Far from the calm demeanor he portrayed, the sight of their thumbs up filled him with an unexpected sense of accomplishment, which he found amusing. Thus, the three of them savored this subtly entertaining breakfast, each secretly reveling in the moment. If they had a visible display of affection above their heads, one could imagine notifications of increased camaraderie flashing above them. As they finished their meal and prepared to leave, they were blissfully unaware that a tacit understanding had begun to form among the three. Albus, how do you feel about being in Slytherin? Just as they approached the doorway, Rose caught up with them. Albus instinctively glanced towards the Gryffindor table, confirming that no older siblings were present, and he exhaled quietly in relief. As you can see, I'm doing well. Thank you for your concern. That is good to hear. Regardless of the circumstances, we are your family, and you can always reach out to us if you need anything. You know we all care about you. Albus hesitated, a complex smile gracing his features as he nodded. Yes, I know. That much I have never doubted. Yet, for me, such concern can also feel like a burden. The unspoken thoughts lingered in his mind, echoing with a sense of helplessness. Once Rose had conveyed her message, she departed, satisfied. Hetty observed Albus's expression and sighed softly in empathy. Scorpius, however, could not grasp this sentiment. While Albus appeared to maintain a good relationship with his siblings, there always seemed to be an invisible barrier. Yet, he wisely refrained from probing further, keeping his questions locked away in his heart. Chapter 58. Scorpius officially joins the trio, and the hostility from Bulstrode. Their breakfast stretched until nearly 9 o'clock, leaving them with about an hour before the house gathering. While extensive exploration was not feasible, a stroll around the first-floor courtyard could be a pleasant way to digest their meal. Hetty, not wanting Albus to dwell in negative emotions for too long, promptly took his arm and led him out of the great hall. Come on, we have some time before the gathering. Let us take a walk. By the way, I plan to explore the castle this afternoon. Would you like to join me? The initial part of her invitation sounded quite normal, but the latter part was whispered conspiratorially close to Albus's ear after she glanced around, lending it an air of secrecy. Scorpius, who had been following along, felt a twinge of discomfort upon witnessing Hetty's furtive behavior, and his upbringing compelled him to halt instinctively. Albus, who had been about to respond with a smile, noticed the sudden absence of Scorpius's footsteps and turned in curiosity, quickly understanding the situation upon seeing Scorpius's downcast expression. He glanced at Hetty, who had also noticed Scorpius's unusual demeanor, silently inquiring about it. Receiving his partner's gaze, Hetty understood his unspoken question, letting out a resigned sigh as she recognized her awkwardness. After all, Scorpius could hear her whispered words, which already indicated her stance. Yet, it was evidently not direct enough, leading to his misunderstanding and disappointment. Cough, cough. Scorpius, why did you suddenly stop? I still have matters to discuss with you. Are you refusing to join us? What did you call me? Scorpius, what's wrong? Is that not acceptable? Then I shall call you Malfoy instead. No, I mean it's fine. I permit you to call me that. The proud little boy blushed as he fumbled over his words. Uffed, echoed twice. What is so funny? What is amusing about this? Didn't you say you had something to discuss? Hurry up, if you don't speak, I might just leave. Seeing the proud little boy on the verge of indignation, Hetty and Albus quickly stifled their laughter and pulled him closer. Didn't you hear? Just say whether you're going or not. But didn't you just ask Albus privately? Scorpius had likely endured enough embarrassment in their presence, and now he began to unveil his true nature. His tone tinged with a hint of petulance. Hetty and Albus found it amusing, and it was Albus who teasingly reminded him, "So, can you guess why you can hear it?" With such a remark, Scorpius could hardly be oblivious. Glancing at Hetty, who appeared somewhat uncomfortable, he couldn't help but smile faintly. The trio tacitly chose to overlook this awkward interlude, returning to their previous camaraderie as they continued their stroll. Hetty intended to steer the conversation back to their exploration of the castle, but noticing Scorpius standing beside Albus a bit farther away from her, she felt that whispering might seem to exclude him. She promptly pulled him over to her side. Scorpius was taken aback, his cheeks flushed with a mix of delight and embarrassment, yet he quickly masked it, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he attentively listened to Hetty's plans. It seemed that from this moment onward, their positions were firmly established. After all, the one in the middle was the most talkative. This marked the beginning of their friendship. They discussed their plans for the afternoon's campus tour, and after meandering from the greenhouse to the vegetable patch, then to the Whomping Willow and the Quidditch pitch, they completed their little outing. Retracing their steps brought them closer to the gathering time. Upon entering the common room, the impeccably mannered Slytherins had nearly all gathered. The L-shaped long table was filled with upperclassmen engaged in conversation. Hetty, Albus, and Scorpius immediately stowed away their leisurely attitudes, scanning the surrounding lounge area for a suitable spot to sit. Unexpectedly, two boys from their year excitedly waved them over, clearly having saved a spot for them. Upon glancing over, the trio found a cozy seating area for 6, which suited them perfectly, so they made their way there. Hetty and Albus politely expressed their gratitude, while Scorpius complimented, "Well done." Hetty and Albus exchanged glances, feeling that Scorpius's exuberance might be a bit excessive. To their surprise, the two boys seemed more pleased by Scorpius's praise than by their own thanks. Scorpius, noticing their expressions, softly clarified, "They are playmates hired by my father, the kind who get paid." With this explanation, Hetty and Albus understood. After all, the appreciation from one's own employer was far more gratifying than polite but insubstantial gratitude from acquaintances. Hetty playfully poured a glass of water and handed it to Scorpius, quipping, "Thank you, boss, for letting us bask in your glory." Albus understood the jest and chuckled quietly from the side. Scorpius, now sharing a budding camaraderie with them, let out a haughty hum, begrudgingly accepting the water, only to place it back on the coffee table, thus completing their playful banter. Little did they know, a distant, aloof girl from their year, sitting farthest from them, unexpectedly huffed coldly at Hetty. Brown-noser. Hetty was already at a loss for words. Suppressing the urge to roll her eyes and unwilling to engage with such an inexplicable individual. However, Scorpius and Albus could not hold back, frowning deeply as they turned their gazes toward her. "Miss Bulstrode, is this how your family raises you? This is merely a jest among friends, and it hardly seems appropriate for you to comment." Scorpius's words caught both Hetty and Albus off guard. It seemed they were acquainted. I did not name names. Please do not take it personally. Moreover, we just met yesterday, and now we're friends. Quite the skill, Miss Welfare." The aloof girl, presumably Bulstrode, retaliated with a response that indeed bore the hallmarks of a girl from a prominent family, yet her tone was laced with sarcasm that made one frown. Just as Scorpius was about to retort again, Hetty grasped his arm. Miss Bulstrode, thank you for your compliment," she said with a false yet polite smile, before pulling Albus and Scorpius into a casual conversation, directing her attention away from her. Bulstrode was indeed furious, her anger palpable. Nothing is more infuriating than having a name you detest memorized clearly, your feelings expressed plainly, yet the person remains utterly oblivious to your existence, ignoring you completely. At home, she could simply slam the table and order people around. However, here, she recognized her place and did not presume to possess such privileges. Thus, she had to stew in her own frustration. Albus and Scorpius, witnessing this outcome, were thoroughly astonished and discreetly gave Hetty a thumbs up. Of course, they privately inquired about the nature of the conflict between the two. This was precisely the question they had intended to ask since the previous evening. Hetty shrugged, indicating her unfamiliarity and her inability to comprehend what could have sparked such animosity. Instead, she turned to Scorpius, asking how he knew that girl. Scorpius mimicked Hetty's shrug, expressing that he had only seen her at a party and had heard his father mention her, making it clear that he was equally unfamiliar with her. Given the proximity, even if Bulstrode could not hear every word, she could grasp their meaning, which only added to her ire. At this point, Hetty realized something. Casting a bemused glance at Scorpius, feeling as though she had been unwittingly embroiled in a conflict, she angrily ordered Scorpius to replenish the water she had poured for him earlier. Scorpius, ever dutiful to his friends, complied without hesitation, filling a glass of water. This scene was undoubtedly salt in the wound for Bulstrode, further infuriating her as she turned away, refusing to look at Hetty and her companions. At that moment, Manfred stood at the head of the long table, tapping a spoon against a glass to garner attention. Once all eyes were on him, he declared in a resonant voice. Now that everyone is present and the timing is just right, I hereby announce the commencement of the Slytherin 2017 Welcome Party. Chapter 59. The Social Culture at the Slytherin Welcome Party. The room erupted in applause, the Slytherins sitting elegantly in their chairs, clapping in unison. Manfred offered a symbolic nod to the assembled Slytherins as a gesture of acknowledgement. However, the focal point remained on the other head of the table, Professor Welfare. When his gaze fell upon Professor Welfare, the attention of the Slytherins followed suit. With the desired effect achieved, Manfred continued, first and foremost, I must formally introduce our esteemed head of Slytherin House, Mr. Maxwell Welfare. While you will undoubtedly become acquainted with our exceptional Professor Welfare in the upcoming defense against the Dark Arts class next week, I believe it is essential for you to first recognize the head of your own house, don't you think? His words struck a balance between solemnity and humor, eliciting knowing smiles from the upperclassmen, while simultaneously relaxing the spirits of the newcomers. The atmosphere in the common room was thus rendered extraordinarily pleasant. Hetty, Albus, and Scorpius all offered a slight bow to Professor Welfare, who smiled and nodded in return. Once the greetings were complete, Manfred proceeded to guide the next part of the proceedings. Well, you have now met the individuals in Slytherin who are most deserving of your acquaintance. Now it is your turn to introduce yourselves, allowing the rest of us in Slytherin to become familiar with you. Whether you can leave a lasting impression relies solely on your own capabilities. With palms facing upwards, an unmistakable gesture of invitation was directed towards the 6 new students. However, the profound implications behind the words left the newcomers in contemplation. Hetty, not one to seek the limelight, naturally refrained from stepping forward first, influenced by her demeanor. Both Albus and Scorpius remained seated, seemingly hesitant. Blair Strode let out a derisive laugh, smoothed her gown, and gracefully stood up, with an air of absolute confidence. She smiled and nodded at those around her, introducing herself. Greetings, esteemed upperclassmen. I am Novia Blairstrode. The Blairstrode family has long been associated with Slytherin. Thus I hold a deep fondness for this house. I sincerely hope that the distinguished upperclassmen will not reject my friendship. Thank you. With that, she delicately lifted the hem of her skirt and executed a curtsy, exuding the elegance befitting her lineage. The enthusiastic applause that followed attested to the profound impression she had made on her audience. Even Hetty could not help but marvel. Impressive indeed. Her commendation was devoid of any hint of condescension. After all, her poise was impeccable, and her words were flawlessly articulated, subtly highlighting her heritage and background, ensuring she would not be underestimated. Aside from the fleeting, challenging glance she cast before sitting down, which left her somewhat speechless, her performance was undeniably commendable. Following this, there was a brief silence. The 2 other boys were waiting for their leader to introduce himself, yet Scorpius showed no inclination to rise. After a moment of internal conflict, the 2 boys decided to introduce themselves in the order of their seating arrangement. The more astute of the pair, sitting beside Blair Strode, took the lead. Greetings, esteemed upperclassmen. I am Randy Hill. Our family has members from various houses, but according to my father, Slytherin is the house most suited for ambitious individuals. Just as he is currently employed in the Malfoy family business, I am honored to be sorted into Slytherin and continue serving Master Malfoy. I am quite familiar with procurement, and I would be delighted to assist you all if needed. Thank you. When Randy concluded his introduction, the applause was anything but sparse. On the contrary, many upperclassmen cast intrigued glances in his direction. After all, it is no small feat for a family to maintain its legacy, and there are not many of the sacred 28 left. Nowadays, children from working-class families like Randy's are increasingly common in the magical world. Moreover, his words, leveraging the reputation of the Malfoy family, hinted at their business acumen, ensuring he would be seen as a valuable ally when it came to procuring supplies. Next, it was the turn of the boy sitting next to Randy, who appeared somewhat shy and reserved. He followed a similar template as Randy. Greetings, esteemed upperclassmen. I am Caden Hardy. My family also boasts members from various houses, but my father is a Slytherin. Both he and I currently work for the Malfoys. I have some familiarity with sales channels, and if any of you have works to sell, rest assured that the Malfoy family offers fair prices. Thank you. The applause he received was equally robust. Despite his seemingly timid demeanor, no one would dare underestimate him. Even Hetty and Albus exchanged glances with Scorpius, silently expressing their astonishment. The young Master-S associates are indeed remarkable. Scorpius, appearing unfazed, simply raised his head slightly, while others perceived his aloofness. Hetty and Albus could almost sense his quiet pride. The 2 shared a suppressed laugh, but quickly composed themselves as the applause began to wane, signaling that it was time for the next introduction. Albus reluctantly stood up. Greetings, esteemed upperclassmen. I am Albus Potter. Thank you. His introduction was so succinct that it bordered on shocking, yet the applause he received rivaled that of Blair Strode. Hetty mentally scoffed. How utterly typical of a protagonist. There's a certain audacity in his presence, as if he believes everyone knows him. Truly impressive. However, she was so absorbed in her thoughts that she failed to notice the applause had subsided. Before she could react, Scorpius stood up to intervene. Greetings, esteemed upperclassmen. I am Scorpius Malfoy. Thank you. When it comes to pride, Scorpius would not be outdone. His introduction was equally brief, yet who would dare to withhold their applause? The ensuing clamor successfully brought Hetty back to reality, just as she was preparing to introduce herself when a senior from the lounge area interrupted her. What an impressive presence. Who is this individual who can overshadow the Blair Strode, Potter, and Malfoy families, making their entrance last? I am quite curious to know which esteemed family she hails from. Unlike Randy and Caden, who might have blushed or felt embarrassed under such scrutiny, Hetty was unfazed. Her own background was respectable, and she had never felt inferior based on lineage alone. However, she was somewhat perplexed as to why she had apparently offended such a notable figure. Upon seeing the individual, adorned like a peacock, gazing obsequiously at Blair Strode, she began to comprehend. All she could think was, at such a young age, why must there be such melodramatic rivalries? Oh dear. Albus and Scorpius, who were itching to defend her, were about to retort when an unexpected voice broke through. Overshadowing is hardly the case. Everyone is merely being courteous, and it is typical to be mentioned in the same breath. At this utterance, all eyes turned to the speaker, the esteemed head of Slytherin. The majority of those present were taken aback, expressions a mixture of surprise and confusion, with some even displaying traces of fear, beads of cold sweat forming. It was, of course, the very boy who had instigated the situation. Before he could comprehend the gravity of his words, Maxwell turned his gaze toward Hetty, speaking gently. You are Hetty, correct? I am unsure if your grandfather has mentioned your family's circumstances, but regardless of whether he has, according to our lineage, you should refer to me as your cousin. In that instant, the members of Slytherin collectively wore expressions of shock, Hetty included. Merlin. She had contemplated the possibility of having an additional cousin if the old benefactor's ties with her family had not severed, yet she never imagined he would be a cousin. What on earth has transpired? Wasn't the old benefactor said to have only one younger brother, a decade his junior? How did that uncle transition into such a position? Seeing the astonished look on Hetty's face, Maxwell assumed it was due to the old benefactor's failure to clarify their familial connections, leading his expression to grow somewhat complicated. However, Hetty noticed the familiar look on his face, leaving her momentarily puzzled. Reflecting on the events of yesterday's school banquet, one can almost entirely comprehend his actions at that moment. Who could blame him? After years of teaching, with an 8-year-old son, he suddenly discovers that his 11-year-old student is also his distant cousin. Such a revelation would undoubtedly stir a complex mix of emotions. Contemplating this, Hetty found herself harboring a semblance of sympathy for him. Wait, it said that the ties had been severed? Why does he still seem so concerned about this lineage? He could easily choose to disregard it entirely, just as his grandfather and father did. Even if he wished to maintain the decorum of the gathering, he could adeptly steer the conversation in his capacity as the dean, rather than unearthing this secret. Surely, this serves him no benefit? Hetty's deeply furrowed brow and her expression of bewilderment deterred every serpent eager to decipher the emotions on her face. However, Maxwell, after a brief pause, noted Hetty's ignorance of the family's connections and her lack of inquisitiveness, and thus began to openly reflect. Grandfather Dempster is a true gentleman, showing no lingering attachment to the legacy and estates of the welfare family. Yet, his tenacity has been rather excessive over the years. My grandfather has meticulously managed the welfare family, rendering any need for him to remain cautious utterly unnecessary. Many scions from prominent families began to draw numerous implications from Maxwell's words, their gazes flickering with intrigue. Seemingly unperturbed by the revelation of the welfare family's past, Maxwell continued with a smile. Indeed, your grandfather is none other than my grandfather Dempster. When my great-grandfather was in his 30s and childless, to ensure the continuation of the welfare legacy, they discreetly adopted Grandfather Dempster, intending to groom him as the heir. Grandfather Dempster was exceptionally talented and never disappointed anyone. He maintained an excellent relationship with my great-grandparents, and no one questioned his eligibility as the heir. However, no one anticipated that over a decade later, my great-grandmother would give birth to my grandfather. The complexities of familial ties and inheritance began to unravel. This matter inadvertently came to the attention of a distant relative, igniting discord. Yet, to everyone's surprise, upon learning the truth, Grandfather Dempster announced a complete severance of ties with the welfare family. Outsiders presumed he could not bear the fact that he was not a true member of the welfare family. However, my great-grandparents understood that he was merely expressing his disinterest in vying for the family estate, effectively quelling the ambitions of those who sought to stir trouble. Over the years, Grandfather Dempster has remained resolutely detached, ceasing all interactions with any members of the welfare family. My great-grandfather and grandfather felt immense gratitude for his sacrifices. Yet they were also somewhat helpless, as the support the welfare family could offer him was quite limited. Nonetheless, they shared this story with my father and me, hoping we would not forget the bond between Grandfather Dempster and our family. So, do you understand? You are not merely an ordinary welfare. In the eyes of our family, you are just as much a welfare as we are. As the tale concluded, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Yet, the serpents, whose expressions were shrouded in ambiguity, surprisingly accepted this narrative quite well. After all, such melodramatic tales are not unfamiliar within noble families. The only novelty lay in the fact that someone, despite bearing the title of heir, was genuinely willing to relinquish everything within grasp. It was uncertain whether there were more who admired his character or those who condemned his foolishness. But one thing was clear to all: Hetty welfare must not be trifled with. She has strong support. Albus and Scorpius exchanged smiles as they regarded the astonished Hetty, genuinely pleased for her. Yet, Hetty's astonishment veiled a complex mix of emotions. On one hand, she marveled at her father's clarity and stubbornness. On the other, she could not suppress a silent scream within. Dear Grandfather Welfare, how many more surprises are you hiding from me? Such a formidable backing. Whatever happened to the narrative of the little orphan? It increasingly felt disconnected from tragedy. Hetty sensed that her future, buoyed by Grandfather Welfare's influence, would undoubtedly be radiant. She had never anticipated reaping substantial benefits from the welfare family, but to neglect the advantages of such a powerful ally would be sheer folly. Otherwise, imagine the scenario. My apologies, Miss Welfare. I was unaware of your esteemed lineage. I beg your forgiveness for my inappropriate remarks. The opportunistic peacock promptly retracted his arrogance, adopting a more courteous demeanor. Hetty found herself quite exasperated by such sycophantic behavior, though she did not regard herself as beneath anyone. A fleeting glance at Bulstrode's expression revealed her disdain for the individual, which surprised Hetty somewhat. Nevertheless, this did not alter her response to the situation. I accept your apology, Senior. After all, your words are indeed sincere, yet your comments were entirely inappropriate. Regardless of my origins as a welfare, I am acutely aware that dignity must be earned through one's own merits. Etiquette, knowledge, grace, capability, and of course, the lineage you hold dear, are all criteria by which others assess whether to extend respect. Just like the esteemed Professor Snape, I believe no one would dare to disregard him. I hope you take heed, Senior, and not lose face. Truth be told, had she not mentioned Professor Snape, her words might have been dismissed as the petulance of a young girl seeking to defend herself. However, upon invoking Snape's name, the young serpents collectively gasped in silent awe. This girl is indeed not one to offend. They observed the once proud peacock now drenched in cold sweat, nearly collapsing in fear. Yet, no one paid further attention to his mortification. After all, with so many witnesses, Professor Snape would undoubtedly be informed. As for when the repercussions would ensue, that remained uncertain. Merely the anticipation of such anxiety was punishment enough. Maxwell chuckled, his gaze towards Hetty brimming with admiration. It seems that even without my intervention, this young lady can handle herself admirably, truly deserving of being Grandfather Dempster's granddaughter. While he marveled, he did not forget the proceedings of the gathering. As the dean, he raised his glass, signaling to everyone, "Let us welcome the new students to the house and hope that together we shall forge a glorious future for Slytherin." To glory. Everyone rose in unison, grasping the suddenly appeared glasses of juice atop the table, and raised a raucous cheer, marking the true commencement of the welcoming festivities. After a light sip, the crowd began to mingle freely. Numerous young wizards approached the new students, their intentions to befriend quite evident. Initially, the desire for camaraderie seemed evenly distributed. After all, some represented fame, others wealth, some background, others connections, and still others convenience. Yet, amidst them all, there were those who represented unassailable power. In essence, extending goodwill could never go amiss. However, after some time, as the initial overtures of friendship were made, the social circles began to delineate distinctly. Surrounding Scorpius and Balthus were a group of young nobles whose family prowess paled in comparison to the illustrious 28 families, yet were relatively substantial in their own right. By the sides of Albus and Hetty, a throng of curious offspring from ordinary wizarding families gathered, eager to discern their earnings or to cultivate connections and resources through them. The remainder consisted either of confident upperclassmen who were secure in their lineage and abilities, possessing their own circles sufficient to procure the resources they required, thus indifferent to the presence of a mere first-year student, or solitary wolves, either reluctant or perhaps inept at socializing, lost in their own worlds. Albus and Hetty were exceptions. While they navigated such social interactions with ease, they exhibited a certain solitary demeanor. They bore no heirs towards the children of ordinary wizarding families, yet possessed an abundance of resources and heritage. After engaging in casual conversation for a time, they soon turned to beverages, gradually retreating from the discourse. As this unfolded, the others, sensing the cue, ceased their attempts to intrude upon them. When lunch arrived, they promptly collected their food and sought out a quieter corner to dine in peace. A glance exchange between them confirmed their shared eccentricity. How tedious. I would much rather learn a few spells from Grandpa Johnson than engage in such socializing, Albus lamented. Indeed, I would prefer to be coerced by Aunt Ashley into memorizing a few character sets, Hetty concurred. Oh, so you've begun to dabble in alchemy? Not quite. Merely the basics, similar to the content in that book on magical symbols. At this, Hetty curiously inquired, oh really? Do you enjoy it? It's tolerable. Far more intriguing than riding a broom, Albus replied casually. However, following his words, a silence enveloped them. This was akin to the time Hetty, during recess, was asked by her deskmate whether drawing was enjoyable, to which she replied that it was more engaging than playing an instrument, causing the atmosphere to grow thick with awkwardness. Unlike her deskmate, who felt embarrassment, Hetty, understanding Albus, felt a pang of sympathy. Then memorize those characters. Your happiness is of utmost importance. Yes. The once frazzled Albus paused at this remark, his mood brightening instantly. Why are you two hiding here? I've been searching for you. Scorpius approached, his tray in hand. Despite his words, there was little anger upon his face. Weren't you enjoying a delightful conversation with the upperclassmen? We wouldn't dream of interrupting you with such rudeness. Hetty teased. Scorpius, momentarily taken aback, turned to engage another conversation partner. What about your family? Don't the Potters engage with other families? My father once lamented how fortunate we are that the Potter family does not belong to the 28, he retorted. Furthermore, my grandfather is Arthur Weasley. Thank you very much. His disjointed remarks left Scorpius momentarily speechless. Hetty couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the haughty young master, his mouth agape before he closed it in resignation. Albus, prompted by her laughter, reflected on his previous words and joined in the amusement. Scorpius huffed, unable to contend with the two, resorting instead to sulking. It seemed Hetty and Albus had grown accustomed to this dynamic, playfully aggravating Scorpius while simultaneously cheering him up. As they were about to shift the topic to something of his interest, they suddenly noticed Balthus striding directly towards them, regardless of whether you believe it. That foolish comment earlier was not orchestrated by me. The aloofness, Hetty felt that term no longer suited her. Pride was a more fitting descriptor. Balthus approached with an expression of both arrogance and conflict, fixing his gaze on Hetty. When she did not respond immediately, he huffed and turned to leave. Hetty, feeling that Balthus seemed vaguely familiar, casually remarked, I know. Balthus paused, his back to her, visibly more agitated than before as he departed. What do you think she came for? Hetty and Albus spoke almost in unison. To seek reconciliation, Scorpius replied coolly. Hetty and Albus exchanged knowing glances, stifling laughter. What are you two implying? Scorpius, who had been sulking for attention, felt a shiver under their scrutinizing gazes. I find I harbor less animosity towards her now. If what he says holds true, she may not be as disagreeable as we once thought. Hetty and Albus turned to converse among themselves, leaving Scorpius perplexed. What do you mean? Clarify. Nothing. Merely that her awkward demeanor is rather amusing, Hetty explained, suppressing her laughter. Amusing? What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting she resembles me? The two simply smiled in silence. I warn you to abandon that ludicrous notion. How could her insufferable character possibly mirror mine? You are slandering me, the young master declared, his agitation persisting long after lunch had concluded, as he continued to chatter at them, attempting to alter their perceptions. Enough now. Don't be vexed, all right? What we mean is, if she bears any resemblance to you, it makes her less detestable, they reassured him. Really? Hetty and Albus nodded fervently, sincerity in their gazes. Upon reflection, Scorpius realized they were indeed correct. A faint smile graced his lips, and he felt mollified. Let us go, the gathering has ended. Let us explore the castle. Chapter 62, The Shared Secret of 3, The Hidden Passage to Hogsmeade. This exploration consumed the entirety of their first weekend post-term commencement. On the afternoon of the welcome event, they had traversed the main areas of Hogwarts Castle. They ventured into every accessible common room, reveling in the experience. Hetty was particularly jubilant, even inquiring whether Albus and Scorpius had brought a camera, leaving them bewildered at her enthusiasm. Regrettably, they only encountered the well-known areas. The truly intriguing secret chambers and passages remained untouched. Hetty felt a profound sadness regarding this oversight. She had initially believed that Albus might inherit his father's legacy and procure the Marauder's map for their amusement. Unfortunately, her indirect inquiries revealed that Albus seemed entirely oblivious to such matters. What lingered most vividly in her memory were the room of requirement and the passage beneath the Whomping Willow leading to the Shrieking Shack. The former was situated on the 8th floor, where young Gryffindors gathered at the height of their exploratory fervor, rendering her hesitant to engage in any suspicious activity. The latter, she had not the time to explore that afternoon. After completing their exploration of Hagrid's hut and the pumpkin patch the following day, they finally found an excuse to approach the Whomping Willow. However, the Whomping Willow was utterly deranged. Any approach or mere contact, even if one merely trod upon its roots, would provoke it to swing its formidable branches with wild ferocity. Hetty lacked both exceptional agility and a grasp of its intricate patterns. Not to mention she had not prepared any sort of pole beforehand. Thus, she could not even hope to touch the tree's gnarled knots. Before she could dare to seek a rhythm, Albus and Scorpius, frightened, hastily pulled her away. The harshness of reality was stark. The exploratory journey she had envisioned was meant to be shrouded in mystery, wonder, and fascination, a voyage brimming with delightful discoveries. In truth, it resembled rather closely her previous visit to the Eagle Country, where she had toured a film studio. Nonetheless, her disappointment did not linger long, for at dinner, she naturally received a hint about a hidden passage. When an owl swooped overhead and dropped a letter for her, she was momentarily taken aback, utterly unable to fathom who would send her correspondence. After all, her only pen pal was sitting right beside her. Upon finishing the letter, she found herself caught between laughter and tears. "Dear Hetty, you have been at Hogwarts for 2 days now. I wonder if you have settled in? Although you did not allow us to see you off at the start of term, we have been constantly thinking of you. Rosmerta has reached out to her acquaintances and learned that, like your grandfather, you have been sorted into Slytherin. We are thrilled for you, yet simultaneously concerned. After all, while Slytherin is indeed commendable, the children within are rather cunning. Thus, should you encounter any unfair treatment, do remember to promptly communicate with the professors or seek assistance." The trio sensed this change subtly. Hetty and Albus adapted well, while Scorpius was particularly exhilarated. That very evening, he enlisted Randy to order a plethora of delicacies from Diagon Alley, intending to send them through Owl Post the following day to share with Hetty and Albus, resembling a child who had just made a good friend. This brought much amusement to Hetty and Albus, transforming what might have been an unremarkable first weekend into a memorable and unforgettable occasion. Dingling, Hetty's alarm clock chimed. Indeed, the reason she had brought her clock from home was now clear. After dinner the previous night, she had returned to her room to pen a reassuring letter, asking Chocolate to deliver it to Hogsmeade, and had conferred with Albus and Scorpius late into the night about their clandestine plans to sneak back to Hogsmeade over the weekend. In such circumstances, her spirit remained in a state of excitement, resulting in a late night that disrupted her biological clock. In truth, they only had one class, a double period of charms, from 10 to 11:30 that morning, so there was no concern about tardiness. Yet, Hetty wished to avoid disturbing her circadian rhythm and hoped to maintain her good habit of rising around 7. She leisurely washed up and dressed, ensuring her textbooks and note-taking materials were neatly packed in her satchel before stepping out of her dormitory around 8. However, this time, there were no 2 eager boys waiting in the common room to meet her punctually. Hetty did not find this strange. She made her way to the great hall alone. Having breakfast by herself felt rather lonely. Even the delicious dumplings seemed less appetizing. After a light meal, she found some greaseproof paper from the napkin holder to pack a few dumplings and some bread for later, ensuring she had something to bring back to the common room. Choosing a seat near the boys' dormitory, she chuckled at the thought of this being a return favor for their waiting on her the previous day. Glancing at the clock in the common room, she noted it was around 8:30. Sensing that they would not emerge anytime soon, she took out her notebook to draw. This had been her habit back at school to pass the time, and she continued it now. Her drawings were not particularly skilled, but she managed to capture the essence of her characters, quickly sketching 2 chibi boys on the page. One wore a gentle smile, shy and bashful, while the other looked somewhat cool and a tad arrogant. Next, a chibi version of a haughty young lady appeared, and she could not help but chuckle at how much it resembled the arrogant boy when placed together. "Hetty, I sincerely apologize for our tardiness." Chapter 63, A Heartwarming Breakfast. A touching retreat from class. Albus approached with a look of profound contrition, hurriedly making his way alongside Scorpius towards Hetty. Though clearly anxious, they maintained a semblance of decorum, refraining from running. Upon reaching her side, Scorpius glanced at the wall clock, which indicated it was already 9 o'clock, and with a hint of morning irritability, expressed his concern rather ungraciously. "You haven't been foolish enough to wait until now, have you? Breakfast time has passed." Hetty's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Albus's voice, and she hastily concealed her notebook, sighing in relief, only to be met with Scorpius's tone. Even though she knew he did not mean to be rude, she could not help but feel a twinge of guilt and retorted, "Let me give you a chance to rephrase that. Is it foolish of me to wait for you out of kindness?" Albus stifled a laugh as he pulled out a chair to sit down. Scorpius rubbed his forehead sheepishly, trying to shake off his sleepiness before awkwardly admitting, "All right, I take back that word. I'm still a bit groggy. It was my mistake. Hetty stifled a laugh, just as she was about to reveal the breakfast she had brought for them, when she heard Scorpius's imperious remark. Is this the candy and snacks I ordered last night? Quite prompt. I shall have my father commend you. Bring it over. It will serve as our breakfast. Following Scorpius's gaze, Hetty spotted Randy and Caden approaching, each carrying several packages. A twitch at the corner of her mouth revealed her hesitation about whether to reveal her food. As Randy and Caden drew near, their faces beaming, they placed the packages on the coffee table. Thank you, young Malfoy. We just received these this morning, but did not wait for you in the Great Hall. So we intended to deliver them to your dormitory. Well done. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. Scorpius casually handed one of the small packages to the two boys, bidding them farewell. They seemed unfazed, exchanging jovial nods with Hetty, Albus, and Scorpius as they exited the common room. Scorpius swiftly began to unwrap the packages, whether from hunger or concern for his friends' appetites was unclear. Good thing I had the foresight to order these last night. Otherwise, we would have gone hungry in class. Hetty and Albus exchanged silent glances, wishing they could call Randy and Caden back to witness the childish eagerness of the young Malfoy seeking praise. His speed was impressive. Soon the boxes lay opened and displayed on the table. At first glance, despite the dazzling array of exquisite treats, it was evident that they were quite costly. However, most consisted of chocolates, jelly beans, small cookies, and petite cakes that could fit 2 bites. While they might serve well as afternoon snacks, they felt somewhat inadequate for breakfast when they were currently starving. Albus hesitated to partake, and even when he picked up a small brownie, he could not truly savor it as he placed it in his mouth. All right, I concede, this is indeed not the most suitable breakfast, but it will suffice to fill our stomachs. Hetty chuckled lightly, leisurely savoring a scone. Scorpius felt a surge of emotion at her graciousness. Meeting Albus's gaze, they were both about to resign themselves to filling their stomachs when they noticed her other hand retrieving 4 parcels wrapped in oil paper from her satchel, which she placed upon the coffee table. A beef burger, a bacon sandwich, a bagel, and dumplings. Help yourselves, she declared with a tone of splendid generosity. At that moment, neither Scorpius nor Albus perceived her as ostentatious. Rather, their eyes sparkled with gratitude, clearly moved by her gesture. Hetty, feeling a bit bashful under their appreciative stares, snapped with feigned annoyance. Are you going to eat or not? If not, I can put it away. The 2 boys immediately complied, smirking, and eagerly unwrapped the oil paper. Wow, this bagel is my favorite. I can't believe you remembered, Scorpius exclaimed, his eyes lighting up once more at Hetty's thoughtfulness. Hetty hesitated, a hint of discomfort crossing her face, before continuing to partake in her scone with nonchalance. Albus noted this subtlety and, observing Scorpius savoring the bagel with a look of profound emotion, could not help but turn away to stifle a chuckle for quite some time. Regardless of any underlying misunderstandings, the trio relished their breakfast, which bore an unnoticeable warmth. Any passerby, be they a snake or a hawk, could discern the depth of their friendship. It was clear that Potter, Malfoy, and Weasley had long established a camaraderie, and their little trio was not to be underestimated. Around 9:40, Albus finally took note of the time and promptly reminded Hetty and Scorpius. After a brief selection, the 3 hastily divided Scorpius's snacks into 2 portions, packed them away, and returned to their respective dormitories. They then hurried towards the classroom adjacent to the library on the 5th floor. Those familiar with the previous book might guess which one. As they passed through the lounge, they kept their footsteps subdued. Once outside, they broke into a sprint. After all, it was the first class of the school day, and it was their house head's lecture. Being late was simply unacceptable. Fortunately, the stairs were cooperative, and without incident, they pushed open the door to the charms classroom, finding the podium still unoccupied. Just as the trio exhaled in relief and prepared to compose themselves, a melodious male voice floated from behind. Though I know you are not late, I still recommend you settle down promptly. After all, obstructing the professor is not the demeanor one would expect from a Slytherin. The 3 exchanged a silent, tragic glance before stepping aside in unison and bowing slightly to Maxwell. Good morning, Professor Weasley. Their synchronized motion drew intrigued murmurs from the onlookers, both snakes and eagles alike. Maxwell smirked and nodded. Very well, take your seats. The 3, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, swiftly sought out empty places. However, a minor complication arose. Since the desks were designed for pairs, one among the trio had to team up with another. As fate would have it, that lone seat was occupied by Burbage. Instinctively, they all moved towards the vacant spot for 2, but Hetty's shorter strides meant she lagged behind the boys. Just as Scorpius was about to sit down, she yanked him aside and slipped into the seat herself. Scorpius's silence was deafening. The other students began to stifle their laughter. Scorpius glared at his companion, but Hetty only offered him an unyielding view of the back of her head. Very well, he thought. I shall retract my earlier sentiments of gratitude. He sulked into the seat beside Burbage, crossing his arms in a huff. After witnessing this amusing little episode, Maxwell, a smile playing on his lips, ascended to the podium to commence the lesson. I am Professor Weasley, here to instruct you in the art of charms. I trust the Slytherins among you have already made my acquaintance yesterday. Thus, I shall primarily introduce myself to the Ravenclaws present. Our charms class is a relatively new addition to the curriculum in recent years. Yet, we all recognize its significance for us wizards. It influences every aspect of our combat and daily lives. More importantly, it constitutes one of the fundamental elements of alchemy. In Chapter 64, amusing occurrences transpired during the charms lesson, showcasing Albus's prowess. In any academic setting, the inaugural class often involves professors elaborating on the development and significance of the course. This practice has evidently become a cherished tradition, sustained for good reason. Upon hearing that charms is integral to alchemy, the young wizards visibly perked up, perhaps envisioning themselves attaining the heights of renowned alchemists. Naturally, two individuals stood apart from this enthusiasm. One, Albus, whose emotions were tumultuous and thoughts adrift, and the other, Hetty, whose uncertain future led her to adopt a laissez-faire attitude. As expected, the first lesson was not overly complex. Halfway through, Hetty began to feel a twinge of boredom and discreetly engaged in some mischief, a poor behavior to be avoided. Hey, Albus, didn't you say you had already studied this? Why are you listening so intently? Hetty whispered, her voice nearly inaudible, her lips moving as she employed the well-practiced art of whispering that every high school student masters over years of study. Albus fell silent. Having only just completed his elementary education and lacking mastery of such sophisticated skills, he sat in the front row, clearly hesitant to respond. Hetty, undeterred, continued. It feels a bit reminiscent of the basic characters from the magical phonetics taught by Grandpa Johnson. Only after Maxwell moved to the back of the room did Albus quickly respond. Exactly. The commotion caught the attention of Scorpius, who had been diligently listening and momentarily forgotten his grievances, letting out an exasperated huff. This disturbance, in turn, drew in the attention of the whispering duo. Their movements halted as Albus quickly warned, "You're done for." Hetty offered a wry smile. "Help me." Albus, hands beneath the desk, shrugged helplessly, his gesture visible to Hetty. Instantly, Hetty found her previous amusement waning, feeling small and powerless as she rested her head on the desk, hoping the young lord behind her would notice her penitent demeanor. The only response she received was another dismissive huff. In desperation, Hetty suddenly spotted her notebook, which was pinned beneath her arm, and an idea struck her. She leaned over and began to draw. Initially, Albus merely cast furtive glances, but soon became engrossed, leaning closer to get a better view. Maxwell, unable to ignore the unfolding scene any longer, discreetly approached Albus's side, following his gaze. The little wizards in the classroom, noticing the professor's focus, naturally began to chuckle at Albus's predicament. Scorpius, momentarily forgetting his irritation, began to cough incessantly. It must be said, the trio did share a certain unspoken understanding. Upon hearing Scorpius's cue, Hetty promptly closed her notebook, and Albus immediately straightened up, not bothering to glance sideways. Maxwell had yet to catch a glimpse of the contents of the notebook before he observed that the two had resumed their usual demeanor. With a profound sense of decorum ingrained in him, he could not bring himself to engage in the discourtesy of inspecting a lady's notebook. Thus, he cast a glance at the trio and proceeded to act in accordance with his station. "Hetty, please enlighten me. What are the pronunciations of the characters we just covered, and what do they signify?" Hetty discreetly curled the corners of her lips. While she could not guarantee her ability to answer every inquiry, she was confident in her knowledge of these two questions. The foundational teachings imparted by Grandpa Johnson were not in vain. Rising with great assurance, she articulated her answers clearly. Maxwell's expression was somewhat complex, a blend of irritation and approval. He merely said, "Please sit down." The other young wizards gasped in awe. After all, to grasp such concepts so adeptly at the onset of their studies was admirable among peers. While they might not reach this level in spell work, it was quite normal for children from wizarding families to know a few spells. However, it was uncommon for anyone to specifically study the intricacies of magical circles at home. It was akin to first graders learning a few challenging vocabulary words for conversation, but attempting to use them in writing would be rather ambitious. Brewster strode forward, pursing his lips, and ceased to observe the spectacle, turning his focus to his studies. Albus and Scorpius could not help but share a proud smile for their friend. However, Albus's joy was short-lived, as he soon heard, "Albus Potter, please respond. What combinations of these characters do you know, and what are their respective functions?" It appeared that Maxwell was reluctant to let the inaugural lesson slip by without a challenge, eager to address any distracted troublemakers in his class. Having seen Hetty navigate the previous question with ease, he aimed to raise the stakes. Moreover, he was aware that Eiley had imparted this knowledge to her nephew. and he sought to probe Albus's understanding as well. The young wizards in the classroom collectively inhaled sharply, many of the little eagles already flipping through their books in search of answers. Hetty cast a surprised sidelong glance at Maxwell, eager to remind him. Isn't this a bit beyond the syllabus? Scorpius silently hoped for Albus's success, flipping through his own book as if to assist his friend. Startled by the sudden call, Albus took a moment to gather his thoughts and soon formulated his response. Professor, I have identified 24 combinations, and their respective functions are. Albus spoke in detail, taking up a considerable amount of time, yet no one exhibited impatience. In fact, the gazes of his fellow wizards were filled with admiration. If respect is reserved for peers, then adoration is reserved for those whose abilities far surpass one's own. Please sit down, Maxwell replied to his answer, neither affirming nor denying its correctness. However, for the young wizards, merely escaping unscathed was an acknowledgement in itself, and thus the admiration did not wane. I am quite curious about what you were observing just now. In my class, I would like to understand if there exists a charm more captivating than my own teaching, Maxwell inquired, half jokingly, but with an air of seriousness. Perhaps due to the relatively light teaching load of the day and the class nearing its conclusion, he posed this question. Albus's face flushed crimson. He felt this query was even more daunting than the previous one. Stammering, he struggled to articulate a response. Hetty, though equally embarrassed, was fiercely loyal and unwilling to put her friend in a difficult position. Taking a deep breath and resolute in her determination to disregard her own embarrassment, she raised her notebook high, boldly revealing her drawings to the class. On one sheet, 3 illustrations were rendered. The first depicted a chibi boy crossing his arms with a scowl, while a chibi girl, tearful and disheartened, trailed behind him. In the second illustration, the boy remained unchanged, yet the girl had taken to clinging to his leg, weeping. The third illustration showed the boy softening slightly, casting a furtive glance at the girl, who was eagerly offering him a paper bag. Additionally, another boy, smiling warmly, had one arm draped over the first boy's shoulder and the other around the girl, seemingly mediating the situation. The entire classroom erupted into laughter after viewing the drawings. The humor was easily comprehensible, rendering the scene vividly engaging. Even Scorpius, along with the otherwise stern Maxwell, could not contain their mirth. Emboldened by the sentiment of camaraderie, Hetty blushed and cleared her throat to regain control of the room. Professor, as you can see, I am attempting to make amends for my earlier indiscretion during class. I sincerely apologize for any disruption caused to my classmates. Well, given your pitiable circumstances, I shall consider this an expression of concern for your fellow students, Maxwell replied, striving to suppress his laughter as he delivered such dignified words. Subsequently dismissing the class. Amidst the laughter, the other young wizards glanced at the time, realizing indeed that class was over, and they promptly engaged in animated discussions. Hetty, with a dejected expression, gathered her belongings and dashed out of the classroom, with Scorpius and Albus hastily following suit. Judging by Scorpius's demeanor, he was in remarkably high spirits. Unbeknownst to them, this amusing classroom incident would quickly spread, overshadowing Albus Potter's impressive display in the Magical Circles lesson, leaving only a lasting impression on the little snakes and eagles. Chapter 65. The first social faux pas of the new academic year, gossip. If one were to inquire about the sensations evoked by an assembly of individuals gazing at one with an air of subtle scrutiny, Hetty would candidly assert, it feels like nothing at all. What a preposterous notion. Within a mere 20 minutes of settling down in the Great Hall for lunch, the originally localized glances circulating among the Slytherin and Ravenclaw tables swiftly evolved into a collective focus from all 4 long tables. Hetty, are you all right? Albus inquired softly, observing Hetty, who maintained an expression of serene elegance while delicately cutting her steak. Even Scorpius, who had previously donned a cheerful demeanor, now wore a frown of concern as he regarded Hetty. What could possibly be amiss? We are merely dining. At this moment, Hetty remained remarkably composed, as if she were not the protagonist at the center of the unfolding drama, entirely indifferent to the scrutiny surrounding her. In fact, she had not always possessed such aplomb. Just as the news had spread, her own emotions had undergone several shifts and transformations. Upon exiting the classroom, she had exchanged playful banter with Scorpius, engaging in a light-hearted argument. It's all your fault. Were it not for trying to placate you, I wouldn't have made such a fool of myself. What? Wasn't it you who took my spot? Is that position inscribed with your name? It belongs to you. Their exchange was decidedly juvenile, yet the atmosphere remained jovial, reminiscent of 2 mischievous kittens playfully tussling, devoid of any real anger. However, as they entered the Great Hall for lunch, the mood began to subtly shift. While the trio's camaraderie remained intact, Hetty's spirits gradually began to wane. Occasionally, exclamations of surprise erupted, ranging from "Ah, is she truly that audacious?" to "Is her artwork genuinely that captivating?" and then to "No way, Did you all witness that? Wow, isn't that exceedingly embarrassing? Following this, the whispers escalated too. Could they actually share such a relationship? And incredible, it appears she has indeed captivated young Master Malfoy. If it had been an ordinary 11-year-old girl, she would likely have been mortified and furious. However, for the experienced Hetty, this merely served as a nostalgic reminder of her journey to becoming the center of attention. It was akin to her, with rudimentary musical skills, exiting her brother's car only to be misunderstood by others as someone who had taken shortcuts to climb the social ladder. Oh, how did she resolve that situation? She made a video call, projecting the circumstances on the wall of the classroom, with the audio broadcasted throughout the school. She first interacted normally with her family, ensuring everyone understood their relationship, before revealing the true situation and leaving it to her brother and parents to address. Given their influence, conversing directly with the headmaster was more than sufficient. After the video call ended, the headmaster promptly reached out, leaving those busybodies with no grounds for doubt. This was followed by 2 weeks of comprehensive philosophical reform throughout the school. Does that not sound exhilarating? Yet, her hard-won desire to conceal her family background and avoid being compared to her relatives was utterly shattered as a result. Contemplating this, Hetty inhaled deeply, for her emotional journey had mirrored that of years past, transitioning from panic and confusion to frustration and irritation, and ultimately to the present state of calm rationality. Thus, she now sought a practical solution to expedite the resolution of this matter, rather than allowing it to ruin the idyllic school life she had longed for. As it had in the past. I finally recall, you are that little girl from Hogsmeade, exclaimed a voice. Hey, Hetty, do you remember us? We sat at the same table at the Three Broomsticks. Lewis, accompanied by Duke and Dylan, approached the Slytherin table, standing opposite Hetty, interrupting her reverie. Oh, it's you all. I apologize, my grandfather was feeling unwell that day. Honestly, had they not mentioned it, Hetty would not have recognized that the boys she conversed with were indeed the Weasley children. After all, from her perspective as a Dragon Nation native, unless someone left a profound impression, it was entirely reasonable to be face-blind towards the faces of strangers from the Eagle Nation. As for hair color, red was hardly exclusive to the Weasleys, who would automatically associate it with them. I understand, it is no trouble at all. Although we searched for you for several weeks without success, now that you are enrolled, we have the opportunity to meet again, right? Lewis continued, by the way. Let me introduce ourselves. We are Albus's cousins. I am Lewis Weasley, and these are Duke Weasley and Dylan Weasley. It is a pleasure to see you again. Hearing this, Lewis could not help but harbor a hint of resentment. I am Hetty Wilberry. A pleasure to meet you. But, why are you looking for me? Hetty was perplexed. However, Albus and Scorpius, as bystanders, observed Lewis and his companions suddenly brimming with protectiveness, sensing that a close friend was being coveted. Feeling the pressure, Lewis chuckled nervously. Oh, it's nothing, just a casual chat. Duke and Dylan, though not identical like their father and uncle, shared an undeniable rapport. Oh, Albus, do not be like that. We are cousins. Your friends are also our friends, are they not? Rest assured, we shall defend your friendship, even against Malfoy. Who would dare to disrupt it? Their banter was amusingly in sync, like a well-rehearsed duet. Yet, Albus felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just as he was about to halt their peculiar banter, Hetty interjected coldly. So, what exactly are you here for? The three Weasleys exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Lewis who responded. Primarily, we are here to rekindle our previous friendship, for such a connection is rare, is it not? Just as Hetty was about to interrupt this meaningless exchange, Lewis quickly added, Secondly, we heard that you created a masterpiece in class today. I believe it was exceptionally creative. Might we be allowed to admire it? Albus was infuriated, perceiving this as an attempt to rub salt into the wounds of his good friend. It was utterly outrageous. Just as he was about to voice his discontent, Hetty's eyes twinkled mischievously, and she replied with a smile, Sure. In fact, unbeknownst to them, the Great Hall had grown silent at the moment Lewis made his request, as if everyone were keenly watching the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Hetty's affirmative response, the gazes shifted from dim to bright, focusing intently on her. However, rather than witnessing Hetty retrieve a notebook from her bag, they were astonished to see her draw a wand from within her uniform. Chapter 66. Perfectly Resolving Rumors. Slytherin gains 10 points. No. We genuinely admire your creativity and believe you are truly suited for Gryffindor. There is no hint of mockery here. As soon as Hetty produced her wand, Lewis hastily began to clarify. Was it the case that all new students were so formidable now? Their initial reaction to anger was to draw their wands. Shouldn't they rather rush in to throw punches? Duke and Dylan exchanged glances, bewildered. Other curious young wizards quickly withdrew several feet, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Even the professors dining at the teacher's table glanced over, hesitating whether to intervene. Hetty, please don't. Albus desperately wished to offer words of persuasion. Yet considering all the rumors that had escalated during this ordeal, he found himself unable to voice his concerns. He could only lament that his cousins had unwittingly placed themselves in the line of fire. Scorpius's face reflected anxiety and indignation. Although he recognized that the Weasleys were being excessively overbearing, he worried Hetty might face repercussions. He was prepared to step forward and duel in her defense. After all, the laughter and denial amidst the chaos were ultimately just frivolity. Young Master Malfoy, however, bore a sense of responsibility, for this incident had indeed originated from him. And the rumors had only worsened because of his involvement. "I am friends with Hetty. Your speculations have gone too far." The remainder of his statement remained unspoken. As the entire Great Hall was left in stunned silence by Hetty's actions, Hetty softly intoned a spell, causing a stream of water to flow from the tip of her wand. The water began to gather in the air above the space between the teacher's table and the 4 long tables, forming 2 three-dimensional figures, as if animated. A young wizard at the Ravenclaw table gasped, "Wow, this is incredible. Isn't that the very first drawing she created in class today?" His exclamation captured everyone's interest. And all eyes turned to Hetty, who was now conjuring 2 adorable, cartoonish crystal figures that began to enact a little skit. A short-haired boy, in a fit of petulance, turns his head away, while a girl with long, curly hair trails behind him, her expression one of forlorn pleading for forgiveness. Yet, the boy remains stubbornly unyielding. In a moment of desperation, the girl approaches and wraps her arms around his thigh, beginning to weep pitifully. Then, a second boy appears, placing a comforting hand on both of their shoulders, seemingly attempting to mediate or perhaps offer a suggestion. As the girl retrieves something from her belongings, the first boy finally softens, casting his gaze toward her. A soft splash echoes as water spills forth, transforming into a crystalline figure that scatters into droplets on the ground. A small wizard, filled with urgency, inquires, "What happens next? Have they reconciled?" All eyes turn toward Hetty, who senses the collective anticipation. For this magical rendition is indeed a delightful spectacle. "As you can see, we have made amends," Hetty explains, her voice tender yet clear. "Although the 3 of us are good friends, the seating arrangement only accommodates 2. We all wish to sit with our respective friends, making it impossible to please everyone." I took a seat, leaving him alone, which understandably upset him, and it is only right that I soothe his feelings. Hetty's soft, endearing tone shatters the romantic tension of the moment, allowing everyone to easily relate to the essence of friendship. Coupled with her straightforward narration, the events swiftly become apparent. The charming visuals of the earlier scene and the miniature crystalline figures render it easy for everyone to perceive the situation as merely a squabble between 2 children. Consequently, the atmosphere in the hall transforms into one of lightheartedness and joy. However, there are those whose interpretations stray into awkward territories. Lewis, Duke, and Dylan fall into this category. Yet, their intentions are not malicious. Upon realizing the misunderstanding, they prepare to apologize with utmost sincerity. Their eyes, however, betray a deeper curiosity. If only they could master Hetty's water charm, how splendid that would be. Just as they are about to speak, a commanding voice resounds from behind. "We must applaud Miss Welfare for her splendid water conjuration. Therefore, Slytherin receives 10 points. Everyone turns to see the source of the voice, finding Professors McGonagall and Maxwell at the entrance of the hall, admiring Hetty. Contrary to what others might expect, Hetty feels not pride, but an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. With a sheepish nod of gratitude, she retreats to her seat. Meanwhile, Slytherin erupts into cheers. Hetty casually glances over to the Slytherin table and notices Manfred at the far end, who wears a teasing smile as he regards her. Upon locking eyes, he even offers a gentle applause, as if celebrating her achievement. It remains ambiguous whether he applauds her for garnering points for the house or for deftly resolving her own predicament. Hetty awkwardly acknowledges his gesture before quickly diverting her gaze. With their head of house present, Lewis and the others feel compelled to withdraw from the spotlight and scurry back to the Gryffindor table. Albus and Scorpius, however, radiate with admiration and excitement, as if basking in the glory of Hetty's triumph. "Hetty, that was truly remarkable. Why have you never mentioned it before?" Albus exclaims, his tone brimming with admiration. "I learned it from Grandpa Johnson. I assumed many would know it, so I didn't think to mention it," Hetty replies. Albus contemplates this and finds it understandable, but then shifts his tone to one of regret. "The performance of that little water figure was incredibly entertaining. I genuinely wish to see how you reconciled afterward." Hetty raises an eyebrow, her discomfort evident. "My artwork concluded there. Naturally, I could only demonstrate up to that point. Yet, inwardly," she laments, "while it's delightful to show off momentarily, sustaining it is another matter entirely. If I continue, I might just end up embarrassing myself." Scorpius picks up on her unease but finds nothing particularly strange about it, so he refrains from probing further. Instead, he becomes intrigued by another matter. "Albus, Don't you think Hetty's tone earlier was somewhat different from how she usually speaks to us? Albus immediately follows Scorpius's train of thought, though he finds it amusing. He wishes to avoid being pulled into the conversation, so he merely smiles in silence. As anticipated, he remains wise to stay silent for the next moment. Hetty retorts to Scorpius, her tone slightly irritable. Different or not, it's my voice. I'll use whatever tone I prefer. But I think your usual voice is more pleasant. That tone seemed a bit. Mind your own business. Albus watches his two friends bicker with a weary shake of his head. Regarding the tone difference, he has already formed his own conclusions. It seems to align with what Aunt Eiley referred to as a clipped tone. Chapter 67. Disliking does not equate to inability. Inability does not imply a willingness to flatter. With the matter resolved satisfactorily, Hetty and her companions finish their meal, and, as Professors McGonagall and Maxwell return to the staff table, they promptly and dignifiedly exit the hall, heading back to their common room. The lunch had been mentally taxing and demanding of magical energy. Hetty, Albus, and Scorpius bid farewell to one another, only to collapse onto their soft beds upon entering their dormitory, relishing the relief following their social ordeal. Initially, Hetty intended to reflect on whether her actions had been appropriate, but before long, she succumbed to sleep. Fortunately, the first-year curriculum is rather lenient, with only a history of magic class scheduled from 3 to 3:45, alleviating any concerns about insufficient preparation. Naturally, she awakens around 2 o'clock, freshens up, and switches the books in her bag to those for history of magic before heading out to class. The boys, however, are not as leisurely. They burst from the boys' dormitory at 2:50, seemingly intent on making a last-minute entrance. Hetty occupies her morning seat, waiting nearly 20 minutes for them, while engaging in conversation with the passing Slytherins. Following the commotion in the hall, she has gained considerable notoriety at Hogwarts, whether for her prowess or her adept crisis management. The Slytherins exhibit a notably friendlier demeanor toward her. Even Bulstrode's attitude has shifted from disdainful sarcasm to an awkward hesitance to speak. Yet, Hetty shows no inclination to extend an olive branch. Should she choose to speak, she will. If not, she remains unfazed, maintaining her composure and remaining unaffected by Bulstrode's presence. As Albus and Scorpius hastily emerge, they find Bulstrode still lounging nearby, enjoying her afternoon tea. Hetty expresses her annoyance to the boys. Did you two decide to make a grand entrance alongside the professors? Do you not think you stand out enough? If you're so bold, why not remain composed? Unbeknownst to them, the two boys remained unperturbed, while beside them, Bulstrode seemed to be pricked by a sensitive nerve. With a heavy clatter, she set her teacup down onto the saucer and let out a huff of indignation before storming out, her bag in tow. What is her issue? Albus inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. How should I know? It's all rather perplexing, Hetty replied innocently. Never mind her, she's always like this. Just ignore her. Hetty cast a glance at Scorpius, who had uttered those words, her own frustration evident. However, there was no need to delve into the innocent affections between the young boys and girls. After all, she was no Cupid and had little interest in such matters. She deftly shifted the conversation. Did you buy an alarm clock? Scorpius and Albus exchanged glances, sheepishly scratching their heads. With this, Hetty understood their predicament, feeling a twinge of exhaustion as she rubbed her forehead. Let us have Caden help us order one. While we don't aim to arrive early, there's truly no need to push our luck every time, is there? Both boys simultaneously flashed an OK sign, acknowledging their oversight and supporting her suggestion. The next moment, the trio exited the lounge and began to sprint in unison. Fortunately, the History of Magic classroom was on the second floor, allowing them to make it just in time. The joint class of the four houses indeed appeared to be bustling with activity. Professor Binns had yet to arrive, so upon entering, many greeted them, evidently still affected by the midday incident in the Great Hall. Hetty, Albus, and Scorpius politely responded to the greetings, blending in with their fellow first-year wizards. Naturally, light-hearted banter ensued. This classroom has plenty of seats. Come on, you three good friends, sit together. We wouldn't want someone to exert unnecessary effort to placate anyone. Although we wouldn't mind witnessing a watery magical drama, was among the playful jests. Even Scorpius, who prided himself on having seen grand spectacles, found himself at a loss, feeling as if he were cast in an odd role requiring consolation. Observing the aloof Hetty, who was now engaging more amiably with her peers, it was evident that her reluctance to easily forge friendships did not diminish her popularity, whether in the real world or here. This lively atmosphere persisted until, for reasons unknown, Professor Binns emerged from behind the wall several minutes late. Hetty couldn't help but flinch, yet her acceptance of the ethereal presence had evidently grown. Unfortunately, her initial intention to diligently take notes during the lesson and indulge in leisure thereafter did not come to fruition. Halfway through, boredom took over, and she flipped through the lesson material, ultimately succumbing to sleep. In the final moment before closing her eyes, she glanced around the room. The entire cohort of 17-year-olds, save for Rose, had collectively succumbed. Truly, the daughter of the illustrious Hermione Granger excels. With this thought, Hetty drifted off peacefully. When she next opened her eyes, it was to Professor Binns announcing the end of class, as everyone stretched in unison. This shared experience of napping had undoubtedly deepened the bonds among the 17-year-old newcomers. Some even remarked on how it was amusing to discover that Harry Potter's son also slept in class, and how adorable young Malfoy looked while doing so. Caught in a dilemma of whether to be annoyed, both boys were swiftly placated by Hetty's few words. Trust me, if Harry Potter were in this class, he'd be sleeping too. Not only does young Malfoy sleep adorably, but even dragons are quite docile when they slumber. Her light-hearted remarks elicited laughter, leaving a lasting impression of her charm and dissipating any potential seeds of discord. Unbeknownst to Hetty, Bulstrode and Rose exchanged glances filled with a mix of envy and admiration, but chose not to approach, leaving quietly with a hint of regret. Albus and Scorpius remained by Hetty's side until they exited the classroom, at which point they dispersed with laughter. Impressive. But why weren't you like this at the gathering yesterday? Scorpius questioned, a hint of confusion in his tone. Disliking something doesn't mean one cannot do it. Just because one can does not imply a willingness to indulge, Hetty replied, casting him a look that suggested her meaning was all too simple. Scorpius nodded in understanding, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Albus chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed, yet feeling that Hetty was indeed well suited for Slytherin. Of course, he might be as well. The trio seamlessly transitioned past this topic, discussing where to spend their free time next. Chapter 68, a transparent meeting to resolve misunderstandings. As Hetty, Albus, and Scorpius reached the staircase, they unexpectedly encountered the Weasley trio from the 4th year. Albus, Hetty, little sister, were you in the history of magic class just now? Lewis asked, his tone a mixture of surprise and feigned ignorance. The three exchanged glances, and Scorpius, feeling deliberately overlooked, turned his head away in disdain. Hetty felt they weren't particularly close, so she signaled Albus to respond. Ultimately, Albus awkwardly chuckled and replied, yes, Lewis, Duke, and Dylan, we just finished History of Magic. Oh, what a coincidence. Our 4th-year History of Magic class follows yours, Lewis exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to the awkwardness. Albus was at a loss for words, offering an uncomfortable nod. A silence descended upon the group. The Weasley brothers appeared to engage in some silent communication, yet their bodies remained firmly positioned at the top of the stairs. Hetty, unwilling to remain foolishly stagnant, sought to break the awkwardness with a smile. Indeed, quite the coincidence, but class is about to start, so we'll take our leave now. Perhaps we can chat another time. As she gestured to descend, hoping the Weasley brothers would realize they were blocking the way. All right. It seems our dear Miss Hetty is growing impatient, so I shall be straightforward, Lewis said, finally revealing the reason for their obstruction. We actually wanted to clarify something with you. As Hetty sensed their intent to leave, Lewis hastily continued. We're not sure if you're upset with us about what happened at noon today. However, we must clear up this misunderstanding, so we need to explain. Me, Hetty exclaimed, pointing to herself in confusion as the focus of their attention fell upon her. Yes, you little sister Hetty. Lewis seemed to gather his courage, visibly relieved. We'd like to find a place to talk properly. Would that be acceptable? After speaking, he and his brothers gazed at Hetty with pleading eyes, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. And she could only nod in resignation. The 6 of them made their way to the corridor beside the infirmary on the 2nd floor, pausing to ensure they were alone before finally stopping to confirm their conversation spot. Little sister Hetty, we're unsure if you're angry with us about what happened at noon today. However, we must address this misunderstanding, so we need to clarify. I requested to see your painting, and I assure you, there was no mockery intended. It was entirely born out of admiration for your creative apology and recognition of your courage to display your artwork. We all regard your actions as remarkably Gryffindor, you know? This is our highest commendation. Hetty's expression remained unchanged. She merely gazed at them, smiling silently. This left the Weasley brothers feeling somewhat uneasy. The three exchanged glances before Duke took the initiative to speak. Well, as brave Gryffindors, we must sincerely apologize for our failure to discern the truth behind the rumors, which led us to make inappropriate remarks. The jest about your relationship was indeed our misstep, and we are truly sorry. Dylan also contributed smoothly, adding a natural clarification. Only then did Hetty let out a light laugh, her demeanor softening. Very well, I acknowledge your courage in addressing the misunderstanding, and I accept your apology. In fact, regarding whether you harbored malicious intent, I believed your explanation at noon. However, at that moment, I needed to find an opportunity to clarify the matter entirely, which is why I didn't take the time to explain it to you. Yet, your teasing about our relationship was undeniably irksome, particularly coming from you, who are related to Albus. Such jokes, which can tarnish someone's reputation, should not be uttered by family. What may seem like mere jest to you can often lead to misunderstandings for many and cause troubles for the individuals involved. Since this is a session of honesty, Hetty spoke quite plainly, and the Weasley brothers felt a twinge of shame at her words. Apologies, Albus, you know we were just joking at the time. Never intending to cause you any trouble. We will be mindful of this in the future. Duke and Dylan expressed their regrets to Albus, alleviating his previous irritation entirely. I forgive you, just be careful moving forward. At this, the Weasley brothers truly breathed a sigh of relief, their smiles returning. However, upon noticing Scorpius turning his head away in a haughty manner, Dylan seemed to recall something and awkwardly added, I'm sorry. His words were quick and soft. Yet everyone heard him, sharing a knowing smile afterward. Scorpius exhibited a somewhat awkward demeanor. His expression remained proud, yet his overall air lost some of its chill. The enmity between the Weasley and Malfoy families is not something they could easily sway, so Lewis and the others did not dwell on Scorpius's behavior, shifting the conversation to other topics. I now believe you to be a Slytherin. After all, as Gryffindors, we tend to speak plainly when seeking explanations. Why complicate matters when we could simply address them directly? After clearing the air, Lewis's speech became noticeably more casual, his tone infused with sentiment. People are complex and multifaceted. Who says Slytherins cannot be brave? Or that Gryffindors cannot be strategic? Have you forgotten about the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? Mrs. Weasley? Hetty retorted playfully, her tone laced with mischief, as if prodding someone to lodge a complaint. The Weasley brothers, reminded of their aunt, were rendered speechless. Albus laughed heartily, evidently pleased by her words. Albus, you know I was merely expressing a casual sentiment, with no intention to belittle. I hope you don't misunderstand, nor allow your aunt to misconstrue it. Upon hearing Albus's laughter, Lewis, filled with a desire for self-preservation, hastily amended his statement, appearing quite startled by Hetty's leading tone. Of course, there was also an element of whimsy in his demeanor. The group erupted into hearty laughter. When Albus playfully remarked how much Lewis could speak well of him in front of their grandfather, the atmosphere grew even more jovial. The cousins exchanged light-hearted jests about the reactions of the Weasley family upon learning that Albus had entered Slytherin, and Hetty seized the opportunity to guide a few encouraging directions. This gradually eased Albus's prior anxiety. Both Hetty and the Weasley brothers noted this change, secretly feeling a sense of pride. And it was unclear when they had reached this mutual understanding, exchanging subtle glances. Perhaps sensing their growing closeness, Lewis suddenly introduced a new topic. Hetty, do you know my father, Bill Weasley? After learning that my grandfather had a classmate named McGonagall, now my father has a classmate named Bill. Hetty paused, contemplating how to respond. After all, while she indeed knew him from having seen him in films and learned a fair bit about him, it was not a connection she could openly mention. Not wanting to deceive or stumble into unknown territory, she cleverly hesitated, vaguely stating, it seems we have no intersection. That's peculiar. Ever since our family discovered that Albus's good friend has the surname Folly and resides in Hogsmeade, my father has displayed a rather strange expression. Before school began, he specifically instructed me to look out for you if I encountered you. Lewis could not articulate his father's expression, settling on the term strange as a substitute. In truth, he felt it was tinged with longing and nostalgia, but given Hetty's youth, she hardly seemed the type to evoke such emotions, so he chose to describe it in a more ambiguous manner. Duke and Dylan were evidently in the know, or perhaps had heard about it beforehand, so they displayed little surprise. In contrast, the expressions on Albus and Scorpius were quite telling, as if lost in their thoughts. Hetty, recalling the pyramid background photo in her parents' room, suddenly had a flash of insight and seemed to find an answer. However, unable to articulate it directly, she feigned hesitation and shared what clues she had. My father had me when he was around 35 years old, so by age, it's possible he might know yours. However, my parents passed away in an accident when I was just 1 year old, so I am not well versed in their affairs. The mention of the accident and age ignited Lewis's excitement. 35. You're 11 years old, which would make him 46. My father's birthday is later in the year. In November, so he graduated a year later. That must be it. After graduating, my father also worked as a curse breaker in Gringotts for a few years. My father surely knows your dad, and they may have even been classmates and colleagues. Everyone was taken aback by this deduction, but upon reflection, it indeed made sense. And they all wore expressions of realization. No wonder Uncle Bill would ask Lewis to look after Hetty. Duke voiced what everyone was thinking. Lewis now viewed Hetty with a newfound sense of closeness. Only Hetty felt somewhat contemplative. After my grandfather's classmate named McGonagall, now my father has a classmate named Bill. Should I marvel at the smallness of the wizarding world or at the profound blessings of the Folly family? Before Hetty could recover from her musings, she was suddenly startled by an impassioned shout, causing her to jump. From this moment forth, you are under my protection, Lewis Weasley. looking up at the exuberant individual. She heard him continue. Should anyone dare to bully you, do not hesitate to confide in me. At Hogwarts, I shall protect you. Lewis declared with an exuberance that bordered on the juvenile, perhaps too deeply infused with the emotions of his father. The trio of first-year Slytherins were visibly amused. And even the two fourth-year Gryffindor twins could not suppress their chuckles. Duke and Dylan longed to remind their cousin and friend that he seemed to have forgotten the remarkable water-conjuring charm displayed in the Great Hall. Given the finesse of that spell, it was hardly necessary for him to offer protection. Hetty, however, quickly grasped the situation and playfully responded, I appreciate your concern, upperclassman Weasley. Finding Weasley a tad too generic, she opted for a more intimate and distinct address. Yet, in Lewis's eyes, it undoubtedly signified her acceptance of his guardianship, filling him with uncontainable joy. Duke and Dylan could hardly bear to watch. Hetty, overwhelmed by such enthusiasm, promptly reminded them that they were running late for class and hastily took her leave. Little did they know, Duke and Dylan were inadvertently advertising their family's magical tricks. Indeed, we should be going, or we might expose our ruse, Duke remarked. Father and Uncle George's classroom dummies cannot speak. They can only hold for half a lesson at most. Or else it would raise suspicions, Dylan added. Hetty was intrigued, exclaiming, such an invention exists. Scorpius was equally fascinated, yet restrained his inquiries. Albus, however, could only roll his eyes at the absurdity of it all. Yes, it would indeed be peculiar for you all to remain silent throughout an entire class. Duke and Dylan ignored their cousin's sardonic remark, dragging the still excited Lewis toward the history of magic classroom. After exchanging glances, Hetty and her companions burst into laughter. Well, their plans for leisure had been interrupted, and with dinner approaching, they decided it would be best to head to the Great Hall and await the meal. After dining, the sky had darkened, and timid Hetty lost her desire to venture outside the castle, opting instead to engage in a game of checkers with Albus and Scorpius in the common room. The game was unremarkable, with the pieces merely floating slightly above the board, adhering to the same rules she had previously encountered. Of course, this was not a game they had specifically prepared. It was simply that young Master Malfoy had casually asked Randy for a multiplayer game, and Randy had calmly produced a set from the dormitory. Reflecting on this, Hetty mused that fortune indeed favors the prepared, and such a fine employee deserved a raise. Randy and Caden had retreated to the side to play wizard's chess, stubbornly refusing to join their game of checkers. As it turned out, they were quite prescient, for throughout the evening, Hetty and her companions could be heard muttering various phrases of regret over their moves. How did the wind blow this way? I hadn't even made a move. And it rolled. I apologize, I miscalculated. I meant to move this piece. This piece was clearly here. Did you nudge it when you moved the adjacent one? Naturally, these expressions of remorse began with Hetty, but the behavior proved contagious, leading Scorpius to follow suit, while Albus valiantly attempted to uphold decorum. Yet, the trio found unexpected joy in their unique approach to the game, their laughter drawing attention. Bulstrode feigned indifference as she passed by, casting a bemused glance before rolling her eyes and deriding, childish. However, the engrossed trio remained oblivious, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration. It was not until curfew approached that a well-meaning upperclassman reminded them to conclude their childish game. With her mind still buzzing with excitement, Hetty lay in bed and suddenly recalled the game panel she had neglected for some time. She promptly summoned it for a glance. Character: Hetty Welfare. Age: 11 years. Magic level: 0, 99, 100. Title: Wizard Apprentice Spells: Cleaning Charm, Cleansing Charm, Lumos, Water Conjuring Charm, Fire Charm, as well as the transfigured forms of the water and fire charms. Personal space: 1M. The data was both anticipated and surprising. She was on the brink of advancing her magic level to 1. What changes might this herald? Filled with various speculations and hopes, Hetty concluded her first day of actual classes at Hogwarts. Chapter 70. Hetty's Resilient Spirit. Tuesday marked the day of the week with the most classes for Hetty and her friends. Morning began with a spellcasting class at 9, followed by a defense against the dark arts class at 11, an afternoon transfiguration class at 3, and an evening astronomy class at 11. The 3 daytime classes were rather standard, totaling a similar duration to the previous day, with merely the addition of an astronomy lesson in the evening. Yet for the young wizards, this extra class sparked not complaints, but rather heightened anticipation. After all, the rebellious spirit was not a trait exclusive to Gryffindor's little lions. Adhering to curfew was one thing, but the prospect of engaging in activities during curfew hours was a thrill no child could resist. How splendid! Tonight we have astronomy class. With spellcasting commencing at 9 a.m., Hetty had reminded the 2 boys the night before to rise early. Clearly, both boys were quite diligent, appearing promptly in the common room at 8 to join Hetty as they made their way to the Great Hall for a leisurely breakfast. On their way, Scorpius was visibly exuberant, sharing his excitement with his companions. Is it really such a cause for joy? Do you have an affinity for those stars? Hetty could not fully comprehend his enthusiasm. Besides her curiosity about whether the night sky here resembled the one in her own world, she could not fathom the delight derived from gazing at distant celestial bodies through a telescope. Hetty, the stars are not the crux. The real delight lies in the timing of the astronomy class, Albus interjected with bemusement, casting a sideways glance at Scorpius. Indeed, at home, I possess the latest model of telescope procured by my father from a muggle. I've grown weary of stargazing at home, but astronomy class is different. It occurs during curfew, Scorpius exclaimed. While others must obediently return to their dormitories, we have the freedom to roam the castle. Is that not thrilling? Before Hetty could process his words, Scorpius excitedly elaborated. Yet, this response left her rather speechless. Is this a phase of rebellion or mere childishness? Furthermore, do you truly believe astronomy class will permit you to wander freely about the castle? If you wish to play during curfew, it would be far swifter to borrow Albus's family heirloom invisibility cloak for a nocturnal adventure, to preserve her friend's spirits for the day. Hetty ultimately chose not to point out the flaws in Scorpius's reasoning. Why are you not excited? Turning to Albus, who remained composed, she teasingly inquired. I dislike staying up late, and I also possess a telescope, Albus replied, accurately perceiving Hetty's mischief. With a similar intention, he politely tossed the question back. What about you? Me? Well, my family doesn't own a telescope, so I've never gazed at the stars and have no idea what to anticipate. Living in an era where the environments of various celestial bodies can be simulated at will, Hetty spoke these words without a hint of embarrassment. Although the sentiment was undeniably poignant and evoked sympathy, Albus and Scorpius inexplicably detected an undertone of sarcasm. Shaking his head, Albus dismissed it as mere illusion. However, to avoid broaching their friend's sorrowful matter, the two tacitly concluded the discussion. Upon reaching the Great Hall, breakfast was uneventful. They had finally escaped the perilous rush and entered the fourth-floor classroom for charms with a sense of ease. It is worth noting that the professors at Hogwarts had aged considerably. Yet, correspondingly, they enjoyed a level of teaching prowess akin to that of their predecessors. For instance, Professor Flitwick, the diminutive instructor, elicited a sense of excitement in Hetty as she recalled he had once taught Harry and Hermione, prompting her to sit up straight. However, that posture did not last long, as she soon realized the class focused solely on the fundamentals of charms, a purely theoretical lesson. The content bore little distinction from what Mr. Johnson had covered, leading to her extreme boredom. As her mind began to wander into the unknown, she was grateful for her ample experience in daydreaming during class. Without being called upon, she was unlikely to be discovered. With Albus and Scorpius providing cover, she managed to endure the 45-minute session unscathed. Hetty, it is inappropriate not to pay attention in class, Albus declared seriously as soon as the lesson concluded. Though he had shielded her, it was a futile attempt to rouse her awareness. Albus genuinely wished for her to excel, so he endeavored to persuade her. Hetty said nothing, instead deftly drawing her wand and casting a levitation spell, causing a quill on the desk to rise into the air. Scorpius raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Wow!" Albus widened his eyes, his mouth moving soundlessly before ultimately closing. After all, Professor Flitwick had assigned them the task of mastering the levitation spell, meaning they were still in the preparatory stage of learning, while Hetty had already mastered it. Although the previous application of the water-making spell might still be too distant for them to grasp, at that moment, Albus felt the disparity between Hetty and himself, stirring complex emotions within him. Hetty had not intended to show off, so upon noticing Albus's expression, she quickly ceased her spell casting and hastily explained, "I'm sorry, Albus. I know this is wrong, but I live alone and my grandparents worry, so I spend a considerable amount of time teaching myself some practical magic. You know, repeating what I've already learned is rather tedious." Her tone carried a hint of melancholy, reflecting the effort expended during her studies. Considering her situation, Albus felt a wave of understanding wash over him, and while his heart ached for her, it also solidified his resolve to catch up. Scorpius, too, was unwilling to be left behind, his eyes filled with the same determination. Noticing the peculiar expressions on her friends' faces, Hetty assumed they were preparing to admonish her for not taking the class seriously. Using the excuse of the next charms lesson approaching, she quickly ushered them out of the classroom. Though the topic was temporarily shelved, from that point onward, Albus and Scorpius became aware of Hetty's ability to afford such complacency. While they could not, what had once been a relaxed demeanor now bore a hint of urgency. Unbeknownst to Hetty, she believed she had evaded her friend's nagging. At that moment, they strolled down the corridor of the Gorsmore, with ample time before the next class. During the 10 o'clock period, the corridor was nearly empty. Thus, upon spotting the statue of the one-eyed hunchback witch, she became intrigued and began to investigate the secret passage behind it. Chapter 71. The Method to Unlock the Secret Passage. Cedric makes an appearance. To be more precise, she feigned studying the means to open the passage. After all, Madame Putafoot's letter did not explicitly state how to do so. Hetty knew the answer herself, but felt it inappropriate to disclose the source of her knowledge. Moreover, it was akin to owning a Rubik's Cube. Even if one had seen the tutorial, upon acquiring it, one would still yearn to explore and experiment independently. Ultimately, even if the cube was solved according to the guide, the satisfaction derived from the process would be far more profound. As Albus and Scorpius approached and beheld the statue in its entirety, they grasped Hetty's intent and became intrigued as well. The three of them surrounded the statue, knocking and probing it for quite some time, pushing and pulling as if they were characters in an adventure film or novel. Hetty, drenched in sweat, found their antics amusing, relishing the experience of pretend adventuring. Struggling to suppress laughter, she immersed herself in their playful endeavor. It was only when the trio grew somewhat fatigued and sat down to catch their breath that Hetty languidly remarked, "Have we possibly miscalculated? Is it not the case that a spell is required to open the secret passage at Hogwarts?" This statement successfully silenced Scorpius, who was about to voice, "Are your elders deceiving you?" Albus's eyes lit up, and his thoughts began to expand. "Indeed, perhaps it requires a password, just like the entrance to our common room." Scorpius concurred with this line of reasoning, nodding vigorously and eagerly rising to begin testing their hypothesis. However, Hetty could not share their enthusiasm. The groundwork had been laid, and it was quite frustrating that she had provided the correct answer only to see them add unnecessary distractions. Consequently, she watched wearily as her two companions furiously shouted a plethora of nonsensical incantations at the statue. As the lesson's end approached, and the boys grew increasingly parched and irritated, Hetty gently pushed them aside. Drawing her wand, she adopted an expression as if she were about to explode the statue in a fit of rage. Albus and Scorpius, startled, attempted to restrain Hetty, urging her to calm down, only to witness her tap the statue with her wand. Commanding in an uncertain tone, whether to call it an incantation or a password was debatable. Separate, the statue slid apart, revealing a stone slide within its humped back. "Wow!" the trio exclaimed in unison, their surprise genuine. After all, witnessing the spectacle firsthand, rather than through a screen or text, was far more awe-inspiring than they could have imagined. Albus and Scorpius were itching to slide down the chute immediately. Fortunately, Hetty still retained a semblance of rationality and pulled them back. "We can come back this weekend. We have to attend Professor Digger's defense against the dark arts class now." Upon hearing the first part of her statement, Albus and Scorpius snapped back to reality. But the latter half left them bewildered. Why was Professor Digger's class one that could not be missed? Scorpius casually inquired. What I mean is, all the professor's classes are absolutely not to be missed." Hetty, feeling a twinge of guilt, slightly turned her head to explain. Albus observed her discomfort, perplexed and ready to probe further, when the distant sounds of chattering young wizards signaled the end of class. The trio instinctively returned the statue to its original position. By the time someone approached, Hetty and her companions had assumed the guise of casual visitors. Although somewhat peculiar, they managed to scrape by unnoticed. They exchanged knowing smiles, suddenly realizing that this escapade felt like an exhilarating and amusing adventure. "Hetty, how did you come up with that idea just now?" It was truly astonishing. Scorpius couldn't help but whisper in awe as they descended to the second floor for class. "I just thought you two looked rather silly and annoying trying to say the password, so I felt like getting a little fired up," Hetty replied with a casual fabrication. The response seemed both thought out and nonsensical at once. The two boys exchanged silent glances, and Scorpius hesitantly asked, "So, are you saying that we are both silly and annoying?" Hetty paused momentarily, then feigned contemplation, seizing the opportunity to discreetly distance herself before quickly retorting, "No, it's just that you two are quite foolish. And that statue was exceedingly bothersome." With that, she dashed into the nearby classroom for defense against the dark arts. As anticipated, the first lesson commenced with theoretical instruction, and the desks were arranged in pairs. Hetty swiftly took a seat next to Burstrode. When the two boys, still reeling from Hetty's earlier comments, entered and discovered her audacious maneuver, they could only marvel at her boldness. Indeed, this clever ploy was quite impressive. Not only was Burstrode taken aback, but even the typically composed Slytherin boys gritted their teeth, momentarily rendered powerless, as they begrudgingly occupied the empty seats beside her. "Why are you sitting next to me?" Burstrode awkwardly asked, her face betraying a mix of surprise and shyness. "What? Is this seat off limits?" Hetty, succumbing to her youthful mischief, was oblivious to the nuances of the moment, her spirits buoyed by her successful prank. "Whatever you say?" "Humph." Burstrode was visibly irritated by Hetty's remark, unsure whether it was due to not receiving the answer she desired or the impolite nature of Hetty's words. Hetty ignored her and, feeling rather pleased, playfully shook her head and stuck her tongue out at the two boys who were glaring at her with dangerous looks. Albus and Scorpius found the spectacle both infuriating and amusing. While they genuinely enjoyed such playful antics with their friend, they still maintained an expression of mock menace. Burstrode, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, though she sarcastically remarked, "Childish." Hetty shot her a glance, but before she could respond, the charming Cedric entered the classroom, exuding grace as he walked to the podium. With leisurely steps, he turned and cast a gentle gaze over the students below. "Good morning. I am your defense against the dark arts instructor. You may call me Professor Diggory. This course, in essence, is designed to teach you how to confront danger and protect yourselves. It encompasses not only dark magic, but also various clever tricks for dealing with perilous creatures. I hope that in the upcoming lessons, we can explore these useful spells and methods together." His voice was soft and warm, his demeanor friendly and natural, leaving everyone feeling as though they were enveloped in springtime, their lips curving into smiles. "All right, Professor Diggory," came the unified chorus from the classroom, particularly resounding from the female students. Chapter 72. The amusing Burstrode and the peculiar friendship among girls. Speaking of girls, one cannot overlook Hetty and Burstrode. Upon hearing each other's sweet voices and catching sight of each other's smiles, they paused momentarily, feeling an inexplicable shyness wash over them. A sudden realization surged within them, a recognition of kindred spirits. Albus and Scorpius, overhearing Hetty's voice, huddled together, feigning disgust. After a moment of silent exchange, they saw the mutual confusion etched on each other's faces. Noticing the antics of her friends, Hetty could not help but cast an annoyed glance at the two who were pretending to be repulsed, then declared, "Of course, I shall continue to admire our handsome professor." Burstrode crossed her arms, leaning back slightly with an air of arrogance, and whispered her critique. "He's all right, just a tad short of my father." The comment was delivered at a volume just sufficient for Hetty to hear. Hetty's eyes narrowed slightly as she shot Burstrode a skeptical look, as if to say, "Are you certain of that?" Burstrode, feeling the weight of Hetty's gaze, grew somewhat uncomfortable, her eyes drifting away as she stubbornly amended, "They're pretty much on par." Hetty burst into a light laugh, leaning forward and genuinely finding Burstrode's demeanor rather endearing. Although she did not immediately consider her a friend, the previous animosity had significantly diminished. As expected, upon witnessing Hetty's amusement, Burstrode became indignant, letting out a huff of annoyance and turning away to feign indifference. Hetty, with a playful glint in her eye, muttered softly, "I wonder how many girls in this class are genuinely paying attention?" Almost immediately, a conspiratorial voice chimed in from beside her, "I bet not a single one." At that moment, Hetty felt as though her lips were about to burst with laughter. Had she not been wary of erupting into another fit of laughter and achieving a second social faux pas, she would have laughed heartily. Nevertheless, Burstrode could still sense the tremors of Hetty's suppressed laughter, and with a hint of vexation, she growled, "Humph. Go ahead and laugh. If I keep talking to you, I must be a fool." In response, Hetty's body shook even more with laughter. She buried her head in her arms for several minutes, striving to quell the overwhelming mirth. When she finally resurfaced, a rosy hue still graced her cheeks. To her left, her two companions were intently listening while curiously observing her, and to her right, a certain girl was blushing furiously, pretending to ignore her. In front of her stood the charming professor, warmly lecturing. How strange it felt to perceive this campus life as somewhat complete. Reflecting on the earlier moment when she nearly laughed herself to death, Hetty's mischievous side began to emerge. She glanced at the eager badgers around her, thinking the ambient sounds were perfectly suited for stirring up mischief. Leaning slightly to the right, she whispered, "I wonder how handsome the professor was in his youth. Was he more dashing than Senior Manfred?" Burstrode visibly wrestled with her thoughts, a struggle etched across her face. Hetty continued her devilish whispers, "I believe the professor was undoubtedly more handsome in his youth than Senior Manfred. Not necessarily. One could argue that each has their unique charm." Burstrode ultimately succumbed to the conversation, just like how boys often debate which girl is more beautiful. The topic of which boy is more handsome remains an eternal conversation among girls. Hetty discreetly pursed her lips, anxious not to reveal the hint of a smile that lingered on the edge of her expression. She then resumed the conversation with an air of nonchalance. "Is that so? Well, perhaps beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. However, given the current circumstances, I doubt there will be many girls failing in the defense against the dark arts class." "Not necessarily," replied Burstrode, a knowing expression gracing her features. "If failing could lead to more opportunities to interact with the professor, it might yield a different outcome." Casting a glance at Hetty, they both shared an enigmatic understanding, an inexplicable camaraderie that seemed to have developed between them. They exchanged information about the school's prominent figures, their heads huddled together in whispered conversation, leading an uninformed observer to believe they were simply two close friends. The irony lay in the fact that while they indulged in their secretive chatter, the moment Cedric's gaze drifted toward them, they instantly adopted a posture of earnest attentiveness to the lesson, their swiftness in reaction astonishing. "Hetty, With her years of experience in subtle deception was one thing, but Burstrode? One could only conclude that she was a naturally gifted performer in the art of pretense. This dynamic persisted throughout the lesson. In the span of 45 minutes, Cedric shared numerous intriguing and practical examples from the realm of dark arts defense, successfully garnering the admiration and curiosity of all the young witches and wizards, perfectly showcasing his charm and affability. Meanwhile, Hetty and Burstrode exchanged a plethora of trivial yet entertaining gossip about student affairs within the school. As the class concluded, they both felt a sense of unfulfilled eagerness. Once Cedric departed, Albus and Scorpius could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired, "When did you and she become such good friends? You spoke in hushed tones for an entire class. What could possibly be so fascinating?" Having gleaned some understanding of Hetty's situation from the previous lesson, Albus had no intention of reprimanding her. Perhaps he harbored a hint of jealousy over a friend being stolen away. To their surprise, Hetty and Burstrode retorted in unison, "Who is friends with her?" Albus and Scorpius exchanged bemused glances, their expressions a mixture of incredulity and amusement, as if to say, "Such synchronicity. Yet you claim your relationship is poor?" A glance exchanged between Hetty and Burstrode revealed a touch of discomfort, particularly in Burstrode's countenance, which bore an expression of mingled joy and bashfulness, as if she were wrestling with the urge to articulate something. Unexpectedly, Hetty's lips curled into a smirk, as if an amusing thought had struck her, and she turned to Burstrode, languidly uttering, "I sense a peculiar force at play. For I believe I just heard a pig speak." Ah! Burstrode instantly recalled the incident, her composure fracturing as she panicked, forgetting her belongings, and fled with her hands over her face. Hetty, meanwhile, erupted in laughter, having suppressed her amusement throughout the class. Was Hetty scolding Burstrode? Scorpius found himself puzzled by the nature of their friendship and quietly asked Albus. Albus shook his head, uncertain, but now confident that their relationship had indeed improved. Maxwell chuckled, his gaze towards Hetty brimming with admiration. Scorpius nodded in agreement, about to respond when Hetty, still breathless with laughter, beckoned them. "Come on, let's go have lunch. I'm famished." As she spoke, she deftly gathered her belongings, as well as Burstrode's. Albus and Scorpius glanced around the now empty classroom, realizing the passage of time, and hurriedly tidied their desks to join Hetty as they descended toward the great hall. As for the intentions of settling a score with someone before class, it seemed to have vanished from their minds, while Hetty sported a sly smile, signifying that someone still remembered. In Chapter 73, titled Penny and Novia, Hetty's earnest motivation for self-improvement is unveiled. Today's lunchtime discussion lacked a central figure, resulting in a rather ordinary meal for Hetty and her companions. Following lunch, the trio returned to their dormitory to prepare for a brief rest. Hetty was in the midst of lamenting to her two friends about the necessity of making a special trip to Burstrode's dorm to return a handbag when she spotted Burstrode seated on a sofa near the door of the common room, seemingly awaiting her arrival. Notably, Burstrode appeared somewhat awkward, hesitating as if preparing to flee, clearly burdened by a psychological shadow cast by Hetty. Contrary to Burstrode's expectations, Hetty refrained from mentioning the pig incident and simply returned the handbag with remarkable straightforwardness, leaving Burstrode momentarily taken aback. Had all her apprehension and mental preparation for mockery been for naught? Burstrode remained silent, her gaze skeptical as she scrutinized Hetty, sensing that she might still be harboring mischief. True to form, the next moment brought the words, "Miss Burstrode, do you need something?" Penny is a character from the British preschool television animation that premiered in 2004. Hetty surmised Burstrode's thoughts. Initially, she intended to let bygones be bygones. But since Burstrode seemed to be eagerly anticipating something, Hetty was more than willing to oblige. Recalling a book from a novel Albus had once sent her, which contained a story about Penny, likely penned by Lily, Albus's sister, Hetty cleverly decided to employ the protagonist's name to lighten the mood. Very well. Burstrode clearly has seen Penny, she thought, as Burstrode immediately grasped Hetty's intent. "Don't call me that." Burstrode's heart sank, both relieved yet incensed, her mind racing as she struggled to maintain a low tone while issuing her habitual command. Although Hetty had come to understand her better and recognized that Burstrode did not mean to issue a strict command, she could not help but give her a bemused, if not slightly perilous, glance. Burstrode quickly realized her tone was inappropriate and, somewhat sheepishly, lowered her gaze, softening her words. "You may call me Novia, but please refrain from using that other name." The last part of her statement was mumbled, yet everyone present understood its implications. This marked the first occasion for Albus and Scorpius to witness Burstrode in such a light, and they struggled to contain their laughter. Hetty, however, was not particularly surprised. "Novia? That is quite a lovely name, but which name you will be called depends on your behavior," she teased, the playful intent evident. Albus and Scorpius burst into laughter. though they still maintained a modicum of decorum for the young lady's dignity, stifling their chuckles. Burstrode, or rather Novia, recognized the playful nature of Hetty's words, which bore more humor than threat, and thus regained her composure. However, with the two boys clearly enjoying the spectacle, she felt a tinge of embarrassment creeping in. Adopting the demeanor of a highborn lady, she haughtily huffed and swiftly exited the scene. Albus and Scorpius exchanged glances, beginning to comprehend the reasons behind Hetty and Novia's burgeoning friendship. Particularly, Scorpius, recalling how Hetty had previously teased him, or rather teased Novia. Regardless, he mused that Novia bore a resemblance to him. Seeing Novia's current behavior, he could not help but feel a sense of familiarity, leaving him with a rather peculiar sentiment. There was no need for Hetty to deliver the handbag in person. Having shed the burden, she hurried back to her dormitory for a midday nap, blissfully unaware of the subtle dynamics around her. However, Albus couldn't help but notice his friend's peculiar demeanor, sharing a silent amusement at his discomfort. He refrained from teasing him further, instead greeting him with a warm smile as they made their way to the dormitory. Heeding Hetty's suggestion, Scorpius enlisted Randy and the others to procure an alarm clock. By noon, upon receiving it, they delivered it straight to their door. Consequently, around 2:30, Albus and Scorpius nonchalantly reunited with Hetty, strolling into the Transfiguration classroom with ease. The first Transfiguration lesson was predominantly theoretical. Arriving early, they found ample seats available, allowing them to settle comfortably in a central location as they awaited the commencement of the class. Fortunately for them, Professor McGonagall's approach differed markedly from that of her colleagues. She arrived ahead of schedule, granting them a rare glimpse into the enchanting spectacle of a cat transforming into a remarkable creature. Whether this was a reward for their punctuality or an enticing gesture towards their well-established rapport remained unclear. Nonetheless, the effect was evidently positive. As the lesson commenced, Albus and Scorpius, accustomed to Hetty's tendency to drift off, were astonished to observe her unwavering focus throughout the entirety of the class. She diligently took notes and actively posed questions when faced with uncertainties, seemingly transformed into a different individual. Even Novia, who was not particularly familiar with Hetty, cast a surprised glance her way, equally questioning the stark contrast to the gossiping companion she had previously known. The other young lions in the class felt a sense of dissonance. Surely it was not Slytherin that posed the threat, but rather Ravenclaw. Their expressions were decidedly peculiar. On the contrary, Professor McGonagall, listening intently to Hetty's pertinent inquiries, transitioned from surprise to an unmistakable admiration, prompting everyone to recognize the substantial value of the questions she posed. Rose, unable to suppress her astonishment, felt a shift in her perspective, adopting a competitive stance towards Hetty and beginning to raise her hand to ask questions as well. The class swiftly progressed in this atmosphere of rivalry, culminating in Professor McGonagall leaving the classroom with a satisfied smile. Whether the other young witches and wizards gleaned any insights from the lesson remained uncertain, yet they felt as though they had witnessed an exhilarating contest between the Slytherins and Gryffindors. Some even speculated that the professor's smile and nod were indicative of Hetty's superior performance. Upon discovering this, Hetty could only chuckle in bemusement. Rose's feelings were somewhat ambiguous, but before departing, she courteously nodded at Hetty and Albus in acknowledgement. Once most of the students had left, Scorpius could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Hetty, are you particularly interested in Transfiguration?" Albus, having slowly pieced together some insights, recalled Hetty's interactions with her grandparents in Hogsmeade. However, he mused that this was merely one aspect. Her active engagement might stem from other motivations, thus fueling his curiosity. "Isn't this the typical demeanor of a student in class?" Hetty replied, her tone imbued with an air of logical reasoning. "Grandfather Johnson taught me spells for practical living. Transfiguration was not among them. Therefore, shouldn't a course that is intriguing yet unlearned warrant earnest study?" Albus and Scorpius exchanged glances, astonished by the simplicity of her rationale. Scorpius remained speechless, fully convinced. Yet Albus, possessing a deeper understanding of Hetty, began to grasp her perspective, responding with a hint of resignation. "So, once something has been learned, there is no need to revisit it? Class time can be spent on frivolities and mischief, is that it?" Hetty nodded in agreement, though she was aware that such reasoning was flawed, leading her to exhibit a slight embarrassment. "I strive not to disturb those who wish to learn," she asserted. Albus hesitated. Then, adopting a paternal tone, sighed. "Have you never considered studying ahead on the material you have yet to cover, to maintain your advantage?" Hetty's expression shifted. Despite recognizing Albus's good intentions, the thought evoked memories of the relentless online courses and private tutoring she had endured over the years, even during breaks. "Albus, do you believe that learning born of resistance is effective?" Hetty gazed intently at Albus, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. Albus's gaze flickered, recalling his own experiences. His years in the Muggle world, although filled with private tutoring, had yielded only mediocre grades. No matter how hard he tried, he could never quite measure up to Rose's academic prowess. Even in comparison to the playful James, his achievements paled significantly. Now, having this realization articulated by Hetty, he finally recognized the underlying influence of such dynamics. At least by appearing to make an effort, one could evade criticism, attributing shortcomings solely to a lack of inherent talent. Correct? Albus furrowed his brow, his throat tightening as he spoke. However, before he could finish, Hetty interjected. Albus looked up in surprise, astonished by her perceptiveness regarding his thoughts. Hetty, too, felt a pang of discomfort, for she was speaking to her own inner struggles. Albus, you know it's unavoidable, even if one is spared from blame. The silent pity can be equally hurtful. The classroom fell silent, with only Albus's inhalation breaking the stillness, signifying that Hetty had once again struck a chord deep within him. Suddenly, the sound of a student entering the room broke the moment. The next transfiguration lesson was about to commence, and students began to trickle into the classroom. Let South find another place to talk, suggested Scorpius, his demeanor relatively calm as he gently guided his visibly unsettled companions outside. Ever since the topic had turned, he, the only child accustomed to unrestrained freedom, had remained silent, attentively listening. It was only now, when his intervention was necessary, that he made his presence known. Hetty and Albus followed him trustingly, their minds still swirling with unsettling memories. The trio exited the castle and walked to the edge of the Black Lake. Once Scorpius confirmed that the surroundings were clear, he released his distracted companions. Hetty regained her focus, surveyed the environment, and settled down on the ground with her robes as a cushion. Albus mirrored her actions, sitting beside her. Only Scorpius hesitated, pondering whether to continue listening. Scorpius, sit down. Let us have a chat, Hetty urged, seemingly aware of his thoughts. With a soft sigh, Scorpius complied, taking a seat next to Hetty. Feeling a mix of sorrow and joy, he sensed that both of his friends harbored painful memories, a sentiment he could not fully fathom, yet he empathized with their plight. However, he was delighted to participate in the intimate conversation among friends, something he longed for. Albus, did you know? I have never considered myself foolish. Yet in the presence of certain unavoidable individuals, I often feel a profound sense of inadequacy. No matter how diligently I strive to align with their expectations, improvement eludes me. This anguish has weighed heavily upon me, leading to a prolonged period of despair. However, my life has recently undergone a transformation, and having encountered you, I am now inclined to pursue a more relaxed existence, guided by my own aspirations. I wish to reclaim the vibrant life that I once yearned for, one that is distinctly my own. It is true that the path they laid out for me may be the most expedient, yet for me, psychologically, it has become the most distant route. Hence, I am eager to explore alternative paths, hoping to discover one that truly resonates with my essence, even if it ultimately leads me back to the original course. At the very least, this journey will render acceptance easier. This is my current perspective, and while I am uncertain of its applicability to you, I felt compelled to share it. Hedwig gazed deeply into the dark lake, slowly articulating the knots of her heart. Perhaps the listener was indeed correct, for rather than feeling overwhelmed by pain, she experienced an unexpected lightness. Scorpius, though somewhat puzzled, wholeheartedly endorsed Hedwig's attitude. Recognizing that such vibrant expression was precisely how she ought to be, nodding with a gentle smile. Albus had long anticipated this moment, sensing that Hedwig might share a similar experience to his own, yet he had not expected their psychological states to align so closely, prompting a profound sense of empathy. However, he found it challenging to accept Hedwig's decision. He mused that perhaps he still lacked the transformative element she spoke of, which, for them, would be more aptly termed a turning point. Nevertheless, Hedwig's words seemed to unveil a glimmer of hope, possibly the very reason she felt compelled to share with him. He stared into the distance, yielding to his thoughts, and quietly inquired, "What specifically do you plan to do?" Hedwig's face broke into a radiant smile. "I intend to embrace the campus life I have always envisioned. I will learn at a natural pace. For subjects that pique my interest, I shall delve deeper, while for those that do not, I will suffice with the basics. I refuse to force myself to excel or to outshine anyone. Meeting ordinary standards will suffice. Then, with my remaining time, I shall engage in activities befitting my age. I will laugh heartily, cry freely, and even if I find myself socially embarrassed, it matters not. Looking back, it will surely be amusing, will it not? As for the future, I believe life stretches far ahead, and through this multifaceted journey of self-discovery, I shall invariably find a path that suits me best. Of course, every individual's experiences and circumstances differ, and this may not apply universally. Perhaps it was Hedwig's exuberantly optimistic demeanor that effortlessly inspired those around her. Not only did Scorpius nod in agreement with a smile, But Albus also appeared to have gained clarity of mind. Yet, being more introspective, Albus, with a blend of seriousness and jest, retorted, "But what if you discover your true path too late, after graduation, and still fail to find what suits you?" Initially, one might expect Hedwig to ponder this with difficulty. Yet she promptly replied with a sense of pride, "If my only concern is where I will go after graduation, that is simple enough. I am the sole occupant of my home. Even if I were to convert it into a guest house, it would suffice for my livelihood. The worst outcome would be that I spend my entire life without finding my path. But to live my life with joy and freedom does not seem like a loss, does it?" She silently added, "If I were truly to be trapped here for a lifetime." Scorpius and Albus contemplated this, feeling a twinge of envy at her perspective. Scorpius, who had always held clear ambitions, sensed the conversation warming and interjected with a hint of wistfulness. "Having heard you, I feel that my future self may not live with such freedom. Most likely, I will be burdened by the family business, often reminiscing about our splendid days at school." Hedwig and Albus burst into laughter, vividly imagining that scenario. Once the laughter subsided, Hedwig inquired curiously, "So, have you already decided to take over the Malfoy family business and enter commerce?" "Well, I do not oppose it. In fact, I find it quite suitable." "So there is no conflict," Scorpius replied with a relaxed shrug. Hedwig and Albus gazed at Scorpius with envy. Following their previous conversation, Scorpius understood their admiration and casually asked, "And you, Albus, what are your thoughts on the future?" Albus hesitated, ultimately shaking his head with a hint of resignation. "I have not yet considered it." Hedwig, unperturbed, chuckled as she patted his shoulder. "No worries, we have plenty of time to explore. If all else fails, you can always come work at my shop." "Just kidding. Of course. Remember, there is never just one path in this world." Albus chuckled lightly and nodded appreciatively. Scorpius chimed in, "Actually, you could come work at my place too." Hedwig and Albus paused momentarily before the three erupted into laughter together. Thus concluded their delightful discussion on study and future, though none anticipated that it would serve as a preventive measure for one of them. Chapter 75, Hedwig number 3. The humorous journey to class. As their conversation came to a close and they returned from the lakeside to the castle, dinner had already commenced. However, as long as they arrived within mealtime, there was no fear of lacking food. The trio, buoyed by their lightened spirits, had hearty appetites and consumed quite a bit. Hedwig savored a particularly intriguing dish from the Dragon Kingdom, salted egg yolk baked eggplant. Perhaps it did not quite align with the tastes of the Eagle Country folk, or perhaps the young wizards, resulting in few patrons selecting it. Unperturbed by the looks of disdain from Albus and Scorpius at the limp eggplant of peculiar hue, Hedwig relished in her meal, reflecting, "They even went to the trouble of recreating salted egg yolk. Truly, they deserve commendation for their audacity and determination. Now, I benefit from their labor. If I cannot return, at least these hometown delicacies make it easier to embrace my circumstances." Aside from this small interlude, there was little of note during dinner. However, just as they exited the hall, a white owl swooped down, dropping a letter at Albus's feet. While Hedwig whimsically pondered whether it was a chocolate letter that had faded, she heard Albus speak with a complex tone, "Hedwig, thank you. I have no fish treats on me. Please return home and ask Dad to feed you more." The white owl, displaying understanding, flapped its wings and departed. Hedwig suddenly realized, but can an owl live for so long? It must be 20, no, nearly 30 years old. Hedwig mused silently, glancing at Albus, who was frowning at the letter. "Why isn't it chocolate? Is this your family's owl as well?" "Yes, it belongs to my father. I didn't write a letter back. It must be James who informed him of my sorting situation," Albus replied, a hint of bitterness in his expression, leaving his thoughts unspoken. "You don't seem too pleased. Did your father say something disheartening?" Scorpius inquired with concern, casting a worried glance at Albus. "No, not at all. He merely consoled me, advising me not to take it too much to heart." As Hetty spoke, she seemed to remember something mid-sentence, and sheepishly fell silent. Albus sighed, as you might expect. "While he offered me comfort, there remains an undeniable sense of regret, particularly when my grandfather is mentioned. I have also heard my father speak of the past involving Minister Weasley and my grandfather, Lucius. One could say that if it were indeed Minister Weasley, it would require considerable time for acceptance." Scorpius, too, wore an expression of discomfort, as a member of the Malfoy family. He understood the sentiments toward Arthur Weasley all too well. The trio realized that aside from the sorting ceremony, today marked the 4th day of school, and the delay in correspondence was indicative of the parents' inner turmoil. They collectively shrugged, sharing a resigned smile, and continued on their way to the common room. "Albus, how long has Hedwig been with your father?" On their way to the cellar, Hetty could not contain her curiosity and bluntly posed the question. Albus paused, and upon connecting the dots in Hetty's thought process, burst into laughter. "Well, strictly speaking, this should be referred to as Hedwig 3. My father simply has a penchant for nostalgia and named it the same. Upon hearing Albus' remark, Scorpius also grasped the humor and erupted in hearty laughter. Huh, what were you thinking? Did you really believe an owl could live for over 30 years? Hetty, feeling a bit bashful, defiantly retorted, in the realm of magic. What if there exists an anomaly? Her train of thought flowed more smoothly as she added, besides, isn't Albus and a renowned alchemist? Perhaps she has concocted an elixir of immortality. Albus opened his mouth to offer a counterpoint, but Hetty preemptively interrupted. Stop. I, a mere novice at magic school, have no idea how difficult it is to produce a philosopher's stone. Can I at least speculate that a great alchemist possesses such abilities? The two boys were left speechless. In this round, Hetty emerged victorious. She proudly lifted her chin, her triumphant demeanor eliciting laughter from her companions. Albus and Scorpius exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. As their previous worries dissipated like morning mist, they paused momentarily, then gazed at Hetty with admiration and indulgence. As they jested, they arrived at the Slytherin common room. The trio split into pairs to retrieve the necessary textbooks and parchment for their assignments, reconvening in the study area of the common room to tackle their homework together. Aside from Hetty occasionally complaining about her hand cramping from writing spells or lamenting the seemingly arbitrary divisions in the study of magical history, their efficiency was remarkably high. They completed all assignments due within the past 2 days before 8 o'clock, returning to their dormitories for a much-needed rest. The astronomy class at 11 o'clock proved challenging for the young wizards, particularly those accustomed to early nights, excluding those overly energized. Even Scorpius, who had high expectations, obediently set out for a nap, hoping to regain enough energy to remain alert for class. 2 hours swiftly passed, and the trio was awakened by their alarms. The 10 o'clock chime signaled ample time remaining. After freshening up and donning warmer clothing, they meandered to the common room to reconvene. To their surprise, they encountered 3 other classmates from their year. Randy and Caden, visibly fatigued and clearly lacking sleep, perked up at the sight of Scorpius, their expressions eager to please. Although they had been previously instructed by Scorpius not to follow him, this was an exceptional circumstance, with curfew approaching and the surroundings feeling eerily silent. They felt compelled to bolster their master's courage. Berstrad, or rather, Novia. Hetty found it hard to adjust to calling her by her first name. As she had grown accustomed to using her surname, she sheepishly turned her head away, resolute in her decision to stick with the group. Hetty exchanged knowing glances with her companions, silently acknowledging this collective undertaking. Initially, they behaved normally, but once they exited the cellar and entered the hall, the 6 of them instinctively clustered together like magnets. The once bustling castle felt intimidatingly desolate in the absence of voices and sunlight. Scorpius, too, lost his earlier bravado about being allowed out during curfew, maintaining a serious facade while subtly maneuvering Randy and Caden to flank him, forming a protective barrier that betrayed his unease. While Hetty feared ghosts, she was unbothered by the dark. At this moment, she and Albus appeared to be in the best spirits. They even found amusement in quietly mocking Scorpius and Novia. It was amusing to witness Novia, despite the risk of being called Peeves, cling tightly to Hetty's arm, shoving Albus aside, which evoked a blend of exasperation and laughter from Hetty. Especially as they traversed the dark outdoor corridors, aside from herself and Albus, the others instinctively drew their wands, each casting a Lumos spell. At that moment, Hetty could not help but reflect that the Lumos charm was indeed a fundamental spell for children from wizarding families. The sight nearly made her burst into laughter. However, she was met with 4 disapproving glares, as if to say, at a time like this, you still find it amusing. Hetty sheepishly suppressed her laughter, biting her lip instead. Yet, suddenly, Albus's light chuckle reached her ears, though the 4, trembling with apprehension, paid him no mind. Hetty shot a glare at Albus, which elicited a smug shrug in response. Chapter 76. The Self-Cultivation of Slytherin and the New Caretaker, Atrali. Fortunately, the journey proceeded smoothly, with only the cool night breeze as a notable disturbance. As Scorpius and Novia cautiously advanced, and Hetty and Albus shared silent laughter, they soon arrived at the base of the astronomy tower. From afar, they could already hear the lively chatter of young wizards above. Clearly, the Gryffindors had seized the geographical advantage, using the aerial corridor to reach the classroom first. Hetty mused that indeed, Gryffindors were courageous and full of energy. The next moment, she shifted her gaze and noticed that the Slytherin group had spread out, maintaining a respectful distance from one another. With heads held high and calm expressions, they walked as if on an evening stroll, shedding any remnants of their earlier timidity. Even with their wands raised, casting a flickering light, there was an unmistakable air of composure about them. It was as though the earlier display of fear was merely a figment of Hetty's imagination. Hetty glanced at the parallel figures of Randy and Caden ahead, Novia beside her, and Albus and Scorpius trailing behind. This lineup exuded a gentlemanly quality, yet it also carried a sense of unintentional arrangement. Hetty couldn't help but scoff softly, bemused by this peculiar brand of Slytherin self-discipline. Aside from Albus, the others lowered their gazes or averted their eyes, each harboring a hint of guilt. Albus chuckled softly, receiving a playful elbow from his slightly flushed best friend. Well, it is one thing for family to engage in playful banter, but as they ascended the steps to the tower's summit, the expressions of all Slytherins had returned to a serene composure, embodying an air of elegance and poise. The torchlight at the pinnacle was abundant, and Scorpius and his companions nonchalantly concluded their flickering incantations, calmly stowing away their wands, thereby elevating their prestige. It must be said that a few Muggle-born Gryffindors, witnessing this spectacle, momentarily exhibited glimmers of envy and admiration in their eyes. Noticing this, Hetty cast a sidelong glance, her mind deep in contemplation. In the inaugural astronomy lesson, Professor Sinistra similarly expounded on the significance of astronomical knowledge for wizards, sharing intriguing tales about stars, the moon, and the sun. This was followed by a period of free observation through telescopes, serving as an introduction for the young witches and wizards to the subject. Naturally, the scope was limited to the astronomy tower, with strict prohibitions against wandering about. Violations would result in points being deducted and confinement as punishment. After delivering her lecture, Professor Sinistra vanished in an instant, seemingly unfazed. However, just as a young Gryffindor lion was about to descend the tower to skip class, he was met with Professor Sinistra's indifferent warning ringing in his ears. The students turned towards the sound to find a shadowy little black hawk perched on a pillar, seemingly supervising them in place of the professor. This revelation quelled not only the ambitions of that young lion, but also deterred Scorpius, who had initially intended to entice Hetty and Albus into an escapade of nocturnal adventures. Hetty, Albus, and their associates had anticipated this turn of events. As they listened to the exclamations and discussions of the young lions, they found it rather amusing and adapted well. Initially, Scorpius appeared somewhat listless, wearing an expression of profound disappointment. Fortunately, he soon discovered that Randy and Caden seemed to be newly acquainted with celestial observation, prompting him to take on the role of an eager instructor, which rekindled his interest. It seems that even without my intervention, gradually, even a few young lions joined the ranks of attentive listeners, and Scorpius's enthusiasm began to swell. So much so that when the shadowy little black hawk signaled the conclusion of the lesson, permitting them to return to their dormitories, Scorpius, surprisingly, seemed to harbor a lingering desire for more. The shadowy hawk continued to oversee the young lions' journey back to their quarters, while Hetty and her friends found their caretaker waiting for them at the base of the tower, lantern in hand. One must concede that Hogwarts had orchestrated the arrangements most judiciously, successfully curbing Scorpius's restless yearning for nighttime escapades once again. Oh, and it is worth mentioning that this caretaker was not the familiar Filch from Hetty's recollections, but rather a somewhat irritable and loquacious middle-aged man. Previously, Hetty had scarcely paid the caretaker any mind, but upon realizing a change in personnel, she found herself intrigued enough to engage in a few conversations, aiming to better understand the current caretaker's situation. After all, she had no intention of spending 7 years adhering strictly to the rules prohibiting nighttime excursions. Therefore, it was inevitable that she would encounter situations requiring her to navigate around the caretaker. Acquiring knowledge about him and discerning the patterns that might prevent them from getting caught would certainly prove advantageous. While the full name of the current caretaker was difficult to ascertain, with the assistance of her astute companions, they managed to uncover his surname, Atlee. Under the gentle and polite address of Mr. Atlee from Hetty and her friends, his initial irritability gradually softened, and his demeanor became markedly more accommodating. Subsequently, he became somewhat ensnared in the skilled flattery and social niceties employed by Scorpius and Novia, who were quite adept at such interactions, revealing much about himself in the process. By the time they reached the entrance to the cellar, Hetty felt there was little left to learn about him. "Why are you so interested in such an unestablished, seemingly ineffectual, caretaker?" Novia inquired curiously after they descended into the cellar. "Is he a Muggle-born wizard? How strong is his magic? Does he have a solid foundation? Did he receive assistance from Professor McGonagall in securing this position?" These questions seem trivial. What truly matters is that he is now the caretaker of Hogwarts, and considering we will be living here for 7 years, cultivating a good relationship with him can only be beneficial. Hetty was well aware of the underlying message Novia was attempting to convey. Thus, she deftly substituted her words to clarify her stance, casually providing a seemingly reasonable excuse to address her inquiry. Novia, though not entirely in agreement with Hetty's pragmatic approach, chose to understand her perspective, nodding in acknowledgement. Albus and Scorpius exchanged knowing glances, silently grasping Hetty's intentions, and thus they tacitly covered for her. All right, it's nearly 12:30. And I'm utterly exhausted. Let us hurry back to sleep, Randy declared as he uttered the password to unlock the common room door. Seizing the opportunity, Scorpius interjected, interrupting Novia, who was about to continue her line of questioning. Hetty promptly stifled a yawn and hurried towards her dormitory. With this cue, the 6 Slytherins began to feel the weight of fatigue, each stifling yawns and losing interest in conversation, dispersing in an instant. As for Novia, she had intended to voice her thoughts on why one should not feel the need to placate the caretaker, given that there were professors and peers to navigate any issues. Yet her words remained unspoken.